Chapter 1. The Eerie Instance. Those who claim to possess talismans but cannot traverse the eerie instance must be experiencing a transformation akin to Kabuta heads where their posteriors should be. What use are talismans? If one truly encounters a ghost, you might as well wet your pants out of fright. Do you comprehend the significance of "I currently lack nothing"? In 3 minutes, I could transform the eerie instance into a child's playroom. The poster claims to offer only 2 talisman. What does he mean by lacking nothing? He's still short by 10. Then let's combine the chicken and the pig. I shall ascend and dazzle with my electric gaze. Dazzle with my electric gaze. Dazzle with my electric gaze. That indeed requires some skill. Jiang Lu's fingers danced across his phone screen, engrossed in a post titled with 2 talismans. Can you clear the eerie instance? A group of grown men, engaged in trivial banter meant for children. He tapped the screen repeatedly, joining the discussion, and his reply floated to the surface. All fears stem from insufficient firepower at the onset. Ride a horse and bring a dragon. Renmei must come and style my hair. A reply swiftly followed. So you're not afraid then? Jiang Lu typed quickly. Afraid? Yes, afraid that the ghost isn't enough for me to tackle. The poster chimed in promptly. As you wish. Neurotic. Jiang Lu muttered under his breath when his phone emitted a shrill electronic alert. Are you starving? Your delivery is about to exceed the time limit. Please expedite. He looked up to see the traffic light ahead, lingering ominously long, then glanced at the time on his phone. 11:52. Time was running short. With a resolute heart, he accelerated his electric scooter, shooting straight towards the intersection. Suddenly, a blinding high beam illuminated Jiang Lu. A dump truck hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. Jiang Lu's mind buzzed. Damn, a dump truck? Is it going to? Before he could finish his thought, the truck swerved violently, narrowly brushing against his pant leg as it roared past. The window slid down with a clatter, and a figure in a yellow hard hat yelled, Damn, trying to trick me into full insurance. Not a chance. After finishing his tirade, the window slammed shut and the dump truck vanished into the darkness. That was close. Jiang Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. Almost let that old coot at home strike it rich. A grimace crept onto his face, a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, tinged with self-deprecating relief. At 11:58 p.m., his electric scooter screeched to a halt at the base of a towering office building. Jiang Lu deftly opened his phone and clicked delivered on the food order. Looking up, he noticed that several windows near the top still glowed with white light. Lowering his gaze to the expensive cup of Starbucks coffee in his hand, he smacked his lips. The white-collar workers in Dahu City are truly fortunate they only begin their shifts at this hour. He recalled his dismal college entrance exam results. If only I'd scored an extra 100 or 80 points, TSK, I could be lounging in there enjoying the air conditioning. The lobby of the office building was eerily silent, save for the low hum of the air conditioning. The security guard on duty slouched at his chair, his head bobbing slightly as he dozed lightly. Jiang Lu crouched low, treading lightly. This was a job he knew well during the day. While serving as a 5-star general at the Buyuan Garden, he had glared fiercely at every delivery worker attempting to sneak in, berating them as delivery dogs. Dressed in the vibrant yellow and blue uniform of a delivery worker, Jiang Lu maneuvered through the night, striving to evade the watchful gaze of security personnel. If caught, he would scornfully label them guard dogs. In the elevator area, 6 silver metallic doors stood in a neat row. 5 of the doors displayed numbers exceeding 60 or 70, while the one in the far corner remained blank. Jiang Lu approached the solitary elevator and pressed the button, silently wishing it wouldn't malfunction. With a soft chime, the door slid open without a sound. He stepped inside, selected the floor corresponding to the delivery address, and, as the doors closed, the elevator hummed and began its ascent. At midnight, the steady hum of the elevator abruptly ceased. Clang! With a sudden jolt, the elevator shook violently, the overhead light extinguished, plunging him into darkness. Jiang Lu gasped, instinctively gripping the handrail. His body slammed against the cold metal walls. In less than a second, the lights flickered back on, casting a ghastly pale glow throughout the cabin. Cold sweat erupted, instantly soaking through the yellow undershirt beneath his blue delivery uniform. What a stroke of bad luck. He stammered, his teeth chattering. Before he could ponder further, the elevator plummeted. This was not an ordinary descent. It was a catastrophic freefall. The display panel flickered erratically, as if in a frenzy. 35, 27, 16, 8. The descent accelerated alarmingly, the digits blurring into a crimson haze. Thud! With a thunderous crash, accompanied by a spine-chilling metallic screech, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. The immense inertia propelled Jiang Lu forward, causing him to collide violently with the icy door, pain searing in his forehead. The coffee he was carrying splattered everywhere. Struggling to lift his head, his blurred vision landed on the small display screen. The scarlet numbers froze at 18. Negative. 18, Jiang Lu murmured, questioning his sanity. How could a building have a negative 18th floor? Moreover, how had he survived such a fall? The elevator doors creaked open with a slow, agonizing grind, revealing an impenetrable darkness outside. His heart thundered in his ears as he pressed against the cold elevator wall, paralyzed with fear. Is this still Earth? Just then, a line of icy text materialized before his eyes without warning. Instance, Peace Apartment Instance Level. D Main Quest. Survive within the apartment for 8 hours. Hint. Any damage sustained in the instance will be restored upon returning to reality. The words glowed a ghastly white, exuding an inhuman aura. Beside this mission information, 2 lines of entirely different, faintly crimson text flickered into view. Random spell for this instance. Ox, horse. Ox spell allows the lifting of weights far beyond normal limits, enhancing strength, potentially by hundreds of times. Horse spell instantly heals all ailments and restores damaged objects to pristine condition. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fearing he was hallucinating, he rubbed his eyes and stood dumbfounded for several seconds before exclaiming, "Goodness, are these really spells?" Chapter 2. Peace Apartment. The cold words before Jiang Lu's eyes vanished in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Immediately after, another line of glaring crimson text abruptly intruded into his vision. Please evacuate the elevator area promptly, or you'll be deemed a negative player and immediately eradicated. Eradicated? Jiang Lu's scalp prickled in alarm. He scrambled and crawled through the open elevator doors. Upon exiting, he leaned on his knees, still shaken, and looked back. The sight before him made him gasp in disbelief. There was no elevator. Behind him lay only a patch of overgrown grass reaching his knees. At that moment, he found himself standing in front of an apartment building. This structure stood solitary amidst the boundless gloom, resembling a colossal, silent gravestone. The walls were peeling in large patches, revealing the deep brown bricks beneath, with some areas even adorned with dark green moss. The entire edifice emanated an aura of decay, as if it were on the verge of collapse. What was even more unsettling were the windows. Whether on the upper floors or the ground level, they were all sealed tight with concrete and bricks, impenetrable and airtight. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. To construct a coffin that resembles an apartment was the incongruous thought that sprang to Jiang Lu's mind. He thought to take a photo and share it on social media. He quickly opened his phone, only to find the signal indicator glaringly displaying no service. Reluctantly, he put the phone away and stood up, bracing himself on his knees. His gaze swept across the desolate landscape, where 3 indistinct figures emerged in the distance. "Oh hey, Mina-san," Jiang Lu instinctively called out, his voice echoing eerily in the silent expanse. The 3 figures jolted slightly, their shoulders moving in perfect unison. Then, they slowly turned to face him and began to stride towards Jiang Lu. The leader, a man clad in a tailored black suit, appeared to be in his 30s, his hair meticulously styled, his complexion pale, and his gaze piercing. Beside him on the left stood a young girl in oversized, cartoon-patterned pajamas, in her early 20s, with a delicate face that was now ashen, likely startled by Jiang Lu's sudden exclamation. On the right was a young man with dyed blonde hair, sporting a shiny nose ring, his demeanor somewhat roguish. Yet at this moment, he clearly exuded a hint of unease. As the suited man approached, his gaze lingered momentarily on Jiang Lu's blue delivery uniform, and a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. In a low voice, he inquired, "A newcomer?" Jiang Lu steadied himself and nodded. "I suppose that's accurate." "Why?" He attempted to inject a note of levity. "Do you still have referral bonuses? Care to share a portion of the introduction fee with me?" The atmosphere froze instantaneously. The blond youth opened his mouth, glancing at the suited man, his voice tinged with a peculiar tone. Tiangu, he's messing with you. Long Hao Qian disregarded the blonde, his gaze still fixed intently on Jiang Liu's face, his tone grave as he stated, "As you can see, we are all ensnared in a bizarre game. To survive, we must collaborate. Since you are here, it is customary to introduce ourselves. I am Long Hao Yin, having endured 8 games." The girl in pajamas inhaled sharply, her voice trembling slightly. Cold condensation. Second time. The blonde, seemingly reluctant to utter the name that felt beneath him, muttered, "Lu Bo," also the second time. Jiang Liu, upon hearing the rather cliché name Lu Bo amidst a sea of imaginative titles, nearly succumbed to laughter. He forcefully suppressed the corners of his mouth, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. Ahem, Jiang Liu. Occupation, double agent. 21 years old. A novice. At the mention of Jiang Liu's playful title, Lu Bo, the blonde felt an immediate surge of indignation. Were you pretending to be a double agent? Have you never seen a black hand before? Lu Bo lunged forward, raising his hand to deliver a harsh slap to Jiang Liu's face. His movement was swift and fierce, clearly intending to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. Long Hao Qian observed with cold indifference, making no attempt to intervene. Jiang Liu instinctively raised his hand to block the incoming slap. Crack! The sharp sound resonated harshly in the silence. Lu Bo's piercing scream erupted. He quickly retracted his hand, clutching his left wrist, which was evidently deformed, gritting his teeth in agony as cold sweat poured down his face. Everyone was taken aback. Long Hao Qian's pupils constricted sharply. Cold condensation covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Liu was equally stunned. He gazed at his own hand that had instinctively blocked the blow, and then at Lu Bo's clearly broken wrist. A talisman, the power of the bull talisman. He immediately closed his eyes, holding his breath in concentration. Sure enough, deep within his body, 2 distinctly different warm currents surged. One was heavy as a mountain, brimming with destructive force, the other gentle as water, imbued with vibrant vitality. It was the bull and horse talismans. Jiang Liu's eyes flew open, a flicker of elation crossing his features. He attempted to throw a casual punch at the air before him. Boom! A dull sonic explosion abruptly erupted. The air seemed to compress and tear apart in an instant, visibly rippling outward in faint white waves. Lu Bo's cries were abruptly silenced, as if his throat had been constricted, leaving only gasps for breath. He stared at Jiang Liu in terror, then at Long Hao Qian, his lips quivering. Tian, brother Tian, have we encountered a ghost prematurely? Cold condensation, equally horrified, stammered, "No, it can't be. The mission clearly stated. We only encounter ghosts upon entering the apartment." Long Hao Qian's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Having experienced 8 missions and witnessed various oddities, this scene before him exceeded all comprehension. His fists clenched tightly, his body tense, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Is this the power of the bull talisman? Truly formidable, Jiang Liu mused, unable to conceal the delight on his face. Right, and there was still the horse talisman. Invulnerable to all methods? How to verify that? His eyes brightened with a sudden idea. Why not test the power of the bull talisman on himself? If the strength of the bull was met with the healing of the horse talisman, would that not prove its efficacy? Without hesitation, Jiang Liu raised his fist and struck his own sturdy chest with determination. Boom! Another muffled explosion reverberated, the shockwave bursting forth once more. Yet when his fist struck against his own body, Jiang Liu felt as though he had merely been gently nudged, leaving no marks, let alone any pain. Ha ha ha! Indeed, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as though he had stumbled upon a new world. With a thrill surging within him, he swung his fists harder and faster, raining down blows upon his body, arms, and thighs like a relentless downpour. As he struck, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Exhilarating. Boom! 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 The deep, resounding sound of explosions continued unabated, the air swirling around him. This bizarre, frenzied, and inhuman scene struck Long Hao Qian and his companions with a terror far exceeding that of the previous sonic boom. Was this truly a human being? The sound of frozen tooth chattering teeth was clearly audible as she clung desperately to Long Hao-Yin's sleeve, her voice tinged with despair. Tian. Brother Tian. I feel. It seems safer inside the apartment. Lu Bo had forgotten the excruciating pain in his wrist, or perhaps it was overshadowed by a greater fear. He scrambled to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet, his voice cracking. Brother Tian, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Really, I can't feel a thing. Let's hurry. We must go. Long Hao-Yin swallowed hard, his throat parched and constricted. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Lu, who was still wildly inflicting harm upon himself while laughing heartily, and resolutely nodded. Let's go. The three of them, like startled birds, kept a wary eye on Jiang Lu as they cautiously and synchronously retreated. After moving several meters away, they suddenly turned and erupted into an unprecedented speed, scrambling towards the entrance of the apartment building, which loomed like a colossal concrete coffin. I've solved it. I am invincible. Jiang Lu finally ceased his self-inflicted blows, releasing a cloud of white breath and reveling in the comfort that enveloped him. He lowered his fists and surveyed his surroundings. The wild grass grew lush, and a chilling wind blew through. Where had everyone gone? What about those three? His teammates, had they all fled? Jiang Lu scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the familiar, heart-stopping crimson prompt invaded his vision once more. Please enter the Taiping apartment promptly, or you will be deemed a negative player. TSK, what a death knell. Jiang Lu scoffed, accustomed to such urgent demands as a seasoned delivery worker. He sauntered towards the heavily sealed apartment building, which was tightly barricaded with various thick wooden planks and rusted iron bars, leaving only a small gap barely wide enough for a person squeezed through, evidently the opening created by Long Hao-Yin and the others. Standing before this diminutive aperture, Jiang Lu disdainfully curled his lip, petty. He flexed his wrists, feeling the ancient, titanic power surging within him. The force of the bull talisman coursed through his limbs. Watch me perform a grand feat, he declared, lowering his stance and clenching his right fist, devoid of any flourish, pure strength coalescing. Then, he unleashed a tremendous punch against the heavy barricade. A resounding boom echoed, as if the very fabric of space quaked in response, with shavings, iron bars, and shattered bricks scattered like shrapnel from an exploded bomb. The thick cement walls of the apartment trembled violently, releasing a cascade of dust. A gaping hole, large enough for a truck to pass through, appeared ominously at the entrance of the apartment. Meanwhile, within the apartment, in the stairwell of the fourth floor, Long Hao-Yin, Lung Ningbing, and Lu Bo held their breath, cautiously ascending the dust-laden stairs. Suddenly, a thunderous roar. The entire building shook violently, and the stair railing emitted a piercing groan. Holy crap! An earthquake! Lu Bo screamed in terror, crouching on the ground with his hands over his head. Shut up! Long Hao-Yin barked sharply, his expression shifting dramatically, a sense of alarm ringing in his mind. But it was too late. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the stairwell in an instant. The three bodies felt as if ensnared by invisible ice, their blood nearly ceasing to flow, not even a finger could move. Only their eyes could dart around in terror. Creaking, squeaking above on the stairs, the rusted fire door leading to the fifth floor emitted a nauseating scraping sound as it creaked open ever so slowly from within. A head cautiously emerged from the gap. A child's head. Its pallor was an unnatural, lifeless white, devoid of any semblance of vitality. I found you. A youthful yet emotionless voice echoed chillingly. Following this, the small body fully appeared, revealing an even more horrifying sight. A dirty, yellowed strip of transparent tape clung grotesquely around the slender neck connecting to the small head. With the tilt of its head, the tiny skull wobbled precariously, as if it might fall off with a mere thud. In its arms, it clutched tightly a highly decayed, maggot-ridden human head, its eye sockets hollow. The little ghost grinned, revealing a countenance that resembled more of a grotesque grimace than a smile, the tape binding the head stretching tighter. Let's play a game. Chapter 3. The slit-mouthed woman. Jiang Lu stepped into the gaping hole he had just created. Surprisingly, the interior of the apartment was not as dilapidated as it appeared from the outside. A few dim, incandescent bulbs illuminated the corridor, casting a feeble light upon the cracked floor and the mottled walls on either side. Although old and oppressive, it at least allowed him to see the way forward. Survive for 8 hours? Jiang Lu summoned the task information displayed on his retina, curling his lip in disdain. This mission would be more suited for a ghost, wouldn't it? He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power from the bull talisman within him. With a single punch, I could nearly bring the building down. Surely, any ghost would take a detour upon seeing me? With this thought, his confidence surged, and he strode deeper inside. As he approached the stairwell, his peripheral vision caught sight of an old elevator nearby. He halted abruptly. One of the cardinal rules of horror films: never enter a confined space alone. Elevators and restrooms are notorious hotspots for hauntings. Yet, in the next moment, a grin spread across Jiang Lu's face. A hotspot? That suits my purpose perfectly. It was the ideal opportunity to see what kind of ghost lurked in this bizarre game. Without hesitation, he turned around, approached the elevator, and pressed the button for the upper floor. Ding! The elevator doors emitted a rough, grinding sound, slowly sliding open. Inside, the harsh glare of fluorescent lights was blinding, creating an eerie contrast to the dim corridor outside. Jiang Lu stepped in boldly, and the doors began to close behind him. He extended his index finger, decisively pressing the button for the highest floor, the 11th. Searching from the top down, a thorough sweep would surely yield a ghost or two to entertain him. Leaning against the cold metal walls of the elevator, he awaited its ascent. The elevator emitted a dull hum as it began to rise slowly. 1, 2, 3. The numbers flickered gradually. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights above crackled violently, flickering madly. Then, with a sharp pop, all the lights extinguished, plunging the cramped space into darkness. Here we go again. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow in the obscurity, wondering if they were about to plummet downwards. Just as the thought crossed his mind, an indescribably chilling presence seeped into the air, filling the elevator cabin in an instant. Jiang Lu distinctly sensed a vague, icy existence materializing right beside him, nearly brushing against his right arm. Sizzle! The lights flared back to life abruptly, casting a ghastly white glow once more. The elevator had come to a halt. However, the electronic display revealed an impossible floor, 444. Behind Jiang Lu, pressed against the wall of the elevator, a silent figure had appeared. A woman, her head bowed low. Long, greasy black hair hung like a curtain, obscuring most of her face, revealing only a pale, pointed chin. She wore a white, somewhat yellowed, old-fashioned cotton mask and a dress that had faded to an unrecognizable shade, her arms hanging limply at her sides. A faint, peculiar odor reminiscent of formaldehyde emanated from her. The cabin was enveloped in a deathly silence. Moments later, a chilling, dry voice, as if extricated from the depths of a throat, resonated with an eerie, bone-chilling intensity. Do you think I am beautiful? Jiang Lu, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter. What is this? A slit-mouthed woman? Is this bizarre game indulging in nostalgia classics? How clitchy! He bent down, tilting his head, attempting to glimpse the face concealed beneath the ghostly mask of hair. His laughter resonated like thunder in the silent elevator. The ghost's form appeared to shudder slightly, and an aura of vengeful malice surged from her obscured visage. Her voice sharpened, quickened, laden with offended fury, as she pressed again. Do you think I am beautiful? Jiang Lu straightened, observing her half-concealed appearance with a hint of disinterest. He resolutely sat on the floor, crossing his legs, gazing up at the specter with an air of impatience. Sister, you wear a mask and have your hair completely obscured, and you ask me if you're beautiful? I genuinely want to ask you if you feel pain with that big nose of yours. The ghost was thoroughly incensed. Her hand, which hung at her side, shot upward, fingers twisting into claws. Just ask one more time. If this human hears the question a third time, her murderous intent will fully manifest. She would rend this audacious insect to shreds. Her cracked lips quivered beneath the mask, the third inquiry almost spilling forth. Jiang Lu moved, like a flash of lightning. He sprang up from the ground, his right hand striking out like a viper, a swift slap aimed at the ghost's face. Smack! The blow landed squarely, the force nearly sending her drooping head flying. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu's fingers deftly caught the edge of the ghost's mask, yanking it with vigor. Rip! The shoddy cotton mask tore apart, unveiling the ghastly sight beneath, a face as pale as parchment, with lips that had been grotesquely sliced from the corners of her mouth to her ears. The gash, raw and gaping, revealed dark crimson muscle tissue, crudely stitched together with sinister black thread, resembling a ragged patchwork. The ghost felt her head ringing from the impact. More bewildering was the realization that this human had managed to genuinely touch her. Jiang Lu clapped his hands, leaning in to scrutinize the stitched mouth, even going so far as to offer a mock critique. As a ghost, you're quite decent, not a mess of rotten flesh, and your skin is rather fair. But this mouth, the stitching, is rather crude. The rules have been triggered. The man had commented on her appearance. The ghost's heart soared with elation. The forcibly stitched corners of her mouth curled into a cruel smile. Then, I shall make you like me. The ominous voice emanated from some unknown part of her being, laced with sadistic pleasure. In her elevated hand, an enormous, antiquated pair of sewing scissors, stained with dark, congealed blood, materialized out of thin air. She suddenly lunged at Jiang Lu, aiming the scissors directly at his mouth. Snap! The sharp sound echoed, resembling not the clash of metal, but rather the swatting away of a fly. Jiang Lu merely raised a hand casually, delivering a gentle slap with the side of his palm. The scissors, soaked in resentment and blood, flew away with a whoosh. With a clang, they struck the metallic wall of the elevator before bouncing down to the floor. More terrifying was the arm of the female ghost that grasped the scissors. From her palm to her forearm, it disintegrated under that slap. There was no flesh, no bone, only pure spiritual energy dispersed into the air. The ghost froze in place, watching the dissipating remnants of her arm, wisps of white smoke swirling into nothingness. She glanced down at her vanishing forearm, then looked up at the relaxed Jiang Lu, whose eyes, obscured by hair, brimmed with an extreme terror and disbelief. Was this still human? Her scissors, her power, before this person. It felt as fragile as paper. Jiang Lu slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his pants, looking down at the paralyzed ghost with a chilling demeanor. Pick it up. The ghost remained motionless. A profound fear and an unprecedented sense of humiliation rendered her mind blank. She had never encountered such a situation. It was always she who toyed with her prey. How had she ever been treated in such a manner by one of them? Seeing her in action, Jiang Lu's expression grew colder as he stepped closer. The ghost, overwhelmed by an invisible pressure, instinctively recoiled, her icy spirit pressed against the elevator wall. I command you. Jiang Lu's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority, each word deliberate. Pick it up. Meanwhile, within the fire escape, heavy breaths and chaotic footsteps echoed in the narrow, dimly lit stairwell. Lung Ning felt as though her lungs might burst. Her oversized plush pajamas clinging to her drenched in cold sweat. Long Hao Qian rushed ahead, his face pale, his eyes filled with the horror and anger of having survived. Huang Mao, Lu Bo, dead, in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Just moments ago, the child ghost, clutching a decaying head, its own head taped together, had uttered the words, "Let us play a game," before throwing the foul-smelling head towards Lu Bo, who had been the farthest away. The instant the confinement lifted, Lu Bo dashed downstairs like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming. Long Hao Qian's warning to catch it fell on deaf ears. The head landed behind Lu Bo with a dull thud. The terrifying sensation of confinement returned. Long Hao Qian and Lung Ning could only watch helplessly as the crooked-headed child ghost approached the rigid Lu Bo with an eerie smile, moving leisurely. It stood on tiptoe, extending its pale little hand, gently lifting and twisting. Crack! With that sound, Lu Bo's head, bearing an expression of sheer terror, was plucked off as effortlessly as picking a fruit. The headless corpse slumped to the ground, blood gushing forth, staining the dusty corridor. A childlike specter clutched a freshly severed head, still glistening with crimson, and rubbed it against his cheek, his voice imbued with a childlike glee. I have a new toy. Soon after, the shackles were released. Long Hao Qian and Lung Ningbing, hearts pounding with terror, scrambled up the staircase. They finally burst onto the 11th floor, crashing through the heavy fire door and tumbling into the same dim, silent corridor. Long Hao Qian leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath. His face darkened to the point of dripping water, gritting his teeth as he muttered under his breath. That fool Lu Bo. If only he had remained calm and caught that head before tossing it back. We could have observed a bit longer. Perhaps we could have uncovered a loophole in the rules. Lung Ningbing collapsed onto the floor, trembling all over, her voice trembling with fear. Heaven. Brother Tian. What do we do? That little ghost. Hide. Long Hao Qian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. First, we find a place to conceal ourselves. That creature, having acquired a new toy, likely won't pursue us immediately. If we encounter it again, remember, no matter what, catch whatever it throws at you. Be a head or something else. Catch it, then find a way to toss it back. This is currently the only means to buy us time. His voice was urgent and low, laden with a sense of immediacy. The two clung to the wall, struggling to rise, attempting to tread lightly as they navigated the empty corridor. Just as they passed the elevator, a crisp chime resonated through the silence, akin to thunderclaps. Both Long Hao Qian and Lung Ningbing jolted in unison. The elevator doors creaked open, casting light upon them. True to his veteran status, Long Hao Qian did not even glance back, instinctively lowering his body and sprinting towards the staircase door, his speed leaving only an afterimage. Lung Ningbing, however, was not so composed. The sheer shock compelled her to instinctively turn toward the source of the sound, the elevator. The pale light within illuminated a corner of the corridor, revealing her ghostly visage. She beheld the scene inside the elevator, a sight more bizarre than the earlier decapitation of Lu Bo. There, a newcomer clad in a blue delivery uniform, Jiang Lu, wielded a pair of old-fashioned scissors stained with dark crimson, snipping away at the hair of a woman in a white dress who was clearly not alive. The woman's body trembled slightly, her head bowed, long hair falling in disarray, exposing her pallid neck. Was she crying? The chilling aura of humiliation and terror was palpable, even from outside the elevator. In that instant, as the elevator doors fully opened, Jiang Lu seemed to complete his final snip. He stepped back, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. Then he caught sight of Lung Ningbing, who stood outside, frozen in disbelief. As if turned to stone, Jiang Lu flashed a wide grin, showcasing his pearly whites, appearing extraordinarily radiant. He extended his hand and pointed to the ghostly figure with shaved sides and a long strip of hair atop her head, which he had cut. In a tone reminiscent of sharing a new toy, he exclaimed to the cold, icy atmosphere, "Look, a vibrant green field, Marco Polo." Chapter 4. Campus violence. As the elevator doors parted, a rush of light poured in, akin to a drowning soul seizing a lifeline. She neglected to retrieve the bloodied scissors, her form transforming into a blurred white shadow, vanishing swiftly into the dark recesses of the corridor. Remarkably swift, Jiang Lu muttered, casting aside the antiquated tailor's scissors into the corner of the elevator. He stepped out and approached the petrified figure of Lung Ningbing. "Hey!" Jiang Lu waved a hand before her eyes. "What happened to that guy with the nose ring? And Long Hao Qian? Where did they scurry off to?" He recalled the name of the man in the suit, but the name of the blonde. What was it? Wang Bo? Lu Bo? Never mind. Such a name sounded like a character destined to perish within 3 chapters of a novel, so it was understandable that he couldn't remember. Finally, Lung Ningbing's eyes managed to shift, focusing on Jiang Lu's face. The absurd scene in the elevator replayed in her mind, the overwhelming shock rendering her brain a blank slate, leaving her oblivious to Jiang Lu's inquiries. "If you don't speak, I'm leaving," Jiang Lu feigned turning away. "Brother." Lung Ningbing jolted, snapping back to reality, nearly lunging to grasp Jiang Lu's arm, her voice tinged with fervor. "Do you need a charm? I can shout 666, keep you warm. I can tell cold jokes." At that moment, she yearned to cling desperately to this unusually sturdy leg. "Then tell me one," Jiang Lu replied with slight curiosity. With a serious expression, Lung Ningbing began. "2 individuals fell into a pit. The deceased is called a dead person. What do we call the survivor?" Jiang Lu stroked his chin, pondering a ghost. Lung Ningbing shook her head, a lifesaver. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. Jiang Lu felt as though he were in a refrigeration unit. Indeed, it was cold. But not merely cold from a joke. Rather, it was a chill reminiscent of the spectral presence that had emerged from the elevator. Another ghost had arrived. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was subtle, yet carried a disconcerting, viscous quality, as if something heavy and damp were repeatedly crashing against the ground. Jiang Lu and Lung Ningbing turned in unison. A fire door creaked open, revealing a diminutive figure squeezing through. It was the little ghost, its neck encircled by filthy, transparent tape. In its hands, it rhythmically slammed a severed. Did he not collide with that little demon? Or perhaps he devised a means to escape? 2 minutes earlier, deep within the fire escape, Long Haotian was racing downwards with reckless abandon. His survival, through 8 instances, was attributed not solely to his prowess, but also to his strategic retreats and the betrayal of comrades. Upon discovering that his teammates were 2 inexperienced novices, a flicker of secret glee surged within him. Instances inherently possess a mortality rate. The more teammates that perish, the greater his odds of survival. Suddenly, thud, 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 that familiar, skin-crawling sound of a ball bouncing echoed from below, growing ever closer. Long Haotian abruptly halted, his heart plummeting to the depths. Cold sweat soaking his back. 2 slices of bread with cheese. A specter in the elevator above, and now this decapitating little demon below? Is this truly the intensity befitting a D-grade instance? His complexion turned ashen, a trace of anguish flickering in his eyes, yet his actions remained resolute. He swiftly retrieved an ancient, scratched silver pocket watch from his suit's inner pocket. With urgency, Long Haotian opened the watch, holding his breath as he sidestepped to grant the little demon passage. The tape-wielding specter, seemingly oblivious to his presence, strode past him, clutching the lifeless head, step by step, towards the 11th floor. Long Haotian, breath held and back pressed against the frigid wall, witnessed the demon vanish around the stairwell's bend. Not daring to linger, he immediately turned and sprinted downwards. Let's play a game. The little demon halted in the corridor's center, the tape-bound, pallid head slowly rising. Its hollow eye sockets fixated intently on Jiang Lu. The voice, imbued with childlike innocence, bore a chilling lack of warmth. Jiang Lu paid him no heed. He flexed his wrist and ambled towards the demon, his gait casual. Don't go, brother. Lung Ningbing was seized by terror, attempting to grasp him only to find himself ensnared by an invisible force, unable to utter a sound, his cries confined to the depths of his mind. Observing Jiang Lu's lack of fear and his audacity to approach, the little demon's ghastly visage contorted, becoming even more sinister. With a sudden, forceful motion, it raised an arm. Whoosh! Lu Bo's head, accompanied by a rush of air and a pungent scent of blood, hurtled towards Jiang Lu's chest. Jiang Lu merely shifted to the side. With nonchalant, Jiang Lu immediately regretted his actions, gazing at the surrounding red and white objects resembling a hot pot. He wore an expression of disdain and disgust. Damn it, how could there be so much juice? I am truly foolish. He vigorously shook his legs, attempting to rid himself of the repulsive substance. The little ghost was utterly frozen. Maintaining a forward-leaning posture, he stood rigidly in place, his small body trembling slightly from extreme confusion and disbelief. Why? Can he move? Why do the rules not apply to him? The rules have failed. What am I supposed to do now? Jiang Lu spat on the ground, disregarding the chaos beneath his feet. He swaggered over to the little ghost with the demeanor of a rogue, looking down at the head precariously held together with tape. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the little ghost's forehead with his knuckles. Hey kid, Jiang Lu tilted his head, his tone laced with a hint of mischief and mockery. Have you ever seen school bullying? Huh? The little ghost was bewildered. School? What is that place? He had been too young when he died, and after so long as a vengeful spirit, the memories of his life were now a blur. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Lu grabbed the collar of the little ghost's tattered clothing, yanking him to the corner of the wall like one would handle a chick. The action was rough, completely disregarding the fact that this spirit could potentially take a life. Not studying hard, Just playing ball every day? Jiang Lu pressed him against the cold wall, raising a finger. Today, I'll give you a lesson, so you can witness the power of knowledge. He cleared his throat, his voice suddenly rising. Listen closely. Tell me within 10 seconds, what is 7 multiplied by 8? The little ghost stared blankly with his hollow eye sockets. Multiplication? What is that? He had been a spirit for many years, but being human was a distant memory. 10, 9. Jiang Lu began to count down, his speech rapid, a malicious grin on his face. 8, 1. As the last digit left his lips, Jiang Lu snapped his thumb against his middle finger and delivered a well-aimed flick to the little ghost's pale forehead, a forceful strike propelled by his pent-up energy. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The little ghost's head, already tenuously affixed, was propelled like a stone shot from a powerful slingshot, instantly freeing itself from the tape binding it to his neck, soaring away with a whoosh. Rolling in a low arc, the head came to a stop at the feet of the frozen, motionless Jiang Lu. For a moment he stood in astonishment, observing the circle of tape fluttering in the wind at the little ghost's neck, then glancing at the head that had rolled far away, he scratched his head. Wow, it really was just held together with transparent tape? How hastily done. He promptly adopted a serious expression and bellowed at the little ghost's headless body, which was still trembling slightly. Go. Pick it up not far away. The body of the frozen ice remained affixed to the ground by invisible rules, with only the eyeballs able to move in fear. She gazed at the head of the little ghost that had rolled to her feet. On that pale little face, tears were, at that moment, faintly streaming from the hollow eye sockets. The ghost was crying? Just then, the headless little ghost in the corner seemed to receive some sort of command, beginning to fumble along the wall, stumbling toward the weeping head at the feet of the frozen ice. Its movements were clumsy and pitiable. It groped to lift its own head, fumbling to press it back onto its neck, the dirty, transparent tape still retaining some stickiness, barely managing to secure the head in place. Then it groped along the wall, inching back to the corner where Jiang Lu stood, its small body trembling slightly with its head lowered. Jiang Lu nodded in satisfaction, raising his finger once more. Very good. The attitude has improved. The next question, what is 6 multiplied by 7? Unable to answer, his thumb pressed against his middle finger, aiming at the head he had just retrieved, adopting the standard position for a head-popping gesture. Wail. The little ghost finally collapsed completely. The suppressed whimper instantly transformed into a heart-wrenching wail, echoing through the dead silence of the corridor. Crying? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, tightening his thumb even further. Crying counts as time, you know. Sizzle. Sizzle. The little ghost's piercing cries seemed to trigger some sort of switch. In the corridor, the few already dim, incandescent bulbs began to flicker wildly. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the bulbs burst and extinguished. Within mere seconds, the entire corridor was engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand. Only at the farthest end of the corridor, distant from Jiang Lu and the others, remained a solitary light. Under the pale circle of light stood a figure, silent and still. A woman dressed in a gown as red as blood. The hem trailed on the ground, resembling a pool of congealed blood. She bowed her head, long black hair obscuring her face. In her right hand, she held a slender fruit knife that glimmered with a chilling light. As the lights flickered, darkness descended once more, taking advantage of the darkness and Jiang Lu's diverted attention. The little ghost swiftly snatched its head and darted into the nearby stairwell. When the lights illuminated again, the solitary bulb, along with the figure of the woman in the red dress beneath it, had inexplicably advanced significantly closer. The distance to Jiang Lu and the others had diminished greatly. The woman in the red dress maintained her bowed posture, clutching the knife, utterly motionless. Jiang Lu slowly rose to his feet, squinting at the advancing figure in red, and, clenching his fist to feel the surging power of the ox and horse talismans within him, murmured, "Is this the child who has cried out the mother?" Chapter 5. The human puppet. As the ghostly child vanished into the corridor, the suffocating sense of confinement dissipated. Lung Ningbing felt her body relax, nearly succumbing to the ground. Yet, she steeled herself, refusing to succumb to the same terror that had gripped Huang Mao. Panic was not an option. To flee recklessly would be to court death. The only path to survival lay in steadfastly adhering to the figure before her, this towering man. She swiftly darted behind Jiang Lu, her voice laced with urgency. Brother Jiang? What we do now? Her gaze was fixed on the approaching figure, the ghostly woman in the blood-red dress, illuminated by an ominous light. Jiang Lu, undeterred by the ghastly glow and the knife-wielding specter, wore an expression not of fear but of exhilaration. Why not confront this enigma head-on? He did not retreat. Instead, he strode boldly toward the ghostly figure. Though Long Ningbing's heart raced with dread, the sight of Jiang Lu's unwavering resolve spurred her on. They were mere steps away from the ghost. The red-dressed specter remained hunched, her long hair obscuring her face. Suddenly, without warning, thrust the glimmering fruit knife, as if propelled by some unseen force, plunged into Jiang Lu's left chest, the hilt pressing against his blue delivery uniform. It was a speed so astonishing that even Jiang Lu could not comprehend how the attack had unfolded, as though the knife had always been there. Brother Jiang! Lung Ningbing's scream shattered the stillness, tinged with despair. It was over. The stalwart protector was gone. Jiang Lu's body stiffened, and he lowered his gaze in disbelief at the knife embedded in his chest. Such speed! He raised his hand, as if to touch the blade, but it halted midair. Looking up at Lung Ningbing, his face contorted in exaggerated shock, he stammered, I was careless. I didn't evade. Lung Ningbing, you must survive. His words trailed off as his head tilted and his body began to slump. The red-dressed ghost relished the spectacle of her prey succumbing to despair. With her head bowed, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. No longer fixated on the dying Jiang Lu, she loosened her grip on the knife and advanced toward the pale Lung Ningbing, her mind a blank slate. Lung Ningbing felt the shadow of death encroach upon her, paralyzed by fear as she watched the crimson figure draw closer. Just as the ghost was about to reach her, a hand shot forth from below. Gripping Jiang Lu grasped the icy ankle with a powerful grip, his muscles instantly tensing. The ferocious power of the bull talisman erupted with a thunderous force. The bizarre rules appeared formidable, did they? Jiang Lu sneered, channeling strength from his core, swinging his arm as though wielding a heavy ball and chain, lifting the ghostly woman in the red dress entirely off the ground. Yet my rules surpass yours. Bam! Boom! Clang! The talisman's power thoroughly overshadowed the ghost's own rules. Under the overwhelming might of the bull talisman, even spirits were rendered equal. The red-dressed specter was repeatedly slammed against the cold, hard terrazzo floor, battered against the mottled walls, and crashed into the rusty fire pipes. The entire floor trembled violently. Cold Ningbing had long since numbly retreated to the corner, cradling her head in her hands, witnessing a scene far more shocking than any horror film. A man clad in a delivery uniform mercilessly thrashing a horrifying ghost in a red dress, as if it were a tattered sack in the corridor. This image, it seemed she had seen something akin to it in a superhero film where the hero vanquished the villain. After 2 minutes, Jiang Lu appeared to tire slightly, his movements slowing. Yet his grip on the ghost's ankle remained unwavering. He understood, well, that although he wielded the bull talisman, which granted him great strength, dealing with a ghost capable of instant teleportation posed a significant challenge. Should he loosen his hold and allow her to escape, recapturing her would be nearly impossible. The red-dressed specter was left disoriented and battered, her once vibrant crimson gown now tattered and caked with dust, her long hair disheveled and clinging to her pale visage. A profound sense of humiliation washed over her, an experience she had never encountered since becoming a vengeful spirit. Jiang Lu observed the red specter tilt her head slightly, his tone unexpectedly laced with concern. Feeling wronged? To his astonishment, the ghost responded with a semblance of a nod. Sighing, Jiang Lu spoke with a hint of exasperation. I don't wish to bully you, a single mother or child, but you see, there isn't a single capable male ghost around. It's quite challenging for me too. Upon hearing this, the ghost's eyes, hidden beneath her disheveled hair, suddenly glimmered with an eerie light. A cold yet urgent female voice pierced the minds of both individuals. There is. Jiang Lu's interest peaked. Where? On the rooftop. In a water tank. The ghost's voice was laced with deep-seated hatred. The water tank? Jiang Lu was taken aback, envisioning a ghost who had been submerged and had now swelled to an imposing size of over 3 meters. At the instant the ghost uttered the words water tank, both Jiang Lu and Cold Ningbing's retinas were forcibly inundated with a blood-red notification. Mission updated. Uncover the truth behind the haunting in the apartment and survive. Brother Jiang, a hidden mission, Cold Ningbing exclaimed, her voice pitched with excitement, her fear temporarily eclipsed by exhilaration. I was right. Surviving for 8 hours is merely the foundation. Exploring critical information, or even communicating with the source ghost, could trigger the hidden mission. I haven't explored any information at all. Jiang Lu scratched his head, a look of innocence on his face. Condensation Ice gazed at the red-dressed female ghost he was holding as if she were a small chick, his lips twitching. Your mode of communication is rather direct and efficient. So, what are the benefits of completing this task? Jiang Lu was more concerned about tangible rewards. Points. A plethora of points. Condensation Ice's eyes sparkled. Points could bypass mandatory tasks. They could also be exchanged for life-saving items, powerful equipment, and more. All right, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu was filled with vigor. He tugged at the red-dressed ghost as if dragging a dead dog, turning to head towards the fire escape. Condensation Ice hurriedly followed, observing the red-dressed ghost being dragged along the ground, her skirt fraying beyond repair, his emotions complex and difficult to articulate. This thigh is remarkably thick. Meanwhile, on the 4th-floor corridor, Long Hao-Yin felt as if he were on the verge of madness, leaning against a tightly shut iron door. His suit soaked with sweat, he noticed a small, headless figure standing rigidly a few meters away. From a neck wrapped in tape, the ghostly head was being tossed towards him by the headless body, repeatedly. Thud! Long Hao-Yin reflexively caught the icy, resentful head. Thud! He flung it back to the headless body as if it were a hot potato. The headless figure caught it stiffly and tossed it back. Thud! Caught! Thud! Thrown back. Each time, he attempted to control his strength to conserve energy, his only hope now to continue this game until the survival timer expired. Stealing a glance at the countdown on his retina, he cursed inwardly. Who had triggered the hidden task? Shifting perspective to the ghost, he had rolled and crawled down from the 11th floor in frustration, growing increasingly agitated and furious. As a ghost, I am being cornered by a human, forced to do arithmetic. A fiery wrath burned fiercely within his diminutive spirit. As he passed the 4th floor, he sensed the presence of the living, and it seemed to be the Swift Man from earlier. This time, he approached stealthily, quietly pushing open the door of the fire escape. Slipping in like a wisp of shadow, he caught sight of Long Hao-Yin, drenched in sweat, attempting to pry open a tightly shut iron door with a thin wire, evidently seeking a place to hide. The ghost's head, taped together, twisted into a malicious grin. Busy Long Hao-Yin felt as if he were being watched. Upon turning, he found himself instantly ensnared by the rules. Terror etched across his face. The ghost noticed the expression. He fears me. Indeed, he fears me. Excellent. I shall play him to his demise. On the rooftop, the night wind howled as Jiang Lu dragged the red-dressed ghost, with Condensation Ice closely behind, stepping onto the expansive surface. The ghost struggled to raise a finger, pointing towards a massive cylindrical water tank not far away, towering above 2 people. Quite sizable, Jiang Lu remarked, nodding, as he proceeded towards the tank, casting a glance at the iron ladder leaning against it, choosing to disregard it entirely. Approaching the reservoir, he felt the pulsating power of the bull talisman surging through his muscles. With a firm grip on his right fist, he directed a simple punch towards the reservoir. A regular punch, he declared. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the entire reservoir erupted, as if struck by a cannonball. A torrent of murky water gushed forth, scattering in all directions. As the waves receded, the interior of the reservoir was revealed. There, amidst the sludge at the bottom, lay something that barely resembled a human form. Its limbs had been severed at the shoulders and thighs, leaving only a bare torso and a similarly stripped head. It resembled a gigantic maggot, deprived of all legs, struggling in the mire for countless years. Initially presumed to be an ordinary ghost, It turned out to be a wretched hybrid of man and beast. Jiang Lu felt a tinge of disappointment. Having just dealt with vulnerable souls, would he now have to prey on the weak and infirm? The hybrid seemed startled by the commotion, slowly opening its eyes. It first gazed upon the fallen figure of the woman in red, hatred blazing in its eyes. Yet, as its gaze shifted to Jiang Lu and Lung Ningbing standing outside the breach, a sickly, chilling joy mingled with its hatred. Jiang Lu pinched his nose in distaste, waving away the foul stench, and addressed the hybrid at the bottom of the reservoir with a casual gesture. "Hey, maggot, you can commence your performance now." His tone was as nonchalant as if he were requesting a song. The hybrid emitted a raspy sound from its throat, fixating on the woman in red. Its voice hoarse and distorted. "You actually managed to bring her here. How delightful, cut the nonsense." Jiang Lu interrupted impatiently. "Get on with the story. The audience is waiting." He gestured to himself and the anxious Lung Ningbing. The hybrid paused, its murky eyes moving in surprise at the unexpected reaction. However, the pent-up resentment and twisted desire to divulge erupted instantly. It pointed its chin towards the woman in red, its voice rising with madness. "She was my wife, a lunatic in life. I merely slept with Mrs. Wang next door, and when she found out, a neurotic laugh escaped its lips. Haha, she took a pair of scissors and brutally sliced open Mrs. Wang's face, and then with a coarse needle and thread, she stitched up that ruined mouth. All crooked, like a giant centipede. In the end, she stuffed her into the dark elevator shaft to let her rot slowly." Ha. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, recalling the stitch-mouthed ghost in the elevator. A loyal family indeed. And then, the hybrid disregarded the nearly palpable vengeance emanating from the woman in red, continuing to shriek. Then she filmed the torment of Mrs. Wang, playing the video before me, asking, "Does it look good? Do you like it? Look at yourself, do you look good?" Imitating the sharp voice, it trembled with excitement. I was terrified. I rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a boning knife, and confronted her, demanding she turn herself in. Jiang Lu crossed his arms, signaling for it to proceed. She refused. The voice of the creature, filled with terror and dread, echoed as she proclaimed that our family would remain together forever. Like a madwoman, she lunged towards me, seeking to embrace me. I was utterly terrified. With my eyes tightly shut, I swung a knife in panic. Her voice suddenly turned sharp and anguished as she lamented, "My son, he happened to walk by, and the knife struck his neck. Blood. It was everywhere." I was paralyzed with fear, and then she clutched her son and dashed out like a lunatic. He seemed to be ensnared in a painful recollection, pausing momentarily before continuing with a voice rife with bitterness. What happened next is unclear. It seemed she was going from door to door, pleading for help, but no one opened their doors. No one dared to respond, fearing calamity would befall them. In the end, she donned the most crimson dress and hanged herself in the corridor. Listening to this absurd tale, Jiang Lu curled his lips in disdain. He cared not for the truth, but only for the completion of his task. Nearby, Lung Ningbing appeared engrossed in the narrative, inquiring, "And then? What happened next?" The creature's voice rose sharply, imbued with boundless hatred. Then she transformed into a vengeful spirit. Her resentment soared. She exterminated everyone in the building. Not a single soul was spared. The elderly, the children, the infants. Not one was let go. Blood flowed like rivers. Eventually, some knowledgeable individuals arrived and sealed all the windows with cement. They locked her, forever within this building of the dead. But I have yet to die. She dragged me back, sever my limbs, like butchering a pig, with salt, with chilly water. She tormented me for days, leaving me in a state of despair, unable to live or die. In the end, his eyes, filled with venom, fixed intently on the ghost in the red dress. She discarded me, like refuse, into this, still unfilled, cold water tank, leaving me to struggle like a wretched insect in the chill of despair, to rot. Until I breathed my last. Lung Ningbing felt a chill run through her limbs, her stomach churning violently. This family was indeed a concentration camp of perversion. Jiang Lu, however, remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. Not all family is worth sharing a door with. None of them are virtuous. A grotesque smile suddenly appeared on the creature's filthy face. Her murky eyes fixated on Jiang Lu and Lung Ningbing. My suffering surpasses all others. Thus, I too became a ghost. Hey, spirit-bound to wander the realm of the dead. I harbor hatred. I bear grudges. I curse her day and night. But today, her gaze turned towards Jiang Lu, filled with a morbid gratitude. You have brought her to me. I must express my profound thanks. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what can you, a writhing wretch, offer me in thanks? A performance of rolling over 3.5 times? The smile on the creature's face twisted into a more sinister grimace, her voice tinged with a chilling fervor. I shall savor your flesh and blood. In the most excruciating manner, Jiang Lu scoffed. Savor? With you being nothing more than a wriggling worm floundering in the muck. Ha ha! The creature erupted in frenzied laughter before speaking again with a menacing tone. I await the formation of my ghostly domain. What do you await? As her words lingered in the air, the atmosphere thickened with impending dread. An indescribable chill of malice, akin to a tangible tide, instantaneously engulfed the entire rooftop. The frigid concrete beneath my feet, the pitch-black night sky above, the air surrounding me. Everything was suddenly suffused with an inextricable hue of deep crimson. Chapter 6 concluded. A viscous, writhing mist of blood enveloped the entire rooftop, not merely a color, but rather a coagulated, putrid plasma that clouded the vision. The heavy scent of rust and the foul stench of decaying organs were suffocating. Within the depths of the fog, countless bloodied hands, born of resentment, flailed frantically, while distorted, anguished faces materialized and vanished within the crimson haze. Each visage was frozen in the last moments of terror and despair, the vengeful spirits of those entombed alive within the concrete confines of the apartment. Their grievances found no outlet, siphoned off by the ghastly figure of the man-beast, transforming into this sanguine realm of the dead. The man-beast had vanished, completely assimilated into the churning sea of blood. The entire ghostly domain resembled a colossal, living stomach, pulsating and contracting, advancing towards the isolated figures of Jiang Lu and Lung Ningbing at its center. Jiang Lu gazed up at the blood-red canopy that obscured the sky, his nostrils flaring as he muttered inappropriately, "Tisk. Is at the bottom of a red oil pot?" Quite tempting. He had anticipated that the hidden mission would not be so simple. Lung Ningbing, terrified to the core, darted behind Jiang Lu, clutching the hem of his delivery uniform with a trembling voice. "Brother Jiang, this thing looks ominous. Perhaps we should retreat for a moment?" "Retreat from it?" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. "Retreat from what?" Before his words had fully escaped, he bent down, grasping the ankle of the ghostly woman in red as her terrified gaze widened. With a sudden surge of strength, his core tightened, and the muscles in his arms bulged as the power of the protective talisman erupted. "Go, Pikachu!" The ghost in the red dress shot forth like a bowling ball hurled with all one's might, her wails of resentment echoing as she plunged into the depths of the roiling blood mist. The agonized faces within twisted in an instant, unleashing a silent scream of even greater malice and ecstasy. Countless bloodied hands, akin to ravenous piranhas sensing blood, lunged towards their incoming kin. The ghostly figure had barely emitted a wave of her essence being torn asunder before she was wholly consumed by the very spirits she had once tormented. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing specter in red was devoured in despair, her essence torn apart amidst the fray. The blood mist thickened even further, swirling with a more violent ferocity. Jiang Lu turned to Lung Ningbing, who stood in stunned silence, and succinctly warned, "It's coming. The ghost cannot harm me. You should find your own way to hide." "Hide? Where, brother?" Lung Ningbing was on the verge of tears, desperately scanning their surroundings. The expansive rooftop was entirely encompassed by the ghostly domain, compressing their space to a mere 4 or 5 meters. Hide? Should she burrow into the cracks of the ground? Jiang Lu shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself." He understood he was in an invulnerable position, yet he and Lung Ningbing were mere acquaintances, not her guardian. At that critical juncture, it seemed Lung Ningbing had resolved to take action. She suddenly crouched low, seizing the hem of Jiang Lu's oversized blue delivery uniform and forcefully yanking it upwards. In the moment Jiang Lu was caught off guard, she slipped inside like a slippery loach. In an instant, their bodies pressed tightly together. Jiang Lu could feel a warm, trembling body, accompanied by a rapid heartbeat, closely adhering to his back without any gap, particularly at the center of his back. Two exceptionally soft and plump sensations pressed against him, radiating an astonishing elasticity and warmth. Buzz! A jolt of electric-like sensation surged through both of them. Jiang Lu's body stiffened suddenly, his face flushing. Through the thin fabric, he could distinctly sense the girl's temperature and curves behind him. Lung Ningbing felt so embarrassed that she wished to burrow into the ground, her face turning as red as a cooked shrimp, burying it against Jiang Lu's back. Afraid to look up, an unusual awkwardness enveloped the rooftop. Ahem. To alleviate the embarrassment, Lung Ningbing stammered, "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect. You really are a double agent, huh? Huh?" In that fleeting moment when she had dove in, she caught a glimpse of the yellow uniform of another delivery company peeking from the inside of Jiang Lu's blue delivery outfit. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes, too lazy to comment on this untimely discovery. At that moment, a surging blood mist, akin to a roaring crimson wave, suddenly contracted to its limit, enveloping the two of them in a blood-red sphere with a diameter of less than 3 meters. Countless bloodied hands, shrieking with resentment, emerged from all directions, aiming to tear apart the two at the center with a vicious force. Terrified, Lung Ningbing tightly shut her eyes, clinging to Jiang Lu's waist, burying her face in his back, bracing herself for the impending demonic assault. Pop! Pop, pop, pop! A series of faint sounds, reminiscent of soap bubbles bursting, echoed. Those bloodied hands, capable of ripping steel and corroding souls, dissipated silently upon contact with Jiang Lu's body, as if snow met a scorching iron. Deep within the blood mist, the entity controlling everything, a grotesque figure, suddenly narrowed its murky eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere mortal's flesh and blood withstand its malevolence and scathe? Even spirit erosion was ineffective. In a fit of rage, more bloodied hands emerged from the viscous mist, advancing like a tempest from every conceivable angle towards Jiang Lu. Some even insidiously circled around him, directly targeting the unsuspecting Lung Ningbing behind him. Jiang Lu furrowed his brows. While he was unharmed, this delicate companion could not withstand such assaults. With a helpless sigh, he readied himself. "Brother Jiang." Lung Ningbing sensed movement from the person she was holding on to. Jiang Lu made no extraneous motion, only suddenly leaned back. Bang! A solid back-to-ground maneuver. Jiang Lu's body, reinforced by talismans, acted like a heavy iron plate, forcefully slamming Lung Ningbing against the cold, hard concrete floor. Ah! Lung Ningbing felt as though her insides were about to be crushed by the sudden weight of a mountain. Stars danced before her eyes, and her chest felt constricted, making it hard to breathe. She struggled to utter a few words. "Jiang. Brother Jiang. I think I just saw my great-grandmother," waving at me. Just as Lung Ningbing was dazed from the impact, the bloodied hands that had attempted to ambush them grasped at empty air. As the torrents of blood hands continued their relentless assault upon Jiang Lu, the sounds of their strikes echoed like a torrential downpour upon an oilcloth. Countless bloodied hands surged forth in a frenzied flurry, clawing, tearing, and gnawing at him. Yet Jiang Lu remained as steadfast as a rock, impervious to the tumultuous waves of blood that crashed around him. Even the frozen ground beneath him was completely shielded by his body, suffering not a scratch. After a brief interlude of frenzied attacks, the onslaught abruptly ceased, and the blood mist seemed to thin and darken. Only the swirling vapors remained, with no further blood hands daring to emerge. Jiang Lu rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his delivery uniform, and hoisted the semi-conscious figure of Lung Ningbing along with him. "Brother Jiang, are you in skate?" Lung Ningbing asked, baring his teeth in disbelief. Jiang Lu glanced down at his slightly soiled attire, nonchalantly dusting off his sleeves, and replied with calm composure, just a bit dirty at the hem. From within the blood mist, a voice filled with despair echoed, "Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!" A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes. "Found you," he exclaimed, his muscles tautening like steel cables. With no embellishments, pure power coalesced in his right fist. "Serious punch," he declared, unleashing an overwhelming force into the blood mist from whence the voice had emanated. The impact resonated, causing the viscous blood mist to hiss as though struck by an invisible solvent. The edges of the mist twisted and recoiled in fear of that unadulterated strength, revealing the contorted visage of the creature, a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast, paralyzed by sheer terror. Though the filth beneath it remained, the blood mist that had concealed its movements was utterly dispelled. It lay exposed like a slug cast ashore, vulnerable under the predatory gaze, reduced to helpless writhing and despair. Jiang Lu stepped forward, closing the distance to confront the creature. "Wait. The creature stammered, attempting to plead for mercy or issue threats. But Jiang Lu paid him no heed. Raising his right foot, he descended upon the wretched form as if squashing an annoying cockroach. A soft, nearly inaudible sound echoed, a muted thud. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no blinding radiance. Instead, the creature's spirit, forged from resentment, collapsed under the absolute might of Jiang Lu's power, akin to a deflated balloon, dissipating into a foul wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. The dense blood mist enveloping the rooftop, having lost its central anchor, receded rapidly like a retreating tide, revealing the cold concrete beneath and the inky night sky above. Jiang Lu's retina flickered with information. Hidden task completed. Main task completed. Transporting back to reality in 60 seconds. Meanwhile, in the fourth-floor corridor, Long Hao Yin, mechanically repeating the motions of catching and throwing a ball, was abruptly met with the startling notification of task completion flashing before his eyes. Salt. Elation. The task was completed. But how could that be? How much time had truly passed? Who had accomplished this? Was it that Lung Ning Bing playing the fool? Or the enigmatic delivery man? A surge of immense joy overwhelmed his reason. He gazed at the cold, severed head, adorned with a nose ring, that had been flung back into his hands, and cast a glance at the vivid crimson countdown displayed on his retina. 8. 7. A long-repressed, malicious thought slithered forth like a venomous serpent. That little brat. A sinister smile of impending vengeance crept across Long Hao Yin's face. He no longer tossed the head back to the headless body. Instead, he clenched the small, resentful cranium tightly. The little ghost was bewildered. What did this person intend to do? This was not how the rules worked. Long Hao Yin firmly gripped the ghost's head, forcefully flipping it over and securing it against his abdomen. With lightning speed, his other hand swiftly unbuckled his belt. I have endured this for far too long. Accompanied by a roar of release, Long Hao Yin gathered all his strength. A warm, pungent orange liquid cascaded down upon the pale ghost's head as if a dam had burst. From the scalp to the bridge of the nose, from the hollow eye sockets to the agape, astonished mouth. The ghost's expression transformed from shock to confusion, ultimately culminating in profound humiliation and fury. Its diminutive body trembled violently, exuding an almost tangible aura of malevolence. Yet the countdown reached 0. 3, 2, 1. A flash of white light erupted, and with a sense of triumphant revenge, Long Hao Yin vanished from sight. In the empty corridor, only the headless body of the little ghost continued to tremble violently, alongside a small puddle of foul-smelling liquid on the ground. Chapter 7 Summary. D-Level Basic Reward. 50 points. Hidden Task Reward. 60 points. Task Evaluation. Escaping from the sinister clutches of malevolent spirits proves your intellect, demonstrating that wit surpasses brute strength. I anticipate your future performances. First game reminder. Please enter an elevator before midnight 7 days hence to commence the next round. Failure to comply will result in obliteration. The elevator hummed as it ascended, and Jiang Lu gazed at the information displayed on his retina, rendered momentarily speechless. Was he to continue playing? Had he been ensnared? He murmured to himself. He was uncertain what incantations would be summoned next. If the results were unfavorable, it could spell peril for his life. Moreover, did this appraisal of him as a clever individual suggest that this wretched system was mocking him? In truth, Jiang Lu had misinterpreted the system. It was oblivious to the process, focusing solely on the outcome. The player remained unscathed, and yet malevolent spirits had perished within the instance. The system presumed that Jiang Lu had triumphed through cunning manipulation, instigating a conflict among the specters. After all, who would believe that one could rend a malevolent spirit asunder with their bare hands? Jiang Lu scoffed, dismissing the settlement screen. Another interface materialized on his retina, simplistic in design with just a few options: trade, social, exchange, inventory. He eagerly selected the exchange option. The first item listed was Task Skip Voucher, priced at 100 points. Its effect allowed one to bypass a single instance summoning, albeit without any rewards. Jiang Lu's gaze did not linger, continuing to peruse further. The consumable Puppet Doll had an effect of summoning a puppet that would exist for 15 minutes, priced at 300 points. The consumable Bronze Ancient Lamp illuminated all stealth units for 15 minutes upon activation. Priced at 250 points, this was deemed a special item, potentially invaluable in certain instances. The consumable Demon Repelling Staff could negate a single fatal attack, priced at 400 points. Could he afford none of these? All were merely one-time consumables? Jiang Lu scratched his head in frustration. As he scrolled further down, the prices of items escalated, yet they were no longer single-use consumables. Most items now bore the prefix, limited to one use per instance. Amid his browsing, a necklace caught Jiang Lu's attention. The item, Lucky 7, granted 1 second of good fortune, usable once per instance, priced at 1,700 points. His eyes brightened. 1 second of luck. A thought crystallized in his mind. If he could calculate the timing accurately and utilize the Lucky 7 before the incantation was randomly generated, could he not ensure that he received the desired spell each time? However, upon glancing at the upper right corner displaying his remaining points, 110, his spirits waned. Accumulating such a sum seemed an endeavor for another age. Suddenly, the social tab illuminated with a red dot. Cold condensation ice. Long Hao Ian has requested to add you as a friend. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted Cold Condensation Ice's request, promptly disregarding Long Hao Ian's application. Ding! The elevator door slid apart. Jiang Lu retrieved his phone. The screen illuminated, revealing the current time, 12:03 a.m. He had endured a tumultuous ordeal inside, yet only mere minutes had elapsed outside. This dissonance in time left him momentarily disoriented. As soon as Jiang Lu stepped out of the elevator, his phone erupted in frantic vibrations, as if heralding a death knell. Upon answering, a sharp, irate male voice nearly shattered the earpiece. "Where's my delivery? You dare mark it as delivered when it hasn't arrived? Are you trying to provoke a complaint?" Jiang Lu quickly responded, "I apologize. Your coffee spilled. Perhaps you should request a refund." "You beggar, just wait. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I will ensure you lose your job. I will." Jiang Lu abruptly hung up, dismissing the tirade. A complaint? Absurd. Complaints were the least of our concerns in the gig economy. He then began to scroll through his phone, suspecting that he had unwittingly entered a bizarre side quest related to a post he had previously viewed. However, his fingers slid through his browsing history, yet he could not locate the post he sought. A sense of disorientation washed over him as he exited the building, only to find himself at the location where he had parked his electric scooter. A surge of anger welled within him. "What the hell, where's my bike?" Jiang Lu was taken aback, spinning in circles only to be met with a few leaves dancing in the wind. Participating in this ridiculous game, he had earned no money and now found his transportation gone. No need for customer complaints. He was already out of a job. Lung Ningbing, swathed in a soft bathrobe, emerged from the spacious private elevator of her villa. She dried her hair and nestled into the expansive sofa in the living room. Her gaze fixated on the friend interface on her retina, her messages to Jiang Lu sinking into an abyss of silence. With a sigh, her finger hovered over the power button. At that moment, a new message popped up. "If you have something to say, say it." Busu. Lung Ningbing was taken aback. The reliable companion from the side quest, usually exuding a carefree demeanor, seemed to be in distress. Could he be facing a difficult situation? After a moment's hesitation, she sent another message. "Brother Jiang, I owe you for this side quest. I wish to thank you in person. I'm busy. I can't be bothered." The reply was laced with a chilling indifference. I want to take up much of your time. After sending the message, she awaited a response, but none came. Lung Ningbing set her phone down, exhaling softly. It appeared that her ally had more pressing matters to attend to, and moreover, his mood seemed quite dismal. Indeed, Jiang Lu was preoccupied with urgent affairs, cursing under his breath as he scanned a QR code to unlock a shared bicycle. The local gang had shown a shocking lack of decorum, even stealing his delivery bike. He clenched his teeth and began pedaling furiously on a yellow bike. Tomorrow, he had an early shift at Country Garden Security, needing to rise by 6:30. There was no time for idle chatter with Lung Ningbing. He was a man of ambition. Women merely slowed his pursuit of wealth. The wheels clattered over the uneven night road, the chain emitting a faint groan. As he pedaled, he suddenly sensed something amiss. 10 kilometers had passed, yet his breathing remained steady, and his legs felt surprisingly unburdened. This was peculiar. The next day, the cheap alarm clock in his rental apartment emitted a piercing shriek right on time. Jiang Lu flipped over, sitting up, splashed cold water on his face, donned his clothes, and dashed outside. He jogged towards the Country Garden guard station, his breath still composed, his steps light. Was it the game's sweet indulgence? After using that charm, did it leave behind some residual power? At 7 o'clock, during the shift change at the security booth, Jiang Lu donned the faded security uniform. Once his colleague departed, he settled into the swivel chair in the monitoring room and raised his phone before him. Sighing, he contemplated the arduous day ahead. Should he venture into the King's Canyon or pursue the elusive 3-star 5-cost? His gaze unconsciously roamed across the desk, landing on an old fruit peeler lying there. An idea emerged unexpectedly. He set down his phone and grasped the small knife, the cold metal pressing against his fingertip. Without much hesitation, he gently drew the blade across the tip of his index finger. The skin parted, and a bright red droplet of blood emerged, slowly trailing down his fingertip. 1 drop, 2 drops. There was no pain. After the 3rd droplet fell, all was still, and a slight itch began at the sight. A few seconds later, Jiang Lu wiped away the bloodstain with a tissue. His skin appeared smooth and unblemished, save for a faint, hair-thin white line that would escape notice unless inspected closely. Jiang Lu gazed at his unscathed finger, a smile gradually spreading across his lips, ultimately transforming into a silent grin. The mystery was solved. If he continued to use the charm, he feared he might become a deity himself. Chapter 8: Hide and Seek. At 5 o'clock p.m., Jiang Lu removed his security cap and nodded farewell to old Zhang, who had just arrived for the shift. Upon returning to his rented room, he shed the dark blue security uniform, casually tossing it onto a chair. He quickly made his way to the cramped bathroom to take a shower. As he dried off, he habitually glanced at the mirror in the corner. The muscle definition on his arms and abdomen seemed to have become more pronounced. Could it still be the residual power of the talisman? After freshening up, he donned his flip-flops and descended the stairs, his destination clear. The Shaw County snack shop around the corner. He found a seat at random. Boss, the usual. Duck leg rice. All right. The boss did not even lift his head. Just as Jiang Lu split the disposable chopsticks, a figure sat down across from him with a creak. Jiang Gu, your colleague didn't deceive me. You really are here. Jiang Lu looked up to see a rather pretty, yet somewhat familiar face. It was Lung Ningbing. What brings you here? Jiang Lu asked while shoveling a mouthful of rice. Lung Ningbing pointed to her phone and replied, The delivery uniform you wore the other day caught my friend's attention. I asked around about your name and activity range. Not too difficult. Jiang Lu nodded, taking a bite of duck leg. What do you want from me? I'm busy building my career and don't have time for romance right now. Lung Ningbing didn't take the bait and countered, building a career. Does that mean you earn 800 as a security guard during the day and then deliver food at night? She glanced at his faded t-shirt. Jiang Lu felt a flush rise to his face, defiantly retorting, What do you know? This is called lurking. It's about accumulating strength before a breakthrough. Understand? Sooner or later, I will become a millionaire. Lung Ningbing blinked and seriously replied, Million. And millionaire, can those 2 words even be used together? Jiang Lu's ears turned crimson. Mind your own business. Now, let's get to the point. What do you want from me? I just wanted to see. Lung Ningbing's gaze held a probing curiosity, the decisive you in the bizarre game. How do you appear in reality? What do you really like? Jiang Lu stuffed the last mouthful of rice in his mouth, cheeks puffed out. Have you seen enough? Then don't let the door hit you on your way out. Lung Ningbing remained seated, retrieving a bank card from her pocket and sliding it across the greasy table. The password is 6/8. Consider it a token of gratitude. Che, what can a young girl like you possibly have? Jiang Lu, will never accept a woman's money. Jiang Lu continued to eat his duck leg rice. 500,000. What? How much? 500,000. With a thud, Jiang Lu slammed the disposable chopsticks onto the table and turned to the busy boss, shouting with vigor, "Boss, add a chicken leg and 10 more." His booming voice silenced the entire small shop for a moment. At the wetland park in Dahuai City, just as darkness fell, Jiang Lu rubbed his stomach as he strolled along the riverbank with Lung Ningbing. Burps escaped him one after another. Jiang Gu. Lung Ningbing broke the silence. I'm quite curious about one thing. How did you disregard those ghostly rules? Burp. Jiang Lu burped again, perhaps. It's because I opened it. Lung Ningbing paused for a moment before changing the subject. Given your remarkable abilities, why are you still working as a security guard and delivering food? What compels you? A fleeting image of his father, who became unhinged after drinking, and his mother, whose face he could no longer recall, crossed Jiang Lu's mind. He too yearned to ask why. Yet, he remained silent, eventually uttering a mere 2 words, a hobby. This response rendered Lung Ningbing momentarily speechless. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively inquired, if I were to assist you in opening a shop, would you be willing to resign from your position as a security guard? Jiang Lu abruptly turned his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that true, my benefactor? Lung Ningbing found his reaction amusing. Is that a promise? Then it's settled. I shall provide the funds, and you shall contribute the effort. Profits will be split 50-50. Jiang Lu, regaining his composure, asked, wait, you mentioned opening a shop. What kind of shop? Surely you don't mean a food delivery service or a security company. Lung Ningbing smiled enigmatically. Of course, it will be something you excel at. Rest assured, you will be more than capable. Once the next peculiar game concludes, I will reach out to discuss the details. Speaking of a game, Jiang Lu recalled a question. What happens to Lu Bo if he dies in the game? After pondering for a moment, Lung Ningbing replied, I once heard a senior mention that those who perish in the game may also meet with an accident in reality. Can 2 acquainted players enter the same instance of the game? Jiang Lu continued to probe. Lung Ningbing shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I've only dabbled a few times myself. A chill ran down Jiang Lu's spine. If forming a team were impossible, then each time he revealed his talismanic powers, different players would witness it. If Lung Ningbing could locate him, others could certainly do the same. Until he grew stronger. He could not afford to be so conspicuous in the game. The thought of attracting the attention of someone with ulterior motives, coveting his talismanic abilities, sent a shiver down his back. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, a luxurious vehicle, which Jiang Lu did not recognize but could distinctly tell was expensive, arrived to pick up Lung Ningbing. Even the exhaust fumes wafting from the car carried the scent of wealth. Jiang Lu felt the card in his pocket and turned a corner, making his way to the nearest bank, ATM. He inserted his card and entered his password. The screen illuminated account balance. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands. Jiang Lu stared at the string of zeros, inhaling slowly, then exhaling deeply. Could money truly arrive so swiftly? A thought struck him. Had he been laboring tirelessly for the past decade only to narrow his path? Embracing a wealthy benefactor might just be his way out. The following day, Jiang Lu strode purposefully into the security booth. The team leader was engrossed in scrolling through short videos. Captain, I wish to resign, Jiang Lu stated casually. The captain looked up, momentarily taken aback. Resign? Are you serious? He set down his phone, rose to his feet, and patted Jiang Lu's shoulder with a pained expression. Alas, our team has lost a diligent and dedicated brother. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of emotion. Before he could feel touched, the captain continued. We will no longer witness your punctual prowess in the ranked matches. Xiao Lu, could you please adjust Shaolin's schedule? Oh, he called the wrong name. The subtle turmoil within Jiang Lu's heart instantly calmed. Yet, this job had imparted numerous lessons upon him. For instance, He learned to control resources in the jungle and to precisely calculate the interest on a losing streak. Freed from the constraints of his security guard identity, Jiang Lu embarked on a spree of indulgent spending. For breakfast, he savored a pancake with 3 eggs. At noon, he bid farewell to frugal meals and splurged on a generous serving of braised chicken. In the evening, he boldly ventured downstairs for barbecue. Unfortunately, the good times, much like the half plate of leftover barbecue in the refrigerator, have a fleeting shelf life. A peculiar game was about to commence once more. Jiang Lu gazed at the screen of his phone, the numbers dancing, 11:40. His 6th-floor, dilapidated apartment lacked an elevator. Timing himself carefully, he sauntered down the stairs. At 11:55, he stepped into the revolving door of a nearby budget hotel and pressed the elevator button. The numbers descended. 1st floor. Ding. The doors opened to reveal 3 or 4 people already inside. Jiang Lu squeezed in, taking his place in the corner. The elevator stopped intermittently, 2 more boarded, and 1 disembarked. The confined space was packed with people. Jiang Lu fixated on the floor indicator above, his heart racing. With so many people, what would happen when the game began? Would they all vanish collectively? Time ticked closer to midnight. 12 o'clock, 00. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the lights above flickered violently without warning, akin to a faulty bulb. Several passengers in the elevator gasped in surprise. Jiang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Right before him, those who had been standing shoulder to shoulder a moment ago vanished in an instant, like a television signal gone awry. He was left alone, facing the cold metal wall. Was it truly a complete disappearance? How hasty could this be? In the next moment, a sensation of weightlessness hit him like a tidal wave. The elevator plummeted like a stone thrown from a height, descending uncontrollably. This familiar free fall felt identical to the last time. Seconds later, the descent abruptly halted. Thud! A dull sound marked its arrival. Above the elevator doors, a bright red number displayed. -18F. On his retina, words flowed like icy streams. Dungeon. Hide and seek. Dungeon level. C. Main quest. Enter Ruin Fa Mall to participate in the game of hide and seek. Each player takes a turn as the seeker for 30 minutes. The remaining players must evade the seeker's pursuit. The game concludes after 1 round. Tip: any damage incurred within the dungeon will be automatically repaired in the real world. The information was brief, yet densely packed with meaning. Jiang Lu's gaze swept over the edges of the text as he silently timed himself, awaiting the customary next piece of information to appear. Just 2 seconds later, indeed, the scarlet text silently materialized. The random spell for this instance is Snake, Mouse, Mouse spell. Bestows the power of life upon inanimate objects. It enables statues, dolls, and other lifeless entities to move and possess their own consciousness. Snake spell grants the user the ability to conceal their form. No one will be able to perceive your existence. Chapter 9, the grand performance begins. Snake charm, mouse charm. Jiang Lu mused to himself, this combination. It suggests I should buy my time. It seems I cannot charge in recklessly as I did last time, without the dog and horse charms. I could easily meet my demise. Contemplating this, Jiang Lu exited the elevator and found himself before a seemingly brand new 5-story shopping mall, brightly lit and polished, entirely uncharacteristic of a venue destined for a bizarre game. Not far away stood 2 individuals. One donned an eye-catching leopard print t-shirt, his muscles bulging and his gaze fierce. The other, clad in a black tank top, possessed a lean and imposing physique, exuding an equally menacing aura. Both cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Lu. He forced a harmless smile and nodded, reminding himself internally, bide your time. Moments later, another arrived, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a neatly pressed shirt, exuding an air of refinement. Following him was a young woman in casual attire, her expression tinged with concern. Now there were 5 of them, gathered at the entrance of the mall, the atmosphere somewhat tense. None were acquainted. Silence reigned as no one dared to speak. Jiang Lu found himself puzzled. The retinal display had yet to indicate any negative game prompts. Could there be more participants? Nevertheless, he remained silent, waiting alongside the others. Good grief. The leopard print muscular man spat impatiently. What kind of important person are we waiting for? His voice boomed through the air. No sooner had he spoken than a frail young man, wearing black-framed glasses, hurriedly jogged over, breathless, and murmured, I'm sorry for being late. The leopard print man shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. I thought we were waiting for someone significant. You, with your 4 eyes, expect us to wait for you? Seemingly stung by the term 4 eyes, the young man with rimless glasses adjusted his lenses and interjected, I believe we are all here now. The sea-level dungeon has a maximum limit of 6 players. Let us not waste time and introduce ourselves. I am Zhong Yiquan, a financial consultant, having participated in 7 games. He stated. The leopard print man grunted, Zhao Long. Folks on the street call me Brother Long from Kunshan 3 times. His tone carried a hint of streetwise bravado. The woman in casual wear spoke softly yet wearily, Li Mei, an accountant, 5 times. The young man in the tank top stood upright, Yuan Yong, a veteran, 2nd time. Upon revealing his military background, the others couldn't help but glance at him. Even Zhao Long offered a perfunctory nod in acknowledgement. Jiang Lu, well aware of the perils of mediocrity, recognized that those who introduced themselves in the middle often slipped under the radar. He quickly chimed in, I am Jiang Lu, a delivery worker, 2nd time. Lastly, the timid young man with black frames muttered, his voice barely audible, Wang Yang, a student, 2nd time. With the introductions complete, silence enveloped the group once more. Observing the reluctance to take charge, Zhong Yiquan sighed gently. No one willing to speak up? Then allow me to outline the essentials. The rules of the game are straightforward. We take turns being the ghost for 30 minutes while the others hide. However, it remains unclear what happens if the ghost catches someone. He paused for emphasis, intensifying his tone. I suspect it results in death. Zhao Long crossed his arms. This rule seems flawed. What if someone hasn't had their turn and gets killed by another ghost? Wouldn't that render the task impossible? The young woman, Li Mei, spoke up with a voice that, though soft, was unmistakably clear. In theory, the system should not arrange for a deadlock. Those who have perished are likely no longer counted, right? However, she shifted her tone, her voice deepening. If everyone agrees in advance that those who become ghosts will not chase anyone, wouldn't that simply be slacking off? This game surely lacks such benevolence. Zhong Yiquan nodded in agreement. That's true, but it remains mere speculation. Standing here serves no purpose. Let us proceed inside. The hints for a passive game are about to arrive. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar crimson alert flickered across Jiang Lu's retina. It seemed to be an uncanny coincidence. Had Zhong Yiquan calculated the timing perfectly? The 6 of them stepped into the expansive mall, where the first floor was lined with a dazzling array of shops. The 2nd housed clothing stores. The 3rd featured an arcade and gift shop. The 4th was filled with dining establishments, and the 5th boasted a cinema and a small amusement park. Just as Wang Yang, the last to enter, crossed the threshold of the automatic doors, a faint buzzing sound resonated, freezing everyone in place. New information appeared on their retinas. The first ghost will be randomly selected soon. Countdown, 180 seconds. Silence enveloped the crowd. Zhong Yiquan furrowed his brow, while the others exhibited a range of expressions, their eyes warily scanning those around them. Li Mei hesitated briefly before quietly speculating, I've been pondering whether the person chosen to become the ghost might be possessed by a real ghost. Her words fell like ice water into hot oil, drawing all eyes to her face. Li Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny. I was just guessing. No one contradicted her. Her conjecture was, in fact, the most rational explanation. Time slipped away in silence. The final 10 seconds of the countdown flashed chaotically. 3, 2, 1, buzz. The information on everyone's retinas froze. This round's ghost. Wang Yang. Chase countdown. 10, 9, 8. Wang Yang's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, despair washing over him like a tidal wave. In the next moment, the restraints on everyone except Wang Yang were released. As the countdown commenced, no one cast another glance at the soon-to-be ghost. They scattered like startled birds, sprinting in various directions. The mall's corridors were vast and lined with numerous escalators, and the instinct for survival dictated their need to disperse and hide. Trusting a stranger was out of the question, just as no one outside the mall would dare to speak first. Jiang Lu feigned flight, making his way to a corner and slipping behind a hollow display case selling toy models. Holding his breath, He scanned the area for anyone who might notice him in this blind spot, and with a thought, he invoked the snake talisman. A wave of coolness enveloped him instantly. He glanced down to find his body had vanished, as if it had melded into the air. "Steady yourself," Jiang Lu murmured softly. Instead of fleeing upstairs like the others, he remained on the first floor, curious to witness how this transformation into a ghost would unfold. Cautiously, he peered around the corner towards the central area where Wang Yang stood. The countdown concluded. In the center of the hall, Wang Yang's body suddenly convulsed violently. It was as though invisible ropes were furiously tugging at his limbs and torso, the joints emitting an agonizingly sharp, crackling sound. He resembled a marionette, grotesquely contorted and reassembled against its will. His skin swiftly drained of color, taking on a pallid, lifeless sheen. A chilling aura, thick and palpable, emanated from him, expanding rapidly outward. Wang Yang, no, he should now be referred to as Ghost Wang Yang, stood rigidly in place, his neck unnaturally twisting slowly. His ashen eyes, devoid of vitality, scanned the desolate expanse of the first-floor hall. Moments later, he moved. With remarkable speed, he vanished from Jiang Lu's sight in an instant. Jiang Lu clicked his tongue in astonishment. Indeed, as that woman, Li Mei, had speculated, the chosen players would become possessed by ghosts. Jiang Lu hesitated at his hiding spot, contemplating whether to pursue the ghost of Wang Yang. His snake talisman was a manifestation of the power of rules, so it should remain unseen. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the service counter not far away, a head adorned with thin-framed glasses cautiously peering over the edge. Zhong Yikuan, this fellow hadn't fled? He was actually hiding on the first floor? How audacious of him to linger here, observing the ghost transformation without any external aid. Jiang Lu couldn't help but regard this financial advisor with newfound respect. Chapter 10. The Hunchbacked Ghost. What is Zhong Yikuan up to? After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to follow the ghostly Wang Yang, instead approaching Zhong Yikuan. Peering out from behind the counter, Zhong adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across various spots in the hall. Without pausing, he strode directly to the floor directory standing in the lobby. He stared at the sign for a couple of seconds, as if confirming something, then turned on his heel and walked away with clear intent. What is going on? Did he finish that so quickly? Jiang Lu mused, hastening to keep up. Initially, he made a conscious effort to tread lightly, but upon realizing there was no sound, he abandoned his caution. The snake talisman seemed to not only grant invisibility, but also eliminate all traces of his presence. Zhong Yikuan bypassed the escalator, opening a door to slip into the fire escape stairwell, swiftly ascending to the second floor. Jiang Lu followed silently, like a true shadow. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhong Yikuan exhibited no hesitation, deftly navigating the passageways between shops until he halted before a door marked Fire Control Monitoring Room. Authorized personnel only. He tested the doorknob. With a click, the door swung open. Jiang Lu's eyes brightened. Of course, the monitoring room. With this, he could grasp the overall situation and anticipate the ghost's movements. This fellow is remarkably quick-witted. Zhong Yikuan slipped inside, gently closing the door behind him. The monitoring room was enveloped in silence, a wall adorned with numerous screens displaying every corner of the shopping center. He did not take a seat, but stood before the wall of screens, his eyes rapidly scanning each display. It appeared he was searching for something. Concealed in the shadows of the corner, Jiang Lu observed his focused profile with keen interest. Meanwhile, within the expansive prop box of the fifth-floor cinema, Yuan Yong struggled to control his breathing, darkness enveloping him, save for a slim beam of light seeping through a narrow crack before him. Not one for cerebral pursuits. His past gaming experiences had taught him to follow the lead of the clever team members, relying on sheer physicality and reflexes. Yet this time, the team felt disjointed, with no one stepping forward to take charge. Was it the nature of this game that had altered their dynamics? Yuan Yong found himself perplexed. Suddenly, thud, 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 the muffled sound of footsteps approached from the side of the prop box, growing alarmingly close. Yuan Yong's heart raced. He held his breath, his body tensing, peering through the crack, yet saw nothing. The source of the footsteps lay in his blind spot. A ghost? It shouldn't be here so soon. He had rushed to the fifth floor, The ghost should be capturing others on the first floor first. He could only pray the footsteps would recede. Time dragged on agonizingly. Half a minute passed, and the footsteps faded away. Has it left? Yuan Yang's taut nerves began to relax slightly. Should he venture out to investigate? No, absolutely not. If it truly was a ghost that had searched once, it generally wouldn't double back. Within the box was his safest refuge. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his wildly racing heart. In that brief moment of relaxation and the subsequent refocusing of attention, a pallid face devoid of pupils suddenly pressed against the narrow crevice. Its ashen eyes stared intently into the darkness of the box, mere inches from Yuan Yang. Found you. In the monitoring room, Zhong Yikuan's head continued to scan the screens with steady precision. Jiang Lu had simply curled up on the ground, idly propping his chin up, stifling a silent yawn. This individual was far too meticulous in his search, resembling a human scanning device. Suddenly, Zhong Yikuan's scanning motion froze abruptly. His gaze was transfixed on a particular screen. Jiang Lu jolted upright, moving closer to Zhong Yikuan's side, following the direction of his fixed stare. On the screen, the area at the top of the escalator leading from the 4th to the 5th floor was displayed. A figure, hunched over, clad entirely in black, was descending from the 5th floor towards the 4th. Its pace was leisurely, yet its intent was unmistakably directed, devoid of any hesitation or searching, as though it had locked onto a target. Not Wang Yang. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted sharply. This was certainly not the specter transformed from Wang Yang. This apparition was of a completely different stature and bore an even more sinister posture. There was more than one ghost in this mall. He abruptly turned to glance at Zhong Yikuan's profile. Zhong Yikuan's brow was furrowed deeply, his eyes behind the lenses fixated on the hunched figure. His lips pressed into a straight line, as if he were analyzing or confirming something. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, in the dining area, Li Mei pressed against the cold tiled wall, concealed within the narrow shadows cast by 2 darkened storefronts. Her heart raced, yet her breathing remained steady. Her gaze sharp as it scanned her surroundings, her legs slightly bent, poised to spring into action. Unlike Yuan Yang, who sought refuge, she perceived such behavior as tantamount to surrendering her chance at survival. Once discovered, she would be akin to a fish in a barrel. Her strategy was to remain mobile, perpetually shifting her location within the expansive space of the mall. This way, even if she were to be spotted, she could exploit the terrain to facilitate her escape. After all, the majority of fatalities in horror films occur in confined spaces. Feeling the moment was ripe for a change of location, she prepared to glide towards her next chosen corner. Just as she reached a turn, beep, 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 a shrill, piercing fire alarm erupted without warning. Li Mei halted abruptly, as if struck by lightning. Her reaction was instantaneous. She did not search for the source of the sound, but instead immediately locked onto the flickering red dot of a nearby camera in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, she twisted her waist, her body unleashing remarkable agility and speed, abruptly halting her advance and retreating swiftly. Without a trace of reluctance, she vanished into the darkness of another passageway. In the monitoring room, Jiang Lu's gaze flitted between Zhong Yikuan's finger pressing the fire alarm button and Li Mei's ghostly swift retreat captured on screen. He couldn't help but mentally applaud her efforts. Brilliant! A preemptive warning plays upon the disparity of information, while another, ever alert, moves with remarkable agility. Indeed, it is a bold individual who dares to speak in the marketplace. 10 minutes later, darkness envelopes Jiang Lu's vision, and he experiences a sensation of weightlessness, only to be abruptly restored. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself sprawled upon the cold, polished tiles of the 1st floor lobby. Accompanying him are Zhong Yikuan, Li Mei, Zhao Long, and Wang Yang, with the notable absence of Yuan Yang. His retina clearly displays 3 minutes remaining until the 2nd round begins. The prompt vanishes. Almost instinctively, the gazes of the others snap to Wang Yang. His complexion pales, and he frantically gestures, I don't know anything. Truly, I remember nothing. Enough with the nonsense. Zhao Long retorts, his eyes bulging with fury, saliva nearly spraying Wang Yang's face. Are you telling me you have no idea? Speak. Did you kill Yuan Yang? At that moment, Zhong Yikuan adjusts his glasses and calmly interjects, his voice low yet overpowering Zhao Long's tirade. It was not him. There is another ghost in the mall. Those words freeze the atmosphere instantaneously. Li Mei quickly grasps the implication, the monitoring room. It was you who triggered the alarm. Thank you. Zhong Yikuan smiles and nods at her. Zhao Long, glancing around with a hint of hope, asks, so, if Yuan Yong is dead, can we skip a round of the game? Zhong Yikuan disregards his query and directly informs Li Mei of his conclusion. The range of that hunchbacked ghost perception is approximately 10 meters. His tone is assured. Li Mei, taken aback, asks, how do you know? Zhong Yikuan explains, I inferred it from the surveillance. It has been pursuing you on the 4th floor. Your hiding skills are commendable, yet each time, it swiftly reestablishes its proximity after you move roughly 10 meters away. Once within that 10-meter range, its pace noticeably slows. Yet you were fortunate to escape just in the nick of time. Upon hearing this, Li Mei's face drains of color, her lips quivering. She is utterly unaware of how many times she has danced on the brink of death. Zhong Yikuan's gaze shifts back to Wang Yang, uttering a startling revelation. In a certain sense, those who become ghosts may find themselves safest during that half hour. As he speaks, his gaze abruptly turns to Jiang Lu, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. A chill runs down Jiang Lu's spine. He instinctively forces a benign smile, baring his teeth without uttering a word. This individual is far too perceptive. Has he detected the previous tracking? Or has he failed to find my presence in the surveillance, thus arousing suspicion? A shiver traverses Jiang Lu's back. It is perilous to engage with astute minds. There is no time for further contemplation. As new information forcibly emerges on his retina, second round ghost. Li Mei countdown, 10. The next escape commences. As the countdown begins and the group scatters like startled birds, Jiang Lu employs his previous tactics, retreating into a corner, activating the snake talisman once more, his body vanishing into thin air. This time, the transformation of Li Mei into a ghost occurred much more swiftly. Her body contorted and almost instantaneously emanated an icy chill. Unlike Wang Yang, who stood in a daze, she pivoted with remarkable agility and headed in a specific direction. Follow her, Jiang Lu resolved. He sought to comprehend what actions players undertook after becoming ghosts. As he stepped out from behind a pillar, poised to pursue the female specter, two faint yet startled gasps erupted almost simultaneously. Jiang Lu looked up to see, across from him, a head peeking out from behind a potted plant. Zhong Yikuan. Further away, behind a fire door, a panicked face emerged. Wang Yang. The atmosphere hung awkwardly for a moment. Clearly, neither had anticipated this encounter. The surprise in Zhong Yikuan's eyes flickered and dissipated as he swiftly scanned between the empty pillar and the newly transformed ghost making her way to the escalator. He asked Wang Yang in a rapid-fire manner, "Did you sense something unusual?" Wang Yang swallowed hard, stammering in no. "I was just thinking of having a little fun." "It's dark under the light." Zhong Yikuan did not pursue the matter further, decisively lowering his voice. "Keep up." He was the first to move, targeting the escalator Li Mei had ascended. Wang Yang hesitated for half a second, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. The invisible Jiang Lu shrugged and also advanced. Meanwhile, Zhao Long rushed breathlessly to the second floor, his gaze darting to the directional signs until he spotted the location of the surveillance room. Damn it! How did I not think of this prime location from start? He hurriedly found the door to the fire control room without much effort. A surge of joy coursed through him as he twisted the doorknob and entered. Swiftly, he shut the door behind him, locking it with a click. Now he was safe. He triumphantly pulled out a wheelchair from the control desk and plopped down, comfortably leaning against the backrest. Blissful. A grin spread across his face as his gaze drifted toward the rows of flickering surveillance screens. Once in the control room, it would be a piece of cake to track the ghost. He could always flee once it drew near. His eyes greedily darted across the screens, checking the locations of everyone. Suddenly, a rather inconspicuous image in the lower right corner captured his attention. It was the surveillance of the first-floor lobby. On the screen, the female ghostly Mei was stiffly wandering, while approximately 10 meters behind her, Zhong Yikuan and Wang Yang crouched low, stealthily following. What were they doing? Zhao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Following the rear of a female ghost. Were they out of their minds? Or was there critical information he was unaware of? An indescribable chill and the panic of a significant information gap paralyzed Zhao Long. He felt cold sweat instantly bead on his forehead, his throat going dry. Just then, he suddenly shivered. Odd. Why did it feel like this room had turned so much colder? Had the air conditioning broken? He furrowed his brow in impatience, leaning slightly as he reached towards the air conditioning control panel beside the console. Just as he turned, his attention completely diverted from the surveillance. A grotesquely decayed face suddenly emerged below Zhao Long's line of sight. Its eye sockets were mere voids, and its mouth, stretching to the ears, revealed a ghastly grin of yellowed teeth. It was the hunchback specter. It had been lurking there all along, crouched in the visual blind spot created by the console and the corner of the wall. The corners of the hunchback specter's mouth seemed to stretch wider, as if it were silently mocking him with laughter. With a swift motion, a hand, or rather, a claw resembling a gnarled branch wrapped in decaying skin, easily pierced Zhao Long's robust chest, then slashed downward. The shock on Zhao Long's face had not yet transformed into pain when he crumpled to the ground, his torso exposed, intestines spilling onto the floor. The hunchback specter withdrew its rotting arm and slowly lifted its head. Those two hollow sockets, devoid of life, regarded the surveillance screen wall with a cat-and-mouse delight. Its cold gaze swept across the myriad of flickering images before finally locking onto the two insignificant figures on the monitor. Cautiously trailing the female, ghostly mane near the escalator on the second floor, Zhong Yikuan and Wang Yang. Its decayed fingertips appeared to unconsciously tap lightly against the plastic frame of the surveillance image. Chapter 11. Zhong Yikuan. Brother Kuan. Wang Yang's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixated on the wandering female ghost, Li Mei, who aimlessly circled near the elevator on the first floor. Why does she keep loitering here? This was a question Jiang Lu also pondered as he stealthily inched closer. Zhong Yikuan withdrew his gaze from the ghost, surveying the desolate and eerily quiet surroundings before settling his eyes on Wang Yang's fearful expression. He sighed. From the very beginning, we have been utterly mistaken. Huh? Wang Yang appeared bewildered. The players transformed into ghosts. Zhong Yikuan articulated with deliberate clarity, are not the ones hunting us. They are perhaps the protective talismans bestowed upon us by the system. Wang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the terrifying figure of Li Mei before them. Her? A protective talisman? Indeed. Zhong Yikuan's gaze was chillingly composed as he swiftly analyzed the situation. If everyone had trusted and collaborated from the start, we could have quickly discovered that the players turned into Ghost harbor no malice towards us. Their target is the hunchbacked ghost. However, they cannot see it and require us to act as their eyes, gently guiding their direction to encounter the hunchbacked ghost. Even if we cannot vanquish it, at least by staying close to them, the hunchbacked ghost would dare not approach us. After several rounds, we might emerge unscathed. Regrettably, he bitterly curled his lips. Yet the game has assembled this group, where no one dares to trust anyone else. Wang Yang urgently inquired, but how do you know this? I had no memories when I was a ghost. Zhong Yikuan asserted firmly. When you first transformed into a ghost, you were disoriented for several seconds before you began to flee. Li Mei, being a tad more astute, aimed to find the escalator but ultimately lost her way. I had been maintaining a safe distance, cautiously entering into Li Mei's 10-meter radius, and she did not attack us, proving she is entirely different from the hunchbacked ghost. After becoming a ghost, players likely receive a mission to seek out the hunchbacked ghost or to protect the remaining players. Wang Yang absorbed this monumental shift in understanding, a glimmer of hope creeping into his voice. So, what do we do now? Is there still time? Let's give it a try. Zhong Yikuan's eyes sharpened. I will ascend to find the hunchbacked ghost. Try to lure it down to the escalator at the west side of the second floor, while you keep an eye on Li Mei's movements. Wait for me. Before he could finish his sentence, his words abruptly ceased. His gaze was fixed intently on a point high above Wang Yang's shoulder. Jiang Lu, concealed behind, instinctively followed his line of sight and gasped. On the escalator leading to the second floor stood a figure clad in a black tank top. Yuan Yang. A horrific gash marred his chest, blood and flesh grotesquely exposed, and Wang Yang let out a startled cry and scrambled away in the opposite direction from Zhong Yikuan. Jiang Lu watched as Yuan Yang hurtled down the escalator. Should I flee as well? Whoosh! Yuan Yang, transformed into a vengeful spirit, moved with such speed that only an afterimage remained, leaping from the second floor railing and landing directly in pursuit of the two. Its pitch-black eye sockets fixated on Wang Yang, who had barely run 10 meters. With all fours on the ground, it charged towards the disheveled figure. Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed in the wake of the ghostly Yuan Yang. The chase did not last long. Wang Yang, already frail, could not endure the strain of terror-induced exhaustion. After becoming a spirit, Yuan Yang was faster and stronger than in life, and the distance between them closed rapidly. While pursuing, Jiang Lu caught sight of an empty red plastic bucket on a nearby cleaning cart. A thought sparked in his mind. He abruptly seized the bucket and hurled it at the frantically sprinting Yuan Yang. Without glancing back at the outcome, he turned and fled, silently reassuring himself. Buddy, I can only assist you this far. Bang! Crash! The bucket struck Yuan Yang's body, yet it did not impede its relentless pursuit. Almost immediately, Jiang Lu heard Wang Yang's anguished howl from behind. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to save you, my friend, but this time I'm beyond saving. Jiang Lu comforted himself. Time seemed to stretch into eternity. 10 minutes later, in a familiar location, the cold tiled floor of the first floor lobby, Jiang Lu regained his footing after a sensation of weightlessness. Only two others remained by his side. Zhong Yikuan, his glasses seemingly coated in a fine layer of dust, wore a complex expression. Li Mei, her once well-maintained visage now pale and haggard, displayed lips devoid of color. Wang Yang was gone. Zhao Long was clearly also lost. 3 individuals, enveloped in silence. This time, Zhong Yikuan's gaze was no longer tentative but sliced through the air like a scalpel, directly targeting Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, he began, his voice calm, yet imbued with an indescribable intensity. I had some suspicions that you were the hunchbacked ghost. Li Mei abruptly turned her head towards Zhong Yikuan, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Jiang Lu's heart sank, and his face contorted into a strained smile. Huh? How? Is that even possible? Because you vanished. Zhong Yikuan stated evenly. During the time Wang Yang transformed into a ghost, the surveillance footage showed only the deceased Yuan Yang, and you were absent. Just as Jiang Lu contemplated how to explain, Zhong Yikuan continued. Later, I realized something was amiss. If you were indeed the hunchbacked ghost, the scales of this game would be excessively tipped in favor of the ghosts, making it impossible for it to be merely a sea-level scenario. You must possess a high-level artifact that allows for invisibility or camouflage within the environment. With such an artifact in your possession, you cannot simply be a newcomer participating for the second time. Jiang Lu was utterly stunned, shock evident on his face. How the hell could he deduce that? Perhaps I simply hid well? Jiang Lu continued to argue. Zhong Yikuan regarded Jiang Lu with a piercing expression, adjusting his glasses, a barely perceptible smirk curling at his lips. Now, I am certain. Damn, I've been deceived. Jiang Lu couldn't help but wish to slap himself. Ahem. Li Mei forcefully interrupted this laden confrontation, her voice tinged with a rasp that hinted at the brink of despair. Mr. Zhong, Brother Jiang, what is the point of discussing this now? What shall we do? There are only 3 of us left. She anxiously glanced at the countdown displayed in her vision. Zhong Yikuan immediately withdrew his probing gaze. Now, only Brother Jiang and I have yet to be ghosts. If, in the next round, the randomly selected ghost is Brother Jiang. His eyes shifted towards Jiang Lu. Then Li Mei and I will do our utmost to evade the hunt, striving to survive until the next round. A flicker of concern stirred within Jiang Lu. But what if you are chosen? The corners of Zhong Yikuan's mouth slightly lifted once more as he replied. In that case, with Brother Jiang's prowess, he should be able to easily lead the hunchbacked ghost to me. Correct? Huh? Does he truly regard me as a seasoned player? Jiang Lu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He wanted to argue but found himself somewhat powerless. Meanwhile, new game information suddenly materialized before the 3. Round 3 Ghost. Jianglu. Countdown. 10. Chapter 12. Is there a hook? The countdown begins. Jianglu's body is firmly immobilized by an unseen force of rules. Zhong Yiquan and Li Mei exchange a swift glance, casting a lingering look at the motionless Jianglu before vanishing from his sight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The scene before Jianglu's eyes suddenly turned a murky crimson, as if shrouded in a thick layer of blood. Concurrently, a tremendous, unfamiliar power erupted from deep within his body, his muscles swelling. Jianglu felt as if he could effortlessly bend steel bars at that moment. This force was distinct from the primal energy bestowed by the talisman. It resembled a borrowed strength. His vision was completely engulfed in blood red, barely able to discern the direction of light, rendering everything else indistinguishable. On his retina, a line of new information pushed aside the crimson haze. Mission update. Locate and eliminate the hidden ghost within them all. As expected, Zhong Yiquan was correct. Transforming into a ghost would trigger a hidden quest. Yet this blood-red vision obscured everything, making it impossible for a ghostly player to complete the task alone. Zhong Yiquan and Li Mei had already concealed themselves. What was he to do? The talisman's power merely granted invisibility, seemingly of little utility. Jianglu decided to sit down and then lie flat, awaiting the passage of the 30 minutes. Time crawled forward. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him once more. When he opened his eyes again, the environment had reverted to the familiar first-floor lobby. Li Mei was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Yiquan stood opposite Jianglu, looking utterly wretched. His body was drenched in blood. One arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, shattered lenses from his glasses embedded in his face, and half of his visage marred by bloodstains. He appeared in a deplorable state. What transpired? Jianglu hurriedly inquired. Zhong Yiquan's voice was hoarse and labored. The hunchbacked ghost is in the monitoring room. It possesses intelligence. It is manipulating Yuan Yong and Wang Yang to hunt us down, and Li Mei and I were cornered. I was somewhat fortunate. Li Mei is dead. Jianglu fell silent for a moment. After this round, the game ends once you become a ghost. However, starting with 6 players, only 4 remain alive. Zhong Yiquan abruptly lifted his head, the light in his single eye sharp as a blade. No, I will kill it. Jianglu frowned. How do you intend to kill it? Setting aside whether you can even find it. It is in a monitoring room, fully aware of your movements. We cannot approach it. Zhong Yiquan narrowed his single eye, his tone exuding an icy calm. I will find a way. You just need to protect yourself in the next round. Jianglu scoffed. The countdown for the 4th round commenced. Knowing that players transformed into ghosts posed no threat, Jianglu did not flee. Rather, he curiously focused on Zhong Yiquan, eager to see what form he would take as a one-armed ghost. Would his arm regenerate, or would he simply become a one-armed specter? However, in the final seconds of the countdown, Zhong Yiquan's gaze scanned the surrounding architectural structures and monitoring locations like a radar. When the countdown reached 1, he abruptly closed his eyes. His body began to contort violently, limbs stretching into grotesque angles. Yet, at the sight of his severed arm, no new limb sprouted. He had truly transformed into a one-armed ghost. Jianglu let out a slight sound of disappointment. The ghostly apparition of Zhong Yiquan did not pause for a moment. It moved with unwavering determination. Its target was exceedingly clear, and its course of action exhibited no trace of hesitation, starkly contrasting with the previous bewildered demeanor of Wang Yang and Li Mei. Jianglu swiftly pursued, activating the serpent talisman to conceal his presence. The one-armed ghost, Zhong Yiquan, did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he skillfully slipped into an emergency exit, ascending the staircase with remarkable agility, leaping multiple steps at a time until he reached the 2nd floor. Upon pushing open the door, he paused for 2 seconds at the threshold, seemingly calibrating his position. Then, he traversed the 2nd floor in an unpredictable and erratic manner. Strangely enough, his path flawlessly evaded the direct line of sight of all security cameras. Jianglu was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a chilling suspicion. Could it be that he memorized the locations of all the cameras during the first round of the game while in the monitoring room? Now, as he aimed to confront the hunchbacked ghost in the monitoring room, He was relying solely on his memory to evade the camera's watchful gaze. Jiang Lu inhaled sharply. This fellow, is he even human? If he is transformed into a ghost, he surely must be a formidable behind-the-scenes antagonist in the monitoring room. The hunchback ghost was anxiously glued to the screen. Just moments ago, it had witnessed Zhong Yikuan and Jiang Lu on the first floor. After they turned a corner, the pair, one human and one ghost, suddenly vanished from the surveillance feed. For the first 10 seconds of the new game, it was unable to control the actions of the deceased players. Yuan Yong and Wang Yong's ghostly forms lingered near Jiang Lu, but how had their targets suddenly disappeared? Moreover, where was that player ghost? Why had it also vanished? The hunchbacked ghost possessed some intelligence, though not much. How could it fathom that someone could navigate with such precision, evading all surveillance points solely based on memory, in complete darkness? Even more unfathomable was the presence of an invisible entity trailing behind. An unsettling sense of losing control gnawed at the hunchbacked ghost, causing it to become increasingly agitated. At that moment, bang, a tremendous crash resounded. The steel door of the monitoring room was violently breached by an overwhelming force, leaving a large, gaping hole. A ghostly hand, its skin pallid and joints grotesquely twisted, reached through the breach, precisely locating the internal locking mechanism and disengaging it with a click. The door swung open, revealing the one-armed ghost, Zhong Yikuan, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence, blocking the entrance. The only eye remaining beneath his shattered glasses coldly fixed its gaze upon the hunchbacked ghost, locking onto it. The hunchbacked ghost's body froze momentarily. Why? How could he find this place? He shouldn't he be able to see? Before it could comprehend, a wave of terror washed over it, as Zhong Yikuan stepped inside and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He casually reinserted the bent locking mechanism. Was this posture intended to trap the ghost inside? Panic surged through the hunchbacked ghost. Jiang Lu also slipped in behind him, concealing himself against the wall, nearly bursting into laughter at the bewildered and alarmed expression on the hunchbacked ghost's face. Did you ever imagine? Both he and Zhong Yikuan had activated their own forms of invisibility and clairvoyance. With such advantages at play, how could you possibly contend? Zhong Yikuan, without uttering a single word, fixed his gaze upon his target and lunged forward with a chilling aura of murderous intent. The hunchback specter, clearly lacking the formidable prowess of the ghoul-turned players, dared not confront Zhong Yikuan directly. Just as he was about to make contact with the hunchback ghost, a muffled growl echoed through the air. The mangled remains of Zhao Long on the ground suddenly stirred. It appeared to have received a command, propelling itself upwards with a jolt, using its scattered intestines to ensnare Zhong Yikuan's intact arm and leg. It was in this fleeting moment of entrapment that the hunchbacked ghost seized the opportunity, slipping away like an eel and charging toward the exit. Jiang Lu, in a moment of panic, instinctively attempted to trip it with his foot, yet his leg passed right through the hunchback specter-esque form. He could not make contact. It was impervious to the player's influence. Zhong Yikuan unleashed a furious roar, violently tearing away the grotesque entanglement of flesh and intestines. However, the door had already swung open. The hunchback ghost transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the darkness of the mall outside. Jiang Lu sensed a surge of intense, emotional turmoil emanating from Zhong Yikuan, an almost palpable essence of resentment and regret. Zhong Yikuan silently exited the monitoring room and returned to the center of the first-floor hall, with Jiang Lu trailing behind. Zhao Long's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Motionless, Jiang Lu concealed himself, sitting at a distance from Zhong Yikuan, scrutinizing the blood-soaked figure, now reduced to a single arm. One thought consumed his mind. Was this man truly just a financial advisor in reality? Surely he was not a high-level private detective or a serial killer. As he pondered these thoughts, Zhong Yikuan's blood-stained head suddenly lifted, his solitary, bloodshot eye precisely locking onto Jiang Lu's concealed position. Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat. Did he see him? Before he could fully process this, darkness enveloped him once more. The scene reset. They were back at the starting point of the first-floor hall, with only Jiang Lu and Zhong Yikuan present. A message flashed on his retina. Task completed. Please choose to return to the real world. Yes, no. Zhong Yikuan raised his head, his wearied eye behind the shattered glasses. Gazing toward the approximate direction where Jiang Lu had just stood, his expression tinged with disappointment. It seems I must have failed. Jiang Lu shrugged and replied, just a hair's breadth. Brother Long from Kunshan is ruthless and relentless. Your loss is not unjust. Zhong Yikuan glanced down at his steadily bleeding, severed arm. His complexion paling further, his voice weakening. The game may continue. Aside from turning into a ghost, there should be other means to vanquish the hunchback specter. Yet, I have lost too much blood and feel slightly dizzy if I do not return quickly. I fear I shall perish here. With that, he no longer hesitated and gestured in the air, a selection of yes. In an instant, blinding light enveloped his battered form, and the next moment, Zhong Yikuan vanished entirely. In the cavernous hall of the mall, only Jiang Lu remained, accompanied by the pervasive stench of blood. A relieved smile gradually surfaced on his face as he exhaled deeply. At last there was no one left. It was time for me to take the stage. Chapter 13. Do you believe in light? Jiang Lu fixed his gaze upon the countdown timer as it neared its conclusion. The retinal prompt read, 5th round ghost. None. Mission change. Identify and eliminate the hidden ghost. He lifted his eyes to survey the first floor hall. Not far away, Li Mei's gruesome figure obstructed the eastern exit. Yuan Yong stood at the western staircase. A gaping hole in his chest, still oozing dark mist. Wang Yang slumped, head bowed, near the nearest fire escape. Zhao Long dragged a tangle of intestines beside the counter directly in front of him. For ghosts, manipulated by the hunchbacked ghost, had thoroughly sealed off any escape routes. At the edge of the second floor railing, the hunchbacked ghost loomed, its decayed and contorted visage devoid of expression. Yet Jiang Lu could sense the chilling, superior intent to kill. Knowing that no new ghosts would emerge, it seemed the game had escalated to a point where they were simply blocking exits. Hellish difficulty, indeed. This singular thought echoed in Jiang Lu's mind. Yet, he felt no panic, for he possessed an advantage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its end. Under the watchful gazes of the hunchback ghost and the 4 specters, Jiang Lu's form vanished from the center of the hall, as if erased by an invisible eraser. The hunchbacked ghost froze, its rotting eye sockets seemingly contracting. Disappeared? Is this why it couldn't be found in the surveillance room? Invisibility? But what good would that do? The player ghost rotation had concluded, and there were no more life-saving charms to guide. Controlling 4 ghosts, victory was assured. Why would he continue the game? The hunchback ghost's limited mind faltered. Suddenly, a faint thud echoed from the northern staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Jiang Lu's figure reappeared unexpectedly there. The corners of the hunchbacked ghost's decayed mouth twisted into an eerie arc. As expected, he could not remain invisible indefinitely. His time had run out. It let out a low growl, issuing an imperceptible command. The 4 ghosts surged forward like hounds responding to a supreme order, racing towards Jiang Lu at the 2nd floor staircase. The hunchbacked ghost, unhurried, followed behind, eager to witness its prey's utter despair. Jiang Lu, now at the 3rd floor staircase, observed the frenzied apparitions rushing toward him and promptly turned away, his objective clear as he dashed into a shop. The large glass door bore vibrant anime posters, Anime House. It was a sizable figurine store. Jiang Lu scanned the densely packed glass display cases, which showcased figurines ranging from palm-sized to life-sized. His gaze locked onto the largest life-size figurine at the central display. A grin spread across his face, revealing his teeth. Feel despair, O hunchback ghost. The hunchbacked ghost, trailing its legion onto the 3rd floor, sensed clearly that the target lay hidden in the shop ahead, utterly trapped. Go forth. All of you. Enter and crush him. It commanded the 4 ghosts. Without hesitation, they advanced towards the ajar entrance of Anime House. A faint, slender beam of white light, no thicker than a fingertip, unexpectedly emanated from the partially ajar door of a shop. The angle was peculiar, striking the calf of the foremost ghost, Yuan Yonggui, and exploding into a small, smoking hole. All the ghosts halted, bowing their heads. On the ground at the shop's entrance, a palm-sized figurine of the young son Wukong, posed as if ready to launch an attack, stepped outside. He gazed defiantly upwards at the four towering figures before him. The young Wukong emitted a faint sound. Kamehameha, buzz. Another slender beam of white light shot forth. This time, Yuan Yong was prepared, swiftly sidestepping to evade it. Zhao Longue, however, instantaneously retrieved his intestines, hurling the young Wukong away. Whoosh! A yellow figure, slightly larger than the young Wukong, darted from the shop like lightning, expertly catching the young Wukong and landing steadily at the center of the entrance. With hair standing upright and a stature of remarkable poise, he was outlined by a faint golden aura. It was the Super Saiyan 3 Wukong figurine. He positioned the young Wukong behind him, standing sideways, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the four ghosts, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the next instant, crack, crash, the entire floor-to-ceiling glass window of the anime shop shattered. Figurines of various sizes and forms surged through the broken window. Leading the charge was a larger-than-average, pink-skinned, four-stage ape-like Luffy figurine. Closely following was the white-coated, 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. There was also Iron Man, encased in crimson alloy armor, Tony Stark. Finally, from the shattered glass door, a bald figurine clad in a yellow bodysuit and adorned with a red cape strolled out of the shop as if he were an ordinary passerby. A moment of eerie silence enveloped the scene. Whoosh! The sharp sound of metal tearing through the air shattered the stillness. A slender steel wire shot in from the side, piercing Zhao Long's calf with precision. Following swiftly along the wire was a diminutive yet remarkably proportioned figurine with dead fish eyes, clad in a Freedom Wings jacket. It was Levi. He regarded the four ghosts as if they were mindless titans, his target set firmly on the nape of Zhao Long's neck. The captain was ready to strike. Levi's action broke the eerie silence. The figurines, infused with the power of a mouse talisman, charged towards the four colossal ghosts. The four-stage Luffy, enveloped in armed haki, smashed his fist towards Yuan Yong's chest. Naruto, wielding an oversized raisin shuriken, lunged at Wang Yong's heart. The golden aura of Super Saiyan 3 Wukong scorched the air as he struck down towards Zhao Long's head. Meanwhile, the bald, caped hero casually strolled to Li Mei's feet, silently raising his right fist. Bang! Crash! Boom! The sounds of shattering, collisions, and incomprehensible roars filled the entire third-floor corridor. In just a matter of seconds, the four ghosts, who were evidently larger and more imposing, found themselves utterly defenseless against these diminutive figurines. The hunchback specter stood frozen at a distance, its body trembling uncontrollably. Its limited cognitive abilities had completely collapsed. Why? Where did these little monsters come from? So many of them. Why are they targeting its own kind? It must be that invisible one. Surely he is behind this. But why did he not act sooner? Why now? Flee! An overwhelming surge of terror eclipsed all else. The hunchback specter could no longer concern itself with its four defeated, ghostly subordinates and turned to flee upstairs. Buzz! A colossal beam of indescribable light, imbued with pure yet destructive power, tore through the air, grazing the specter's calf in an instant. Thud! The specter's leg was vaporized halfway as if subjected to searing heat. It collapsed to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. In a state of sheer horror, it twisted its mutilated body to gaze upon the source of the beam. At the entrance of the shop, a life-size figure of Ultraman Tiga stood there, arms crossed in an L-shaped firing pose. Its silver and red form shimmered under the dim lights of the mall. A palpable sense of pressure crashed over it like a tangible tsunami. What is this? The oppressive aura was countless times stronger than that of the specter transformed by the bespectacled player. Why? The silhouette of Jiang Lu gradually materialized beside Tiga, having dispelled the serpent charm's invisibility. With a mischievous grin, he tilted his head and addressed the writhing hunchback specter. Hey, may I ask you something? Do you believe in light? The specter's damaged head lifted slightly, its hollow eye sockets gazing vacantly at Jiang Lu. Buzz! An even thicker, exquisitely refined beam, seemingly harnessing the destructive powers of the stars, erupted explosively from Tiga's crossed arms. It instantaneously engulfed the twisted shadow on the ground. When the light dissipated, not a trace remained. Hidden task. Eliminate the hunchback specter completed. Return to the real world in 60 seconds. Jiang Lu exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as he turned to the Tiga figure beside him. The light in Tiga's eyes seemed to soften for a moment, nodding slightly yet resolutely at Jiang Lu. Immediately thereafter, a flashing red light emanated from its chest, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. Had a major attack's blue bar run out? That is indeed quite accurate. Jiang Lu silently mused. Swish! The towering giant of light soared upward without pause, and at astonishing speed, crashed through the massive glass dome of the 5th floor of the mall. The shrill sound of shattering glass accompanied by falling shards rained down like a storm. Tiga transformed into a brilliant stream of light, vanishing into the dark blue night sky beyond the mall, leaving behind a vast gaping hole and the false night sky revealed outside. Jiang Lu gaped in astonishment at the great void above, then glanced down at his hand still grasping the mouse charm. Goodness, no way. Are you really flying, my friend? This is a bizarre game instance. Where can you find the M78 Nebula to respond to you? Chapter 14. Selling frogs. Jiang Lu stared vacantly at the enormous breach in the ceiling of the mall above him. He shifted his gaze to the various figurines scattered across the ground, each bearing the scars of fierce combat, now silently gazing back at him. A thought ignited within his mind. What if he could take something from the dungeon with him? Even if he were to randomly draw a worthless talisman in the future, wouldn't he still be able to unleash chaos? The countdown flickered in his vision. Let us give a try. I shall take one, but it must be the strongest. His eyes swept across the battlefield like a searchlight. Super Saiyan Goku stood with arms akimbo, his golden aura contained. Levi leaned against a shattered blade model, his dead fish eyes exuding an icy glare. Six Paths Naruto hovered in midair, the truth-seeking orb slowly rotating. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze on a peculiar figure in the corner. Bald and clad in a signature ochre bodysuit, he was nonchalantly picking his nose with his round plastic fingers. You are the one, Cape Baldy. With merely 3 seconds left on the countdown, Jiang Lu dashed forward, almost snatching as his fingers firmly clasped the smooth, shiny head resembling a boiled egg. Saitama halted, his nose picking, his listless dead fish eyes lifting in bewilderment to focus on Jiang Lu's face. There was no resistance. These awakened plastic warriors seemed acutely aware that it was Jiang Lu who had granted them life. After the battle, they merely stood silently. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped him. Dungeon settlement. Basic reward. C-rank dungeon 70 points. Hidden task reward 100 points. Remaining points 280. Task evaluation. Did one person truly clear hide and seek alone? How intriguing. In the dire reversal of hunter and prey, to peel back the layers and identify the true threat to crush it. This insight and decisiveness. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Jiang Lu gazed at the task evaluation, feeling somewhat perplexed. This system seems to misunderstand me more deeply with each encounter. He swiftly closed the settlement panel. The social icon displayed a flashing red dot. He clicked it open. Player Zhong Ikuan request to add you as a friend. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Lu's heart. Without hesitation, he clicked to reject the friend request. This person was far too cunning. In just 3 sentences, 2 were laced with hooks. No amount of undergarments would suffice for him to scrutinize. Shutting down all interfaces, he immediately glanced down at his outstretched right hand. His palm was utterly empty. What the hell? Where's my Saitama? Disheartened, he rubbed his face. Nevertheless, it made sense. If one could indeed take items out, the dungeon's treasures would have long been stripped bare. The elevator came to a steady halt on the 1st floor. The lights flickered unnaturally a few times. The once echoing cabin, devoid of life, suddenly filled with figures. The elevator passengers who had vanished before the dungeon began, the fissures in time quietly mending. Jiang Lu flowed with the crowd as they exited the elevator. Walking along the neon-lit streets, the evening breeze caressed him, and an uncontrollable thought emerged once more. This time, did the remnants of the snake and mouse talismans still linger? He turned into a secluded alleyway between two buildings, conveniently situated in a blind spot of surveillance. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his mental faculties and silently recited, "Serpent charm. Grant me invisibility." He anxiously turned his head, fixating on the glass window of the nearby convenience store. In the reflection, the upper half of his body had vanished. Only two straight legs and shoes stood there, resembling a neatly severed half of a human figure. A sharp twitch flickered at the corner of Jiang Lu's eye. The good news: the charm was effective. The bad news: its efficacy was limited. Was this some kind of joke? What purpose could this serve? Was he destined to perform magic tricks that merely transformed half a living person? Refusing to succumb to despair, he gritted his teeth and recited once more, "Mouse, mouse, mouse, grant me full invisibility." As if heeding his plea, the edges of the reflection gradually began to consume him, swallowing past his waist, past his knees. Ultimately, it begrudgingly halted, an inch above his ankles. All that remained was a pair of slightly dusty sneakers and a small portion of a sock. Jiang Lu's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Just then, around a corner not far away, the moon shone brightly. Your shadow stretched longer and longer across the wilderness. Two utterly intoxicated men, resembling conjoined twins, staggered out from the alley, belting out a chaotic medley of lyrics. As they sang the line about your footsteps wandering, the tall, lanky drunkard's voice abruptly cut off, as if his throat had been seized by an unseen hand. He stared vacantly, taking a wobbly step forward, rubbing his bleary eyes, transfixed on a pair of shoes a few meters ahead, moving forward on their own. Just the shoes. The upper part was eerily vacant. In an instant, the alcohol-induced haze began to dissipate, a chill coursing from his soles to the crown of his head. Bro. Hick, there are feet." The stout companion, too intoxicated to keep his eyes open, stammered, "Washington. Wash the feet. All right, let's head to Golden Foot Impression." No. There are ghosts." The tall man trembled, his entire body shaking. "I'll treat." The stout man continued to chatter to himself. The words "I'll treat" seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dispelling all the tall man's fear. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "All right." The two immediately perked up, continuing to lean on each other, while the tall man dismissed the strange feat from his mind, raising his voice to sing, "Wandering in the ends of the earth." They staggered away into the distance. If there was anything that could be resolved with a simple suggestion to wash feet, adding "I'll treat" would undoubtedly seal the deal. Jiang Lu, with a darkened expression, concealed himself in a corner. It was not until the half-baked invisibility effect gradually faded, revealing his complete figure once more, that he trudged homeward. He had attempted this many times. Each time, the duration of invisibility lasted approximately 5 minutes. He had vanished, but not completely. Every encounter inevitably reveals some telltale signs, be it an arm, a leg, or a head. Just as he turned the corner, a resplendently green, oversized frog mascot ambled towards him, bearing a large assortment of plastic toy frogs adorned with twinkling lights. This was the latest sensation from short videos, the frog outfit that had captured the fancy of many, who had eagerly ordered similar costumes to parade down the streets with their toy frogs. Jiang Lu frequently came across such videos online and had heard tales of individuals earning tens of thousands monthly by selling these toy frogs while clad in the costumes. As he brushed past the frog, a flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Lu, contemplating whether to experiment with a mouse talisman using the toy frogs. "Wait," he halted, pointing at one of the small frogs on the display. "How much for this one?" The clumsy frog mascot turned around, extending its gloved, rotund fingers, and gestured toward a plastic sign emblazoned with a QR code on its chest. Jiang Lu reached into his pocket, and upon noticing his movement, the frog adeptly retrieved the toy from behind and handed it to him. Jiang Lu offered a crumpled 5 yuan note. The frog glanced at the meager bill, then back at him, and time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. 50. A bellowing roar, laden with humiliation, erupted from the mask, shattering the facade of silence. "Do you understand? 50 yuan. 5 yuan. I could beg under the overpass and fare better by 100 times. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, enlightenment dawning upon him. So this was the secret to their impressive earnings. Slowly, he fished out another crumpled 5 yuan note from his pocket and extended it. No sale. Another 5 yuan note was offered. No sale. Yet another. No sale. Several crinkled 5 yuan bills lay in the palm of Jiang Lu's hand. The frog's head turned slightly, its gaze locking onto the money as if anticipating that pocket to be an endless abyss. Jiang Lu's hand desperately rummaged through his empty pockets, and at last, he withdrew his hand slowly. Instead of currency, he presented an upright middle finger towards a frog, declaring, 20. Take it or leave it. If you want to sell, then so be it. A creaking sound emanated from within the frog's mask, akin to gritted teeth. In the next instant, the frog forcefully thrust the toy frog into Jiang Lu's embrace, while its other claw, swift as lightning, snatched away the 4 crumpled bills from his grasp. The motion was fluid and seamless. Without a moment's hesitation, the frog turned and strode away, its hefty costume swaying as it marched purposefully. After traversing several meters, the vibrant figure abruptly twisted around, stretching its neck to bellow at Jiang Lu, who remained frozen with the toy frog in hand. Popper! With that exclamation, the rotund frog erupted into an astonishing speed that belied its size, disappearing around the street corner, clutching the jingling toys. Left in a state of disarray amidst the wind, Jiang Lu mused. This society is indeed rife with scoundrels, with a face akin to a bottom of a pot. Jiang Lu clutched the plastic toy frog and returned to his cramped rental room. As he stepped inside and closed the door, he slammed the little frog onto the table, beginning his attempts at the mouse charm. Mouse charm, move, come to life. Why won't you budge? The little frog stared back with its bulging plastic eyes, remaining motionless in the face of Jiang Lu's frustration. After much futile effort, Jiang Lu, with a sullen expression, disdainfully lifted the wretched creature and, with a swift motion of his arm, whoosh, thud, the little frog traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing in the corner trash bin. Damn, I paid $20 just to hear someone call me a loser, Jiang Lu muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in an old neighborhood, a weary frog seller returned home, slamming the door behind him. He hastily stripped off the heavy, stifling frog costume, which exuded a foul odor of sweat, carelessly tossing it into the dimly lit corner of the living room. Late at night, the living room lay shrouded in eerie silence. Outside, a faint beam of moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, illuminating a corner of the room. The shaft of moonlight landed squarely on the curled-up green frog puppet on the floor. The large plastic eyes of the frog mask reflected the moonlight in the darkness. Its right hand, adorned with a white glove, seemed to twitch ever so slightly. Chapter 15 Company. The shrill ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the silence. Jiang Lu frowned and rose, fumbling to answer the call. Hello? A heavily accented female voice replied. Is this Mr. Jiang Lu? It is, he confirmed. This is the police station. We suspect you are connected to A. I killed the person, Jiang Lu interjected, barely lifting his eyelids, his tone flat. The other end fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Jiang Lu leisurely picked at the spaces between his fingers and continued in a sinister tone. I used an old pair of scissors to cut her mouth open, then sewed it shut with a coarse needle. I bound her like a piglet and tossed her into the elevator shaft. Oh, and her husband. I severed his limbs to create a human puppet, tormenting him for 7 days and nights by sprinkling chili and salt on his stumps before unceremoniously dumping him into the rooftop water tank. He flounders in there like a maggot. Ha ha ha, how amusing. A terrified scream erupted from the phone. Beep, 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 followed by the busy tone of a disconnected call. Jiang Lu smirked and tossed the phone aside, pondering, have today's scammers such fragile psyches? Just as he contemplated retreating to bed, a sudden red illuminated his retina. Upon clicking, he discovered a message from Lung Ningbing. Brother Jiang, the shop is ready. We are currently rushing the renovations. Will you take a moment to come and see? So soon? Jiang Lu replied immediately. Where? The response came back swiftly with an address. It was located in an old alley near the bund of Dahuai City, rather far away. Jiang Lu stroked his chin. It seemed he would have to relocate. He wondered what kind of entrepreneurial venture this wealthy lady had concocted for him. Rising, He freshened up and donned a wrinkled t-shirt before heading out. After transferring between several subways and navigating through the intricacies of towering buildings, the map finally directed him to an alleyway. Before him stood a dilapidated two-story structure, its gray facade starkly contrasting with the modern architecture surrounding it. Inside, a cacophony of construction echoed as workers hustled in and out, carrying boards. Jiang Lu stepped inside. Lung Ningbing was directing the workers, clutching blueprints. Spotting him, her eyes sparkled, and she hurried over. "You've come. What do you think? I chose a great location. Quiet yet vibrant. A perfect hideaway for you." Jiang Lu followed her gaze to the wall behind her, where a brand-new acrylic sign displayed bold characters. Jiang Lu Supernatural Affairs Office. Jiang Lu felt as if his mind had been struck by a thunderclap. He widened his eyes and turned to Lung Ningbing. "Wait. What exactly do we do at this Supernatural Affairs Office?" "Your specialty." Lung Ningbing raised an eyebrow, answering decisively, "We catch ghosts." Jiang Lu's expression darkened. "Have you lost your mind playing those bizarre games? There are no ghosts in the real world." "There are," Lung Ningbing whispered conspiratorially, glancing around. Seeing her grave demeanor, Jiang Lu's skepticism grew. "Really?" "Of course." Ling Ningbing's expression was exceptionally serious. "This world is not as simple as you might imagine. In any case, leave the task of finding clients to me. You just need to take action. What do you think?" Jiang Lu observed her expression, a feeling of doubt creeping into his mind. Indeed, if bizarre instances exist, how could there not be anomalies? Yet, a more pragmatic concern arose. Could he truly contend with those entities in reality with merely the residual power of a few spells from past instances? Instead of this, he posed a more pressing question. How much can one earn from capturing a ghost? Ling Ningbing tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. It depends on the identity of the employer and the complexity of the situation. It ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. What? So much? The allure of wealth swiftly overshadowed Jiang Lu's initial unease. "What is this?" Ling Ningbing chuckled softly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "If we encounter an employer in life-threatening danger, there's a chance we could trigger percentage-based damage. If the employer panics, it could even reach tens of millions." Jiang Lu felt his heart seize at the prospect of such riches. This isn't merely ghost hunting. It's evidently akin to robbery. His throat felt parched. "So, when do we embark on this money-making venture? When do we start exorcising demons?" "We officially open 3 days from now." Ling Ningbing decisively waved her hand, instructing him to pack his belongings and move in. "The first floor will serve as the reception area, and you'll reside on the second floor. I'll scout for potential clients over the next couple of days." Jiang Lu nodded vigorously, sensing that his fortunate days were about to commence. Subsequently, the two finalized a few details. Jiang Lu left the supernatural office, exhilarated by the prospect of his imminent residence. Upon returning to the ground floor of his rented pigeon coop, the first thing Jiang Lu did was head upstairs to inform the landlord of his intention to vacate. "Moving out so soon? Are you unable to afford the rent due to unemployment?" The elderly landlord scrutinized him with skepticism. Jiang Lu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he handed the keys to the landlord and said, "No, I'm moving to the city center." The landlord sighed, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "Child, the wind is quite fierce in the bridge tunnel at night. I have a few layers of blankets upstairs that I'll give to you." Jiang Lu was momentarily speechless, his face paling. "Do I appear that destitute?" At lunchtime, he habitually patronized the local Shaw County hotel downstairs. The usual duck leg rice. He deftly pulled out a chair and sat down. As he waited for his meal, he idly scrolled through his phone when a local news notification caught his attention. Bizarre? Breaking into a home at midnight only for a small frog? Clicking on the video revealed Mr. Wong from the Shanbao district of Dazai City reporting that at 4 a.m. yesterday, an unidentified individual clad in a complete frog mascot costume invaded his home. The frog person had a clear target. Upon entering, they headed straight for Mr. Wong's bedside table, took a plastic frog toy, and promptly left. Strangely, no valuable possessions were disturbed. The reporter interviewed a still frightened Mr. Wong. The scene shifted to a close-up of Mr. Wong. In his 30s, Mr. Wong, with a slightly plump physique, was overwhelmed with emotion his voice trembling with sorrow and indignation. "Do you have any idea?" In the dead of night, I was sound asleep when he burst in and gave me a big shock. A big shock for a 30-something. Just imagine the psychological trauma this inflicts. He covered his round face, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child. Jiang Lu turned to the comments section, where the atmosphere was predictably jovial. "Mr. Wang is undoubtedly the MVP of this interview. Ha ha. Could it be that he snatched someone's tadpole and got confronted by Frog Dad? Frog, don't touch my child. Adorable. Wishing to become spicy." Internet memes inundated the incident, overshadowing any concern for the bizarre motives of the frogman. This society, obsessed with entertainment, seems to believe that as long as no lives are lost, everything can be sensationalized. Jiang Lu, nibbling on a duck leg, paid little mind, considering it merely a humorous piece of news. After his meal, he strolled out of the small eatery with a toothpick in his mouth. The moment he stepped into the sunlight, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. He abruptly turned, scanning his surroundings. There was not a soul in sight, only the cacophony of cicadas buzzing in the summer air. "I really need to cut back on late-night gaming. I'm starting to hallucinate," he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Upon returning to his cramped rental room, he collapsed onto the creaky single bed, pulled out his phone, and prepared for an exhilarating round of gaming. Suddenly, a series of dull knocks echoed abruptly against the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Lu shouted towards the door, his gaze fixed on the screen. There was no response. With a click of his tongue, he set down his phone and rolled out of bed. The rickety, old wooden door lacked even a peephole, obscuring any view of the outside. He grasped the cold doorknob and, with a creak, pulled it open. Outside lay a dimly lit, empty hallway. "Which little rascal is it this time?" Jiang Lu muttered under his breath, preparing to shut the door. Just as the door was about to close, a green frog's arm, clad in a white nylon glove, suddenly shot out from the side and firmly gripped the doorframe. Chapter 16. The Frog of Fate. Upon catching sight of the green frog's hand clad in white gloves, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Jiang Lu's scalp. The peculiar image from a news segment flashed vividly in his mind. A rotund frog costume, resembling a vendor of toy frogs, completely blocked the entrance. Before Jiang Lu could utter a word, the massive frog head abruptly swung, and a gigantic frog hand, propelled by a gust of wind, came crashing towards him. Instinctively, Jiang Lu relinquished the doorknob and darted backward. The frog hand grazed his nose, barely missing him. The frog, exhibiting remarkable speed, noticed the opening and executed a fierce side kick. Bang! Jiang Lu was struck as if by a freight truck, sent flying back to collide violently with the wall behind him. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. Yet, in the next instant, a gentle force surged from within, swiftly soothing his agony. It was the residual power of the talisman spell at work. Bracing himself against the wall, he struggled to regain his balance, only to see the enormous green figure advancing, a stick laden with small toy frogs hoisted upon its shoulder. Jiang Lu recalled the local news he had seen while dining earlier. The frog was after the toy frogs. As the creature drew nearer, Jiang Lu decisively pointed towards the corner trash bin. "The little frogs are over there?" The frog's momentum faltered, its colossal plastic head slowly turning towards the bin. Jiang Lu's heart raced. Seizing the fleeting moment when its attention was diverted, he burst forth in an attempt to escape through the doorway. Crash! Just as he reached the threshold, a green frog head collided forcefully against him. This rocket-like assault hurled him back into the room like a sandbag. Fortunately, the talisman's power continued to flow, sparing him from excessive pain. The massive green figure gradually returned, completely obstructing the narrow doorway and cornering him against the wall. It refrained from attacking, but instead presented the stick, adorned with a string of plastic frogs, slowly towards Jiang Lu. Only now, at such a close distance, could Jiang Lu peer through the gaping mouth of the frog costume and see. Inside, it was empty. No one was inside. The memory of the previous night surged back, when that very toy frog vendor had taken money from him while he was engrossed in casting a mouse talisman on the little frog. Could it be that the residual power of the talisman he had inadvertently left behind had not activated the little frog, but rather the entire costume? The toy frog vendor before him was, in essence, the embodiment of the enchanted frog costume brought to life by the spell. It had come to him, presenting a string of little frogs. Was it seeking to have him activate its offspring as well? Jiang Lu's heart thundered in his chest as he cautiously extended his hand, accepting the weighty string of plastic frogs. The vendor's enormous head leaned in closer, its expressionless plastic face betraying an unmistakable anticipation. Jiang Lu concentrated, attempting to channel the power of the mouse talisman into the toy in his grasp. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The plastic remained cold and rigid in his hand, devoid of any response. Brother, Jiang Lu gazed with a pained expression at the enormous frog's head before him. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, alas. My meager talismanic power is barely sufficient to rouse you, and I am completely devoid of any left. Perhaps you could return to me after some time when I fortuitously acquire a mouse talisman. Though he spoke these words, his mind wandered to the thought, once I have amassed enough talismanic power, I shall surely strip the green skin from your body and use it as a tablecloth. The plastic-headed frog, which sold offspring, tilted its head slightly, as if in contemplation. Then it raised one of its web hands, pointing at Jiang Lu, then at the door, and finally clenched its fist with a sudden force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the frog's fist struck the wall behind Jiang Lu, leaving a distinct impression in the solid surface. Jiang Lu's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned stiffly to behold the mark on the wall, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. A threat, a blatant threat. Do not even think of fleeing. If you run, I shall strike you down. Jiang Lu swallowed hard. Understood. I shall not flee. Absolutely not. No fleeing. Of course, I shall not flee. Once I fortuitously receive a dragon or pig talisman, you will be the one in peril. B. Should I allow you to escape, I would be reduced to this. P. The frog appeared satisfied, retracting its fist and bearing its cluster of offspring, plopped down onto the solitary hard bench in the room like a supervisor. Its hollow plastic eyes remained fixed intently upon Jiang Lu. As evening approached, Jiang Lu's stomach grumbled. He stowed away his phone and glanced at the imposing green gatekeeper at the door, rising with resignation. I am off to dine. You? Before he could finish, the frog adeptly stood up. Jiang Lu. The high city is a tolerant metropolis, where eccentric attire does not elicit excessive scrutiny. Jiang Lu walked ahead, trailed by the massive frog. Though the attention he attracted was notable, it did not provoke significant reactions. Initially, Jiang Lu contemplated reporting this bizarre creature, but recalling the connection between its existence and himself, he reluctantly suppressed the thought. At the usual spot, the Shaxian Hotel, Jiang Lu ordered a duck leg rice and devoured it ravenously. The frog stood quietly outside the establishment, awaiting its return. After hastily finishing his meal and settling the bill, Jiang Lu stepped outside, only to find the frog had vanished. Jiang Lu felt a pang of anxiety and quickly scanned his surroundings. Not far away, at a shop adorned with the sign Dr. Frog's Secret Bullfrog, that familiar green figure was pushing its way inside. No way. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched as he sprinted towards it. Upon flinging the door open, he was met with a wave of spicy, fragrant stir-fried bullfrog aroma. The establishment was bustling with patrons, among whom a young couple was thoroughly enjoying their meal, with only half of a vibrant red bullfrog leg remaining on their plate. And there stood the towering frog, right before their table. Its plastic eyes were fixated intently on the plate of bullfrog. The young couple seemed amused, with the girl cheerfully preparing to take a photograph. Swish! The frog abruptly swung its arm, unceremoniously knocking the phone away. Ah! The girl screamed in fright. The frog puppet trembled violently in excitement. A plastic finger pointed at the half-eaten bullfrog leg on the plate, shaking uncontrollably. Calm down, brother. Please calm down. Jiang Lu's mind raced with alarm as he rushed forward, firmly embracing the green-skinned frog that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. He turned to the terrified couple, offering an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry. My friend is a bit, well, my apologies. Ahem, boss. Let us settle the bill. This table too. With all his strength, he forcibly dragged the agitated frog out of the bullfrog restaurant. As they walked home, the towering frog seller kept its head lowered, its broad plastic shoulders slightly quivering. Was it crying? Jiang Lu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. No, brother. They're eating bullfrogs. You're a frog, aren't you? You're not even from the same family. Why are you crying? Is it really necessary? The frog abruptly halted, its plastic head turning towards him, seemingly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu laid down the terms. Listen, I promise, once I regain my abilities, I will definitely help revive your little one. But for now, you must behave. Don't cause trouble again. Otherwise, I won't take care of you anymore. You can find whoever you want. The selling frog silently stared at him for a few seconds before finally nodding its heavy plastic head. An unspoken agreement was reached. Upon returning to the cramped little room, Jiang Lu flopped onto the creaking single bed. He opened the mobile game Honor of Kings, intending to relax. Just as he began a match, a sudden thud resounded. A heavy, somewhat plastic-scented body forcefully squeezed onto the bed. Jiang Lu sighed. All right, half of the bed has been commandeered. He was too lazy to argue and continued playing his game. As he played, he felt something strange. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the enormous plastic head of the selling frog leaning in closely, its compound eyes fixed intently on his phone screen. Utterly engrossed. Do you want to watch too? Jiang Lu was at a loss for words as he shifted aside. The frog remained motionless, its attention even more focused. As the night deepened, Jiang Lu's eyes grew heavy, and fatigue overwhelmed him. He tossed his phone onto the pillow to charge and collapsed in his sleep, not even considering the enormous green plastic pillow beside him. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Lu was roused by the faint glow of his phone. Groggily opening his eyes, he turned to see that the selling frog was awake. It sat upright at the edge of the bed, its large hands clad in cheap nylon gloves awkwardly yet earnestly cradling Jiang Lu's phone. The device was held horizontally before its plastic eyes. On the screen, the familiar landscape of the Honor of Kings, and those pudgy fingers were tapping the screen with intense focus. It was controlling a hero riding a fish, Zhuangzhou. And the skin on Zhuangzhou was that limited edition opalescent Dreamweaver skin. Jiang Lu instantly snapped to attention. He had never purchased that exclusive skin at all. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He abruptly rolled out of bed and dashed to the side of the frog, his voice trembling with urgency. When did you purchase this? The plastic head of the frog, which was designed to sell offspring, turned sluggishly, its hollow, plastic eyes gazing at him in silence. Jiang Lu snatched the phone with fervor, his fingers racing to open the transaction history. Line after line of pristine expenditure records leapt into view. 3:25 a.m. WeChat Pay. Honor of Kings currency top-up 648 yuan. 3:26 a.m. WeChat Pay. Honor of Kings currency top-up 648 yuan. 3:27 a.m. WeChat Pay. Honor of Kings currency top-up 648 yuan. What the? A cry filled with shock, physical pain, and absurdity reverberated throughout the tiny rental apartment. You extravagant green-skinned frog. Chapter 17. Caught in the act in the bustling Shanxiu district of Dahuai City, at the digital store of Xiaohua, Jiang Lu entered, accompanied by a large, toy frog, drawing astonished glances from both customers and staff. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Jiang's gaze swiftly traversed the counter, ultimately landing on a modest, unadorned senior phone priced at $399. He pointed at it and inquired of the salesperson, "This one, can it play King of Glory?" The salesperson's mouth twitched slightly, struggling to maintain a professional smile. "Sir, this is a senior phone. It handles calls and basic news browsing adequately, but games, that's the one. Wrap it up." Jiang Lu decisively responded, eager to conclude the transaction and make his exit. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that the frog mascot had somehow squeezed into the VIP experience area. There, a beaming salesperson was meticulously placing a state-of-the-art, three-folding flagship phone, radiating an air of opulence, into an exquisite packaging box. Jiang Lu's scalp tingled in shock, and he gasped no. The enormous plastic head of the frog abruptly twisted a full 180 degrees, its hollow, cold eyes locking onto him with an eerie intensity. A familiar sense of oppression enveloped him. "No need to thank me." He forcefully swallowed the remainder of his protest. To his dismay, his first substantial expenditure of 500,000 had been compelled by a frog mascot to purchase a phone he had yet to even touch. Watching the frog gleefully fiddle with the new phone as it exited the store, Jiang Lu felt a pang of anguish. This cannot continue. He must find a way to escape. This creature not only occupied his bed and spent his money, but also threatened him at whim. He had to flee. Back at his rental apartment, he observed the frog, akin to a gaming addict, clumsily yet intently manipulating the trifold phone. Jiang Lu promptly activated the retinal social panel and reached out to Lung Ningbing. Jiang Lu. Lung Ningbing. Can the second floor accommodate guests tonight? Lung Ningbing. Yes. The renovations are mostly complete. When will you come over? I'll be waiting for you at the store. Jiang Lu. In about 2 hours. Lung Ningbing. All right. I'll await your arrival. After closing the interface, Jiang Lu took a deep breath and glanced at the plump green frog. Ahem, I'm heading downstairs to the convenience store for a bottle of water. Would you like to join? The frog didn't even bother to lift its head, fingers dancing frantically across the screen, utterly ignoring him. Opportunity. Jiang Lu swiftly grabbed his already packed backpack, his heart racing, and nonchalantly slipped out the door. He dared not take the subway. During rush hour, it would be nearly impossible to board, and if the large frog caught up with him, he would surely face another beating. He quickly summoned a ride through a taxi app. Once inside the car, he nervously scanned the rearview mirror. Driver, please hurry. I'm in a rush. The driver, a laid-back uncle, replied, Young man, during rush hour, being in a hurry won't help. Jiang Lu's eyes darted. Driver, I'm in a rush to catch someone in the act. Could you speed up? Caught in the act. The driver instantly perked up, slamming on the gas. Hold on tight, brother. The vehicle surged forward, accelerating rapidly. Jiang Lu had just begun to relax when his peripheral vision caught an enormous green figure on the sidewalk, awkwardly sprinting in pursuit of a speeding car, a stick laden with small frogs slung over its shoulder. Good heavens! Jiang Lu's heart raced as he exclaimed, Master, I'll give you an extra 50. Can you speed up? The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, noted his anxious demeanor and replied with a serious tone. Hold on tight. We're about to take off. With a sudden change of lanes and a surge of power, the car finally distanced itself from the relentless green figure. Jiang Lu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Had they finally shaken it off? Upon exiting the alley, Jiang Lu handed the spirited driver 50 yuan, hurriedly expressing his gratitude before stepping out. The driver, still eager, leaned out and asked, Need any help with your legs? Thanks, but I'll handle my own affairs. Jiang Lu waved dismissively as he dashed into the alley. Following the path, he reached the renovated 2-story old building where Lung Ningbing awaited him, leaning against the doorframe. Brother Jiang, you're here. Her words faltered as her smile froze in place. Emerging from the shadows behind Jiang Lu was a tall figure, a green silhouette with a crossbody bag and a stick of frogs stealthily advancing towards him. Noting the change in Lung Ningbing's expression, Jiang Lu quickly turned to look. The green figure was approaching him slowly, and Jiang Lu's face turned pale as he instinctively attempted to flee. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards him. The frog figure moved with astonishing speed, blocking Jiang Lu's path and executing a flawless sweeping kick. Thud! Jiang Lu was sent crashing to the ground. Before he could struggle, the frog figure lunged, its robust limbs locking him in a crosshold that ensnared his arms and neck. What on earth? Where did this chaotic combat technique come from? Jiang Lu's face flushed as he frantically pounded on the giant frog. Lung Ningbing stood in shock. Brother Jiang, what is happening? Garlic bird, it's not easy for anyone. A booming voice interjected. Remarkably, the enthusiastic driver had followed them and rushed forward, attempting to pry the frog away. Lung Ningbing quickly joined in to help. Jiang Lu, gasping for breath, desperately pounded the ground in surrender. The frog hesitated momentarily, then finally released its grip, standing beside him while keeping its gaze fixed on the flustered Jiang Lu. Lung Ningbing helped him up, her expression filled with uncertainty as she looked at the frog. Brother Jiang, what is going on? Do you have a grudge against it? The driver, eager to speculate, chimed in. How can you even say that? Even if your husband is useless, you shouldn't be fooling around with others. Lung Ningbing, bewildered, pointed at herself, her face a canvas of confusion. The The driver turned back to the frog. And you, do you know how disgraceful it is to wear a frog costume? Not only are you ruining someone else's family, but you also resort to violence. The frog seemed momentarily affected by the mention of family, its large plastic head bowing slightly, as if it were acknowledging its wrongdoing. Stop, stop, sir, it's not what you think. Jiang Lu almost choked, hastily interrupting the absurd narrative. Thank you. It's nothing really. Please carry on. He skillfully persuaded the overly enthusiastic driver, whose mind was filled with scandalous drama, to take his leave. Inside the newly renovated first-floor reception room of Jiang Lu's Supernatural Affairs office, the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Jiang Lu, cold condensation, and the peculiar frog figurine stood in a triangular formation by the table. So, cold condensation exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and excitement after hearing Jiang Lu's succinct explanation. Are you saying this frog friend was conjured by your abilities? It possesses a soul? It's not merely a human disguise? Jiang Lu wearily nodded. Yes, it's empty inside. It has latched onto me because, it wishes for me to transform its offspring to be just like it. He gestured towards a string of small plastic frogs the larger one was carrying. The frog seemed displeased with Jiang Lu's simplified account, thumping its webbed hand heavily on the table in protest. All right, my apologies. I shouldn't have left without notice. Jiang Lu comforted with a hint of resignation. The frog then settled in his silence once more. Cold condensation, as if discovering a new world, leaned closer to the frog with gleaming eyes. Oh my, how extraordinary! She circled the frog as if admiring a rare treasure, her gaze radiating with wonder. May I touch it? She inquired, cautiously extending her hand to feel the smooth green plastic surface, just as Jiang Lu intended to caution her about the potential for violence. He witnessed cold condensation gently poke the frog's plump arm, and to his astonishment, the frog did not resist in the slightest. Growing bolder, cold condensation opened her arms and gave the frog a gentle embrace. What unfolded next was utterly astonishing. The large plastic head of the frog leaned against cold condensation's shoulder. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched violently. He recalled the frog's fierce demeanor when it attacked others, contrasting sharply with its current docility. An utterly ludicrous thought sprang to mind. Goodness! Could there be a lovesick soul trapped within that green exterior? Chapter 18. The master of the second floor of the office was a simple two-bedroom apartment, where Lung Ningbing had prepared bedding with meticulous care. Jiang Lu and the big green frog each occupied a room. What puzzled Jiang Lu was the remarkably harmonious relationship between Lung Ningbing and the boisterous frog as they sat on the sofa engrossed in their respective mobile games, immersed in a dual match of Honor of Kings. The twitching of Jiang Lu's eyelids confirmed his suspicion that beneath that green skin lay a soul utterly captivated. The following morning, Jiang Lu was awakened by the commotion downstairs. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of the big frog sprawled on the living room sofa, resembling a statue, while its enormous folding phone nearly poked into its bulging plastic eyes. It seemed the creature had spent the entire night gaming. Jiang Lu was indifferent. As long as he remained in the building, this green-skinned nuisance was momentarily manageable. Downstairs, the renovation was nearing completion, with workers bustling about, transporting office furniture. Jiang Lu observed several burly men laboriously maneuvering a massive floor-to-ceiling fish tank inside, and his gaze drifted to the grand calligraphy on the conference room wall proclaiming great ambitions. His eyelids twitched slightly. He found Lung Ningbing in the conference room directing the workers. You're not planning to keep arowana fish in the office, are you? Precisely. Lung Ningbing's eyes sparkled. I based it on the style of my father's villa. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Lu forced a smile and replied, it certainly suggests prosperity. By the way, you mentioned you had some business leads yesterday. What is the update? Lung Ningbing's enthusiasm deflated instantly. Don't mention it. My father has an old client who, I overheard complaining on the phone, said he could barely drink cool water without discomfort and is increasingly unwell, suspecting some malevolent force at play. I approached him, but he said it was unnecessary, as he had already consulted a master. A master? Jiang Lu's interest piqued. Might we observe the master at work? He was primarily eager to learn from the advanced techniques of a fellow practitioner. Absolutely. Lung Ningbing nodded eagerly. My father's friend mentioned that the master will arrive this afternoon to exorcise the spirits. Then let us proceed, Jiang Lu decided. After lunch, the office had been completely transformed, awaiting its grand opening the next day. Lung Ningbing drove her flashy sports car, ferrying Jiang Lu straight to the affluent district on the outskirts of Haishu. The vehicle halted before an imposing hillside villa, where several extravagant cars, each more ostentatious than the last, were already parked outside the gated entrance. Lung Ningbing pressed the doorbell. Uncle Lu, it's me. Icing. The iron gate slowly creaked open, as Jiang Lu took in the exquisite garden and the meticulously designed villa. He could not help but marvel silently. How fortunate to be wealthy. Stepping in the grand foyer, he found it bustling with people. The central figure was a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a vibrant yellow robe, sporting a goatee. He held a polished, ancient bronze mirror, pacing with gravity in the hall. Two brawny men, wearing sunglasses and fitted black vests adorned with tattoos, followed closely behind, exuding an aura of intimidation akin to bodyguards or enforcers. On the sofa, a man with a sallow complexion and deep-eyed bags sat, supported by a young maid, anxiously observing the priest's every move. His name was Lu Xiangue, and he had been plagued by a streak of misfortune, suffering setbacks in business, sleepless nights, deteriorating health, and strange noises echoing through his home. The housekeeper cautioned him that he might have come into contact with something unclean. Coincidentally, during his last outing, his vehicle was rear-ended by another car, from which three burly men emerged, surrounding a man clad in a Taoist robe. Upon merely casting a glance at him, the robed man's expression shifted dramatically. After performing a quick calculation with his fingers, he proclaimed that a dark aura enveloped him, predicting a period of misfortune and the potential for malevolent spirits to haunt him. Lu Xiangue was immediately awestruck and requested the man's contact information. Today, at last, he had summoned the esteemed Master Wang Lin to his aid. Uncle Lu, Lung Ningbing greeted as she approached the sofa. Lu Xiangue turned to her, glancing curiously at Jiang Lu, who wore an expression of eager intrigue. Bing Bing, what brings you here today? I brought a friend to witness the Master's rituals. Lung Ningbing replied with a smile, gesturing towards Jiang Lu. Observing is fine, Lu Xiangue whispered, his demeanor tense. Master Wang has indicated that what transpires later is of utmost significance. Remember, do not speak of it outside. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. His eyes brimmed with reverence. Oh, understood. Lung Ningbing nodded, though her comprehension was vague. Indeed. Suddenly, Master Wang Lin bellowed, halting in a corner of the living room with his gaze fixed in a specific direction. All eyes turned toward him in unison. Master, what have you discerned? Lu Xiangue inquired eagerly. With a furrowed brow, Master Wang Lin slowly scanned the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Jiang Lu's face, who was absorbed in the spectacle. A hint of displeasure crossing the Master's features at the interruption. And these two are? They are my niece and her friend. It's of no consequence. Please continue. Master, Lu Xiangue quickly explained. Only then did Master Wang retract his scrutinizing gaze, stroking his goatee with an air of enigmatic wisdom. Lu Jiushu, as I surmised, there appears to be an issue with the ancestral grave. Cough, cough. Jiang Lu hastily covered his mouth, suppressing an impending laugh, his face flushed with embarrassment. The two tattooed brothers standing behind Master Wang immediately cast him a fierce glare, their predatory eyes locking onto Jiang Lu. He quickly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Lu Xiangue, however, was struck with alarm. The ancestral grave? But my parents' tomb is on the back mountain. It is a treasure site that cost a fortune to secure. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth are ever-changing. Master Wang Lin declared emphatically. Even the most auspicious of sites can succumb to the corruption of time, transforming into a place of malevolent energy. Lu Jiushu, as practitioners, we too must evolve with the times and trust in the scientific principles of energy transformation. His expression was earnest. Jiang Lu bit his lip again, incredulous. Does science truly encompass fortune-telling? Is this man a materialistic master? What should I do, master? Lu Xiangue was now completely flustered. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, we shall convene on the back mountain. We will summon the pure energies of heaven and earth to expel the malevolent spirits from the ancestral grave, restoring your fortune and destiny. Master Wang Lin's voice resonated with confidence. Rest assured, Lu Jiushi, this matter rests in the hands of this old Taoist. I shall restore clarity to your ancestral sight. Thank you so much, Master, Lu Xiangue exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. Once resolved, I shall offer a substantial reward. A generous reward. Wang Lin raised his hand in a gesture of feigned support, embodying the essence of a tranquil breeze beneath a bright moon. The old priest's actions were driven by a desire to alleviate the suffering of the people and to accumulate virtue through good deeds. As for matters of remuneration, it would be prudent to wait until your health is restored and the authenticity of the old priest's words is confirmed before broaching the topic again. Such a display of restraint and desire is executed with unparalleled finesse. Lu Xiangue was profoundly moved by this gesture. After a brief respite, Lu Xiangue returned to his chamber to recuperate, preparing for the grand ritual that would take place that evening. Outside the villa, in the rear garden, Lung Ningbing pulled Jiang Li away from the crowd and softly inquired, "Hey, what were you laughing about just now? Did you grasp the underlying significance?" Jiang Li, rubbing his sore jaw, replied, "Oh, I was just sitting aside, enjoying the spectacle. Those who are seasoned in this field possess a solid foundation in dialogue. I must diligently learn from their industry experience. Do you also believe he is a fraud?" Lung Ningbing lowered her voice. "Jiang Li Shuja." The wealthier individuals tend to fall prey to such illusions. The participants are often blinded by their own involvement. Then, shall we still follow to the back mountain tonight? Lung Ningbing hesitated slightly. Absolutely. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. We must go. Observing the advanced work techniques of our predecessors in a live setting is an opportunity too rare to miss. Chapter 19. The Heart Eater at Midnight. 3 vehicles traversed the winding mountain road into the serene back hills. Moments later, they came to a halt in a relatively open clearing at the foot of the mountain, the headlights illuminating the surrounding forest. Lu Xiangue, with the careful assistance of a young maid, was the first to alight from the vehicle. Master Wang Lin followed closely behind, stroking his goatee, while 2 brothers from the Longhu sect expressionlessly bore a heavy wooden box. Jiang Lu and Lung Ningbing brought up the rear, with Jiang Lu keenly observing the environment and the actions of the master ahead. The mountain path was not particularly steep, flanked by shadowy tombstones of various designs. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the group paused in a clearing halfway up the mountain. Lu Xiangue pointed to a meticulously maintained grave not far ahead, clearly well kept by regular visitors. "Master, it is here." The group gathered around. Master Wang Lin, with a grave demeanor, closed his eyes, his right fingers swiftly calculating as he muttered incantations. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes, inhaling sharply. This place. The balance of yin and yang is disturbed. The malevolent energy lingers. It has become a site of great misfortune. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingue's face turned pale, his voice trembling. "Master, what do you mean by this? The feng shui here has always been excellent." "Humph." Wang Lin snorted coldly, casting a scrutinizing glance at the crowd and deliberately raising his voice. "Lu Jiushi, are you truly oblivious? Though it is the height of summer. Do you not feel as though you have plunged into an ice cavern? This is a sign of accumulated malevolent energy." Jiang Lu, standing behind, nearly stifled a laugh. "What nonsense! It's nearly 1 in the morning, and in this mountain, even the sun cannot penetrate during the day. How could it not be cold?" However, Lu Xiangue was thoroughly intimidated. Previously feeling uneasy, now, under the master's words, that chill seemed to deepen. He hastily bowed and implored, "Master, save me. If you can dispel this malevolent energy, I, Lu, shall reward you handsomely." A flicker of conflict crossed Wang Lin's face as he sighed, alas. This malevolence is no trivial matter. It has taken on a life of its own. To dissipate it, I must employ secret methods to communicate with the heavens and forcibly reverse the cosmic order, a task that may cost me years of my cultivation foundation. Jiang Lu quietly noted this in his mind, Ah, the price has been set. Lu Xianghua, as if clutching a lifeline, exclaimed, Master, if you can help me through this calamity, I shall allow you to utilize any of my properties for your restoration. I will ensure your return to peak cultivation. This was the trigger for percentage damage. Jiang Lu continued to absorb the experience. Master Wang Lin raised a hand, his expression turning stern. Lu Jiushi, your words are misguided. My purpose is to exorcise evil and uphold the righteous path. How could I be tempted by worldly possessions? Is this a tactic of retreating to advance? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. No longer regarding Lu Xianghua, he turned to the two brothers from Longhu, nodding with authority. Prepare the altar. Set the ritual. The two sturdy men swiftly placed the heavy wooden box down and opened it, quickly erecting a portable square table, draping it with yellow cloth as the altar. They then carefully retrieved a censer, a vermilion inkstone, a stack of yellow talismans inscribed with intricate symbols, and a hefty sword made of ancient coins, arranging them meticulously. Wang Lin approached the altar, his demeanor transforming into one of profound reverence and solemnity. He retrieved a talisman, eschewing any igniting device, and solemnly clasped it between his palms. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its power. He intoned, his voice low, as he forcefully rubbed his hands together. A miraculous scene unfolded. The talisman spontaneously ignited, flames leaping forth without any apparent source. Oh my! A startled gasp escaped from the maid beside Lu Xianghua in the crowd. Wang Lin remained unperturbed, steadily using the talisman as flames to light 5 incense sticks, each as thick as a thumb, in the incense burner. Wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise. Following this, he drew forth a copper coin sword, gripping the hilt with one hand while forming a sword seal with the other, closing his eyes in deep concentration, his lips moving swiftly in silent incantation. An even more astonishing spectacle emerged. As Wang Lin chanted, the seemingly unremarkable copper coin sword began to emanate a faint golden glow. The light shimmered, not blinding but remarkably conspicuous in the dark forest night. Professionalism. I must seize the opportunity to inquire how Master Wang accomplished this, Jiang Lu thought, genuinely astonished. Suddenly, Master Wang opened his eyes, pointing the sword towards the incense burner, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. Lu Jiushi, behold. The crowd's gaze converged upon the incense burner. There, amidst the swirling smoke, the 5 burning incense sticks revealed a sinister omen. 3 were long, and 2 were short. It was the fabled portent of 3 long and 2 short. 3 long and 2 short. This is indeed a dire omen. Lu Xinghua's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, bowing his head to Wang Lin. Master, I beseech you, save me. I implore you. The maid beside him rushed to support Lu Xianghua at this sight. Yet, Master Wang did not glance at the pleading Lu Xianghua. Instead, he turned towards the grave. Taking a deep breath, in the vastness of heaven and earth, the pure and the turbid intertwine. The sun and moon illuminate the essence. He pointed the copper coin sword towards the starry expanse above. As he did so, the crowd instinctively looked up, witnessing several unusually bright stars appearing in the night sky, their brilliance flickering in a manner that formed the outline of a ladle. Truly professional. He could even summon the Big Dipper. Jiang Lu was left speechless. Before anyone could ponder further, a fierce glint flickered in Master Wang's eyes as he swung the copper coin sword forcefully towards the grave. Simultaneously, it seemed he endured immense backlash, letting out a muffled groan of strain. Buzz! The golden light swirling around the sword abruptly dimmed. Master Wang swayed unsteadily, and with a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly, his vitality waning to its utmost limit. He steadied himself with great effort, his voice weak yet resolute, infused with a sense of relief. The evil spirit has dissipated. I have fulfilled my duty. No sooner had he spoken than he swayed again, on the verge of collapse. Master, Lu Xianghua quickly caught Wang Lin, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. You have worked so hard. You are like a rebirth parent to my Lu family. Please do take good care of yourself. The sight of that blood was all too real, leaving no room for disbelief. As the icy, cold condensation drew closer to Jianglu, a hint of uncertain astonishment graced her visage, and she lowered her voice. Jiang, this old Taoist, it seems, he truly possesses some remarkable abilities? That sword radiated light, stars twinkled above, and blood was expelled. Is this all too real? Jiang Lu stroked his chin, casting a complex glance at the feeble Wang Lin before responding to cold condensation. Once we descend the mountain, I shall seek an opportunity to inquire how he accomplished this. Will he even tell you? Cold condensation questioned, her skepticism evident. Jiang Lu replied with a radiant smile. He will. Lu Xianggui cautiously supported the weakened Master Wang Lin, and the group began retracing their steps down the mountain. However, as they traversed the same path, an unsettling sensation enveloped them. Despite having walked for over 20 minutes, they should have reached the clearing at the mountain's base. Yet before them loomed an endless expanse of trees and trails. The surroundings grew increasingly familiar, as if they were ensnared in an endless loop. Master, what is happening with this road? Lu Xianggui's voice trembled with palpable panic. Cold condensation clutched Jiang Lu's arm anxiously. A fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Wang Lin's brow. His previous display of weakness was now replaced by genuine alarm. Striving to maintain composure, he surveyed his surroundings, his voice taut with anxiety. Do not panic. Do not panic. It may be that the earlier spell disturbed the Earth's energy, creating a slight return of Dragon's malevolence. Steady your hearts. Before he could finish, a shriek pierced the air. Ah, there's a ghost. Lu Xianggui's young maid suddenly screamed, pointing down the mountain. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the direction of her finger. Not far ahead, in the middle of the mountain path, stood an exceedingly eerie figure. Its body appeared to be assembled from several desiccated segments, joints reversed, limbs grotesquely disproportionate, and its head tilted at an impossible angle. Lu Xianggui trembled, his voice shrill. We encounter ghost master. What shall we do? Wang Lin's complexion turned ashen, his hand trembling around the copper sword. Yet he could not falter. They were nearing the climax of their endeavor, and to waver now would render all efforts futile. He forced himself to declare, What sort of demon dares disturb my presence? The shadow remained silent, offering no response. Wang Lin suddenly turned to the two burly men behind him, urgency lacing his voice along. Ahu, I have exhausted my strength. You are brimming with vitality. Go investigate what that entity is. Along and Ahu exchanged terrified glances, yet under Wang Lin's piercing gaze, they reluctantly set down their box, drew their daggers, and with steely resolve, approached the shadow step by step. As they closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, the shadow vanished in an instant. Thud, thud. Two profoundly muted sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Along and Ahu's body stiffened. Shock reflected in their eyes as they realized they had each sustained a grievous wound in their chests. In an instant, the light in their eyes extinguished, and they collapsed to the ground. The ghostly figure reappeared, standing beside the fallen bodies of the Long and Hu brothers, one hand gripping a heart, which it began to devour voraciously, chewing incessantly. The crowd was utterly in disarray, frantically fleeing towards the mountain in sheer terror. Just moments ago, Wang Lin appeared feeble, yet now he was the fastest among them. The throng raced desperately for several minutes. A piercing scream pierced the air once more. Wang Lin, who had just vanished from sight, was now sprinting back towards them from the foot of the mountain, with a sinister shadow playfully trailing behind him. Turning around, the group was confronted by the sight of 2 lifeless bodies on the mountain path, those of the deceased Longhu brothers. Panic surged within Jiang Lu as he realized the grim reality. There truly were spirits in this world. Wang Lin, now too frightened to run ahead, slowed his pace to stay with the group. Thus began a cycle of despair. The group moved chaotically like headless flies, darting up and down the mountain path. Each time they passed the corpses of a Long and a Hu, the shadow would reappear as if tethered to them. The space around them seemed to contort and compress invisibly, quickening the cycle. Ultimately, they found themselves exhausted, cornered near the Longhu brothers' remains. With the distorted specter looming at both the front and rear, 2 apparitions, yet in truth a single ghost manifesting at two ends of folded space. Lu Xianghua was panting heavily, his face pale, supported only by the small caretaker and Lung Ningbing. He fixed his gaze intently on Wang Lin. Master, what should we do? Wang Lin, completely unraveling, cried out in desperation. How would I know? I'm just a fraud. It's all a lie. We're doomed. Lu Xianghua, struck as if by lightning, stammered, unable to articulate a single word. The two shadows merged into one, slowly advancing on the weary group. Jiang Lu sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. There's no profit to be made, and now I have to devise a way to save you. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Wang Lin and Lu Xianghua gazed at him like he was a savior, exclaiming in unison, "Money! Money! Money!" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. My assistance comes at a steep price. It may cost me years of foundational cultivation. Jiang Lu, adept at negotiating, began to set his terms. Wang Lin immediately countered, I'll give you everything. All my possessions. Just save me. Lu Xianghua was left speechless, pondering how this exchange sounded so familiar. Jiang Lu, with an air of righteousness, declared, We take it upon ourselves to vanquish evil. The formulaic speech rolled off his tongue with ease. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Jiang Lu rose to stand before them all. He strained to summon the residual powers of various talismans within him. To their astonishment, his form gradually faded into the night, leaving only his head suspended in the air. Alas, it seemed he could not fully conceal himself. Jiang Lu sighed once more. At that moment, the ghostly figure suddenly vanished. He had taken action, but curiously, his target was not the nearest G concealed, with only its head visible. It appeared to the creature as though it possessed no heart. It was a heart-eater. The scene of the heart-eater dining was grotesquely sanguinary, and Lu Xianghua had already fainted from terror. Wang Lin, in a state of sheer panic, was left paralyzed, having soiled his trousers. Lung Ningbing's complexion turned a ghastly white, and she dared not move. The spectral figure chewed on the heart in its maw, its gaze sweeping around as if in search of its next victim. Ultimately, its eyes fixed upon Lung Ningbing. At that moment, Lung Ningbing felt a shiver run down her spine, her hairs standing on end as she trembled and glanced toward Jiang Lu. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu had stealthily approached the heart-eater from behind. Channeling the remnants of the bull talisman's power, he launched a lethal flying kick. It struck the heart-eater squarely in the lower back. Taken by surprise, the heart-eater staggered. It furiously scanned the surroundings, its gaze landing on Jiang Lu's head, yet it seemed oblivious to him. Jiang Lu noticed a fleeting moment of bewilderment and confusion in its eyes. Bolstered by newfound courage, he began to circle around the heart-eater, launching continuous assaults. Kicks, side thrusts, knee strikes, sweeping leg kicks, and crosslocks. Most of these techniques were learned from that frog vendor. Having suffered at their hands, he now wielded them with proficiency. Drawing upon the residual strength of the bull talisman, he momentarily left the heart-eater in a state of disarray, its roars echoing in frustration. Is this physical exorcism? Have I truly strayed down a narrow path? Wang Lin stood by dumbfounded. Lung Ningbing, however, remained unfazed. Jiang Lu had faced far greater horrors in the instance. Yet, as minutes passed, Jiang Lu's heart gradually sank. While his strength was ample, he lacked a decisive killing blow. Though his physical attacks inflicted pain upon the heart-eater, they barely caused any substantial harm. To make matters worse, the snake talisman's time had expired. Jiang Lu's form began to materialize once more. At the very moment the outline of his heart became apparent, a fierce glint ignited in the heart-eater's eyes. In an instant, it vanished from Jiang Lu's sight. Yang Yi, behind you, Lung Ningbing screamed in warning. Jiang Lu's hair stood on end as he abruptly turned. It was too late. The heart-eater's claws, imbued with a foul wind, lunged straight for his back. Jiang Lu desperately tried to evade by twisting his body. With a sickening sound, the claws grazed past his heart, tearing through his left shoulder and ripping away a chunk of flesh. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, but it was quickly subdued by the lingering power of the horse talisman. Clutching the gaping wound on his shoulder, Jiang Lu's gaze remained fixed on the heart-eater in the distance. The creature retracted its claws, observing the blood at its tips, a cruel grin spreading across its face. Jiang Lu gasped for breath, his eyes locked onto the Heart Eater. It had located its heart. In this state, he would surely be unable to evade the next attack. Was he to perish? Not in the instance, but in the realm of reality? The Heart Eater's form once again became indistinct, vanishing from Jiang Lu's view. It was coming, just as the tension reached its zenith. Whoosh boom! The anticipated lethal assault did not materialize. Instead, a thunderous roar descended from the heavens, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust. As the debris settled, Jiang Lu squinted into the distance. Before him stood a towering, corpulent green figure, poised in a perfectly executed superhero landing, steadfastly shielding Jiang Lu. It was the Great Frog. It had arrived. Chapter 20. The Violent Frog. Ling Dongbing was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise. Wang Lin, however, was utterly bewildered. His mind a blank. What on earth is this green-skinned toad? He felt that the events of the night had shattered the worldview he had held for half his life. Jiang Lu, still reeling from the pain in his shoulder, thought rapidly, could it be that it's since my plight trapped in this ghostly wall? He was uncertain whether the giant frog could confront the bizarre Heart Eater, but at this moment it was his only hope. Meanwhile, the Heart Eater was interrupted by the sudden descent of the giant frog as it attempted to cast its spell. However, the giant frog was merely a puppet. It lacked a heart. Thus, in the eyes of the Heart Eater, it merely perceived something falling from the sky. What could it be? Its hollow eye sockets were filled with confusion, yet its solution was simple and brutal, regardless of what had fallen. It would first devour the heart of the one who had struck it. The ghostly figure blurred once more, its speed surging as its claws lunged toward Jiang Lu's chest. Just then, whoosh, a colossal green shadow moved, faster than the ghostly figure. The giant frog's body erupted with a speed that belied its bulky form. A massive hand shot out with pinpoint precision, grasping the Heart Eater's attacking claws. Huh! The Heart Eater froze, sensing itself ensnared by an invisible force. It struggled desperately, but its claws remained immobile. Before it could comprehend what had transpired, the frog's grip twisted fiercely, snapping its claws with a crack. The Heart Eater's already contorted limbs were bent into a more grotesque angle. Following this, the giant frog turned its back to the Heart Eater, leveraging the strength of its waist and abdomen to propel its robust leg backward with great force. Boom! The kick landed solidly on the Heart Eater's midsection. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, is this an elephant's kick? He instinctively commented. The Heart Eater was sent flying like a deflated sack, crashing through two saplings before finally halting, its form visibly diminished. The giant frog offered no respite. It sprang into the air, legs pushing off the ground, arms outstretched with claws poised, launching itself towards the struggling Heart Eater. Jiang Lu's eyes lit up. Is this the flying crane pouncing on shrimp? Plop! The giant frog pinned the Heart Eater firmly to the ground. Then it brought its gigantic plastic head down with force upon the Heart Eater's blurred visage. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Was that a head smashing a walnut? Jiang Lu couldn't help but chuckle. The Heart Eater became disoriented, its form fluctuating violently, on the verge of disintegration. Seizing the moment, the giant frog clasped its hands together, lifting them high as if wielding a colossal axe, and swung down with might. Whoosh bang! This time it was a pure physical strike. Wow, an axe striking a great tree? Jiang Lu watched with rapt attention. The Heart Eater felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, its form growing even more tenuous. It struggled to coalesce, but the effort proved exceedingly arduous. As the target continued to shift, the large frog appeared to grow increasingly impatient. It crouched slightly, awkwardly bouncing in place to gather strength, and then leapt upward with remarkable force. Its immense green form soared several meters high. In midair, its arms formed a Z shape, and it precisely descended upon the not fully formed specter below, landing with a resounding thud. What the? Did the crow just take flight? Jiang Lu and Wang Lin exclaimed in unison. A deafening boom echoed. The last remnants of the specter's feeble form disintegrated under the sheer force of gravity, vanishing into nothingness. Only a trace of faint black mist lingered in the air, swiftly whisked away by the night breeze. The pervasive chill and the scent of blood that had hung in the forest dissipated entirely. The large frog gradually stood, shaking its gigantic plastic head, then crossing its arms and tilting its chin slightly. Its plastic compound eyes seemed to dart towards Jiang Lu, though its expression remained fixed. Its posture radiated an unmistakable air of triumph, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Wow, frog, you are magnificent." Cold condensation ice was the first to react, joyfully rushing forward to embrace the frog's sturdy arm. The frog allowed her to hold on, its plastic shoulder gently swaying as if in response. With the specter dismantled, the confounding barrier naturally vanished, allowing the crisp night air of the mountains to flow freely once more. Cold condensation ice excitedly circled the frog, showering it with compliments. Jiang Lu, nursing a painful wound, glanced at Wang Lin, who sat on the ground, still visibly shaken. "Stop dawdling, Master Wang," Jiang Lu said, his tone laced with fatigue and jest. "You must still possess some genuine strength, right? Go wake up Boss Lu. It's time to descend the mountain." Wang Lin snapped back to reality, hurriedly standing up. Yes, Jiang Master is correct. Mr. Lu, wake up. It's all right." He fervently slapped Lu Xianggui's face in an attempt to rouse him, while nodding and bowing to Jiang Lu. However, Lu Xianggui, already frail and excessively startled, remained unresponsive despite Wang Lin's efforts. With no other option, Wang Lin hoisted Lu Xianggui onto his back and followed Jiang Lu and the others down the mountain. The path downward was considerably smoother. The moonlight shone brightly, and the chirping of insects resumed. After walking for a while, Jiang Lu casually remarked, "About the money we discussed earlier, that still stands, right?" "Absolutely. It is assured," Wang Lin replied, thumping his chest, panting under the weight of the unconscious Lu Xianggui. "Money is the root of all evil, and I have been shrouded by this evil for far too long. I implore Master to bear this burden for me. Tomorrow. No, at the break of dawn, I shall contact you to arrange the collection of my possessions." Jiang Lu cast him a sideways glance. "Your spells, they're quite unique. Self-igniting talismans, glowing swords, and the North Star's response. How did you manage that?" He was indeed curious. Wang Lin wore an awkward smile. Hee, just some minor tricks, nothing of great significance. The self-igniting talisman is simple. Just mix potassium chlorate and sulfur in the right proportions and apply it to the talisman. A little warmth from the palm ignites it. "Oh, a fraudster who also understands chemistry?" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. "There is no denying that times are advancing." Wang Lin shrugged. "That copper coin sword is a handcrafted artifact I commissioned, with tiny bulbs concealed within each coin. The switch is located on the hilt. With a mere press, it illuminates, capable of producing lights of any hue. As for the Big Dipper in the sky, is it not your own?" Jiang Lu interjected. Master, you are astute," Wang Lin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, a small drone, preset to hover at specific coordinates, flies up at crucial moments to illuminate, appearing from a distance as if the 7 stars are aligned. He finally regained some confidence in his professional expertise. "Cyber Taoist," Jiang Lu mused. "What about the incense? And your theatrical blood spitting, such flawless coordination." "The incense is manageable," Wang Lin chuckled, having made some adjustments. 3 sticks are genuine, while 2 are fakes, coated with a thin layer of fragrant powder, filled inside with easily ignitable wood shavings and ash, indistinguishable from the outside. As for the blood spitting, he lowered his voice, infused with a touch of pride. "While you all gaze skyward at the 7 stars in a row, I swiftly stuffed a blood pack into my mouth and bit down. The little maid was on hand to provide cover for me." Jiang Lu shook his head. "That maid is also in your employ, isn't she? By sabotaging his food?" Wang Lin's smile faltered as he was exposed. "Master, your insight is unparalleled. Yes, it was orchestrated. I had him consume incompatible food, subtly deteriorating his health. Later, I would create some commotion. Such schemes require months of groundwork." He sighed, lamenting, alas, who could have known I would encounter the real deal. "Now, I have completely fallen. From your words, it seems you feel quite aggrieved?" Jiang Lu's tone turned frosty. "Not at all. Wang Lin quickly pledged his loyalty, declaring there was absolutely no grievance. Just trying to make a living. He hastily shifted the topic. Master, shall we exchange contact information? Where do you hold your position? Jiang Lu scrutinized him for several seconds, causing Wang Lin to feel a chill run down his spine. Then he murmured, I reside at the newly opened Jiang Lu Paranormal Agency in the city center. Make sure to remember. As for a phone number, let us forego that. I can find you without tricks. Yes. I wouldn't dare to employ any tricks. Master, you in this. Frog God are extraordinary beings. I would never. Wang Lin swore earnestly. He felt a genuine trepidation. Jiang Lu was evidently no ordinary individual. Just the ability to vanish was enough to instill fear. Not to mention that colossal frog capable of slaying spirits with bare hands. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Lin expressed his intent to liquidate his assets, promising to deliver them to Jiang Lu's agency the following day. Jiang Lu did not object. He merely cautioned Wang Lin not to entertain thoughts of fleeing, as he had already secured a strand of his hair, capable of causing his abrupt demise at any moment. Wang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily acquiescing, and then drove away. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Xiangge remained unconscious. Lung Ningbing directly tossed the car keys to Jiang Lu. It's too late. You all should drive back to rest. I'll stay here with Uncle Lu until his family arrives. I will find a way to smooth over tonight's events. Jiang Lu accepted the keys without hesitation. Understood. Take care. Subsequently, Jiang Lu drove Lung Ningbing's sports car, ferrying the Great Frog away from the villa area. Upon returning to the Jiang Lu Paranormal Affairs office, it was already past 3 in the morning. After parking the car, Jiang Lu felt as though his entire body was in disarray. The bloodstains on his shoulder, inflicted by a gluttonous spirit, had healed due to the residual power of a talisman. He grimaced as he took a shower, hoping to wash away the weariness and blood of the day. Just as he collapsed onto the soft bed, teetering on the brink of sleep, suddenly, a blinding light pierced his eyes. Jiang Lu jolted upright, the drowsiness fleeing in an instant. In his room stood a tall, green figure, having silently materialized by his bedside. The frog-like creature was clutching a massive white-gloved hand around its trifold phone, the screen radiating an excruciating brightness directly into his face. On the screen, the same interface was unmistakably displayed. King of Glory Store, Skin Purchase Page. A glaring line of red text below proclaimed, Payment failed. Payment failed. Payment failed. Jiang Lu gazed at the oversized green head mere inches away, the veins on his forehead pulsating. Damn it. Here we go again. Chapter 21. Master Wang Lin, not a chance. Jiang Lu grumbled, burying his face into the pillow. His voice muffled, he thought to himself, how could one even consider spending money before making any? I refuse to indulge this green-skinned creature in developing a penchant for in-game purchases. This was merely a game of honor of kings. If it were the game-breathable Jianghu, where a single outfit costs hundreds of thousands, he wouldn't be able to afford even one spirit after a day of capturing ghosts. The large plastic figure of the frog visibly stiffened for a moment, then began to tremble violently. It raised its phone high, its empty webbed hand pointed accusingly at Jiang Lu, its body language filled with reproach, as if to say, I saved your life, and you can't even spare a skin for me. A sense of grievance radiated from its plastic compound eyes. Observing the frog's demeanor, Jiang Lu's initial resolve softened. He sighed in resignation, pulled out his phone, and relented. All right, stop with that forlorn look. Hand it over. Just this once. He scanned the code, and the payment was successful. The frog instantly revived, snatching the phone and gleefully scampering out of the room, clutching the newly displayed skin interface. The perils of online gaming have deeply ensnared this frog, Jiang Lu murmured to himself as he rolled over, gazing at the ceiling. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Jiang Lu awoke to the sunlight streaming through the window, stretching lazily. As he opened his eyes, the little red dot on the social media icon on his retina was particularly striking. Upon clicking it, he found a message from Cold Condensation. Cold Condensation, Brother Jiang. The situation has become quite complicated. The little nanny and the Longhu brothers are dead, and Lu Xianggue is still unconscious from shock. He claims it was an accidental fall or a sudden heart attack. For now, that's his story. The police and family have begun searching for Wang Lin. I haven't team mentioned your involvement. I can't return to the office for the time being to avoid drawing attention. If Wang Lin comes looking for you, be extremely cautious and don't let him drag you into trouble. Reading the message, Jiang Lu's lips curled in a wry smile, and he closed his eyes in helplessness. Great, another fruitless endeavor. He rose from bed, slipping on his slippers as he walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, the large frog was engrossed in playing the game, accompanied by a young man in casual attire, looking no older than 27 or 28. The young man was eagerly stretching his neck, pointing at the screen. Frog God, don't let this line go. We need to defend the high ground. The high ground is about to fall. Impatiently, the frog swatted the young man's finger away with its thick webbed hand. With a haughty tilt of its head, its plastic eyes conveyed disdain, as if to say, don't direct me. Huh. Jiang Lu's expression sharpened, instantly alert. Hey, who are you? Hearing the voice, the young man quickly turned around, a somewhat awkward smile spreading across his face. Master, it's me, Wang Lin. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled 2 fake mustaches from his pocket and affixed them to his upper lip and chin with practiced ease, instantly adding an air of celestial charm to his appearance. What the heck? Jiang Lu rubbed his eyes, taking a closer look. Have you reverted to youth? Weren't you an old man just last night? Wang Lin chuckled, proudly tearing off his false beard. Just a bit of rudimentary disguise, you know. Essential for survival in this world. Without such skills, I would have long been locked away. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding, swiftly steering the conversation towards the main topic. All right then, what about the assets you promised me? Wang Lin's smug expression crumbled instantly, replaced by a mournful countenance. Master, please don't mention it. That group acted too swiftly. My profitable identities have been completely exposed. My house, car, bank accounts frozen. I am now like a rat crossing the street, afraid to drive, relying solely on my 2 legs to get here. Jiang Lu's face darkened. Then why the hell did you come find me? Are you seeking charity? I have no money to lend. Not at all. Wang Lin immediately knelt down with a decisive thud, continuing earnestly, Master, I beseech you to take me in. I am proficient in serving tea, washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. I only ask that you teach me a bit. True skill. His eyes reflected genuine fear and longing. Jiang Lu observed his demeanor, contemplating. This lad was quite resourceful, brimming with clever ideas, adept in deception, and possessing some scientific knowledge. If utilized well, he could undoubtedly be a valuable ally. The best part was that there would be no need to pay him. He would be a pure laborer. Perhaps this arrangement might not be so disadvantageous after all. Leisurely, Jiang Lu spoke, but we must establish 3 rules. First, all actions are to be directed by me. Second, control your tongue. Do not speak of what should not be said. Third, I haven't thought of it yet, but I'll let you know when I do. Do you understand? Wang Lin nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Understood, Master. I am at your service. Thus, the grand opening of Jiang Lu's paranormal agency, originally set for today, appeared rather desolate in the absence of the cold and indifferent Qing. Nevertheless, Wang Lin's performance did not disappoint Jiang Lu. At noon, he donned an apron and ventured into the small kitchen, conjuring up 3 dishes and a soup, which turned out to be surprisingly palatable. In the afternoon, under Jiang Lu's guidance, Wang Lin became the receptionist for the agency. He sat earnestly on the ground floor, awaiting customers. Occasionally, curious elderly residents from the alley would peek in. Young comrade, what business do you conduct here? Wang Lin immediately donned a professional smile, expertly introducing, greetings, esteemed elders. We specialize in quantum mechanics, nanotechnology, and AI fortune-telling. How has your sleep been lately? Are your descendants' matrimonial affairs progressing smoothly? Gulme. Allow me to read your palm or face for free. I assure you a peaceful old age and prosperous descendants. With his youthful, innocent visage and eloquent speech capable of charming even the dead, he managed to bewilder several curious onlookers. Revenue on the 2nd day of operation, 176. All thanks to Master Wang's scientific fortune-telling. Jiang Lu, observing the WeChat notifications, felt a tangle of emotions. Days passed swiftly. Wang Lin fully embraced his role as an exemplary disciple, cooking, cleaning, and managing the shop, while diligently accompanying the Big Frog for gaming sessions at night. Their synergy surprisingly improving. The agency remained calm and uneventful. At 11:30 p.m., it was once again time for the new eerie game instance to commence. Jiang Lu quietly tiptoed out of the bedroom and into the living room. On the sofa, Wang Lin was huddled closely with a large frog, both intently focused on a folding smartphone. Frog God, watch me execute a stunning flank. Activate the ultimate. Beautiful. 5 kills. 5 kills. The frog controlled the game character, the screen resonating with sharp taps. Noticing Jiang Lu's presence, Wang Lin turned his head and asked, Master, are you going out so late? Do you need me to accompany you? Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively. No need, just taking a stroll downstairs for some fresh air. I'll be back shortly. He couldn't let Wang Lin know about the peculiar game's existence. All right, Master, walk carefully. Come back soon, Wang Lin replied, his attention swiftly returning to the intense team battle. As the clock approached midnight, the city remained awake. Jiang Lu wandered aimlessly through the alleys. Time ticked away, and at 11:58 p.m., he turned a corner to reveal a brightly lit 4-story building. The first floor housed a bank, with an elevator leading directly upstairs. The second floor emitted a warm red glow and a hint of spice, marked by the sign Sister Pay's Hot Pot. The third floor was adorned with vibrant neon lights for billiards, while the fourth floor shimmered with the blue light of an internet cafe, where young men and women continuously entered and exited. Jiang Lu altered his course and pushed open the glass door next to the bank, which bore the sign indicating that passengers should use the elevator. He pressed the button for the ascending lift. As the elevator smoothly rose, just as the doors were about to close, a hefty man in a blue and white striped hospital gown squeezed in. Phew, finally made it, he gasped, leaning against the cold metal wall of the elevator, beads of sweat dotting his round face, the hospital gown emblazoned with Third People's Hospital. He didn't glance at Jiang Lu, instead pressing the button for the fourth floor. Impressive, he thought, to venture out in a hospital gown just to spend the night online. What intense addiction. Jiang Lu silently mocked, redirecting his focus to the countdown clock. At midnight precisely, suddenly, the lights in the elevator flickered erratically, reminiscent of a poor connection, accompanied by a violent jolt. In the next instant, the elevator began to plummet rapidly, just as it had in a previous experience. A strong sensation of weightlessness compelled Jiang Lu to grasp the handrail tightly. Thud! A heavy stop. Above the elevator doors, blood-red numbers blared ominously. -18F. A retinal display unfurled. Dungeon. Renai Hospital. Dungeon level. C. Main quest. Collect 5 pieces of information about Zihan within the hospital. Current progress. 05. Note. Any injury sustained in the dungeon will be healed upon returning to reality. Following closely, a crimson talisman flashed before him. Current dungeon random talisman. Pig talisman, dog talisman, dog talisman. Immunity to fatal damage and preservation of youth, but cannot eliminate suffering or restore injuries. Pig talisman. Eyes capable of emitting high-energy laser beams, possessing immense destructive power. Instantaneous release without delay. Jiang Lu's heart soared with exhilaration. He nearly laughed aloud. Pig and dog it is. Laser eyes and an immortal body. This combination is solid. With fervent ambition ignited, he instinctively glanced back. However, his gaze became fixed. In the corner of the elevator, a chubby figure clad in a hospital gown clutched the handrail. Wide-eyed and utterly bewildered, staring directly at him. What the? Jiang Lu's expression transformed in an instant. I inadvertently brought someone with me? Chapter 22. Xianyuan Zhangwo brother. Have we traversed time? The chubby boy's voice trembled, his eyes wide as he stared blankly at the air before him. An object materialized in front of me, inscribed with the words Renai, hospital, and instructing us to complete a task. Jiang Lu was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had the bizarre game launched a new activity? Or was it merely a coincidence? He strained to remember the words of Long Haoyan from his first instance. Turning to the chubby boy with a serious expression, he said, As you can see, we have been ensnared in a peculiar game instance. To survive, we must work together. At this juncture, Jiang Lu hesitated, feeling the formidable energy coursing through him from the talismans. He shifted his tone. Never mind, just stick close to me. Don't wander off or cause trouble, and I will lead you to safety. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's face transformed from terror to an inexplicable excitement. I knew it. This world is certainly not as simple as it seems, and I am definitely not an ordinary person. My name is Xianyuan Jiangwo. What shall I call you, Great One? Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu glanced at his striking blue and white striped attire. Jiangwo, what else with that outfit? Do you have some kind of serious illness? He found the name somewhat amusing. Xianyuan Jiangwo quickly replied, I'm not insane. My father brought me here, and my attending physician, Director Yang Yongxin, claims I have a delusional disorder, but I disagree. I believe, suddenly lowering his voice, his expression turned mysterious. I am sealed with an ancient bloodline within me, and once awakened, chaos will engulf the entire world. Jiang Lu felt a twitch in his eyelid. His current companion seemed gravely troubled. Just then, both of their retinas were suddenly inundated with a notification. Please evacuate the elevator area immediately, or you will be deemed as playing passively. Run. Jiang Lu grasped the still chattering Xianyuan Jiangwo and dashed out of the elevator. The moment their feet touched the ground, a chill, tinged with the scent of disinfectant, enveloped them. Before them lay a vast and desolate outpatient hall. Stark white lights pouring down from above, casting a pallor over their faces. The walls, not particularly new, bore signs of peeling, yet the floor gleamed as if polished. Jiang Lu scanned the surroundings and approached the glass at the hall's edge to peer outside. All he could see was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any scenery. Xianyuan Jiangwo joined him, a serious expression on his face as he rested his chin in contemplation. Great One, the task states we need to gather 5 pieces of information regarding Zihan. We should head to the archives or the registration office, don't you think? Jiang Lu did not look at Xianyuan Jiangwo, but surveyed the eerie hall before responding. You seem rather analytical. Xianyuan Jiangwo chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. Great Xianyuan Jiangwo chuckled. A year later, an aunt holding a baby came in my home, leading to a quarrel between my parents that ended in divorce, and thus, I gained a younger brother and a stepmother. Jiang Lu gazed at the round face adorned with innocent pride, succumbing to silence. He seemed to grasp why his father had chosen to send him to the hospital. The two of them groped through the vast, empty hall. The registration desk appeared as if it had been ransacked, utterly deserted. Pushing open the consultation room door revealed a similar absence of occupants. As they circled to the side, they discovered a wooden door ajar, bearing a sign indicating it was a consultation materials room. Upon entering, a pungent odor of mildew assaulted their senses, causing a fit of coughing. The room was nearly submerged in a sea of paper, with various yellowed medical record bags, registration books, and lab reports forming undulating hills, cluttering the tables and floors, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Jiang Lu surveyed the daunting workload and groaned. This is more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. Xianyuan Jiangwo, however, retrieved a medical record bag and encouraged, don't lose heart, my friend. Let's search diligently. The task isn't time-sensitive, and we have ample time. Jiang Lu sighed, feeling a touch of helplessness. Oh, how he wished his teammate for this dungeon was Zhong Yikuan. His sharp mind would undoubtedly excel in this scenario. Just as Jiangwo was flipping through the records with earnestness, a heavy, dragging sound echoed abruptly from the desolate corridor outside. Simultaneously, a monotonous, lifeless voice repeated like a broken record. Maintain. Cleanliness. Maintain. Cleanliness. The voice was frigid, imbued with an unsettling obsession, growing ever closer. Jiang Lu's expression sharpened, and he swiftly motioned for Jiangwo to be silent. Pressing himself against the doorframe and cracking the door open slightly. In the dim corridor light, a figure clad in a blue cleaning uniform stood with its back turned, dragging a worn-out mop in an unnaturally stiff manner. Hunched over, the figure's head hung low, the tattered cap obscuring its face, fixated on the floor below. Maintain. Cleanliness. The lifeless voice droned on. Brother. Xianyuan Jiangwo leaned closer to the door crack. A single glance caused his pupils to constrict sharply. In a hushed tone, he whispered, it only looks at the ground. It's fixated on our footprints. As if his words had triggered something, the cleaning figure abruptly halted its actions. A grating sound of creaking joints filled the air. It slowly began to turn towards the materials room. Beneath the brim of the cap, a chilling gaze locked onto the two distinct footprints on the floor. Not clean, dirty, dirty. The voice escalated, twisting into a piercing shriek. The mop was raised violently. Its posture transformed from one of cleaning to an expression of furious intent, a terrifying beam of crimson light, radiating intense heat, erupted without warning from Jiang Lu's eyes. The beam accurately pierced the right knee of the cleaning specter. A wisp of white smoke ascended from the specter's right calf, as the searing light severed the connection between the specter's thigh and lower leg. With a hissing sound, another scarlet beam shot forth. The left knee of the cleaning specter was swiftly obliterated, melted away in an instant. A bizarre, inhuman shriek echoed, a sound unlike any other. Both of the specter's calves were severed at the knees, the upper half crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Clean, dead, the mangled upper body continued to writhe in a frenzy. The remaining arms flailed desperately forward, those eyes still fixated intensely on Jiang Lu's shoes. Xian Yuan Zhangwo stood atop the table, utterly dumbfounded. He quickly leaped down and trotted over to Jiang Lu, exclaiming, "Bro, your laser eyes are so cool. I have a pair of Sharingan too. They faintly emerge after an all-nighter, but I have no friends and my parents are quite healthy. I wonder when I will experience the pain of losing a beloved one and awaken my ocular power." At this point, a hint of melancholy crept into his voice. Jiang Lu's lips twitched in amusement, unable to resist retorting. "First of all, your bloodshot eyes after an all-nighter are due to excessive strain causing vascular dilation. Secondly, don't you realize the reason you have no friends?" Xian Yuan Zhangwo looked incredulous. "Impossible. I must have Sharingan. Otherwise, how do you explain my resemblance to Sasuke?" Jiang Lu, utterly exhausted from the conversation, chose to ignore Xian Yuan Zhangwo. He knelt before the cleaning specter, who was still thrashing on the ground, and gently inquired, "Hey, cleaner, do you know my family member Zihan?" Chapter 23. The moment the name Zihan was uttered, the cleaning spirit, whose body was writhing in a futile struggle, suddenly froze. The pair of eyes hidden beneath the cap glimmered with sheer terror. He, Calamity, he is, before the words could fully escape. The remnants of her form disintegrated into ash, dissipating under the light without leaving a trace. Jiang Lu's retina instantly displayed an update. Main quest. Please gather 5 pieces of information regarding Zihan within the hospital. Current progress. 1-5. Is this already 1/5 complete? Jiang Lu gazed at the cleaning spirit that had turned to dust, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he came to an understanding. Indeed, even without meticulously sifting through medical records, there existed an alternative route to success. However, the information revealed by the cleaning spirit, never mind, whatever calamity that may be, let be addressed by my pig talisman. At that moment, Xinyuan Zhangwo leaned closer to Jiang Lu, his eyes gleaming. "Big boss, is this really resolved?" "Astonishing. I do not take apprentices." Jiang Lu interrupted his incantation, preventing him from continuing his incessant chatter. Xinyuan Zhangwo was evidently taken aback by this remark, his face shifting through shades of pale and flush, at a loss for words. Jiang Lu disregarded him and stepped out of the data room. To avoid rummaging through that pile of useless papers, "Follow me. Let us directly interrogate the spirits." The two then cautiously ventured along the desolate corridor. Before long, a massive directional wall appeared, adorned with the floor plan of Renai Hospital. Yet this map was disorienting. It was fragmented into numerous irregularly shaped squares, as if cut by scissors and haphazardly reassembled. The intended layered display of departments was utterly disarranged, with outpatient services potentially adjacent to staff quarters, and the sign for the morgue possibly affixed next to the kitchen, a chaotic maze devoid of logic. Jiang Lu furrowed his brow, straining to discern the position of the outpatient department amidst the mosaic. Adjacent to it, a slanted square bore the inscription for the staff quarters. Is this a puzzle to be solved? Xinyuan Jingwo also leaned in, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the abstract map, exclaiming, "Hey, this is my forte." Jiang Lu shot him a glance. "Can you reconstruct these fragments in your mind?" Xinyuan Jingwo's expression grew serious in an instant, taking a deep breath as he intensely focused on the map, as if to etch each piece into his memory. After approximately half a minute, he abruptly straightened, his tone resolute. "All right, is it done?" Jiang Lu's spirits lifted. Xinyuan Jingwo scratched his head, looking rather sheepish. "It's so difficult. My pig brain is overloaded." Jiang Lu. He turned and randomly chose a direction to proceed. Not long after, several imposing glass doors loomed ahead, which they pushed open. The scene that unfolded before them left both men momentarily speechless. A row of meticulously aligned rooms, with iron door numbers clearly visible, 001, 002, 003. At the end of the corridor, a sign with a white background and red lettering reads, "Employee Dormitory, maintain silence." The two exchanged glances, turning back to observe the area they had just traversed, marked on the guide map as the outpatient section, and then scrutinized the tangible dormitory area before them. This map. Xianyuan Jingwo swallowed hard. It seemed not a puzzle, but merely its true form. This dilapidated hospital space was in disarray. Jiang Lu remained speechless, pushing open the glass door and stepping inside. The dormitory area was eerily quiet. They opened room after room, finding nothing but rudimentary iron-frame beds and empty bedding within. They walked to the end of the dormitory corridor, nearly colliding with the fire exit door. Beside the exit, an old wooden chair sat, occupied by a figure clad in a loose, outdated security uniform. His head hung low, his hat askew, exposing a large area of decaying skin on his face and neck. His body rose and fell slightly with an almost imperceptible snore. "Big boss." Xianyuan Jingwo's voice trembled. "Should we perhaps consult the documents?" Observing the guard's ghastly appearance made his legs quiver slightly. Jiang Lu remained silent, instead softening his footsteps and walking directly in front of the guard. He glanced down at the badge hanging from the guard's chest, which bore the faint inscription, 9527. Jiang Lu cleared his throat and bellowed, 9527. The guard's body reacted instinctively, springing up into a perfectly executed salute. He raised his decaying arm and rendered a salute to Jiang Lu, his voice resounding, "At your service." The motion was fluid and precise. Yet, upon raising his head and realizing that the figure standing before him was not the familiar leader from memory, but rather an unfamiliar living person, the rotting visage was instantly overtaken by a fury of mockery. Seeking death, he swiftly seized the baton at his side and hurled it at Jiang Lu with force. Zing! Two slender beams of crimson light flashed. Thud! The rubber baton in the guard's hand abruptly melted away. It clattered to the ground. The guard's movements froze, maintaining the posture of swinging the baton. The anger on his decayed face was swiftly replaced by surprise and fear. 2 minutes later, the once arrogant and fierce guard was now kneeling obediently on the floor before Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu crossed his arms, adopting the demeanor of an instructor. "Tell me, what is the core principle of our security team?" The guard promptly replied, "To protect our own safety, to make things difficult for all residents, to strike hard against delivery personnel, and to avoid thieves and robbers." Jiang Lu nodded in satisfaction and glanced back at Xianyuan Jingwo, who was peering curiously from the doorway. "Did you see that? This is what professionalism looks like." Xianyuan Jingwo extended his thumb through the crack of the door, nodding in admiration. Jiang Lu turned back to the kneeling guard. "Well, not bad. Now let me ask you a serious question. Do you know my family member, Zihan?" Upon hearing that name, the security specter faltered in its previously fluid recitation. The expression on its decayed visage evaporated in an instant, leaving only a visage of terror. He. The security specter's voice trembled uncontrollably, not a patient. "He is a madman, a harbinger of doom. It was he who slaughtered everyone. All perished. It is he, indeed he, all of them." Its voice carried a note of weeping. Before the words could fully escape its lips, the specter's form began to quiver violently, much like the janitor before, and with a sudden puff, It disintegrated into a cloud of ash that dissipated into the air. The retinal information updated simultaneously. Main task: please collect 5 pieces of information about Zihan within the hospital. Current progress: 2-5. Jiang Lu furrowed his brow deeply. Had he slain everyone in the hospital? Who exactly is Zihan? Could he be the hidden mission's boss? Xian Yuan Jiangwo cautiously approached. Brother Jiang, shall we continue to question the specter? Naturally. Jiang Lu suppressed his inner turmoil. Perusing documents was a clumsy approach. He recalled the location of the director's office, didn't he? Indeed, the last large section on the guide map, although adjacent to the cafeteria. Xian Yuan Jiangwo immediately pointed in a direction, asserting that the director would surely possess valuable information. After all, he is the chief. It was a mistake to not inquire directly. All right, lead the way. Jiang Lu commenced his stride. The two traversed the distorted corridors and chaotic spaces, ultimately arriving at a distinctly different area, the hospital's administrative office. Here, the corridors were adorned with worn carpets, flanked by doors marked with departmental signs. There, the office with the largest sign ahead is the director's office. Xian Yuan Jiangwo indicated toward the heavy wooden door at the end of the corridor. Jiang Lu halted, turning to Xian Yuan Jiangwo. Find a place to conceal yourself. If Zihan is indeed the boss, the director is likely an elite foe. Wait for the task update, prompt before returning. Understood. Be careful, esteemed one. Xian Yuan Jiangwo promptly grasped the intent. Jiang Lu inhaled deeply and approached the director's office door. He grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. It was unlocked. The door swung open. Inside lay a rather spacious office. The grand mahogany desk exuded magnificence, with an entire wall lined with bookshelves crammed with exquisite tomes. Seated in a large swivel chair, facing away from the entrance, was a man with meticulously groomed gray hair. Upon hearing the door open, the chair slowly turned. Seated, there was a middle-aged man clad in a crisp, immaculate white coat. His countenance exuded a refined gentility. Complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze calm, and his face adorned with a hint of professional courtesy in his smile. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. This director appeared to be entirely incongruous with the eerie atmosphere of the scenario, resembling more a living, breathing hospital director than anything else. Chapter 24. The Human Canon. The director gazed at Jiang Lu with a smile that seemed to convey an understanding of all truths, and spoke. Having arrived here, you must be aware of the reality of the situation. I do not know, Jiang Lu interjected, his tone flat. The director's smile faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. There is no need for such humility, young man. To untangle the complex threads of this hospital and find your way here is testament to your intelligence. I did not follow any clues, Jiang Lu interrupted again, a hint of impatience glinting in his eyes. The director's calm demeanor crumbled completely, a flicker of anger manifesting. Who gave you the audacity to interrupt me repeatedly? Stop rambling and get on with it. I'm pressed for time, Jiang Lu said, flexing his wrist, his gaze sharp. The director, enraged, responded with a mocking laughter. Ah, how bold of you to confront me without Zihan by your side. You have chosen the path to your demise. Before he could finish, the ceiling and walls of the office were suddenly enveloped in a thick, writhing layer of dark red blood. The acrid scent of blood filled the air. Jiang Lu's heart dropped. What the hell? A ghostly trap? He cursed himself for being overconfident, realizing the director possessed such formidable powers. If he had known, he would have unleashed his laser vision upon entering. The director's figure had already vanished within the blood-soaked horror, leaving only a chilling voice echoing in the space. Had you come with Zihan, I might have feared you somewhat. Now alone, you shall serve as sustenance for my ghostly trap. Jiang Lu stood still, his mind racing. The director had mentioned Zihan twice, hinting at some trepidation. Could it be that Zihan was not the hidden boss, but rather the director himself? A viscous, blood-red tentacle silently shot forth from the trap, aiming directly at Jiang Lu's face. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Jiang Lu unleashed a concentrated laser that instantaneously evaporated the tentacle. What? The director's voice emerged from the depths of the trap, filled with disbelief. How can you resist the ghostly trap? Who are you? I am your father, Jiang Lu retorted without reservation. Simultaneously, his eyes blazed with intensity, and two crimson beams erupted like the brushstrokes of death, sweeping through the swirling blood trap with reckless abandon. Wherever they passed, the blood mist hissed and evaporated, creating gaping holes. Ah! A cry of pain echoed from the depths of the trap, evidently struck by the laser. Damn it! The director's furious roar reverberated. The entire trap convulsed violently, the pressure mounting. Yet, Jiang Lu showed no fear. Unleashing the full power of his laser vision, slicing through the ghostly trap as if it were butter. This trap was nowhere near as vast as that of the first dungeon with the ghoul. In the face of the obliterating might of the pig talisman, it appeared somewhat inadequate. Damn it! Damn it! The director was clearly taken aback by this unreasonable assault, continuously howling and crying out in pain. Suddenly, the writhing blood trap receded like a receding tide. The office was restored to its original state, as if the sea of blood had merely been an illusion. Jiang Lu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, but the director was nowhere to be seen. He suddenly felt a chill beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his feet were inexplicably shrouded in a thin layer of crimson mist. The mist, seemingly alive, swiftly crept up his calves. With a sudden, overwhelming sense of weakness, Jiang Lu's legs buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. How careless! In that instant, Jiang Lu realized the trap he had fallen into. This old fox. The entire office was the very heart of a sinister scheme. From the moment he stepped through the door, he had been ensnared. The previous conversations and attacks were merely tactics to disorient him, diverting his attention from the peril at his feet. His legs, cloaked in blood mist, rapidly lost sensation, the skin becoming as desiccated and shriveled as dead bark. An excruciating pain, akin to countless steel needles piercing his marrow, surged throughout his body. Hiss! Jiang Lu gasped sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. This cursed talisman offers no protection from pain. Young man, savor the fear of being slowly devoured. The chilling voice of the director echoed from an unknown source. The blood mist had spread to his thighs, and the intense agony caused Jiang Lu to tremble uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing. The matter had escalated. Jiang Lu's voice, strained by pain, inquired, "Can you tell me about Zihan? Let me die with clarity." The voice in the air hesitated, then resonated with a deep-seated hatred. Zihan. It is all because of him. This hospital has become a hellish nightmare. Because of him. He is the source of all calamities. Main task. Please collect 5 pieces of information about Zihan within the hospital. Current progress. 3-5. The information was updated. Jiang Lu's heart surged. He endured the agony and pressed on. Are you afraid of him? Afraid of him? The director's voice suddenly escalated, laced with a twisted excitement. How could I fear him? He is my child, my most beloved child. His voice brimmed with a morbid possessiveness and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Main task. Please collect 5 pieces of information about Zihan within the hospital. Current progress. 3-5. The progress remained unchanged. Jiang Lu's heart sank. It seemed that a ghost could only provide one piece of valid information. Or perhaps, there were deeper truths regarding Zihan's identity. Time's up. It is time to send you on your way. The director appeared to have lost his patience, his voice turning frigid. Jiang Lu lowered his head. The blood mist had spread to his chest. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he tilted his head, closed his eyes, and relaxed his body completely, as if surrendering all vitality, playing dead. The blood mist mercilessly ascended, enveloping his collarbone and neck. The areas covered swiftly withered, losing their color, resembling dried meat. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The sound of firm knocking echoed from outside the office door. Xinyuan Zhengwo, alerted by the task progress notification, had arrived. The blood mist surrounding Jiang Lu dissipated like a receding tide. The office returned to its normal brightness. He had wagered correctly. Both the director and the sinister scheme could only exert their influence within the confines of the office. As someone knocked at the door, he would undoubtedly first remove the disguise, luring the individual inside before launching his assault. The figure of the dean, clad in a white lab coat, promptly materialized behind the desk, his face betraying a hint of displeasure at the interruption. He hastened to the side of Jiang Lu's corpse, observing the head that remained relatively intact, while the body below had withered into a desiccated husk, his brow furrowing in disgust. With a wave of his hand, a chilling wind swept through the room, instantly reducing the dry body to ashes, leaving only the solitary head rolling upon the carpet. The dean bent down, retrieving Jiang Lu's head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Perfect. Now your companion can join you. Just as his fingers brushed against the head, the tightly shut eyes of the severed head snapped open. Two beams of seething, lava-like crimson light erupted from those eyes, striking the dean's chest at point-blank range. Boom! A harrowing scream escaped the dean's lips, piercing the silence. He had no time to react. The terrifying laser, imbued with destructive heat, instantaneously melted through his body, creating a massive, charred hole that pierced through from front to back. In disbelief, the dean looked down at the gaping void in his chest. The red beams continued their assault, sweeping relentlessly across his body until he was reduced to charred remains, ultimately transforming into a pile of smoking ashes. Hidden Task 1. Eliminate the dean. Completed. The message flashed across his retina just as the office door was violently thrust open. Xian Yuan Jiangwo rushed in, anxiety etched upon his face. Boss. You, huh? He froze at the sight of the solitary head blinking on the floor and the pile of human ashes nearby. Don't just stand there. I'm not dead yet, Jiang Lu's head remarked with irritation. Xian Yuan Jiangwo's mouth fell agape, capable of fitting an egg. Be boss. You. Is it really that hard to kill an old player? You can still talk without a body. He cautiously leaned closer, gazing at Jiang Lu's head as though it were a monstrous creature. Enough chatter. Just pick up my head. From now on, you'll be my legs. When you see a ghost, aim me at it. Understand? Xian Yuan Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he promptly squatted down, delicately cradling Jiang Lu's head as if it were a rare treasure. Got it, boss. You're now a humanoid laser cannon, and I'm the one firing it? Shut up. Let us move. The sooner we complete the task, the sooner we get out, Jiang Lu urged. Despite the protective talisman ensuring his safety, being reduced to just a head was undeniably bizarre and uncomfortable. With a grin, Xian Yuan Jiangwo embraced Jiang Lu's head as if it were a prized possession. Just as he was about to exit the office, he seemed to recall something and turned back. He rummaged through the dean's desk drawers. What are you looking for? Jiang Lu inquired, perplexed. Feigning mystery, Xian Yuan Jiangwo replied, a diary. In horror tales, clues are often concealed within diaries, and for someone as significant as the director, the diary must contain a wealth of information. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes, about to utter a remark, when Xian Yuan Jiangwo suddenly exclaimed, I found it. Subsequently, Xian Yuan Jiangwo gently placed Jiang Lu's head on the desk and slowly opened the first page of the diary, inviting Jiang Lu to join him in the reading. Chapter 25. The Dean's Diary, March 1st, 2015. Overcast, the child has been born. It is a boy, his cries resounding with vigor. Yet Hui Min did not survive. Cradling the child, I gazed upon her pale, lifeless face, feeling as though the heavens had collapsed. I am the dean, one of the most skilled physicians in this hospital, yet I could not save my own wife. Immense joy is submerged beneath deeper sorrow and guilt. April 1st, 2015. Clear, the child has reached his first month. In accordance with the countless dreams Hui Min had during her pregnancy, I named him Zihan, Lu Zihan. I hope he embodies the resilience of the catalpa tree and possesses grace. As I looked at his serene little face in the swaddling cloth, I endeavored to suppress the shadows looming in my heart. Hui Min, I shall raise him well. November 20th, 2016. Cloudy Zihan is now over a year old. Relatives and friends exclaim that this child is remarkably well-behaved, neither crying nor fussing, quietly content. Yet, an unsettling feeling burgeons within me. He is too quiet. His gaze at times vacant, unlike a spirited child. I would prefer his mischievous antics, the cries for toys. Hui Min, have I failed in some way? August 1st, 2017. Light rain today, As I looked into Zihan's eyes, their contours bore an uncanny resemblance to Hui Min. A sharp pang pierced my heart. If this child had not existed, would Hui Min still be with us? Such thoughts slithered through my mind like venomous serpents, prompting me to deliver a sharp slap to myself. What am I thinking? He is the child for whom Hui Min sacrificed her life. January 9th, 2018. Clear I have her married. Her name is Lin Wei, significantly younger than I, and exceedingly gentle. She is with child. Our family craves renewal, and we have chosen to name our child Fan Fan in advance. Perhaps his arrival will dilute some of our sorrow and provide companionship for Zihan. I hope for a brighter future. November 18th, 2018. Clear Fan Fan has been born. Mother and child are safe. Cradling this vibrant little life and witnessing Lin Wei's fatigue yet blissful countenance, I felt warmth akin to long-lost sunlight flooding my heart. Zihan stood quietly by the crib, observing his younger brother, his face devoid of expression. I hope they will forge a harmonious bond in the days to come. May 5th, 2019. Overcast Fan Fan has been diagnosed with congenital heart failure, a complex condition. Why? Why must fate treat me thus? I have already lost Hui Min. Must it now take Fan Fan from me as well? Gazing into Lin Wei's tear-stained eyes, my heart ached with anguish. I must devise a solution, at any cost. August 17th, 2019. Clear, a calamity has befallen Zihan. The neighbor's large dog went berserk, severing 3 fingers from his right hand. I rushed him to the emergency room. My white coat stained crimson with blood. His face, pale with pain, yet he consoled me. Father, it doesn't hurt. Really, it doesn't hurt anymore. In the emergency room, amidst the nurse's horrified gazes, the severed digits twitched and, astonishingly, new fingers began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. This is beyond human regenerative ability. I stifled the tempest within, reassuring everyone that it was merely a misperception. Yet, deep down, I knew it was no illusion. Zihan, what exactly is he? May 11th, 2020. Overcast Lin Wei has been inadvertently mentioning the incident when Zihan lost his finger and it miraculously healed. Her gaze is laden with implications and pleas. I comprehend her meaning. To use Zihan's heart to say Fan Fan? No, this is utterly insane. They're both my sons. How could I? Yet Fan Fan, he cannot wait much longer. What am I to do? April 7th, 2021. Gloomy Fan Fan's condition has deteriorated sharply. The doctors say without a heart transplant, he may not survive beyond 3 months. Lin Wei has fainted from crying multiple times, gazing at Fan Fan's ashen face on the hospital bed, then at the quiet, robustly healthy Zihan in the corner. That dreadful thought wraps around my heart like a vine. If the heart were gone, could Zihan regenerate like his finger? This notion sends chills through my body, yet it feels like a drowning man grasping at a straw. June 1st, 2021. Light rain, the surgery has concluded. Fan Fan's heart transplant was remarkably successful. Zihan lies in the adjacent room, his vital signs stable, the machines indicating everything is normal. With no signs of heart failure, I stand between the 2 rooms, my palms clammy with sweat. Fan Fan has survived, and Zihan is still alive. Is this the best outcome? I continually reassure myself that Zihan will be fine. He is so special. August 4th, 2021. Sunny, I have taken Lin Wei and Fan Fan to Hawaii for a vacation. Fan Fan is recovering splendidly, his cheeks rosy as he frolics on the beach. Lin Wei's smile has returned as well. Observing them, I temporarily forget the comatose state of my eldest son in the special care unit at Renai Hospital. The sun is warm, yet a corner of my heart remains perpetually icy. August 9th, 2021. Hazy Zihan remains in a coma. Yet, his physiological indicators are astonishingly stable. Even the heart that was removed continues to beat steadily. This defies all medical understanding. Fear and a twisted sense of relief intertwine. He is truly not an ordinary person. September 5th, 2021. Cloudy, my cousin Lu Chong has come to see me. His son is suffering from uremia and urgently needs a kidney transplant. He has somehow learned of Zihan's uniqueness and has proposed an exorbitant sum that I cannot refuse. Looking at the long string of zeros on the check, then at the comatose Zihan, I tell myself it's just one kidney, Zihan can surely regenerate. This is a matter of saving a life, and Zihan will understand. Right? October 2nd, 2021. Light rain. The surgery was highly successful. My cousin's son has been saved. I stand before Zihan's bedside, gazing at his unresponsive face. My guilt swiftly dissipated by the gratitude and generous compensation from my cousin's family. I am saving lives. Zihan will forgive me when he knows, won't he? March 8th, 2022. Sunny news has spread like a virus in certain circles. An increasing number of desperate individuals arrive bearing vast sums of money. Corneas, livers, bone marrow. The demands are diverse. Initially, I struggled and sifted through requests, but soon I became numb. The hospital's special operating room has been almost perpetually busy. I don a mantle of a savior, convincing myself, look, I have saved so many lives. Zihan. He's performing a good deed. He will undoubtedly support me. June 5th, 2023, overcast. The hospital's financial report has been released, showcasing record-breaking revenue and profits. The shareholders are beaming with joy. Those specialized surgeries have contributed an astonishing share. I sit in the spacious and bright office of the president, savoring exquisite red wine. Under my leadership, Renai Hospital may be on the brink of greatness. December 27th, 2023, sunny. I have moved into a detached villa in the suburbs and purchased a new car for Linway. Fan frolics joyfully in the garden. Life seems to have reached its pinnacle. Yet, how long has it been since I last visited Zihan? I dare not go. I fear seeing his increasingly unfamiliar face, the staggering number of surgical records, and, most dreadfully, the thought of him suddenly waking up one day. February 28th, 2024. Light rain. I could not restrain myself any longer. I took Fan to see Zihan. He still lies quietly on the hospital bed. I cannot bear to look into his eyes. I sit beside him, grasping his hand, and say, Zihan, you are a hero. You have saved thousands of shattered families. Your father is proud of you. It seems that uttering these words might alleviate my guilt. As we leave the ward, Fan exclaims that he thinks he saw his brother's eyelid flutter. I am taken aback. It appears I must instruct the nurse to increase the dosage tomorrow. March 1st, 2024, torrential rain. I knew it. It must be the insufficient dosa, chapter 26. The diary of the pig-headed ghost. The diary was gently closed by Xianyuan Zhangwo. Boss, I believe I have come to an understanding. Xianyuan Zhangwo's voice was somewhat subdued, his gaze intricate. With only his head remaining, Jiang Lu immediately inquired, what have you understood? Xianyuan Zhangwo took a deep breath, striving to appear solemn. This instance actually presents two paths. The first path involves diligently sifting through documents, evading ghosts, and gathering information. Among this information, we discover that Zihan is a victim of organ transplantation. By the time we locate Zihan, he too will manifest as a victim, assisting us in triggering a hidden mission to eliminate the Dean. And the second path? Jiang Lu pressed further. Like us, confronting the ghosts within the hospital, discerning their patterns, and vanquishing them to obtain information. However, they were all slain by Zihan. Thus, the information we acquire would portray Zihan as a malevolent spirit. Ultimately, our target should be Zihan, but what we encounter may be a malevolent ghost Zihan, twisted by hatred. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. So we bypassed the information gathering and directly completed the hidden mission to eliminate the Dean? Does that mean we still need to continue collecting information about Zihan? It appears so, Xianyuan Zhangwo nodded. According to the mission requirements, we still need 2 more pieces of information. All right, Jiang Lu declared decisively. Let's seek out the ghosts first and collect the necessary task information. But where might we find ghosts? Xianyuan Zhangwo pondered for a moment. The morgue. In horror films, the morgue is a popular haunt for ghosts. After Xianyuan Zhangwo's analysis, Jiang Lu's impression of him visibly shifted. He remarked leisurely, I didn't expect your pig brain to be quite dependable at a critical moment. Xianyuan Zhangwo, brimming with pride, replied, I told you I am no ordinary person. While Magellan faced numerous perils to discover that the Earth is round, I knew it merely by opening a map. The 3 great theorems that Newton grasped in his 20s. I'm mastered at 16. Edison failed 100 times to create the light bulb, yet I need only press a switch. The great poets spent their lives in creation. and by the age of 6, I had already memorized 300 poems. Jiang Lu's expression darkened. Shut up. Let's hurry. Only then did Xianyuan Zhangwo reluctantly retract his incessant chatter, clutching Jiang Lu's head as they briskly departed the office area. The corridor twisted and extended, leading them to a peculiar spatial node. Before them lay an expansive dining hall, yet adjacent to it, a stark sign for the morgue hung on the wall, as if the space had been forcibly stitched together. Just as Xianyuan Zhangwo was about to head towards the morgue, a clattering of pots and pans echoed from the dining hall. Boss, there's a commotion in the dining hall. Xianyuan Zhangwo promptly turned Jiang Lu's head toward the entrance. Shall we go in and take a look? I can't move my body, but I am not deaf. Stop shaking my head, Jiang Lu replied irritably. Oh, right. Xianyuan Zhangwo quickly steadied himself. The pair entered the dining hall. The atmosphere was dimly lit, suffused with an oily aroma and an indescribable scent of meat. Is there a ghost present? Xianyuan Zhangwo called out loudly. A deep, resonant voice emerged from behind the kitchen curtain. Find a seat for yourself. Xianyuan Zhangwo, holding Jiang Lu, chose a table near the door to sit down. Soon, the curtain was lifted and a ghost with a large pig's head, a stout figure clad in a greasy apron, emerged. It carried 2 steaming bowls of murky meat soup. Upon seeing Xianyuan Zhangwo cradling a head, it paused momentarily. The pig-headed ghost thudded the bowls onto the table and stared at the pair before it, saying, There are issues at hand. Finish the soup before you inquire further, and I shall reveal everything. Xianyuan Zhangwo regarded the dubious bowls of soup without making a move. My friend is in this state. Does he need a drink as well? Jiang Lu, cradled in Xianyuan Zhangwo's arms, interjected, Even if we could drink it, we wouldn't. That soup looks suspicious. Who knows what kind of meat is in there? Xianyuan Zhangwo suddenly realized, right? The mortuary is right next door. Who knows if it's made from zombie flesh? Eating too much zombie meat can lead to diarrhea. The pig-headed ghost grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Rest assured, it is not zombie meat. 1 bowl contains human flesh. Xianyuan Zhangwo responded, Oh, human flesh? Well, that's a relief. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated by Xianyuan Zhangwo's thought process, and turned to the pig-headed ghost, asking, What about the other bowl? The pig-headed ghost's smile widened. The other bowl also contains human flesh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu's face shifted through shades of green and purple. Damn it, are you mocking me? Jiang Lu's gaze locked onto the pig-headed ghost, and he shouted furiously, You brat, look me in the eye. The pig-headed ghost instinctively turned to Xianyuan Zhangwo, who was holding Jiang Lu, and met his glowing red eyes. With a sizzling sound, 2 beams of laser light struck the pig-headed ghost's eyes directly. It let out a horrifying scream, one hand clutching its eyes while the other swiftly drew a gleaming butcher's knife from behind, wildly swinging it towards the 2. I will kill you both. Xianyuan Zhangwo agilely leapt away from the chair, holding Jiang Lu. Don't kill him. We still need to ask questions. Jiang Lu urged in a low voice. Understood, Xianyuan Zhangwo replied, nimbly maneuvering with Jiang Lu through the tables and chairs. The pig-headed ghost, blinded and enraged, pursued them with erratic swings, its movements clearly disordered. Seizing an opportunity, Xianyuan Zhangwo maneuvered behind the pig-headed ghost. Wait, what are you planning to do? Jiang Lu exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. Xianyuan Zhangwo did not respond. Instead, he forcefully shoved Jiang Lu's head toward the pig-headed ghost's plump backside, mere centimeters apart. Armstrong, spiral acceleration. Armstrong cannon. Launch. Xianyuan Zhangwo bellowed. Damn your rear. Jiang Lu cursed in exasperation, yet with no choice but to follow through. With a sizzling sound, an indescribable burnt odor permeated the air. The pig-headed ghost's posterior, along with its lower half, was instantaneously melted away by the laser. Its massive upper body crashed to the ground with a thunderous wail. Xianyuan Zhangwo, still holding Jiang Lu, approached the writhing pig-headed ghost on the ground. Has the charge failed after breaking your legs? Speak. Tell me about Zihan. The pig-headed ghost gasped in pain. Zihan? I don't know. I'm just a cook. Jiang Lu coldly replied. Then why were you putting on airs earlier? What do you mean by telling us everything after finishing the soup? The pig-headed ghost lamented. Well, that was merely a test. If you drink it, I shall declare you unworthy of existence for consuming your own kind, and then I will execute you. If you refuse, I will commend your adherence to your principles, which is quite rare. Then I would inform you of Zihan's condition in the ICU 708. Xianyuan Zhangwo cradled Jiang Lu's head in front of his own, forcing a brief gaze, and inquired, "Have we gone off script again? We could directly eliminate Zihan in 708 to complete the mission, disregarding the main quest. By the way, please refrain from placing my head in front of your face. I suffer from a severe case of megalophobia." Jiang Lu expressed his distaste. The pig-headed ghost, despite enduring excruciating pain, shouted urgently, "Yes, yes. He is in 708. Hurry. Forget about me." Xianyuan Zhangwo lifted Jiang Lu and stood up. "Boss, are we really going to let this pig-headed creature go?" Jiang Lu's mind raced, and he suddenly asked, "Wait, you're from the cafeteria. What does Zihan usually eat?" The pig-headed ghost, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Him? He is always on nutrient solutions. He hardly eats." Before he could finish, the pig-headed ghost began to dissipate rapidly. It let out a furious roar, "Despicable outsider," before vanishing entirely. Xianyuan Zhangwo was left dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Moments later, the two exited the cafeteria. A faint sound of weeping echoed from a morgue. "Are we still going to the morgue?" Xianyuan Zhangwo asked. "No, let's head straight to 708, Jiang Lu replied, determined to deal with Zihan and complete the task. Jiang Lu despised the sensation of having his head controlled by another and yearned to conclude this ordeal and return. Xianyuan Zhangwo carried Jiang Lu, following the direction indicated by the pig-headed ghost. Along the way, he could not help but voice, "Boss, that Zihan seems to be quite unfortunate." Jiang Lu paused for a moment. Once he returned to reality, purchase a ticket to Leshan in Dazhou City. There lies a giant Buddha. Have him rise and take a seat upon it. Xianyuan Zhangwo fell silent, but his footsteps grew noticeably heavier, navigating through the haphazardly divided hospital. They arrived at a door marked ICU 708. Upon entering, Jiang Lu spoke in a low tone, "Regardless of what we encounter, direct your focus on the target, and I will act swiftly, incapacitating him first." Xianyuan Zhangwo hesitated but nodded, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open. The anticipated atmosphere of dread did not materialize. The room was exceptionally bright, tidy, and warm. Gentle sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. The air, tinged with a hint of disinfectant, could not mask the faint scent of sunshine. A small boy clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown sat on the floor. His back turned toward Chapter 27. Zihan gazed intently at the tranquil figure of the little boy at play, tightening his grip on Jiang Lu's head. Instead of lifting Jiang Lu as instructed, he turned Jiang Lu's head to face him directly. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "You foolish fool. What are you up to?" Xianyuan Zhangwo did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently placed Jiang Lu's head upon an empty bedside table against the wall. The surface was icy, and the angle prevented Jiang Lu from seeing the little boy. Just as Jiang Lu was about to scold, his voice lowered, tinged with anxiety. "What do you intend to do, fatty? Don't act recklessly." In his current predicament, he could not see Xianyuan Zhangwo's actions and refrained from activating his laser eyes, fearing it might alert the enemy. He could only anxiously sense the movements, the sound of Xianyuan Zhangwo's footsteps approaching the child. The footsteps halted, followed by the boy's tentative voice, "Brother, who are you?" Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Zhangwo endeavored to infuse warmth into his tone as he replied, "Me? I am from the planet Cybertron, the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. I heard that this place is plagued by wicked aliens abducting Earth's children, and I have come to investigate. Young one, may I know your name?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured a reassuring sign towards Jiang Lu behind him. In an instant, Jiang Lu comprehended the intent. This rascal was attempting to extract information. He aimed to elicit the final clue from Zihan's lips without resorting to violence. The child was momentarily awestruck by the sudden appearance of this interstellar hero, his wide eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. That sounds amazing. I want a cool name like that too." flattered by the child's praise. Xian Yuan Zhangwo puffed with pride, hands on his hips, declaring, "Ha, of course, given your potential. How about Knight of the Void Storm Sacred Light?" Yet, that did not suffice for the boy, who seemed to fully embrace the game, pouting for an even more grandiose title. Xian Yuan Zhangwo stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. Then let us call you Chaos Genesis Quantum Annihilation in Titan Tyrant Nuclear Cataclysm World Destroyer. What do you think? The boy's eyes widened, mouth agape, evidently taken aback by the lengthy title. After a few seconds of astonishment, he leaped up, mimicking Xian Yuan Zhangwo's tone, his little face taut with determination. All right. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Chaos Genesis Quantum Annihilation in Titan Tyrant Nuclear Cataclysm World Destroyer shall challenge you to a duel on this planet today. He brandished his tiny fist, attempting to replicate the sound of gathering energy. Virum. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu observed from the cabinet, feeling his nerves twitch. How on earth did Xian Yuan Zhangwo conjure such an elaborate title in a mere second? The crucial point was that the child had parroted it back flawlessly. Yet, Xian Yuan Zhangwo was reveling in the exchange, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Bring it on. Spatium beam. In a brightly lit hospital room, two individuals were engrossed in a spirited role-playing duel, their laughter dispelling the last remnants of gloom. As Jiang Lu listened to their childish banter and giggles, his initial murderous intent to swiftly eliminate his target gradually waned. Observing the slender, vivacious boy immersed in his fantastical world, he found it increasingly difficult to associate him with the malevolent specter that had wrought havoc in his diary. To take his life? The thought seemed increasingly unfeasible. If he could peacefully obtain the final piece of information to complete his mission and depart, that would suffice. The playful antics continued for some time until Xian Yuan Zhangwo, panting and exhausted, sat down to rest. The young boy, Fan, sported a flushed face, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had not experienced such joy in ages. As Xian Yuan Zhangwo observed Fan wiping his brow, he appeared to suddenly recall the matter at hand. He endeavored to sound casual as he spoke. "Phew, you little rascal. Your combat prowess is quite impressive. By the way, what is your name? A cosmic warrior cannot keep calling you by your codename forever, can he?" Fan mimicked him, sitting beside him with a tilted head, looking a bit puzzled. "A name? I seem to have forgotten." But his eyes suddenly lit up. "There's a big brother who secretly comes to play with me, and he calls me Fan. Boom! Those two syllables struck Xian Yuan Zhangwo and Jiang Lu like a thunderclap, reverberating in their minds. Fan. Xian Yuan Zhangwo abruptly leaped to his feet, his complexion draining of color, staring incredulously at the boy before him. Jiang Lu, perched on a cabinet, felt an icy chill surge through his remaining neck. All clues converged in an instant. The diary noted that on February 28th, the director had brought Fan to the hospital to see Zihan. On March 1st, it recorded a massacre occurring in the hospital, yet the time was unspecified. The slaughter could very well have transpired right after the director brought Fan to visit Zihan. No, everything was wrong. This was not two distinct narrative threads. Whether players chose to gather information or confront the specter head-on, the ultimate objective might be the very room where Fan resided. For those on the information-gathering path, upon completing their investigative tasks, they would arrive here to receive a hidden mission to eliminate the director. However, to confront the director in his office would be impossible solely through player action. The system would provide assistance. This assistance would manifest as another specter. Yet with Zihan absent and Fan's memory erased, Zihan intended to exploit the rules of the scenario to transform Fan into a vengeful ghost. He aimed to pit Fan against the director, a father-son conflict. For players on the confrontational route, they would fight their way to the director's office, confirming the presence of a malevolent specter responsible for the hospital's massacre. The system would likewise offer assistance, which might very well be the director himself. If they could bring the director along, Zihan could similarly ensure that this father-son duo met their demise in this very room. All of this unfolded within Zihan's careful scheming. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu and Xian Yuan Zhangwo, due to their peculiar maneuvers, had inadvertently bypassed the father-son confrontation meticulously orchestrated by Zihan. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire ward shook violently, as though it had been struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. The ceiling lights flickered erratically, emitting a piercing crackle of electricity. A chilling and terrifying aura surged through the space like a tsunami. The door to the ward swung open with a resounding crash, propelled by an unseen force. In the frigid, lifeless corridor stood a small boy clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. His features bore a resemblance to Fan Fan's, yet his complexion was a ghastly, lifeless pale, and his eyes resembled two bottomless pools of ice. Around his body, it seemed as though invisible black ripples twisted and spread. The moment he appeared, the once bright and warm ward dimmed instantaneously, the light warped, and the temperature plummeted. Fan Fan exclaimed with delight, "Big brother, you're here. I made a new friend." Oblivious to the bone-chilling cold, he innocently attempted to rush forward. Xian Yuan Zhangwo felt every hair on his body stand on end. Almost instinctively, he lunged for the bedside table, seizing Jiang Lu's head. Simultaneously, he bellowed at the impulsive Fan Fan, "Fan Fan, don't go over there. It's dangerous." At this critical juncture, Jiang Lu hesitated not a moment longer, his gaze fixated on the figure of Zihan outside the door. Zing! Two beams of laser light erupted from Jiang Lu's eyes, instantly piercing the chest of the cold little boy at the threshold. With a sickening thud, a massive molten hole appeared in Zihan's chest. Yet, the flesh and tissue that had been penetrated began to heal the moment the laser departed. In less than half a second, the gaping wound on his chest was restored to its original state. Subsequently, Zihan's figure vanished from the doorway. In the next instant, he stood directly behind Xian Yuan Zhangwo. A sudden chill enveloped Zhangwo's back. He turned sharply, and what met his eyes was Zihan's expressionless, pallid face. Holy hell! Xian Yuan Zhangwo felt his very soul shatter. Teleportation, instantaneous recovery. Could he truly possess such abilities? Did this mean that, apart from the director's office, the entire hospital lay within his sinister domain? Jiang Lu felt a sense of despair. This was far beyond the intensity of a sea-level task. However, the anticipated attack did not materialize. Instead, he heard Zihan's indifferent voice. "My name is Zihan. I do not like cilantro." As these bewildering words fell, Jiang Lu's retina abruptly flashed with crimson information. Main quest. Please collect 5 pieces of information about Zihan within the hospital. Current progress. 5-5. Completed. Hidden quest 1. Eliminate the director. Completed. Hidden quest 2. Incomplete. Please choose to return to the real world. Yes, no. In that instant of information updating, Jiang Lu comprehended. Zihan was aware. He knew that the director had perished at his hands. Was he aiding him in completing the task? Was it merely because they had dealt with the director, the one he loathed most? Or was there another reason? Jiang Lu's heart was fraught with uncertainty, yet survival and completion of the task remained paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lu chose yes. Task completed. 60 seconds later, reality returned. Zihan remained motionless, standing with an indifferent demeanor as he observed Jiang Lu and Xian Yuan Zhangwo. Noticing Zihan's lack of aggression, Jiang Lu inquired, "Why?" Simultaneously, Xian Yuan Zhangwo asked, "You wouldn't harm Fan Fan, would you?" Zihan offered no response. He gradually turned around and slowly approached Fan Fan, who stood rooted to the spot, wide-eyed and watching the unfolding scene. Upon reaching Fan Fan, he took her hand, and on his previously cold visage, he seemed to force out a faint, rigid smile. A beam of white light ascended from the pair of Jiang Lu and Xian Yuan Zhangwo before vanishing within the confines of the hospital room. Inside, only Zihan remained, holding Fan Fan's hand. Outside the window, the deceptive yet warm sunlight continued to shine. Chapter 28. A new challenge, sea-level basic reward, 70 points. Hidden task reward, 100 points. Remaining points, 450. Task evaluation. Oh, completed another hidden task. These instances seem to be rather simplistic for you, perhaps. I should increase the difficulty in the next one. To hell with the difficulty. Jiang Lu glanced at the last line of evaluation, feeling a throbbing in his temples. He had barely returned with his head intact this time, and they were suggesting an increase in intensity? Was this wretched system wishing for his demise? Irritated, he dismissed the interface and turned his gaze to the side, where Xianyuan Zhangwo stood, still frozen in the posture of someone who had just returned from an instance, his eyes glazed over, mouth slightly agape. A look of bewilderment on his face as he processed the settlement information and system prompts. Seeing Xianyuan's foolish expression, Jiang Lu mused, "Did I look just as foolish while examining my panel in the past? How embarrassing." Gradually, Xianyuan Zhangwo's gaze sharpened, and he returned to reality. The first thing he did was to scrutinize Jiang Lu, taking in his unscathed form and a fleeting glimpse of extreme disappointment. Jiang Lu caught that hint of disappointment, and his expression darkened immediately. "You fatso? What the hell did that look mean just now?" Xianyuan Zhangwo jolted, quickly donning a smile and shaking his hands in denial. "No, absolutely not. Big shot. I am genuinely delighted. Seeing you whole fills me with sincere joy. Truly." His tone was almost overly sincere. Jiang Lu eyed him suspiciously. "You wouldn't be contemplating that if I returned as just a head, you could take me as an item pickup, would you? Big shot. That's a grave misunderstanding." Xianyuan Zhangwo protested. All right. Jiang Lu dismissed his rambling. "Listen, regarding today's instance, not a word is to be spoken outside. This includes my name, my abilities, and anything you witnessed. Do you understand?" "Understood. Absolutely understood." Xianyuan Zhangwo patted his chest in assurance. "I'll keep my lips sealed. I won't utter a word." The elevator ascended smoothly to the first floor, the doors chiming open. Jiang Lu stepped out, only to realize that Xianyuan Zhangwo remained inside, still rooted in place. "Aren't you coming out?" Jiang Lu turned to ask. Xianyuan Zhangwo scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Big shot, you go ahead. I still need to head to the Internet CAF for a raid." "Jiang Lu, you just survived a life-threatening bizarre game, and now you're off to the Internet CAF to play games? That takes some audacity." He waved his hand in exasperation and turned away, choosing to ignore this eccentric character. Upon returning to the office, he pushed open the door to find the great frog occupying the most comfortable spot on the sofa, engrossed in a folding phone, the screen still displaying King of Glory. Wang Lin sat beside him, completely absorbed in his gameplay, muttering under his breath, "Frog deity, top lane, the top tower is about to fall." Hearing the door open, Wang Lin looked up to see Jiang Lu, immediately putting down his phone, a broad smile spreading across his face as he stood up. "Master, you're back. So soon? Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat." The great frog, disturbed, grumbled discontentedly, extending its webbed hand to pat Wang Lin on the shoulder. Its plastic eyes glanced at Jiang Lu, the implication unmistakable. Disregard him. Continue the game. Observing the regal demeanor of the great frog, Jiang Lu's mind wandered to the random pigdog talisman he had acquired in this instance. The residual power. How formidable could it be? Perhaps he could test on this great frog? Approaching the sofa, he cleared his throat. "Hey, great toad." The great frog's fingers, which had been deftly manipulating the game, faltered as its plastic head slowly lifted, seemingly incredulous. Was this fellow addressing me and calling me a toad? Jiang Lu persisted in his provocation. "I'm referring to you, green-skinned toad, occupying the sofa daily to game. Have you even paid the rent and utilities?" The great frog ignored him, instead turning to Wang Lin, extending its webbed hand to point at Jiang Lu, then tapping its own plastic head, implying, "Is he mentally impaired?" Wang Lin, holding his phone, shook his head vacantly, indicating ignorance. This reaction incensed Jiang Lu further. He inhaled deeply, channeling the residual power of the pig talisman within him. Instead of aiming at the great frog's body, he targeted a small patch of bear tile beside its webbed foot. With an intense glare, Jiang Lu unleashed a low growl, his eyes widening dramatically. Two exceedingly faint, hair-thin crimson beams shot from his eyes, striking the floor near the great frog's foot. "Holy moly, fellow citizen!" Wang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. With a soft thud, Two barely visible black dots appeared on the floor. Far from penetrating, the tiles bore no marks whatsoever. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The great frog slowly lowered its head, its plastic eyes fixated on the two minuscule black dots for a full 3 seconds. Then, it gradually raised its head, its eyes shifting towards Jiang Lu. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Lu cleared his throat, desperately attempting to salvage his dignity. Ahem. Well, I notice your toenails are a bit long, I thought. I might help you with a trim. The great frog remained silent. It quietly set down its phone, its immense green form rising steadily from the sofa, approaching Jiang Lu with deliberate calm. Wang Lin discreetly shifted his small stool back. That night, unusual sounds of commotion echoed from the second floor of Jiang Lu's supernatural affairs office. The following morning, Jiang Lu awoke, body aching all over, having been thoroughly schooled by the green-skinned toad. Although he had sustained no serious injuries, muscle soreness was inevitable. Grimacing, he descended the stairs. Wang Lin had already opened for business on the ground floor. He was earnestly clasping the hand of an elderly lady with graying hair, observing her with a series of approving clicks. Nearby, an old volleyball racket, stripped of its net, was haphazardly entangled with a few wires, the plug still inserted into the wall socket. Wang Lin wore an enigmatic expression as he picked up the modified electrotherapy device, theatrically sweeping it above the old woman's head. With his eyes closed and head swaying, he proclaimed, "You appear strong and optimistic on the outside, yet your heart is quite tender, easily stirred by trivial matters. For those you cherish, you invest wholeheartedly, but at times, such devotion may not receive the same in return, leaving you understandably disheartened. Am I correct?" The old woman nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming. "Yes, yes. Master, your insights are astoundingly accurate." Wang Lin continued his charade. "You yearn for understanding, but hesitate to open your heart. You value sincere relationships above all and detest the scheming, duplicitous individuals lurking in the shadows, do you not?" The old woman, in a state of excitement, grasped Wang Lin's hand and exclaimed, "Oh, how marvelous! You truly are a living deity." Jiang Lu, standing at the staircase, observed with a wry smile. This spiel, even a dog passing by would likely be fooled. Wang Lin, still in his mystical mode, offered a few more vague insights, ultimately leaving the old woman content, who then presented him with 2 red bills, expressing her immense gratitude as she departed. Wang Lin, delighted, tucked the money away and, upon turning, spotted Jiang Lu, prompting him to dash over. "Master, you're awake? Look, we've made a profit. 200 yuan. He presented the money as if it were a prized possession. Jiang Lu refrained from accepting it, sighing internally at Wang Lin's smug demeanor. At this rate, this paranormal consultancy is doomed. Just then, a plain-dressed woman, visibly anxious, pushed the door open. Her eyes flickered nervously as she cautiously approached the 2 men. Do you really resolve such matters?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Wang Lin immediately shifted into his master persona, straightening his posture and exuding an air of authority. "Greetings, I am Wang Lin, the manager of the Jiang Lu Paranormal Consultancy. Please, share your concerns without hesitation." The woman hesitated, glancing at Jiang Lu. Wang Lin quickly interjected, "Oh, this is my apprentice, Jiang Lu. You may speak freely to me." Just as Jiang Lu was about to respond, Wang Lin interposed, "Please, elaborate on your situation." The woman took a deep breath, seemingly summoning her courage. I am Wang Na. My husband and I have been married for 3 years. We were both vegetarians, but recently he has started eating meat." Wang Lin furrowed his brow. "But that does not necessarily imply your husband is possessed, does it?" The woman's voice suddenly sharpened. No, it's not that." Her words were abruptly interrupted by a noise at the door. Lung Ningbing entered, momentarily taken aback by the atmosphere. "Brother Jiang, do we have a guest?" Wang Na, upon seeing Lung Ningbing, abruptly silenced, her eyes filled with panic. She hastily exclaimed, I will return," and with her head bowed, swiftly squeezed past Lung Ningbing, vanishing outside. Lung Ningbing, bewildered, inquired, "Who is she? What happened?" Wang Lin shrugged dismissively. "Oh, just a rather neurotic woman, rambling about how her husband eating meat has turned him into a ghost." It was only then that Lung Ningbing noticed Wang Lin, scrutinizing him from head to toe and inquiring, "Who are you?" Jiang Lu quickly interjected, "Oh, he is my newly accepted disciple from a few days ago named..." He momentarily faltered, unable to recall a name. Wang Lin, reacting swiftly, seized the opportunity and flashed a charming smile at Lung Ningbing, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law. You may call me Xiao Wang, as I am the new apprentice of your esteemed master." Lung Ningbing's cheeks flushed slightly at the address of sister-in-law, but her brows soon knitted in concern. She approached Jiang Lu, lowering her voice, "Brother Jiang, your disciple. Seems a bit off." Jiang Lu's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? Could Lung Ningbing see through Wang Lin's true identity? He feigned calmness. What seems off? Lung Ningbing leaned in closer, her voice dropping further, tinged with disdain. Who would let others call them Xiao Wang Ba? Is his mind not quite right? You must be discerning when accepting disciples. Jiang Lu was nearly rendered speechless, almost choking on his words. He subsequently waved his hand in resignation. All right. Let's not dwell on that. Since the establishment of our firm, we have yet to secure a single legitimate case. At this rate, we might go under. Upon hearing this, Lung Ningbing's eyes sparkled with interest. I came here precisely for that reason. Jiang Lu's curiosity piqued. Oh, is there business at hand? A significant one. Lung Ningbing replied with a mysterious smile. However, it requires a business trip. A business trip? Where to? What kind of work? Jiang Lu pressed on, lowering her voice with a hint of excitement. Lung Ningbing revealed, I gathered information from my uncle. He has a friend who has taken over a mine in Dajin City. And recently, it has been plagued by hauntings. Over a dozen people have gone missing. The situation is so dire that it cannot be suppressed. Even those sent to investigate from above have also vanished. Now, the mine owner is frantic and has offered a reward of 5 million. Whoever can resolve this matter will receive the cash on the spot. Chapter 29 Departure, 5 million. Jiang Lu gasped in astonishment. Lung Ning nodded. However, this money is not easily earned. According to my uncle, the higher-ups have concealed the true number of missing persons. As for the exact figure, I fear only those within the circle are privy to that information. Jiang Lu frowned. Such a significant matter, and they choose to ignore it? How can they not? Even a few dispatch personnel have gone missing. Lowering her voice, Lung Ning continued. The mining site is reportedly under complete lockdown and martial law, which is why it is said to be perilous and difficult to manage. Jiang Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I truly possess the capability to resolve this, where shall I find the boss to claim the payment? I certainly hope it won't end up being another futile endeavor like last time. Don't worry about that. Lung Ning waved her hand dismissively. If you manage to settle the matter, contact me immediately. I will approach the boss to collect the payment and distribute it right away. She gestured with her fingers to indicate money. Jiang Lu nodded. All right. When shall we set off? Tomorrow, Lung Ning replied, observing him. You have just completed a quest. Take a day to rest and recuperate. I cannot accompany you, as I am still under close watch and cannot leave Haishur. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. The two then ascended to the second floor of the office. Lung Ning's eyes lit up upon spotting the large frog occupying the sofa. Frog, did you miss me? She exclaimed, rushing over to embrace the frog's rotund form. The frog's plastic head turned stiffly towards her, its artificial eyes seemingly expressing a hint of resignation. Yet it opened its arms to receive her. Jiang Lu observed this affectionate scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. An absurd thought of husband currently committing a faux pas fleetingly crossed his mind, prompting him to shake his head to dispel it. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. By the way, how did your last quest go? Lung Ning lifted her head from the frog's embrace, her eyes sparkling. It went quite smoothly. This time, we were fortunate to have an incredibly skilled brother on our team named Yang Jian. He seems to possess the ability to wield the power of ghosts. It's akin to the ghoul we encountered in our last quest. Jiang Lu fell silent. What kind of outrageous matchmaking mechanism is this? Why am I not paired with extraordinary teammates like Lung Ning? Nevertheless, the abilities of this Yang Jian sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, it seemed this world was rife with anomalies beyond his own. Oh, by the way, Jiang Lu turned to Lung Ning, who was still clinging to the frog. I'm setting out tomorrow, and this green-skinned frog must come along. If it strays too far from me, it will go mad chasing after me. Last time it pursued a taxi. This time, I certainly can't let it chase after a high-speed train or an airplane. Realizing this, Lung Ning pointed at the frog, right? How can it travel by public transport? Surely we can't stuff it into a suitcase. It wouldn't fit. How about we drive there? She suggested. Drive? That's nearly 1,300 kilometers. Do you think I'm made of iron? Jiang Lu rolled his eyes. And shall we take a taxi? Lung Ning proposed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu immediately opened a ride-hailing app and inputted the destination. The screen displayed an estimated fare, $5,899. He silently turned off the screen, maintaining his composure. Driving sounds splendid. I've been feeling restless lately and long to embark on a long-distance journey. At that moment, a shout from downstairs interrupted. Master, it's almost time. I'm heading out to buy groceries. Please keep an eye on the store. Coming. Jiang Lu replied. Lung Ningbing was astonished. He is responsible for buying groceries and cooking? Not only that, Jiang Lu explained as he descended the stairs, he handles laundry, mopping, manages the store to earn money, and even moonlights as a gaming companion. He gestured toward the large frog on the sofa. How capable? Surely he must earn a monthly salary starting at 20,000? Lung Ningbing's eyes widened. Jiang Lu reached the staircase and turned back with a charming smile. It's all free, not a penny to spend. With that, he dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Wang Lin already holding a basket of vegetables, ready to leave. Jiang Lu suddenly called out to him. I have to go on a long trip tomorrow. It may take several days. Wang Lin's eyes brightened. Are you going to exorcise ghosts? Take me along, master. I can be of some help. Next time, Jiang Lu patted Wang Lin's shoulder. This time I'm heading to a mine. The situation is grave, and many lives have been lost. It's too dangerous. I'll take you along when the tasks are less perilous. Died by the dozens. Wang Lin's face turned ashen, nearly dropping the basket. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Then, Master, please be careful. With a heavy heart, he left the office, clearly shaken by the grim news. At noon, Lung Ningbing stayed for lunch. At the table, upon learning that Wang Lin not only managed household chores but also oversaw the store and fortune-telling. Most importantly, without receiving a salary, her attitude did a complete turnaround. She eagerly served him dishes, continuously praising his diligence and capabilities, declaring his future to be boundless. This sudden affection left Wang Lin both surprised and anxious. He could only bury himself in his meal, mumbling in agreement. After lunch, Lung Ningbing took her leave. I've sorted out the car situation. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow morning. Jiang Lu's eyes lit up with anticipation. The car from her family would surely be impressive. Every time he had ridden with her, it had either been a Porsche or a Maserati. This time, he expected nothing less for a long journey. With this anticipation, Jiang Lu spent a relatively tranquil day. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Lu stood at the office building's entrance with a simple backpack, his face brimming with expectation. However, when a dilapidated silver van wheezed to a stop at the alley's mouth, his smile instantly froze. The driver's side window was manually rolled down, revealing Lung Ningbing's slightly embarrassed smile. She waved a set of keys. What are you dawdling for? Take the keys. Jiang Lu pointed at the battered van. His voice strained. You mean to test me with this? I have to drive for 10 hours. This driver's seat is harder than my own life. Oh dear, bear with me a little. Lung Ningbing stepped out of the car, her tone laced with guilt. Unfortunately, all the cars under my name are at the service center for maintenance. This one I borrowed from a friend, just enough for a highway run. It will definitely suffice. Observing the expression of helplessness on the face of the frosty ice, and glancing at the hefty frog in the passenger seat, struggling to adjust its posture in a bid to fit its cumbersome form, Jiang Lu resignedly sighed and accepted the frigid key. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the resilience of my fate. Standing beside him, Wang Lin swiftly assisted in stowing Jiang Lu's backpack amidst the clutter in the back seat. Jiang Lu ignited the engine. The aged motor emitted a wheezing roar, barely managing to propel them forward. Following the address provided by the frosty ice, they set off on their journey. Once on the highway, the shortcomings of the Golden Cup became glaringly apparent. Its sluggish acceleration, excessive noise, and a tendency to sway. The sole consolation lay in its ample space, allowing the hefty frog to stretch out, albeit with difficulty. The frog appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of a long journey, curiously observing the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. Leaning against the passenger's seat, its substantial frame swayed gently, reminiscent of a child experiencing their first spring outing. Watching its rare moment of tranquility, tinged with wonder, a faint smile crept upon Jianglu's lips, unnoticed by himself. Indeed, beneath even the most brutish exterior lies a semblance of childlike innocence. Suddenly, the hefty frog made a move. It extended its hand and rolled down the car window. The antiquated window creaked laboriously as it descended. Before Jianglu could comprehend the situation, the frog's enormous plastic head darted out of the window into the rushing wind. Not content with merely poking its head out, it even began to lean further out, seemingly intent on climbing atop the car to experience the rush of the breeze. "Good heavens, you mad frog!" Jianglu exclaimed, his heart racing as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, yanking the frog back by its harness. In a nearby SUV, a child, leaning out the window to admire the scenery, curiously turned to look at them. Upon witnessing the enormous frog's head fervently struggling to escape from the car window, the little one excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, Mom, look, a traveling frog." Chapter 30, Bureau 749, the vehicle re-entered the rightful path, and a profound silence enveloped the cabin. Like a toad leaping into a cesspit. "Are you searching for excrement?" Jianglu fixed his gaze ahead at the winding road, not bothering to turn his head. His voice carried an irritable edge. "You continue with your nonsense. One day, when some mysterious department apprehends you and subjects you to dissection, I shall resurrect your little frogs. They will gather around me, asking, 'Where's Mommy? Where's Mommy?' I will tell them, 'Your mother has perished.' From now on, prepare to live in eternal solitude and lament." Upon hearing the mention of little frogs, the big frog stiffened and turned its head to glance at Jianglu's profile, only to silently revert, burying its head low. A rare sight of despondency softened Jianglu's ire slightly. As a flicker of guilt arose within him, he pondered whether his words had been excessively harsh. A familiar, crisp notification chimed nearby. Almost immediately, a vibrant voice resonated from the phone speaker. "Is anyone there? Is anyone present? If not, I'm starting the game." In the next moment, Wang Lin's voice emerged. "Hello? Ice sister? Frog God? Can you hear me? I'm here." Jianglu's expression darkened instantly. So, it turned out, all his declarations were in vain. Cold Ning Bing's voice rang out again. "Little Wang, what position are you playing? Which hero?" Wang Lin responded promptly. "Ice sister, I will. Select the same Daji according to the different compositions." Cold Ning Bing chuckled. "What a coincidence. I will pair with various marksmen to choose the same Yao." Wang Lin replied, "All right. Ice sister, you take Yao, and I'll take Daji." Cold Ning Bing remarked. That sounds a bit off, doesn't it?" Wang Lin continued, "Frog God, you pick Meng Tian. You take Meng Tian, and I'll stick with Daji. And we'll create an unstoppable synergy." Jianglu's grip on the steering wheel tightened, veins protruding slightly. The hours of travel passed amidst the roar of the Jinbei and the gaming sounds emanating from the big frog-esque phone. They fueled up at a service area, but Jianglu dared not linger, driving straight to Dajin City. Upon checking into a hotel, the receptionist glanced at Jianglu and then at the green-skinned big frog behind him, reflecting inwardly on the peculiarities of those who adored such bizarre creatures. Exhausted in body and spirit, Jianglu hastily booked a standard room and collapsed into sleep. The following day, after resting, the duo of man and frog once again ignited the Jinbei, following the directions provided by Cold Ning Bing towards the mine. Dajin City flourished due to coal. With hills on either side of the road, dotted by numerous mines, the air imbued with a faint scent of coal. The information provided by Cold Ning Bing indicated that a coal magnate surnamed Zhao had intended to seize multiple mines to profit during a favorable market. However, shortly after acquiring the mines, strange occurrences began. Miners mysteriously vanished without a trace. Initially, it was presumed to be a collapse, with plans to placate the families with money. Yet, those who ventured into the mine for rescue began to disappear as if devoured by the cavern itself. The news could no longer be suppressed, inciting the authorities' wrath, leading to a complete shutdown of all his mining operations. Boss Zhao's money tree had swiftly transformed into a hot potato, with daily losses from halted operations accumulating into a substantial expense. In a state of desperation, Boss Zhao resorted to a clandestine channel within his circle, offering a reward of 5 million for an extraordinary individual. Stopping his vehicle, Jiang Lu gazed towards the distant mining area, enclosed by barbed wire and towering walls, where an array of military and scientific vehicles congregated, creating an atmosphere of stern vigilance. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the large frog beside him. "Brother Frog, whether we can secure this 500 grand depends on you," Jiang Lu remarked, half in jest and half in earnest. With such a formidable being capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits by his side, it should be manageable, he reassured himself. The entrance to the mine was heavily guarded. As Jiang Lu and the large frog approached, they instantly captured the attention of all present. Soldiers, individuals clad in white lab coats, and those in civilian attire, all seemed to hit the pause button, their gazes fixated on the peculiar duo. A serious-looking middle-aged man in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, strode forward, accompanied by 2 armed soldiers. Furrowing his brow, the man addressed Jiang Lu. "From the 749 Bureau? Why have you only just arrived?" His tone bore a hint of inquiry. Jiang Lu was taken aback. "749 Bureau? What on earth is that? A mysterious national department? When did I become one of them?" Observing the soldier's vigilant scrutiny and the imposing atmosphere around him, alarm bells rang in Jiang Lu's mind. He seemed to have inadvertently stumbled upon some formidable secret. "If I explain that I am not affiliated with the 749 Bureau, will they silence me? Am I to confess freely? A lengthy imprisonment awaits. To resist harshly? Immediate execution." Having come to this realization, Jiang Lu momentarily transformed into an actor of renown, straightening his posture and revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness on his face. "Apologies. I encountered some delays on my way." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. "Forget it. Follow me." He turned to lead the way, speaking quickly as he walked. "I am Lu Chuan from the Archives Department of the 749 Bureau. Your 2 colleagues have been inside for 5 days now, and there has been no word." He gestured towards a heavily guarded entrance to the mine, reinforced with heavy iron bars. Drones and reconnaissance robots sent and have lost contact as soon as they penetrated beyond 50 meters. "It's quite bizarre in there." He paused, turning to Jiang Lu with a complex gaze. "The situation is perilous. You must exercise utmost caution. We will await your news outside." Jiang Lu nodded earnestly. "Understood. I shall proceed." With that, he and a large frog plunged into the mine's entrance without looking back. At the mine's mouth, Lu Chuan observed the retreating figures of man and frog, muttering softly. "The confidentiality level of the operations department's files is excessively high. I had no idea they engaged in beast manipulation." Inside the mine, a chill and damp air enveloped him, completely isolating sunlight from the outside. Jiang Lu instinctively reached for his phone, but was met with a merciless red cross indicating no signal. Just as he intended to activate his phone's flashlight, a blinding beam of light suddenly burst forth from the side. "What the hell? Who's there?" Jiang Lu exclaimed, shielding his eyes in anger. The source of the light emanated from nearby. Before him, Daqing stood brandishing a metallic flashlight, directing its blinding beam straight into Jiang Lu's eyes. "Where on earth did you conjure that from?" Jiang Lu queried, perplexed, as he distinctly remembered not bringing a flashlight, and Daqing had entered empty-handed. Then, under Jiang Lu's incredulous gaze, Daqing sprang into action. It opened its enormous plastic mouth wide and plunged its webbed hand inside, rummaging around before astonishingly extracting a brand-new flashlight of the same model. With a swift motion, it snapped its mouth shut and handed the flashlight to Jiang Lu. The movement fluid and effortless. By the heavens, a pocket dimension akin to Doraemon's. Realization dawned upon Jiang Lu. Understanding at last why Daqing could always produce a phone for a game of Honor of Kings at a moment's notice. It seemed that within its cavernous maw lay a storage space. Jiang Lu numbly accepted the flashlight and switched it on. 2 powerful beams of light barely pierced the darkness of the mine. One man and one frog cautiously navigated the jagged coal and rubble, delving deeper into the cavern. The further they ventured, the more the air grew thin and tainted. Jiang Lu's head began to feel heavy, his eyelids weighed down, and fleeting, illusory black dots appeared at the edges of his vision. An overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness surged within him, rendering his steps unsteady. Something was amiss. This was not mere oxygen deprivation. A strong instinct of danger compelled him to consider retreat. De Qing was out of sorts. He struggled to turn and warn the frog, only to find De Qing seemingly unaffected, entirely oblivious to Jiang Lu's disorientation as it continued to advance deeper into the mine, flashlight in hand. "Hey, where are you going?" Jiang Lu reached out to grab it, yet stumbled, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. De Qing's silhouette quickly vanished around a corner, swallowed by the wavering shadows. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the encroaching dizziness and nausea, staggering after it. Each step felt as though he were treading on cotton, his consciousness teetering on the brink of detachment. Finally, he passed through the narrow bend and emerged into a relatively open mining area. As the beam from the flashlight swept across the scene, Jiang Lu's pupils constricted to pinpoints. A chilling wave surged up his spine. Before him lay a nightmare beyond description. Dozens of miners, all clad in helmets and grimy work attire, were eerily arranged, as if puppeteered by invisible strings, kneeling in a grotesque, circular formation. Each head was positioned at a disturbingly unnatural angle, buried directly into the ground, exposing only the backs of their heads and necks. They were bowing. The uniformity of their submission was astonishing. Moreover, a short distance from this terrifying assembly stood two figures. They bore no miner helmets, dressed in casual attire, yet their postures mirrored those of the miners, also kneeling, their heads pressed to the earth, buried in coal dust. It was Jiang Lu's two colleagues, as mentioned by Lu Chuan. The great frog, an entity that ostensibly should lack a soul, now stands before the assembly of kneeling figures. It rigidly swivels its head, seemingly gazing towards the direction where all the worshippers bow. Then, to Jiang Lu's astonishment, the great frog moved. With a thud, it emulated the posture of those on the ground, bending its plastic hind legs and, with a resounding thump, knelt down as well. Subsequently, it buried its enormous froggy head into the refuse strewn across the earth, mirroring the actions of those around it. All beings, whether miners or agents, and even that plastic frog, were engaged in worship. They reverently bowed towards the abyss of darkness deep within the mine. Fear completely engulfed Jiang Lu. He found himself unable to ponder why the great frog would also submit. His gaze, uncontrollably fixated, remained locked on the darkness that compelled everyone to kneel. Within that obscurity, a towering ancestral tablet, roughly the height of a man, was faintly discernible. It resembled the common memorial plaques found in ancestral halls. Yet, inscribed upon this tablet were not the name of a singular individual, but a myriad of names densely written. The instant his eyes met the tablet, a hum reverberated, his pupils dilated dramatically, and all vitality swiftly faded, dissipating. The expression on his face vanished, leaving it vacant and lifeless. Then, his body moved of its own accord. With a rigid demeanor, he slowly advanced to the space beside the great frog. With a thud, he too knelt before the immense tablet. Chapter 31. Reasonable Jiang Lu drowsily opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the thatched roof above, which was plastered with old newspapers. "Child, are you awake?" An aged voice resounded beside him. Jiang Lu, perplexed, turned his head to see an elderly man clad in a blue coarse cloth robe, his beard flecked with gray, seated at his bedside. "Who are you?" Jiang Lu's voice emerged hoarse, his mind shrouded in confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?" Countless questions tangled within his thoughts like a knotted thread. The old man broke into a grin. "I am Zhou Dasheng, the only doctor in Zhojia village. Have you forgotten? This morning, while you were playing at the village entrance, you collapsed and fell into a stupor. Your mother was beside herself with worry and hastily summoned me to tend to you." As the elder spoke, vague memories began to seep into Jiang Lu's consciousness. Yes, he was indeed Dr. Zhou, a fellow villager. He had fainted yesterday. Yet, something felt amiss. What could it be? Jiang Lu sank into contemplation. However, just as the thought of something being amiss surfaced, a sharp pain pierced through his head, contorting his face in anguish. "Child, you've just regained your strength. Do not overthink it," Zhou Dasheng interjected, observing Jiang Lu's expression. "I shall prescribe a remedy for your mother to prepare for you. It will ensure your recovery. I must attend to other matters now. Rest well." With that, he rose, dusted off his robe, and exited through the door. Lying in bed, Jiang Lu endeavored to recollect more, yet the moment he began to think, his head throbbed as if pricked by needles. "Forget it. I shall not dwell on it." Not long after, the door creaked open once more. A middle-aged woman, clad in a floral-patterned garment, hurriedly entered, her face etched with concern. "Child, you are finally awake. You frightened your mother to death." She rushed to his bedside, feeling his forehead. "Do you still feel unwell? Do not attend school this afternoon. Rest at home." Jiang Lu gazed up at this caring woman, warmth blossoming in his heart. Mother? Yes, she was indeed his mother, Zhang Haiyan. School? Right? He attended classes at the village school. He was supposed to go today. Information automatically filled his mind, as if inscribed by an unseen hand. "Mother, I'm fine." Jiang Lu propped himself up, realizing that aside from a lingering headache, he felt no other discomfort. "This afternoon, I can go to school." Zhang Haiyan scrutinized his complexion, still somewhat unconvinced. "Are you truly all right? Then, do be careful. I shall prepare something for you to eat." She turned and exited the room. Jiang Lu sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, the persistent feeling of strangeness welling up again within him. He sensed something was amiss, yet the more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Irritated, he shook his head and lay back down. "Child, come out for dinner." Zhang Haiyan's voice called from outside. "Coming." Jiang Lu emerged from the low door. The sunlight was just right, illuminating a tranquil pastoral scene. Their modest brick and tile home encircled a small courtyard, at the entrance of which stood an old wooden table. Zhang Haiyan was setting down steaming porridge and pickled vegetables onto the table. "Hurry and wash your hands," she urged. Jiang Lu obediently approached the water tank at the corner of the courtyard, scooping up water to wash his hands. The icy water revived him slightly. He settled at the table, silently sipping his porridge. Zhang Haiyan bustled about both inside and outside the house, the sounds of sweeping and washing dishes resonating with the essence of daily life. After finishing his meal, Zhang Haiyan stood by the stove, washing the dishes. Remembering he needed to go to school, Jiang Lu returned to his room to pick up the noticeably smaller blue cloth school bag. "Mother, I'm heading to school." He called out to the kitchen. "Be careful on the way." Zhang Haiyan's voice echoed from within. Jiang Lu pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped onto the dirt path of the village. Along the way, he encountered several villagers carrying hoes or leading cattle, all of whom greeted him with warm smiles and nods, yet none spoke a word. Jiang Lu instinctively nodded in response. As he walked, he noticed some villagers dressed peculiarly, donning yellow safety helmets, their faces and clothes smeared with dark coal dust, starkly contrasting with the surrounding pastoral scenery. Yet, these individuals worked the fields with an air of nonchalance, as if it were entirely normal. How strange! Just as this thought crossed Jiang Lu's mind, a voice in his head interjected. "They are all from the production team of Zhojia village, wearing the standard safety helmets while working in the fields. It's quite reasonable." Yes, very reasonable. Jiang Lu convinced himself, dismissing his observations and quickening his pace toward the school he remembered. The school sat atop a dirt slope, a few tiled houses encircling a modest dirt playground. Before even approaching, he could hear the laughter and playful shouts of children. Reaching the edge of the playground, he watched the small children, barely reaching his waist, frolicking about, and glanced at his own height nearing 1.80 meters. Am I really here to attend school? A wave of absurdity engulfed him in an instant. Yet the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. You are 8 years old, in the 3rd grade at school. Quite reasonable. The sense of absurdity, like a punctured balloon, dissipated in an instant. Indeed, I am 8 years old. If not in 3rd grade, where else would I be? Reasonable. Ding-ling-ling, a clear, melodious bell rang out. The children flocked to the classrooms like birds returning to their nests. Jiang Lu also made his way inside. Upon finding the desk from his memory, he awkwardly squeezed his large frame into the narrow desk, his knees nearly touching his chest, his posture exceedingly uncomfortable. Several genuine children curiously stole glances at him. A little girl with pigtails turned her head and timidly asked, "Hey, tall guy, what is your name?" "Name?" Jiang Lu was taken aback. "Yes, name." Since waking, not a single person, be it Dr. Zhou, mother, or the villagers he encountered, had called him by name. He could not even recall what his name was. "What am I called? What on earth is my name?" Just as confusion engulfed his mind, threatening to bring on that familiar headache, the classroom door swung open. A young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in clean, casual attire, entered, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the Zhoujia villagers. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a hint of fatigue etched upon his features. As his gaze swept across the classroom, he was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Jiang Lu squeezed between the desks. However, he swiftly regained his composure and approached the podium. Jiang Lu felt that the man appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Where could it be? Yet, he quickly snapped back to reality. He was my teacher. How could I not have seen him before? His name is Zhong Yikuan. Yes, Teacher Zhong. Zhong Yikuan reached the front of the class, picked up a piece of chalk, and turned to the blackboard, swiftly writing a series of complex symbols and formulas: sine, cosine, tan. "Today, we will study mathematics," Zhong Yikuan announced calmly, "trigonometric functions." After finishing, he pointed at the board and asked, "Which student can tell me the induction formulas for trigonometric functions?" The classroom fell into a profound silence. All the children stared wide-eyed at the cryptic symbols, utterly bewildered. Zhong Yikuan furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of suppressed frustration. "Not even a simple question? You're truly the worst class I have ever taught." At that moment, Jiang Lu instinctively raised his hand. Zhong Yikuan's gaze immediately fixed upon him. "Jiang Lu, please share your answer." Jiang Lu. The name echoed explosively in his mind. "Yes, I am Jiang Lu," he blurted out. "Odd changes even remain unchanged. Symbols reflect the quadrants." A flicker of satisfaction appeared on Zhong Yikuan's face as he nodded. "Excellent. Jiang Lu demonstrates diligence and seriousness. Everyone should learn from him." Jiang Lu barely registered the rest of his words, lost in the fleeting joy of reclaiming his identity and the wave of confusion that followed. The entire mathematics class passed amidst Zhong Yikuan's incantation-like lecture. When the bell rang for recess, the children charged out of the classroom like wild horses set free. No one questioned whether Teacher Zhong's teachings were perhaps a bit beyond the syllabus. It seemed to be the natural order of things. In the subsequent language class, Zhong Yikuan continued to teach. However, instead of the story of the little horse crossing the river, he delved into Zhuangzi Xiaoyaoyu. He spoke of the great fish in the northern abyss, named Kuan, and how the true sage is selfless, the divine person is without achievement, and the saint is nameless. The obscure classical literature rendered the children below drowsy, their eyes glazed over. Jiang Lu also found himself drifting into a stupor. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Before dismissing the class, Zhong Yikuan assigned homework, comprehension of the text Xiaoyaoyu. He explicitly stated that he would check each student's work and insisted it must be written neatly. After school, Jiang Lu, with his small backpack slung over his shoulders, wandered along the dirt path home, feeling lost. The setting sun painted the fields in a warm golden hue, and the chorus of insects and the croaking of frogs filled the air. Croak, croak, the sound of frogs? Jiang Lu instinctively turned his attention towards the noise. On either side of the path lay lush green rice paddies, the earthen stalks swaying gently in the breeze. Croak, croak, the sound seemed to grow clearer and more pronounced. His gaze scanned a thriving expanse of rice fields. Amidst the undulating waves of rice, an exceptionally conspicuous and colossal green figure was clumsily hopping along the embankment. It was a creature clad in a bulky green frog costume. Trailing behind this gigantic frog effigy was a dense throng of toads, countless in number. They formed a crooked line, following the footsteps of the verdant monstrosity, croaking and leaping in unison. A profound sense of unreality descended. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He fixed his gaze on the astonishing scene unfolding in the rice field, his mouth agape. Won the world, a towering frog costume, leading a troop of toads in a frolicsome dance within the rice paddies. Is this reasonable? Chapter 32. Unreasonable, how reasonable? The voice echoed in Jiang Lu's mind, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous absurdity within him. After the establishment of the nation, animals were prohibited from becoming sentient, yet it merely donned a frog plush costume. It's not considered an animal. Quite reasonable. Jiang Lu's left and right brains engaged in a fierce internal skirmish, ultimately succumbing to reason. He compelled himself to avert his gaze, disregarding the verdant giant frog in the rice field and the toad legion behind it, hastening his steps towards home. In the rice field, the large frog's leaping form suddenly halted. Its massive froggy head slowly turned towards the figure hastily departing down the dirt path. A strange impulse surged within its single-core processor of a brain. Why does this person appear so deserving of a thrashing? Upon returning home, Jiang Lu pushed open the courtyard gate, and the aroma of food wafted towards him. "Child, you're back? Are you hungry? Wash your hands and come eat." Zhang Haiyan's voice resonated from the kitchen. "All right," Jiang Lu replied. At the dining table, Zhang Haiyan observed Jiang Lu devouring his meal, occasionally reminding him, "Eat slowly, don't choke." The warm ambience of home allowed Jiang Lu to relax somewhat. Suddenly recalling something, he casually inquired, "Mom, where's Dad?" Zhang Haiyan's hand, laden with vegetables, noticeably paused before she nonchalantly replied, "Your father? He is at the back mountain with Uncle Zhou, repairing the ancestral hall. Tomorrow is the day of the sacrificial rites, and time is pressing. He wants to be back these few days. We'll go together for the rites tomorrow, and you'll be able to see him." Sacrificial rites? Ancestral hall? Tomorrow? As the questions began to surface, the voice in his head brusquely pressed them down. "Yes, tomorrow's sacrificial rites. It's always like this, quite reasonable." Jiang Lu silently nodded, refraining from further inquiries, though that unsettling feeling within him quietly resurfaced. After the meal, Jiang Lu recalled the assignment given by teacher Zhong Yikuan, writing an understanding of the free and easy wandering. He returned to his modest room and rummaged through a small backpack for his notebook. However, when he attempted to recollect the content of the text, "In the North Sea, there's a fish, its name is Kuan. Is the Kuan so large that it cannot fit in a pot? Transformed into a bird. Its name is Peng. Is the Peng so vast that it requires 2 grills? One with a secret sauce, the other mildly spicy? What is all this?" His mind overflowed with these chaotic thoughts. The textbook. Yes, the textbook. He hurriedly extracted the 3rd-grade Chinese language textbook and opened it. Blank pages. The paper was immaculate, devoid of any words. Even the title on the cover had vanished. This is wrong. This is not right. Jiang Lu's heart raced. Yet in the next moment, the voice in his mind chimed in again. It's perfectly normal for the textbook to be blank. The teacher didn't even look at the textbook during class. It was all based on verbal instruction. Quite reasonable. Holding the blank book, Jiang Lu stood dazed for a few seconds before irritably tossing it back into his backpack. "Forget it. I want to write it. I refuse to believe that the other children can do it." The rural night descended particularly early. Jiang Lu lay down on the hard wooden bed. Outside the window, the chirping of insects filled the air, yet he tossed and turned, perpetually feeling as though he had forgotten something. The following morning, Zhang Haiyan roused me from slumber. Breakfast was as warm and comforting as ever. On the way to the schoolhouse, Jiang Lu sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the village. The villagers appeared to carry a subtle anticipation and solemnity. Even those clad in safety helmets, their bodies covered in cold dust, moved with a surprising sense of uniformity. Inside the classroom, the instructor was no longer Zhong Yikuan, but rather a youthful man, similarly dressed in casual attire. This teacher, likely in his 20s, bore a cherubic face that radiated kindness when he smiled. Unlike Zhong Yikuan, who often delved into the esoteric realms of Xiaoyao Yu and trigonometric functions, he diligently taught the basics of Chuhe Ritanwu and simple arithmetic. Seated at the narrow desk, Jiang Lu gazed at the youthful instructor, his heart burdened with increasing uncertainty. Upon returning home for lunch, Zhang Haiyan had already prepared a meal. "You need not attend school this afternoon," she remarked while serving the rice. "Why?" Jiang Lu instinctively inquired. "Have you forgotten? Today is a day of sacrifice," Zhang Haiyan replied, her gaze somewhat distant. "All the villagers with different surnames must attend." "Different surnames?" Jiang Lu pondered. "Zhojia village?" Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. No wonder he bore the surname Jiang, yet resided in Zhojia village. It was entirely reasonable to be of a different surname. After a brief respite following the meal, Zhang Haiyan guided Jiang Lu outside, blending into the throng heading towards the back mountain. The procession was sizable, comprising dozens of individuals. Jiang Lu observed that, aside from the ordinary villagers like Zhang Haiyan, many were peculiar figures adorned with safety helmets. They resembled puppets, silently led by their wives, children, or siblings, all moving in unison towards a shared destination. Among the crowd, Jiang Lu spotted Zhong Yiquan, who, along with the cherubic-faced teacher, was flanked by the villagers. The mountain path twisted and turned. Just before entering the mountain, Jiang Lu caught a glimpse of a familiar green figure out of the corner of his eye, the large frog plush. It squatted in a patch of wild grass in the distance. There was again, each encounter with it sent shivers coursing through his body. Had he ever communicated with it before? Why did its presence evoke a dull ache within him? Irritated, he shook his head and averted his gaze. The procession eventually halted in a relatively open valley of the mountain. Ahead stood a sizable, yet foreboding shrine, its heavy wooden doors securely shut. A few villagers had already seated themselves on the stone steps outside the shrine, the atmosphere thick with oppressive silence as they awaited in quietude. Zhang Haiyan led Jiang Lu to a corner to sit. Jiang Lu surveyed his surroundings, but did not spot the so-called father. "Mother, where is my dad?" He could not help but ask again. Zhang Haiyan's gaze grew increasingly dazed as she raised her hand, somewhat stiffly pointing at a middle-aged man squatting at the entrance of the ancestral hall, his face adorned with unkempt stubble. "There, it's him." Jiang Lu followed her gesture. A flood of memories forcefully surged into his mind. "He is my father, Zhou Li Huan, a simple farmer from Zhojia village." Jiang Lu stared at the unfamiliar man, his eyes vacant, and instinctively began to accept this narrative, lifting his foot to approach. Boom! An unprecedented wave of surrealism crashed through the dam of rationality in his mind. It swept over him. "No, he is not my father." A sharp, furious voice roared from the depths of his soul. "My father is a drunken brute who beat my mother. He shattered our family. He was never the simple farmer he pretended to be. He is a scoundrel." This truth, forcefully forgotten and obscured by layers of deceit, instantaneously pierced through all false memories. The absurd constructs of Zhojia village, the age of 8, and the schoolhouse swiftly dissolved in his mind. The mine, the 749 bureau, the mission, the worship, the ancestral tablet. All genuine memories surged back into his consciousness like a torrent breaching its banks. "My name is Jiang Lu. I came with the big green frog to investigate the haunting at the mine. Before I lost consciousness, I was kneeling before a bizarre tablet deep within the mine. And then, I found myself in this cursed place." He understood it all. It all made sense. He suddenly looked towards the end of the line, where Zhong Yiquan and the doll-faced man stood. They were indeed the two operatives from the 749 bureau. They too were being brainwashed. But Zhong Yiquan recognized me, which is why he deliberately discussed advanced topics in class yesterday, hinting at me. He called my name. He intended for me to submit my assignment the next day, creating further absurdity to provoke me and his companion, the doll-faced teacher. Yet he failed to comprehend. He missed the mark. Jiang Lu immediately lowered his head, controlling his expression and breath. He must not reveal himself. These villagers around might all be phantoms. He slowly rose, feigning nonchalance, and made his way towards Zhong Yiquan at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The atmosphere at the entrance was increasingly oppressive. Zhong Yiquan leaned against a withered tree, eyes closed in feigned slumber, yet Jiang Lu could sense the tension in his body. Jiang Lu approached him, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to the two of them, speaking quickly. The odd changes remain unchanged. Chapter 33. The initiation commences. Zhong Yiquan's body trembled ever so slightly, yet he refrained from opening his eyes or responding. He was awake. His silence was deliberate, for he sensed the watchful eyes around him. His presence here surely served a purpose. At that moment, a harsh, grating sound pierced the air. The two heavy wooden doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, pushed by two villagers. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. At the far end, a massive wooden tablet stood upon the altar, densely inscribed with names. Before the tablet lay a heavy coffin, its surface painted a striking red. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted. It was the very coffin, the eerie tablet deep within the mind that evoked reverence. Outside, the villagers seemed to receive a silent command, parting to create a passage. The miners, clad in safety helmets, began to form a somber line, moving toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. Their eyes were vacant, their movements stiff, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. As the villagers shifted their focus to the miners ahead, Zhong Yiquan abruptly opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his shoulder brushing lightly against Jiang Lu's. Jiang Lu immediately understood and followed suit. As they passed the man with a doll-like face, Zhong Yiquan's lips moved. Though no sound emerged, Jiang Lu noticed the man's body tremble slightly. Subsequently, he positioned himself behind Jiang Lu, and the trio merged into the queue. The villagers gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall, their gazes fixed intently on each miner entering. The line progressed slowly, the hall resembling a black hole that consumed life. The first miner stepped inside, and within 10 seconds, a name on a massive tablet vanished without a trace. Then came the second and the third. Names were erased as if by an unseen eraser, one after another extinguished. Soon, it was Zhong Yiquan's turn. The atmosphere at the entrance thickened to an almost suffocating degree. All eyes were upon him. Just as Zhong Yiquan was about to cross the threshold, an abrupt change occurred. Zhong Yiquan suddenly grasped Jiang Lu's hand and dashed into the hall. He simultaneously shouted, "Block the door." As they entered, the man with the doll-like face rushed in as well. He swiftly closed the massive door, secured the heavy bolt, and pressed his shoulder against the thick wood. His movements flowed with the grace of someone who had rehearsed this countless times. "Help!" The man with the doll-like face called to Jiang Lu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu quickly braced himself against the door. Bang! Bang! The outside erupted with frenzied pounding and crashing. The wooden door shook violently. It couldn't hold for long. "Hurry!" The man with the doll-like face shouted at Zhong Yiquan through gritted teeth. Zhong Yiquan did not look back. His aim was clear. In the instant the door closed, he surged toward the innermost depths of the hall, heading straight for the ominous tablet that radiated a foreboding aura. He rushed to the altar, unhesitatingly drawing from his bosom a glimmering scythe. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he struck fiercely at the wooden tablet. Crack! 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 The sharp blade met the wooden plaque with a deafening shatter. Wood splintered everywhere. Zhong Yiquan's gaze was fierce, his movements swift. In just a few blows, the massive tablet was reduced to a pile of scattered debris. "Is that sufficient?" Jiang Lu, hearing the increasingly frenzied banging at the door, felt as if the bolt might give way at any moment. Yet Zhong Yiquan, staring at the heap of wood on the ground, furrowed his brow tightly. The tablet is merely a medium. Destroying it only interrupts the offering. Unless we eliminate the source of the spirit, we remain ensnared in its malevolent grasp. We cannot escape. What shall we do? Jiang Lu exclaimed anxiously, overwhelmed by the dozens of spirits outside. The door could scarcely hold. Zhong Yiquan's gaze swiftly scanned the entire ancestral hall, offering table, coffin, oil lamps. His eyes ultimately settled upon a dark crimson coffin. Zhong Yiquan gestured towards the doll-faced man beside Jiang Lu. "I will hide in the coffin with Yin Song to draw the spirit's attention." He then pointed at Jiang Lu. "You utilize your invisibility to slip out. Seek out Dr. Zhou. He is the source. Only by eliminating him can we break this deadlock. My invisibility is unstable." Jiang Lu began, but before he could finish, Zhong Yiquan dashed to the coffin, unhesitatingly rolling inside. The man named Yin Song beside Jiang Lu smiled and nodded, abruptly disengaging from the wooden door and sprinting toward the coffin. He leapt in, Closing the lid with seamless precision, Jiang Lu stared at the suddenly sealed coffin, a torrent of frustration surging within him. This man was far too decisive. There was no choice left. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lu concentrated all his energy, silently invoking Serpent Talisman, invisibility. A refreshing sensation enveloped him instantly. He glanced down. His body had vanished. His head too. But his left arm remained. A solitary arm hung, suspended in the air. Damn! Jiang Lu cursed inwardly, this half-hearted invisibility. Yet there was no time to lament. With a thunderous crash, the ancestral hall's door was completely breached. Wood splintered. The bolt shattered. Dozens of villagers, their expressions vacant and eyes cold, surged in like a tide. They paid no heed to the fragments of the tablet scattered on the ground, their focus singularly locked on the dark crimson coffin in the center of the hall. Instantly, they surrounded the coffin with an impenetrable crowd. Jiang Lu's invisible, solitary arm lay just a short distance from a door. He held his breath, scarcely daring to move, frantically repeating in his mind, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Indeed, the villagers rushing in failed to notice the arm. Their attention was entirely fixated on the coffin, as if they awaited something. Jiang Lu's anxiety mounted. Prolonging the situation was untenable. If too much time passed, Dr. Zhou would undoubtedly sense something amiss. At that point, both Zhong Yikuan and he would be doomed. He had to move. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and approached the arm lying next to Jiang Lu. Indeed, it was the man whom Zhang Haiyan had identified as her father. He lowered his head, his vacant eyes fixated on the disembodied arm on the ground, his face reflecting profound confusion, as if he were struggling to comprehend the presence of such an appendage. "Look at your father. Stop staring." Jiang Lu's heart screamed in fury. In the next instant, unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Lu's arm shot up with force. Harnessing the residual power of the cow talisman, he delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the ancestral hall. "How dare you claim to be my father?" After delivering the blow, Jiang Lu immediately sprang to his feet and bolted towards the exit of the hall. The man, taken aback by the sudden assault, spun around in confusion, clutching his face for a full 2 seconds. Then, he abruptly lifted his head, his hollow gaze locking onto the arm that was floating and receding into the distance. Once outside the hall, Jiang Lu raced down the mountain without a glance back. Behind him, the enraged father, accompanied by 7 or 8 villagers, pursued him relentlessly. His heart raced, and his mind raced even faster. With his limited abilities and the half-hearted talisman, he could handle 2 or 3 ordinary ghosts. But with 7 or 8 chasing him, a direct confrontation would be tantamount to seeking death. He needed a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the big frog. Jiang Lu promptly resolved to seek out the big frog, sprinting towards the patch of wild grass where he had spotted it earlier. The ghostly villagers seemed tireless, persistently trailing Jiang Lu. However, thanks to the lingering power of the horse talisman, he managed to maintain a slight distance from them. Soon, he arrived at the thicket of wild grass. From afar, he spotted the rotund green figure, the big frog. It sat motionless in the center of the grass, resembling a true frog. Surrounding it was a throng of toads, croaking in unison. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu dashed to its side and grasped its webbed foot. "Hey, wake up! Wake up! You came with me to make money. Have you forgotten? 500,000. 500,000. The big frog's compound eyes gazed blankly at Jiang Lu, seemingly registering a faint response, but soon reverted to its state of lethargy. It shook off Jiang Lu's grip and crouched down once more, fixated on the toads surrounding it. Frustrated, Jiang Lu kicked away several croaking toads. "You are a frog, not just a distant relative of toads. Your offspring are not frogs, they are merely tadpoles." Jiang Lu attempted to rouse it with scientific biological knowledge. Yet, the big frog was not a creature of biology and could not comprehend knowledge. Its very existence defied logic. Thus, it remained unresponsive. Jiang Lu's heart sank. Was this it? Had this tactic failed? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. The 7 or 8 ghostly villagers had closed in. Their eyes were cold, and their movements swift, now less than 20 meters away from Jiang Lu and the big frog. In this moment of peril, Jiang Lu's mind raced for a solution. He lunged abruptly before the immense frog, his hands forcefully prying open its cavernous mouth. Perhaps he could consider it akin to performing an endoscopy. Jiang Lu mused internally, as his right hand unhesitatingly delved into the creature's otherworldly stomach, groping about. The surface was icy and slick to the touch. With a sudden, vigorous pull, he extracted a colossal, shimmering, metallic-hued foldable phone. Jiang Lu raised the phone high. The screen aligned directly with the frog's vacant, plastic compound eyes. His thumb forcefully pressed down on a familiar yellow and blue icon on the screen. Me. Chapter 34. The Ghost Villagers Me. The familiar sound of the game starting resonated like an enchanting melody within the mind of the great frog. Its hollow, plastic compound eyes suddenly illuminated. At first, its gaze was one of confusion, but it was swiftly overtaken by a surge of wrath, feeling deceived and treated as a fool, which engulfed its simplistic processor. Success. A thrill of joy surged through Jiang Lu's heart. "Frog brother, you've awakened," he exclaimed eagerly. The great frog offered no reply. Its massive head abruptly turned towards Jiang Lu's rear. 7 or 8 ghostly villagers, exuding an eerie aura, were lunging toward him. Then it sprang into action. Its green form erupted forth with terrifying speed, charging into the throng of phantoms. A singular thought consumed it. "How dare you treat me like a mere frog? I shall make you pay with your lives." Fueled by rage, it unleashed its fury without reservation. Bang! Crack! The colossal frog struck with both limbs, shattering the skull of the foremost ghostly villager as if it were a watermelon. Black smoke erupted, and the ghostly form disintegrated. With a deafening roar, the remaining ghost villagers were incensed, howling as they surged forward. The great frog, in a sudden low crouch, executed a swift lateral movement, its legs whipping out like steel whips, striking one ghost viciously in the abdomen. The wretched specter screamed as it was sent flying, crashing against the embankment and turning to dust. With a powerful flick of its tail, the ghostly horde surged forward. Their claws reached for its doll-like attire. The great frog propelled itself off the ground with force, soaring high above their grasp. As it landed, it curled its body akin to a rapidly spinning bowling ball, crashing into the heart of the ghostly mob. Boom! Dust clouds billowed. 2 ghosts, caught unawares, were crushed beneath its weight, disintegrating into ash. 2 more ghosts approached from either side, their claws aimed directly at the great frog's ribs. Unflinching, the great frog extended its arms, seizing the wrists of both ghosts, and with a mighty pull inward, it executed a brutal maneuver. Bang! Crack! The heads of the 2 ghosts collided with a violent force, exploding in an instant. Black smoke enveloped the scene. The remaining 3 ghosts dispersed, forming a triangular encirclement around the great frog. Standing firm, the great frog's rotund body began to tremble with increasing intensity. Just as the 3 ghosts prepared to leap, the trembling motion magnified. The great frog began to spin in place, its arms outstretched, hurtling towards the ghosts. A whirlwind of destruction. Boom! The rapidly rotating fists obliterated the last 3 ghosts, tearing them apart in a cataclysmic clash. Dust soared into the sky. A few moments later, the wind ceased. The field lay in disarray, devoid of any trace of the ghostly villagers, save for a scattering of ashes. The great frog stood resolute amidst the chaos, its plastic compound eyes flashing red, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Jiang Lu watched in astonishment. Frog brother? You just... The great frog swiftly turned its head, locking its crimson gaze upon Jiang Lu. It raised a webbed hand, first pointing to itself, then emphatically poking in the direction of the village, before clenching its fist, signifying, "Are there more ghosts? Lead the way. I will annihilate them in my fury." Jiang Lu jolted, yes. The big boss, Dr. Zhou, in the village. 1 person and 1 frog advanced relentlessly towards Zhou family village, radiating an aura of impending doom. Within the ancestral hall on the hillside, the heavy wooden doors stood ajar. revealing a dozen dazed, ghostly villagers encircling a dark red coffin at its center. Inside the coffin, the space was confined, and the air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song were squeezed together. Outside, it seemed to have fallen silent. Yin Song's voice was barely above a whisper, laced with tension. By the way, when did you regain consciousness? I woke up the moment I entered here, when the Source Ghost first attempted to brainwash me. Zhong Yikuan's tone was remarkably composed. Then why didn't you just go and kill the Source Ghost? Why deceive that young man into coming here instead? The coffin remains sealed before the ritual, and I need to enter it. This is crucial. Jiang Lu is someone who can break the deadlock. Can he truly do it? Yin Song's voice was rife with uncertainty. Zhong Yikuan sighed softly. His abilities are unique, and he holds significant secrets. He is the most suitable candidate I could conceive of. Zhong Yikuan vividly recalled his astonishment upon completing the hide-and-seek quest when the panel indicated that his teammate Jiang Lu had successfully cleared a hidden task. Yin Song fell silent for a moment, his voice tinged with reluctance. Is this the reason you orchestrated his arrival? He will understand. Zhong Yikuan's voice was cold and resolute. He will comprehend my intentions. The main force of the 749th round is trapped in the flesh factory. We have no other options. I will personally explain everything to him afterward. Inside the coffin, silence reigned once more. Outside the village, Jiang Lu and the giant frog paused. Shadows flitted about within the village, revealing at least hundreds of ghosts. Jiang Lu felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to the agitated giant frog beside him. Brother Frog, do you think you could take on 100 at once? The giant frog slowly turned its head, raising a webbed hand to tap its own head lightly, then pointedly tapped Jiang Lu's head. The message was clear. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Lu's lips twitched in annoyance. What if? You and yourself? Find Dr. Zhou's house and eliminate him? Jiang Lu tentatively proposed. The giant frog gazed at him in confusion, tilting its head. It was unfamiliar with the area and the people. Jiang Lu, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, his gaze sweeping over the frog's rotund form, when a bold plan emerged. Brother Frog, I may have to impose on you a bit. A glint of mischief sparkled in Jiang Lu's eyes. On the main road of Zhou family village, a massive green frog costume clumsily yet earnestly hopped along, attempting to appear natural. Ghostly villagers passing by occasionally cast a glance, their expressions vacant, before turning their gaze away. Inside the costume, Jiang Lu was on all fours, drenched in sweat, nervously peering through the gaps in the frog's mouth. He maneuvered the frog to a wooden door marked with a gourd symbol. Here we are, Dr. Zhou's residence, Jiang Lu muttered under his breath. The giant frog beneath him shifted uncomfortably. Hold on. Once the project funds come through, I'll treat you to 10 648s. Jiang Lu quickly reassured. Upon hearing this, the giant frog finally settled down. Jiang Lu steered the giant frog to look around, confirming that no one was paying attention, before raising a webbed foot to gently knock on the door. A faint sound of knocking echoed, and the door creaked open just a sliver. Dr. Zhou's wrinkled visage emerged, his expression frozen in astonishment upon encountering the immense figure outside. You. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud reverberated as the giant frog lunged at Dr. Zhou, forcefully kicking the door shut behind him. Jiang Lu materialized from the doll-like attire, now straddling Dr. Zhou, his fist raised high. Even if you kill me, you cannot escape. Dr. Zhou, pinned down, responded with an unexpectedly indifferent tone. Kill me. The village will collapse. All the villagers will swarm and tear you apart. Jiang Lu's fist hesitated in midair, his complexion turning a shade of ashen gray. Dr. Zhou continued. I have long suspected that the bespectacled man was not quite right. Is he hiding in the coffin in the ancestral hall? Did he send you to kill me? Jiang Lu was taken aback. How do you know? Dr. Zhou chuckled softly. If you kill me, the entire dream will shatter. The coffin serves as a ferry. He awaits the collapse of the dream to depart, while you will remain trapped here forever. A thunderous realization struck Jiang Lu's mind. His gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the retinal image. Indeed, the game interface materialized before him, and he found himself lost in contemplation over the social option displayed. Zhong Yikuan had long since awakened, conducting a covert investigation. He utilized the game panel's ability to communicate with the outside world, relaying the haunting incident in the mine to the 749 Bureau through Lung Ningbing. Subsequently, Lung Ningbing conveyed to him, "I merely seek wealth, yet you wish for my life?" Zhong Yikuan. Jiang Lu gritted his teeth, forcing the name out. "Give it up. You have been betrayed." "Doctor." Zhou's chilling voice penetrated his thoughts. Just as Jiang Lu pondered his next move, an overwhelming force surged from beneath him. The giant frog catapulted Jiang Lu from the doll suit, and in a swift motion, its colossal web hand transformed into a blade, striking Dr. Zhou's nape with lightning speed. Dr. Zhou's eyes rolled back, unconsciousness overtaking him. The giant frog rose, disregarding the fallen Jiang Lu. It raised its arm, first pointing to itself, then to the village outside. Next, it indicated the prostrate Dr. Zhou and the direction of the ancestral hall behind the mountain. Finally, it clenched its fist and paused emphatically. The gesture signified, "I will divert the vengeful villagers. You must wait for me with Dr. Zhou behind the mountain. Once I shake off the villagers, I shall return to find you. It's too perilous. We must charge together," Jiang Lu urged fervently. The giant frog resolutely shook its head. Without allowing Jiang Lu further persuasion, it forcefully burst through the wooden door and charged outside. Moments later, a cacophony of destruction and the anguished wails of the vengeful villagers erupted from beyond the threshold, shattering the village's eerie silence. Jiang Lu peered through the narrow opening of the door, witnessing the giant frog rampaging through the village like a frenzied rhinoceros, confronting villagers with reckless abandon, sowing chaos in its wake. A tide of shadowy apparitions surged from all directions, pursuing the streak of green. After several minutes, the footsteps at the entrance gradually receded. No longer hesitating, Jiang Lu hoisted the unconscious Dr. Zhou and swiftly slipped out the door, stealthily making his way toward the mountain's rear. Behind the mountain, Jiang Lu carried Dr. Zhou into the thicket outside the ancestral hall. Within the ancestral hall, a dozen villagers remained vigilantly encircling the coffin. Jiang Lu concealed Dr. Zhou behind a grand tree, positioning himself nearby, anxiously gazing down the mountain. As each moment dragged on, the tension grew unbearable. At last, the heavy sound of footsteps and the wailing of spirits surged up the mountain path like an overwhelming tide. Jiang Lu abruptly peered out. There, the figure of the giant frog was seen charging toward the summit with a frantic yet swift pace. Not far behind, a grayish horde of spirits filled the narrow path, pushing and shoving, relentlessly pursuing the giant frog. The creature had become the focal point of the village's collective animosity, drawing the wrath of the entire ghost village to the mountaintop. Jiang Lu's heart raced as he beheld the fleeting green figure and the throng of villagers behind it, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 35. The Spirit Tablet. A tumultuous tide of spirits surged along the mountain path. At that moment, the dozen or so ghostly villagers who had staunchly guarded the coffin appeared to resonate with the approaching horde. They ceased their attention on the coffin, moving in perfect unison towards the entrance of the shrine. Their intent was unmistakable: descend the mountain to confront the chaos-causing giant frog. The entrance of the shrine was suddenly vacated. An opportunity. Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled with determination. Although he was concerned about the giant frog, he could not let this chance slip by. First, he needed to extricate the two individuals from the coffin. He hoisted the unconscious Dr. Zhou onto his shoulder and dashed into the shrine. Arriving at the coffin, he shouted, "Zhong Yikuan, get out here." He kicked the coffin with force. Bang! The lid shook violently. Creaking, the coffin lid was abruptly pushed open from within. Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song leaned out, surprise and joy flashing in their eyes upon seeing Jiang Lu and the unconscious Dr. Zhou. "Jiang Lu, well done. Quickly kill him. We can escape," Yin Song urged eagerly. "Kill him?" Jiang Lu scoffed. Rather than acting on their request, he shielded Dr. Zhou behind him. "Do you expect me to eliminate him and allow you two to escape while I am left to be torn apart by the hundreds of malevolent spirits outside?" He gestured towards the encroaching tide. "Look, the spirits are approaching. Make your choice, either perish here or hurry out." Zhong Yikuan frowned deeply, his expression grave. Jianglu, that old ghost is deceiving you. If you kill him, we can all be free. I remained in the coffin to damn your reasons. Jianglu interrupted harshly. I want to believe a single word from you. Enough of this nonsense. Get out. He was on the verge of lunging forward to deliver a punch to the treacherous figure. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yiquan urged, Yin Song, you go first. Without hesitation, Yin Song sprang from the coffin and stood before Jianglu, smiling. Mr. Jiang, please proceed. Jianglu eyed him suspiciously, glancing back at the coffin. Wait, I have a brother outside luring the monsters. What if he comes up? Is it that giant frog from the rice field? Zhong Yiquan replied from within the coffin. You pass the source ghost to Yin Song. Then come in. He will handle the giant frog outside. Such decisiveness? Jianglu was momentarily at a loss. Yin Song immediately reassured him. I'll be outside. What is there to fear? Rest assured, Captain Zhong knows what he is doing. Currently, there was indeed no better option. Jianglu glanced at the impending tide of spirits outside, gritted his teeth, and declared, Damn it, if you dare deceive me again. I will ensure that your entire 749 bureau faces dire consequences. He positioned Dr. Zhou by the coffin's edge, forcefully pushing the unconscious old man towards Yin Song, before vaulting into the cold coffin himself. Bang! Just as he squeezed inside, Zhong Yiquan slammed the lid shut with great force. Moments later, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness and disassociation swept over him like a tsunami. Not good. Zhong Yiquan. Jianglu felt a sudden shock, his curse unuttered, as his consciousness plunged into a chaotic abyss of darkness. It was as if he had been submerged and had just resurfaced. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping violently for breath. To his astonishment, he found himself in a kneeling position, situated in a clearing deep within a mine. He immediately struggled to stand, warily surveying his surroundings. The large frog remained frozen in its posture of worship towards the dark center, its body rigid. Yin Song and Zhong Yiquan were similarly still, not moving an inch. However, the miners who had knelt alongside them had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. A faint creaking sound pierced the silence. Jianglu turned sharply, noticing Zhong Yiquan struggling to rise amidst the darkness. A surge of suppressed fury instantly surged through Jianglu. He strode over to Zhong Yiquan, his right fist clenched, channeling the residual power of the cow talisman, and struck the perpetually stoic face with a punch. Bang! Zhong Yiquan, caught off guard, staggered back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You dare toy with me again? Jianglu's eyes blazed with anger as he seized Zhong Yiquan by the collar, lifting him up. What nonsense is this time? Zhong Yiquan wiped the blood from his mouth with calm composure, his gaze unwavering. Do not be agitated. Remain calm and take a moment to feel. Jianglu paused, instinctively assessing his own condition, which seemed unchanged. Zhong Yiquan pushed Jianglu's hand aside, straightened his clothes, and then walked directly towards the massive tablet at the deepest point of mine. He extended his hand, closed his eyes, and pressed his palm against the tablet, feeling it intently. As his fingers glided over the surface, something eerie transpired. The large frog, still in its kneeling posture, suddenly quivered. The plush costume emitted a series of faint creaks. Then, it slowly raised its head, bewildered and disoriented, as if just awakening from a dream. Nearby, Yin Song groaned, rubbing his temples as he staggered to his feet. Jianglu was filled with elation. Frog brother, are you all right? The large frog gradually turned its plastic head towards Jianglu, scanning the surroundings with a look of confusion. It instinctively raised its frog paw, attempting to extract something from its mouth, but after a prolonged effort, it found nothing. The frog then fixed its gaze on Jianglu. Suddenly, Jianglu recalled the frog's threefold transformation, seemingly left behind in the realm of the tablet's dream. The large frog also remembered, and then it performed an action that left Jianglu utterly astounded. With a splash, it knelt once more before the tablet. It yearned to return to the dream, to retrieve its phone. Bye. I will return and get you the threefold, the fivefold. Jianglu promptly yanked the large frog up. Yin Song regarded the lively Jianglu and the large frog and remarked, Did I not tell you? That source spirit is deceiving you. And yet you still do not believe Brother Zhong's words. Jiang Lu turned to Zhong Yikuan before the tablet, his anger unabated. Is it not you who lured me here? You deceitful wretch. Zhong Yikuan retracted his hand from the altar, turning with a solemn expression. Jiang Lu, this object possesses the capability to create spiritual phantoms, forcibly drawing targets into a state of brainwashing and control. Its value is incalculable. Such a peculiar entity must not roam freely. It must be firmly held by the authorities. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted. You wish to control it? Indeed, Zhong Yikuan admitted without hesitation, glancing towards Yin Song. The reason I concealed myself in the coffin within the ancestral hall is that within the dreamscape conjured by the altar spirit, the source ghost serves as the core consciousness. Upon its demise, it will return to the coffin, and whoever can share that space with it while maintaining awareness may attempt to seize control. He paused, looking intently at Jiang Lu, his gaze complex. I worried that my own will might prove insufficient against the source ghost. Thus I invited Yin Song to join me in the coffin to mitigate the risk. Yet ultimately, it was you who shared the burden of the source's power with me. We have jointly mastered the altar spirit. Jiang Lu felt a great shock within him. Instinctively, he concentrated his mind, and indeed, his consciousness seemed to establish a vague connection with the altar deep within the mind. So, I can control the altar spirit now? Just as you did moments ago? Jiang Lu's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Precisely. Zhong Yikuan nodded, his tone bearing a note of warning. In theory, we can both utilize its abilities to draw specific targets into the dreamscape for brainwashing control. So this is your plan? To deceive me into helping you master the altar spirit? Jiang Lu pressed further. Zhong Yikuan cast a glance at the large green frog beside Jiang Lu before responding. Your invisibility is uniquely advantageous. I can think of no one more suitable than you to break the deadlock within this dream. Moreover, you have acquired half of the altar spirit's powers. I sincerely invite you and your friends to join the 749 Bureau. Yin Song leaned in, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother, welcome to the 749 Bureau. From now on, we shall fight side by side as comrades. Comrades? Jiang Lu scoffed, a smirk gracing his face. I refuse. After using me, you expect me to work for you? Dream on. Yin Song's smile faltered. You won't reconsider? This is a national secret unit. Great benefits and perks await. Everyone has their own aspirations. Zhong Yikuan raised a hand to halt Yin Song's entreaties, focusing on Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, the world is undergoing a silent transformation. The bizarre invasion has already commenced, and entities like the altar spirit will not be isolated occurrences. Should you choose not to join us, we cannot compel you. However, I caution you that this power is not a gift, but a curse. Facing such changes alone will be arduous. You should tread carefully. Jiang Lu curled his lip, mentally dismissing the notion of an invasion. Bizarre invasion? I possess 12 talismans. As long as I can continuously enter the game instances to harvest residual power, I shall be the greatest anomaly. He then inquired, what are the miners? Are they not ghosts? Upon awakening, rest assured, Yin Song interjected, arrangements have already been made outside. The comrades of the 749 Bureau are not to be trifled with. At this moment, Zhong Yikuan spoke again. Let us proceed. It is time to leave. Subsequently, Jiang Lu followed closely behind Zhong Yikuan as they made their way out of the mine. Upon exiting, the blinding sunlight immediately enveloped the three individuals and the frog accompanying them. As they emerged at the mouth of the cave, Lu Chuan promptly approached them. Team Zhong, are you all right? Lu Chuan inquired anxiously. We are fine, Zhong Yikuan replied with composure. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Lu noticed a clearing outside the mine where a dozen miners, clad in work attire and exuding an aura of despair, were tightly bound together with a golden rope. Lu Chuan continued to report to Zhong Yikuan, Team Zhong. These miners turned into ghosts attempted to surge towards the entrance. According to your plan, we have subdued them using the golden bindings, and they have all been captured. None have escaped. Jiang Lu observed the struggling miners, deep in thought. Seeing Jiang Lu's gaze fixed on the bound miners, Lu Chuan turned to Zhong Yikuan and asked, Team Zhong, is this individual a recent addition to our ranks? Zhong Yikuan waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation, and addressed Jiang Lu directly. We will handle the subsequent matters. As for your remuneration, he paused before continuing. Rest assured, within 3 days, 5 million will be transferred to Lung Ningbing through the Coal Boss's account. Noticing the lingering wariness and skepticism in Jiang Lu's eyes, he added, consider it compensation for your efforts on this journey and my apology. Lastly, allow me to impart a piece of advice. What advice? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. Stockpile gold. By any means necessary. Amass a substantial quantity of pure gold, as it possesses a natural suppressive and even isolating effect against the vast majority of supernatural entities. It can serve as a medium for eliminating certain lower-tier, ghostly beings. He gestured towards the miners bound in golden ropes. Jiang Lu gazed at the struggling, golden-ensnared prisoners. A realization dawning upon him. Gold is a universal currency, both in reality and the supernatural realm. Though he did not voice his thoughts, he had already resolved to return and begin acquiring gold through online loans. When the news spread, he would undoubtedly make a considerable profit. With this thought in mind, he felt an overwhelming eagerness and turned to leave the mine, eager to return and plan his commercial ambitions. After taking a few steps, however, Jiang Lu suddenly halted and turned back to Zhong Yikuan. I have one more question. How can you be so certain that I will awaken in the dream to cooperate with you? Zhong Yikuan spoke slowly. As long as I utter a certain phrase to you, you will undoubtedly awaken. Jiang Lu, perplexed, asked what phrase. Zhong Yikuan revealed a knowing smile and replied, please act promptly, or you will be deemed a passive player and face annihilation. Chapter 36. High Intensity? Utilizing the memories of the eerie game to combat dreams. Indeed, do the rules of this peculiar game supersede those of the ghostly cards in reality? Is there any correlation between this bizarre game and the strange intrusions in the real world? Among the 749 matches, are there others who, like him, have acquired special abilities? So many questions plagued Jiang Lu, leaving him utterly perplexed. He pulled out his phone to check. Exactly 1 day and night had passed since he entered the mine. Dreams consume time in reality, which is distinctly different from the time suspension experienced in the eerie game. Jiang Lu chose not to glance back at the mine, filled with personnel from the 749 matches. He directly opened the dilapidated door of the van. Bang! He and the frog squeezed back into the cramped vehicle. The vehicle slowly navigated away from the mountain range. The large frog fidgeted in the passenger seat, its claws anxiously tapping against the plastic door panel. Is it the onset of withdrawal? Enough already, stop tapping. Jiang Lu, irritated by the incessant noise, tossed his phone over. Make do with this, but don't recharge it, or I won't buy you a new phone when we return. The large frog disdainfully pinched the phone with 2 fingers, reminiscing about its luxurious, foldable screen. Whether you want it or not, return it to me, Jiang Lu retorted grumpily. Puffed. The large frog decisively turned its back on Jiang Lu. After a long and dusty journey, the old van finally returned to the familiar alley of the Zai City on a Friday evening. The office door was unlocked. Jiang Lu pushed the door open and saw Wang Lin tenderly holding the hand of an elderly lady with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses. His voice dripped with sincerity. Mom, my siblings are all striving abroad, leaving you with 2 empty villas, a few bustling shops, and a cold few million in the bank. How could they understand? What you lack is not this filthy lucre, but warmth, companionship, unlike me, who can only feel heartache for you. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The large frog showed no interest in this ethical drama and promptly ascended the stairs. Wang Lin caught sight of Jiang Lu entering and immediately donned a smile, softly telling the elderly lady, Mom, you should head home and rest. Tomorrow, I will definitely come to see you. The elderly lady reluctantly withdrew her hand, glancing back multiple times as she departed. Wang Lin quickly approached Jiang Lu. Master, you're finally back. I need to tell you. Shut up. Jiang Lu's temple throbbed, pointing a finger at him. Have you not learned your lesson? Still engaging in scams? You can treat her like a mother, yet you call her mom? Do you have no shame? Wang Lin feigned innocence. Master, you misunderstand. She is my newly recognized godmother, our landlord. I've negotiated with her. The rent will be halved, and all utilities are waived. The contract has been re-signed. The young man's quick thinking was evident. Almost immediately after Wang Lin mentioned the reduced rent, Jiang Lu's expression shifted to one of earnest concern. You must spend more time with our mom. The elderly are often lonely. It's not easy for them. By the way, what were you trying to say earlier? Only then did Wang Lin remember the matter at hand. Oh. Once again, the woman who previously visited, claiming that her husband had begun consuming meat and was displaying peculiar behavior, returned twice more, each time with an urgency akin to that of a death knell. Jiang Lu furrowed his brows and inquired, "How did you manage that?" Wang Lin puffed out his chest and replied, "I told her, 'Dear lady, do not panic. Next time, devise a plan, whether it be a ruse, a gentle coaxing, or even a potion, to bring your husband over. My master will open his third eye for you. We shall see for ourselves what manner of creature your husband truly is. Whether he is human or ghost, it will be evident at a glance." Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. This woman appears somewhat bewitched. Bringing her husband here would be perfect. You could directly advise the man to take his wife to a reputable psychiatric hospital. Perhaps there is still hope for her." With that, he ascended to the second floor. On the second floor, he spotted the large frog clutching its string of small frog trinkets, its head slightly bowed, the plastic eyes gazing out toward the street, exuding an air of solitude. Jiang Lu sighed, "Enough with the melancholia. Change your clothes, we are leaving." The large frog suddenly lifted its head. Jiang Lu brandished his phone. "I'll buy you something new." In an instant, the plump green form sprang to life, banishing any trace of solitude. While he contacted Lung Ningbing via the retinal panel, he called out to Wang Lin downstairs, "No need to cook. We are dining out today." Under the dazzling lights of the city center, Lung Ningbing was already waiting by the revolving doors of the mall. Upon seeing Jiang Lu and his companions approach, he rushed forward to envelop the large frog in a hearty embrace before turning to Jiang Lu. "I received news from the client. All is well. 5 million will be transferred by Monday at the latest. Let's celebrate our successful first order tonight. It's on me," Jiang Lu unabashedly declared. "Seafood buffet. It must be upscale." Wang Lin, trailing behind, swallowed hard. Yes, yes. "The fish and shrimp at the market are exorbitant. I usually only dare to purchase some seaweed and kelp as seafood. A trivial matter." Lung Ningbing waved grandly. "Let us go for a lavish feast." The trio and the frog marched triumphantly toward the entrance of the mall. Upon reaching the imposing entrance, a security guard extended his arm to block the large frog. His expression stern. "Sir, I'm afraid that due to a live broadcast of bizarre attire, entry is prohibited in this mall." Wang Lin swiftly stepped in front of the large frog, exclaiming, "What bizarre attire? This is called authentic skin. Pure hide. Do you understand?" Lung Ningbing, looking exasperated, produced a black gold card from his wallet and flashed it before the guard. "Platinum member. This gentleman is my friend. Do not create trouble for yourself." The guard shot a glance at Lung Ningbing, then silently stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Although he did not recognize the black card, his extensive experience in security told him that the manner in which she presented the card was fluid and assured, clearly indicating that she was a person of wealth and influence. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Evidently, he was also a savvy veteran in the realm of security. At the Shier Dun restaurant on the 5th floor, the impeccably uniformed staff greeted them with smiles. "How many in your party?" 4. Lung Ningbing stated. 3. Jiang Lu immediately interjected. The excluded large frog protested, its body swaying as it attempted to squeeze into the fragrant corridor filled with food. Jiang Lu, quick to react, grasped it by the back. "Ancestor, are you capable of gnawing on abalone or sucking sea urchins? What is the purpose of your presence here? Merely occupying space and gazing vacantly? Such a waste of money. 888 per person. Enough to recharge a 648 account, and still have some left. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to fill your tablet with exquisite skins instead? Alas, what a trivial matter." Cold condensing ice swiftly intervened, smiling at the waiter and stating, "We are 4. Just need a table, and the cost will be settled accordingly." The waiter, observing this peculiar assembly, momentarily faltered in his professional smile, yet still courteously guided them to a spacious booth at the edge. Soon, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. The group commenced their feast with great relish. Jiang Lu's gaze fixated on the Iberian acorn-fed ham, meticulously guarded and requiring registration for each slice. The chef, adorned with a tall white hat, wore an expression devoid of emotion. As Jiang Lu approached, the chef inquired, "Sir, what would you like?" With an impassive demeanor, Jiang Lu pointed to the lustrous, deep red ham, requesting one slice, the largest available. The chef's knife descended, and a wafer-thin, delicate slice, barely large enough to fit between teeth, landed lightly in the center of Jiang Lu's plate. Jiang Lu looked at the minuscule portion and then at the chef's stoic face. He managed to force a faint smile. "Could you not be a bit more generous? Perhaps cut a larger piece?" The chef, unperturbed, replied without lifting his eyelids, "Sir, the ingredients are exceedingly precious. Please cherish what is on your plate. Return once you have finished." He paused, adding, "This is a matter of respect for top-tier ingredients." Jiang Lu gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. Half an hour later, the trio and the frog concluded their meal amidst various scrutinizing gazes from the restaurant. Before departing, Jiang Lu glanced at the prominently displayed large ham and quickly whispered a few words to the large frog. The frog, tilting its oversized plastic head, nodded in confusion. Minutes later, the poker-faced chef emerged from the kitchen, instinctively heading towards his cherished treasure, the costly ham display. In an instant, he was struck with disbelief. The massive ham that had just been secured on the ice display was gone. Gasping, the chef inhaled sharply. Trembling, he pressed the call button on his waist. "Attention all departments. Emergency situation. The dining room manager is missing. Suspected to be the work of an exceedingly cunning, professional group of customers executing a theft. Immediately seal all exits. Inspect every dining area." In the car returning to the office, cold condensing ice couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Lu while driving. "What you mentioned earlier about hoarding gold. Are you serious? Is that strange entity truly afraid of gold? What is the principle behind that? It is not fear. It is constrained by it." Jiang Lu lowered his voice. "Gold can obstruct their abilities. It can bind them. It can even serve as a weapon. Consider this. The occurrences of hauntings globally will undoubtedly escalate. This will become a necessity, a hard currency. Its value is destined to soar. Acquiring it now is akin to capitalizing at the bottom." After a moment of hesitation, cold condensing ice resolved, "I believe you. I will divert all my available pocket money into gold. Once my remuneration arrives on Monday, I will assist you in exchanging it for an equivalent amount of gold." Upon returning to the office, the jubilant big frog ascended the stairs, clutching his newly acquired tablet with delight. This fellow seemed oblivious to price tags, fixated solely on screen size. Had I known, I would have simply purchased an LED sign. Who needs a trifold? Jiang Lu also made his way to the second floor, addressing the curled-up big frog on the sofa. "All right, spit it out." Big frog, bewildered, lifted his head as if pondering. Then he opened his mouth, and with a plastic arm, fished around inside his froggy maw. Astonishingly, he extracted a massive object meticulously wrapped in cling film from his ample stomach. It was none other than the stolen Iberian acorn ham, valued at nearly 10,000, belonging to the lobby manager. "Well done," Jiang Lu remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he contemplated the prize. "Wang Lin, tomorrow, we shall have spicy stir-fried meat with ham." From downstairs, Wang Lin's voice echoed, "Got it, master." The ensuing 2 days passed in tranquil silence. However, as Sunday night descended, a new round of enigmatic game quests was set to commence. At 11:30, Jiang Lu found himself waiting at an inconspicuous budget hotel near the office. At 11:59 p.m., he stood alone in the deserted elevator, inhaling deeply. The last evaluation had indicated an increase in intensity. What level of difficulty awaited this time? What spells might be randomly bestowed? As he awaited, the clock struck midnight. Buzz, an overwhelming sensation of plummeting washed over him once more. Jiang Lu had grown accustomed to this feeling, his expression unwavering as though he were merely riding a thrill ride. The elevator plunged rapidly, soon arriving at the 18th underground level. Chapter 37. The duel in Fomin Village. The information that flickered onto Jiang Lu's retina left him momentarily perplexed. Instance. Fomin Town duel. Instance level. C. Main quest. proceed to Fengmen Town to witness the decisive battle between Shimen Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng. A bizarre game incorporating a martial arts theme? Jiang Lu couldn't help but voice his disdain. The battlefield had shifted from the summit of the Forbidden City to Fengmen Town. Is such a radical alteration even permissible? Before he could ponder further, another message appeared. The random talismans for this instance are chicken, rabbit, chicken talisman. Allows telekinetic manipulation of objects or self-levitation. Rabbit talisman. Enables supersonic movement. Jiang Lu scrutinized the text, noting evident signs of alteration. His mouth twitching. Hey, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? I can clearly see 3 edges of the character for light. It has been hastily crossed out and replaced with supersonic. No sooner had he spoken than the information vanished from view. Jiang Lu could only exit the elevator with resignation. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst wild overgrowth, devoid of any signs of civilization. At that moment, he was truly alone in the wilderness, with nothing but a sea of yellow earth and weeds in sight. Am I the only player here? He mused to himself. After a few steps, a figure appeared on the path ahead, clad in a traditional blue robe, with an elegantly styled long sword hanging at his waist. The man stood tall and exuded an air of cold detachment, as if he had just stepped out of a martial arts film. Ah, local. Just a person to ask for directions. Jiang Lu's eyes brightened as he approached with haste. Excuse me, good sir, could you direct me to Fengmen Town? The man paused, casting a sidelong glance at him, his gaze as frigid as ice. Chun Jiasin, player. Jiang Lu was taken aback. It turned out they were fellow townsmen. He quickly introduced himself. I am Jiang Lu, his gaze sweeping over Chun Jiasin's blue robe as he continued. Did you dress this way because you anticipated the theme of the instance? With an expressionless face, Chun Jiasin replied, Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu recalled the 300-point directional instant-style voucher from the exchange list, which he had previously dismissed as a mere tax on intelligence. It seemed there were indeed others willing to squander their points on such frivolities. In what instance would one not encounter ghosts? Would the martial arts ghosts be any more reasonable than their modern counterparts? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Lu asked, So why are you participating in a martial arts instance? To learn martial arts? Can this even combat ghosts? He found the notion somewhat absurd. Chun Jiasin frowned slightly, coldly retorting, noisy. How can a sparrow know the aspirations of swan? Jiang Lu was baffled. What does that even mean? Ignoring him, Chun Jiasin continued. Solitary clouds and wild cranes are indifferent to one another. The pine wind sweeps the moon across the tranquil courtyard. The world mocks my erratic demeanor. Yet I embrace the starlight under the bright moon. Jiang Lu, this fellow seems rather unwell. What on earth is he rambling about? Are you rapping? He couldn't help but tease. Chun Jiasin huffed, his tone distant. Paths diverge. We shall not conspire together. With that, he turned and departed, his blue robe billowing behind him, a solitary figure standing tall. Jiang Lu watched his retreating form, shrugging. Very well, farewell, fellow patient. He was eager to act alone to avoid revealing his talismanic powers. Yet, glancing around at the endless expanse of weeds, he pondered where to go next. Never mind, I shall seek out someone else for guidance. As Jiang Lu's thoughts stirred, he activated the rabbit talisman. In an instant, his form transformed into a blurred shadow, racing in the opposite direction from where Chun Jiasin had departed. The velocity was such that the scenery on either side melded into indistinct streaks of color, leaving behind only a faint trail of dust in his wake. Meanwhile, not far from where Chun Jiasin had just walked, a modestly adorned carriage creaked into view. The driver was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. Chun Jiasin raised his hand to halt the carriage, inquiring, Good sir, may I ask the way to Fengmen Town? Just as the old man was about to respond, a deep, melodious voice, imbued with authority, emanated from within the carriage. Young man, come aboard, and we shall converse further. Chun Jiasin hesitated momentarily before lifting the curtain and entering the carriage. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, his handsome features complemented by a short beard, exuding an air of distinction. At his waist hung an ancient-style long sword, its scabbard shimmering with a subtle radiance, indicating its extraordinary quality. Chun Jiasin's gaze swept over the sword, his expression unwavering as he took a seat in silence. The brocade-clad man scrutinized him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Are you also heading to witness the duel between Shimin Chueshue and Yi Guqing?" Chun Jiasin nodded, his voice calm yet tinged with an imperceptible seriousness. "Indeed. I've been enamored with the way of the sword since childhood. This battle is one I cannot afford to miss." A glint of amusement flickered in the brocade man's eyes. "Oh? Then, do you know who I am?" Without hesitation, Chun Jiasin met his gaze directly. "Yi Guqing." The brocade man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Well done. How did you discern my identity?" His laughter resonated within the confines of the carriage. Chun Jiasin's eyes fell upon the sword at the man's side, remaining silent. Yi Guqing followed his gaze to the sword, Fei Hong, and the admiration in his eyes deepened. "Indeed, a swordsman recognizes a sword, as it ought to be. It seems you too possess an understanding of the blade." He ceased his inquiries, and the carriage continued its journey, their dialogue enveloped by the sounds of the road. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, with the rabbit talisman fully activated, had traversed several dozen miles in mere minutes. Passing through a small village, he halted, spotting a farmer's wife hoeing in the field, and quickly approached Madam. "Could you guide me to Fengmen town?" Straightening her back and wiping her brow, the woman looked at him in confusion. "Feng what town?" Jiang Lu raised his voice. "Feng. Men. Town." The woman tilted her head. "What door town?" Jiang Lu, exasperated, decided to abandon the conversation. "Never mind, madam. Please continue with your work." The farmer's wife cheerfully responded, "All right," and bent down to resume her task. With no other choice, Jiang Lu entered the village. It was small, with a few earthen houses. He noticed an old man sitting beneath a large tree at the village entrance, basking in the sun, and hurried over to inquire. After several gestures, the old man finally understood and leisurely pointed him in the right direction. Indeed, he had run in the wrong direction. Cursing silently, Jiang Lu activated the rabbit talisman once more, and with a hum, his body transformed again into an indistinct flash, hurtling along the official road in the opposite direction. Under full speed, the scattered travelers on the official road felt a fierce wind sweep past, leaving them hardly able to catch a glimpse of the figure, only to witness the swirling leaves being lifted from the ground. The wandering heroes speculated among themselves. Could this individual possess such remarkable lightness of foot? Perhaps being the famed king of the Blue Wings, Wei Yixiao? I doubt it. It resembles the graceful steps of Duanyu. No, it must be Lu Xiaofeng. With a journey of over 100 miles reduced to mere play in the face of supersonic speed, within half an hour, Jiang Lu stood before a boundary stone inscribed with the 3 characters of Fengmen Town. Nestled against the mountains, Fengmen Town bustled with a throng at its entrance. Vibrant and lively, sword-bearing individuals adorned in monk robes and Taoist garments, along with eccentrically dressed wanderers, jostled shoulder to shoulder, while the air was thick with excited discussions, hawking cries, and the neighing of livestock. Everyone had gathered for the legendary decisive battle. Dressed in a t-shirt and jeans with short hair, Jiang Lu stood out among the ancient garb like a bulb in the night, instantly attracting countless scrutinizing, puzzled, and even hostile gazes. He felt as though he had stumbled into a historical drama set, utterly uncomfortable in his modern attire. Alas, how glaringly conspicuous. Jiang Lu muttered to himself, contemplating blending in with the crowd of wanderers to glean news once the great battle commenced. However, glancing down at his attire, he thought, how on earth can I blend in like this? Never mind. I shall first visit the inn to gather some information, particularly about whether Shimin Chueshue and Yi Guqing have arrived. Under the signboard of Tongfu Inn, the atmosphere was bustling. The first-floor hall was already occupied by various sects and heroic figures, with not a single seat available, and even the corners were crammed with people. The innkeeper, a woman, was beaming from behind the counter, speaking in dialect to the waiter beside her. "Lao Bai, we're in for a windfall this time. These martial arts figures are quite generous." Yet, the waiter named Lao Bai appeared distracted, casting worried glances at the noisy assembly of wanderers. Within the inn hall, the abbot of the Shaolin sect sat at a table with several young novices, their heads bowed in solemnity, quietly reciting scriptures. creating a stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. A group of disciples from the beggars' sect sat together, tattered but jovial, munching on roast chicken while animatedly discussing tales from the martial world. Several Taoists from the Chuanjin sect maintained a serious demeanor, quietly savoring their tea. He Taichung, the leader of the Kunlun sect, sat with his disciples, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. A few female heroes from the Amei sect, exuding a cool elegance, whispered among themselves. The couple, Yu Buchuan and his wife from the Huashan sect, wore refined smiles as they sat with several disciples. Behind Yu Buchuan stood a strikingly handsome young man with a somewhat rebellious glint in his eyes. In the corners, solitary figures emanating a fierce aura sat scattered, some pouring their own drinks, others resting with closed eyes. The air buzzed with various discussions. Shimin Shui had arrived at the bamboo grove outside the town for quiet meditation yesterday. Yet Yi Gucheng had yet to make an appearance. Indeed, tonight marks the date of the decisive battle. Could it be that Lord Yi has grown fearful of the confrontation? It is indeed surprising that this decisive battle was initiated by the master of Yecheng himself, who even selected the location for the confrontation. He Taichung, the leader of the Kunlun sect, stroked his goat beard and cast a glance at the neighboring table where Yu Buchuan sat, a veneer of mirth on his lips but lacking warmth in his eyes. Master Yu, he began, your young companion appears rather unfamiliar, yet exudes an impressive aura. Is he a recently accepted disciple? With a composed smile, Yu Buchuan replied, Master He, your discernment is commendable. This is my humble disciple, Yu Huatian, who has recently joined the ranks of the Huashan sect. He slightly turned his head, addressing Yu Huatian. Come forth and greet Master He. At the behest of his master, Yu Huatian stepped forward, a barely perceptible frown flickering across his brow. Nonetheless, he complied, clasping his hands respectfully and speaking in a cool tone. I am Yu Huatian. Greetings to you, Master He. He Taichung scrutinized Yu Huatian with narrowed eyes, lingering on the delicate features of his face for a moment before stroking his beard again. Quite impressive indeed. Master Yu has taken on a fine disciple, he remarked, his tone ambiguous in sincerity or mere formality. At that moment, the light at the entrance of the inn dimmed as a figure, incongruous with the surrounding ambience, strode in. It was Jiang Lu. Instantly, the previously boisterous hall seemed to freeze in time, all eyes converging upon him. A disciple of the Kunlun sect, standing behind He Taichung, abruptly slammed his hand onto the table, causing cups and dishes to rattle. Pointing menacingly at Jiang Lu, he thundered, Who dares to intrude? Get out! Do you not recognize the gravity of this place? Such an oddball, dressed in outlandish attire, has no business being here. His furious outburst shattered the brief silence, and all gazes now scrutinized the incongruous figure at the entrance with a mixture of judgment and curiosity. Jiang Lu halted his steps, unperturbed, and surveyed the assembly of martial artists with an unwavering expression. His voice resonated throughout the hall, clear and distinct. Oh, he paused, a hint of mockery lacing his words as he countered, then perhaps you could enlighten me. What manner of individuals are gathered here? Chapter 38. As the atmosphere grew tense, He Taichung, the leader of the Kunlun sect, took the initiative to ease the situation, stating, Young man, this inn has been reserved by our fellow martial artists. Those without martial prowess, renowned masters of the Jianghu, are not permitted to enter. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. He attempted to impose the rules to assert authority. However, Jiang Lu merely raised an eyebrow and, rather than retreating, took a step forward. Oh, how do you know I am not a master? Yu Buchuan, the head of the Huashan sect, observed the exchange and interjected gently. My young friend, your steps appear unsteady, and there is no indication of internal energy flowing within you. It is evident that you have not practiced internal martial arts. The notion of you being a master seems rather far-fetched. His words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Jiang Lu interrupted him, casting his gaze over Yu Buchuan and the man behind him, who bore a striking resemblance to Chun Kuan. But what if I am indeed a concealed master? His tone was light, almost jesting, yet tinged with a serious provocation. Yu Buchuan's smile faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Choosing to ignore Jiang Lu and engaging in a hushed conversation with He Taichung, leaving Jiang Lu to himself. Meanwhile, at a small table in the corner, a man with elegantly styled mustaches observed the scene at the entrance with keen interest. He nudged the solitary figure beside him, a stern-looking individual with folded arms. "Hey, Lauan, do you think this kid is for real, or is he merely posturing?" The solitary guest scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Oof, a naive brat unaware of his own limitations. Just look at his delicate physique. He probably couldn't even catch a chicken." Lu Xiaofeng. "You don't actually believe his tall tales, do you?" Lu Xiaofeng stroked his mustache, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "I find his unwavering gaze while speaking suggests sincerity, not deceit." With Lu Xiaofeng's remark, coupled with the attention of those around them, the solitary guest felt somewhat embarrassed. He suddenly stood up and strode over to Jiang Lu. His voice booming, "Kid, the thunderbolt hand, when Tai Lai, stand before you. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, this position shall be yours." Determined to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson and showcase his prowess before the assembled martial artists, he declared his intentions. The hall, previously subdued, erupted with excitement. Spectators buzzed with anticipation. A performance to behold. It is one Tai Lai, known for his legendary 5 lightning whips, swift and fierce. Indeed, this lad is in for a rough time. While Wen Tai Lai may not be the absolute pinnacle of mastery, he is certainly a cut above the rest among second-tier experts, more than capable of dealing with an arrogant youth. The atmosphere was charged with exhilaration. All eyes were now fixed on the 2 adversaries at the entrance. Even Yu Buchuan and He Taichung momentarily paused their conversation, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Jiang Lu regarded the imposing Wen Tai Lai, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he languidly replied, 3. Wen Tai Lai was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, mistakenly believing Jiang Lu was merely jesting about the 3-strike agreement. "Ha ha ha. Kid, you don't honestly think you could defeat me within 3 moves? With your..." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly halted. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room. In an instant, he felt something pressing against his throat. Stiffly, he lowered his head and beheld Jiang Lu's hand, which had inexplicably transformed into a blade-like formation, firmly positioned against his jugular. Time seemed to accelerate. Wen Tai Lai could hardly comprehend how Jiang Lu had moved. It was as if the figure that had been several paces away had suddenly materialized before him. Cold sweat drenched Wen Tai Lai's back. If the opponent had wielded a dagger, or if that moment had not been a mere restraint, but a lethal strike, he dared not imagine the consequences. The entire Inns Hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The tension was palpable. All eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing the unfolding scene. Expressions shifted from amusement to sheer shock and horror. Yu Buchuan's scholarly smile had completely frozen, and his pupils contracted. He Taichung's hand, which had been stroking his beard, halted mid-air, his goatee trembling slightly. The once gentle countenance of Yu Huatian now bore a grave demeanor. Even Lu Xiaofeng, who had been lounging in the corner, retracted his nonchalant smile, his gaze becoming intensely serious. They had not grasped how Jiang Lu had moved. The velocity surpassed their understanding of lightness skill. It was as if he had teleported. Behind a counter, the innkeeper stood transfixed, instinctively nudging the trembling waiter beside her. "Old Bai, you excel in lightness skill. Did you see how he did that?" The waiter, Old Bai, swallowed hard. Innkeeper, to those unversed in lightness skill, watching him is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the bright moon above, only able to perceive a vague outline. But for me, it's as if a mayfly were gazing up at the vast sky. That was not mere lightness skill. That was divine prowess. His inner astonishment was beyond measure. As a former master thief, his understanding of lightness skill far surpassed that of ordinary folk. And thus he comprehended the terrifying nature of Jiang Lu's earlier maneuver even more acutely. Tong Xiangyu, exasperated, gave him a nudge. "What are you babbling about? Hurry and prepare the tea. Our guest is about to take a seat." Although she lacked martial knowledge, she understood that when Tai Lai had been bested and that it was time to serve the guests. Jiang Lu withdrew his hand from Wen Tai Lai's neck and patted his rigid shoulder. "1. Now, the position is mine. You may wait by the door." Wen Tai Lai's complexion turned ashen, momentarily frozen in place. His lips trembled. Why? Jiang Lu replied with an unperturbed tone. Why? Because today's path is rather smooth. Huh? No obstacles, my brother. Upon hearing this, when Tai Lai's face flushed crimson, he stomped his foot in frustration and dashed out of the inn, disappearing into the throng. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Lu nonchalantly approached the small table adjacent to Lu Xiaofeng, where when Tai Lai had previously sat, and settled himself down with composure. Only after he was seated did the hall once again erupt into hushed discussions, though the volume had diminished significantly, infused with reverence. Good heavens, what kind of lightness skill was that? It is simply unheard of. So swift, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Indeed, look at the expressions on those sect leaders and elders. They have all changed. This remarkable skill of lightness. Perhaps only the legendary thief, the Saint of Thieves by Yu Tang, or the four-browed Lu Xiaofeng could be compared to it. Hush! Lower your voice. Lu Xiaofeng is seated right next to that young man. As for the Saint of Thieves, who knows if he might be hiding within the crowd, observing? Their murmurs were not loud, yet they reached the ears of several individuals involved. Bai Zhan Tang, who was replacing the teacups on Jiang Lu's table, suddenly trembled, nearly dropping the cup, fervently shouting in his heart, I did not. Please stop speaking nonsense. All he wished for was to serve quietly. Meanwhile, sitting beside Jiang Lu, Lu Xiaofeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Jiang Lu, too, had caught wind of the conversation, and a thought crossed his mind. Lu Xiaofeng? Bai Zhan Tang? This scenario truly resembles a hodgepodge of characters. He lifted his gaze, landing directly on Lu Xiaofeng's wry smile. You are Lu Xiaofeng? Lu Xiaofeng nodded in resignation. That is indeed me. My good fellow, your lightness skill is quite impressive. May I ask your esteemed name? Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu introduced himself, then glanced at Bai Zhan Tang, who feigned busyness. He was clearly eavesdropping, and lowered his voice. Stop pretending. I know you are the Saint of Thieves. Puff! Lu Xiaofeng nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, now intrigued as he turned his attention to Bai Zhan Tang. Bai Zhan Tang, Staifen. Forcing a calm demeanor, turning around with a professionally crafted smile. Good. Esteemed guest, you jest. I am Bai Zhan Tang, a mere worker in this establishment, not nor the Saint of Thieves. You must have mistaken me for someone else. He vehemently denied it, his heart racing in panic. Jiang Lu found Bai Zhan Tang as flustered demeanor rather amusing. All right, I have no interest in you. Do you wish to challenge me to a contest of lightness skills? No, they both replied in unison, shaking their heads vigorously like rattling drums. That is well. Jiang Lu nodded in satisfaction, then stood up and addressed Lu Xiaofeng. Shimen Chue Shui is your friend, isn't he? Please take me to see him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's brow subtly furrowed. While it was true that Shimen Chue Shui was his friend, the latter was known for his aloof and reclusive nature, particularly averse to disturbances, especially on the eve of a decisive battle. Oh, you wish to meet Shimen Chue Shui? Lu Xiaofeng's face took on a playful smirk as he rose to his feet. Then I must measure my lightness skills against you, Brother Jiang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaofeng's figure flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he had appeared at the inn's entrance, and with another flash, he leaped onto the rooftop. Jiang Lu watched Lu Xiaofeng soaring across the rooftop with effortless grace and couldn't help but comment. These martial characters seem utterly oblivious to the laws of physics. He chuckled, reassured by the thought that his talismans also defy logic. Rabbit talisman, activate. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Yi Gucheng and Chun Jia Xin continued its leisurely journey along the official road to Fengmen Town. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from a distance. A knight clad in black armor galloped forth, swiftly overtaking the carriage and reining him before it. Yi Gucheng heard the sound of hooves and lifted the curtain of the carriage to step outside. The armored knight, perched upon his steed, spoke with a hint of disdain. Lord Yi, the commander has sent me to urge you. Tonight marks the time of our decisive battle. Please do not delay, lest you jeopardize the commander's plans. Yi Gucheng remained impassive. Zhao Gao, have you reached Fengmen Town? A flicker of menace crossed the knight's eyes. I am unable to disclose the commander's whereabouts. And how dare you address him so casually? I shall report this matter faithfully." His tone bore an unmistakable threat. Without awaiting Yi Guqing's response, he fiercely spurred his horse and galloped away. Yi Guqing stood rooted to the spot, watching the knight's receding figure, murmuring to himself, "It is time." After a moment of silence, he turned and returned to the carriage. Inside, Chun Jiusin remained seated, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Yi Guqing took his seat, gazing at Chun Jiusin before suddenly speaking. "Are you not curious? Not curious as to why I am entangled with the court? With that eunuch faction?" He explicitly revealed the knight's identity. Chun Jiusin's gaze shifted to Yi Guqing, devoid of any ripple. "I do not care." His voice remained cold. "I'm only concerned with your duel against Shimin Shui Shui. And your sword." Yi Guqing paused in surprise, then erupted in laughter. "Ha! Excellent. A true swordsman, only caring for the sword. You are born to be a swordsman." His laughter carried a measure of admiration, tinged with an indescribable sense of regret. Once he ceased his mirth, he sighed deeply, his tone growing melancholic. "Alas, it is too late. Had I encountered you before all this began, I might have taken you as my disciple, imparting all my swordsmanship to you." A glimmer of nostalgia and sorrow flickered in his eyes. In response, Chun Jiusin's heart remained unruffled, merely directing his gaze towards Yi Guqing's flying rainbow sword. Chapter 39. Shimin Shui Shui in the narrow streets of Fengmen Town, Lu Xiaofeng showcased his lightness skill to the fullest extent. His figure was as swift as the wind, graceful and agile. With a gentle push of his toes against the eaves, he could soar several zhang into the air, his movements fluid and effortless, embodying the romantic essence of a wandering hero in the martial world. Occasionally, he darted into alleys, at times leaping atop rooftops, attempting to utilize the intricate terrain and obstacles to shake off the shadow that persistently trailed him. Yet, no matter how he twisted and turned, Jiang Lu maintained a leisurely distance of mere steps behind him. Jiang Lu's mode of movement was entirely distinct. He did not leverage any external force, nor did he leap. He simply charged forward, like a bolt of lightning skimming the ground. He either veered around walls and buildings in an instant or glided past them with an almost effortless elegance. Such speed rendered Lu Xiaofeng's proud lightness skill to appear as if it were in slow motion. Each time Lu Xiaofeng glanced back, he was met with Jiang Lu's relaxed, almost bored expression, sending waves of astonishment coursing through him. This fellow wasn't even exerting himself fully. This cannot continue. I cannot allow him to follow me like this. With a swift change of direction, Lu Xiaofeng surged towards the remote and rugged mountain forests of Fengmen Town. He was determined that in the tangled wilderness, his opponent could not possibly maintain such a terrifying speed. After several leaps, Lu Xiaofeng had ventured deep into the mountains. Spotting a sturdy branch of a large tree ahead, he poised to spring upwards toward a higher cliff. Just as he launched himself into the air, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in midair directly before him, blocking his path with an eerie stillness. It was Jiang Lu. Lu Xiaofeng's pupils constricted, his heart pounding in fear. He watched in disbelief as Jiang Lu hovered effortlessly in the air. This was not lightness skill at all. This was flying, defying gravity itself. He hastily twisted his body, landing clumsily back on the ground, stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance. Jiang Lu descended slowly, gazing at the shaken Lu Xiaofeng with interest. "So what do you think? My lightness skill, is it not impressive?" Lu Xiaofeng's lips twitched, his mind raging. "This is lightness skill? You are literally flying, for goodness sake." However, being a man seasoned by countless storms, he forced down his astonishment, clasped his hands in salute. "Brother Jiang, your skill is truly remarkable. I, Lu, am utterly ashamed. I am sincerely in awe." Jiang Lu patted Lu Xiaofeng on the shoulder, adopting a tone of a senior, encouraging a junior. "Keep practicing diligently, and with time, you too may become as formidable as I." Lu Xiaofeng. A stiff smile graced his face as he thought bitterly. "No matter how much I practice, I shall never soar like you, my friend. Please, take me to meet Shimin Shui Shui," he implored. Jiang Lu, setting aside the jest, spoke earnestly. "Let's go. Lu Xiaofeng, realizing he could neither outrun nor resist, sighed in resignation. Very well, follow me. With no hope of escaping, they proceeded together, soon arriving at a tranquil bamboo grove deep within the mountains. The bamboo swayed gracefully, and a gentle breeze rustled through, creating a soft, whispering sound. Deep within the grove stood a figure clad in snow-white garments, quietly awaiting their arrival. He stood tall, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding bamboo grove. In his hand, he did not wield a sword, but instead grasped a slender green bamboo branch. This branch moved slowly, yet possessed an enigmatic rhythm as it swayed in his grasp. Jiang Lu watched intently, a tremor of realization coursing through him. The seemingly languid tip of the bamboo branch vibrated at an astonishing speed, producing an almost imperceptible yet piercing hum. The air around them appeared to be agitated by this high-frequency tremor. This was no mere performance. It was a manifestation of the pinnacle of sword intent, inner strength, and mastery over power. At that moment, the figure in white seemed to sense their arrival. Without pausing, he effortlessly turned his wrist, unleashing a fierce wind that shot towards Lu Xiaofeng, who stood beside Jiang Lu. This thrust was swift, precise, and powerful, though devoid of lethal intent. It carried an overwhelming and suffocating sword essence. Lu Xiaofeng appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated the move. Calmly, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together in a flash, deftly pinching the tip of the advancing bamboo branch. A faint yet crisp sound resonated. The terrifying force contained within the bamboo branch was instantly neutralized by the mere touch of Lu Xiaofeng's fingers. With a playful smile, Lu Xiaofeng remarked, "Even if you are Shimin Shueishue without a sword, you cannot break my Lingxi finger." Shimin Shueishue flicked his wrist, retracting the bamboo branch with fluid grace. His gaze, cool and penetrating, turned towards Lu Xiaofeng. "What brings you to me?" Lu Xiaofeng shrugged, gesturing to Jiang Lu beside him. "He seeks you. I am not as skilled in lightness kung fu as he is." A hint of helplessness tinged his tone. A flicker of surprise crossed Shimin Shueishue's face. "Is there anyone whose lightness kung fu surpasses yours?" Only then did he direct his full attention to Jiang Lu. At that moment, Jiang Lu stared blankly at Shimin Shueishue, his gaze somewhat vacant, muttering unintelligibly, "Elbu. Xiang Yu. Bu Yingyun." He Rundong, the image of this snow-white figure, standing solitary and transcendent, overlapped with the classic characters from his memories, leaving him momentarily dazed. Lu Xiaofeng quickly elbowed Jiang Lu. "Hey, snap out of it. This is Shimin Shueishue. Weren't you here for a reason?" Jiang Lu jolted back to reality, looking at Shimin Shueishue and bluntly stating, "No particular reason. I just wanted to confirm if Shimin Shueishue is still alive." Shimin Shueishue. Lu Xiaofeng. Both were momentarily taken aback by this almost absurdly straightforward remark. Lu Xiaofeng, quick to react, immediately continued, "You've noticed something amiss, haven't you?" He assumed Jiang Lu was hinting at a deeper issue. Jiang Lu, confused, replied, "What's amiss?" He merely felt that the task of witnessing a fight seemed a tad too simplistic, hence his concern that the protagonist might encounter unforeseen challenges. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's smile dimmed somewhat, his tone growing serious. "Brother Jiang, you may not be aware. Yi Guqing is not a man who seeks fame for its own sake. He has taken the initiative to invite Shimin Shueishue to this remote Fengmen town for a decisive battle, and has spread the word widely, attracting martial artists from across the realm to observe. There must be something suspicious afoot. It is by no means a mere contest of swordsmanship." Jiang Lu thought to himself, as expected, the task is indeed not so simple. He promptly inquired, "Will Yi Guqing come?" Lu Xiaofeng fell silent, as he was unfamiliar with Yi Guqing's character and thus unable to make a judgment. However, Shimin Shueishue slowly turned around, presenting his back to them. He gently flicked the bamboo stick in his hand, and with a swift step, he vanished into the verdant shadows of the bamboo grove, leaving behind a cold statement that echoed through the forest. "He will come." How ostentatious, yet how striking. Jiang Lu couldn't help but admire silently as he watched Shimin Shueishue disappear. He turned to Lu Xiaofeng and asked, "What have you uncovered?" Since Lu Xiaofeng sensed something amiss, he must have some clues. In a hushed tone, Lu Xiaofeng replied with an air of mystery, "I discovered that Fengmen town harbors ghosts." Jiang Lu mused, in this eerie dungeon, it would indeed be more surprising if there were no ghosts. He maintained his composure and prompted, "Elaborate." Lu Xiaofeng continued, "It is said that beneath Fengmen town lies a vast mass grave. It serves as the burial ground for the thousands of surrendered soldiers and common folk slaughtered by Zhao Gao, the governor of the Western Factory, to intimidate the remnants of the previous dynasty. The resentment is palpable." Jiang Lu questioned, "What does this have to do with the impending duel?" Lu Xiaofeng shrugged, "Not much, really. You asked, so I merely share what I found." His face returned to a playful smirk. Jiang Lu's expression darkened. Since Shimen Shui was certain that Yi Guqing would arrive, he decided not to delve deeper. He resolved to remain in Fengmen town, awaiting the commencement of the decisive battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a golden hue over Fengmen town. In the kitchen of the Yulai Inn, a flurry of activity ensued, as preparations for the impending night and the numerous guests from the martial world were underway. In the relative seclusion of the inn's backyard, Yu Huatian, a newly accepted disciple of the Huashan sect, stealthily slipped away from prying eyes and approached the only well in the inn. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly retrieving an oil paper package from within his robes. Inside lay a white powder. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly poured the entire contents into the well water. The powder dissolved instantly, colorless and tasteless. Having completed his task, Yu Huatian quickly composed himself and nonchalantly exited the backyard. Meanwhile, outside Fengmen town, the carriage carrying Yi Guqing and Chun Jiasin finally came to a slow stop. Inside the carriage, Yi Guqing, observing the taciturn and sword-focused Chun Jiasin, spoke, "Young man, we have arrived at Fengmen town. You may disembark." Chun Jiasin did not inquire further, simply nodding before nimbly leaping from the carriage and striding directly towards the town, his figure soon lost among the crowd. The carriage did not enter the town, but instead turned around, proceeding along a remote path on the outskirts. Eventually, it halted before a desolate hillside, overgrown with weeds and seldom trodden by human feet. Yi Guqing disembarked alone, approaching a barren stone tablet devoid of any inscriptions. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the rough stone surface, his gaze imbued with emotions too complex to articulate: nostalgia, pain, and an ineffable resolve. "Father, you have waited too long," he murmured softly. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly pressed his fingers against several inconspicuous protrusions at the base of the stone tablet. Click! Click! A faint sound of mechanisms echoed, and a heavy stone slab, encrusted with moss, began to slide slowly aside, revealing a dark passageway that could accommodate only one person, descending into obscurity. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Guqing's form flickered, vanishing into the inky depths of the entrance. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, when Yi Guqing emerged once more, his countenance had turned ashen. He glanced back at the shadowy entrance, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Chapter 40. Zhao Gao under the mid-heaven moon. The cool moonlight cascaded upon the bamboo grove of Fengmen town's rear mountain. Jiang Lu and Lu Xiaofeng sat upon the ground, with Lu Xiaofeng at that moment wide-eyed and raptly listening to Jiang Lu's eloquent narration. Thus, Xiaoyan, burdened with the hopes of Yao Lao and fueled by fervent rage, resolutely ascended the gates of the Yunlan sect, driven solely by the promise of a 3-year pact. Jiang Lu spoke with fervor, his words flowing like a torrent. Lu Xiaofeng, stirred with excitement, could not contain his curiosity. And then, what happened next? What about Naylan Yinran? At that instant, a faint sound of slicing through the air emerged from deep within the bamboo grove. A white figure silently materialized not far from the two. It was Shimen Shui, clad in white, as pure as snow. He seemed as if he had never departed from this bamboo grove, or perhaps had just returned from the heavens above. Jiang Lu immediately ceased his speech, turning sharply to Shimen Shui. "Shall we proceed now?" He referred to the impending duel. However, Shimin Shui did not cast him even a glance. He moved his form and instantly vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove, heading towards the brightly lit Fengmen town below. Hey, wait! Jiang Lu hastily rose to pursue him. Don't go. What happened afterward? How did Xiao Yin fare? Did he win? Lu Xiaofeng grasped Jiang Lu's sleeve, his anxiety palpable. Jiang Lu, annoyed by the interruption, shrugged him off. What happened later? Later, the Lord of the Soul Hall arrived, and with a single slap, killed Xiao Yin. Not a trace remained. He uttered this in jest, eager to extricate himself from the conversation. Lu Xiaofeng, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen in place, mumbling, killed. Killed him? Not a trace left? This. He felt his understanding of the martial world had been profoundly shaken. Jiang Lu, indifferent to his plight, activated the rabbit talisman. With a hum, his body transformed into a blur of light, racing after the direction where Shimin Shui had vanished. At that moment, the central square of Fengmen town was already a sea of people, all who had received the news, regardless of their sect's size or their martial prowess, gathered here, eagerly anticipating the momentous duel. The leaders, elders, and elite disciples of various sects occupied the prime spots. While ordinary martial artists jostled in the periphery, the atmosphere vibrant and noisy. A figure clad in pure white suddenly appeared atop the highest roof in the square. Like a startled swan, the moonlight bathed him, his snowy attire exuding an air of solitary grandeur. Indeed, it was Shimin Shui. His appearance instantly captured the attention of all, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Soon after, a blurred figure appeared on a slightly lower rooftop, moving with such speed that many spectators merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Jiang Lu scanned the thronging crowd below and quickly spotted a familiar figure near the front. Chun Jiasen. He was clutching his long sword, his gaze intently fixed on Shimin Shui atop the roof, as if oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Jiang Lu deftly navigated through the crowd and landed beside Chun Jiasen, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. Well, is this not my sword fanatic, Brother Chen? It's been a while. You seem rather disheveled. Chun Jiasen turned his head, casting a cold glance at Jiang Lu. One cannot speak of ice to summer insects, nor of the sea to a frog in a well. After speaking, he turned back, continuing to gaze up at Shimin Shui. Jiang Lu curled his lip and remarked, "What frog? Can he even play games?" Noticing that Chun Jiasen paid him no mind, he too found the situation dull and raised his gaze towards the ceiling, awaiting the appearance of another protagonist. Time ticked away, inching closer to the hour of the dog. Why had Gucheng not yet arrived? Indeed, what time was it? Could it be that he was afraid? Shimin Shui was already here, and yet he remained absent? What sort of game was this? Surely, he wouldn't be toying with us? An air of impatience and skepticism began to ripple through the crowd. An impulsive wanderer could no longer contain himself and declared loudly, "I will go up high to have a look." With that, he employed his lightness skill and leapt upwards, aiming to ascend a nearby wall. However, he had barely reached a height of 10 feet when he suddenly emitted a muffled groan, plummeting from the air like a kite with severed strings. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The crowd erupted into chaos. A seasoned martial artist, standing nearby, rushed forward, crouched down, and fell for the man's pulse, his expression instantly shifting to one of horror as he exclaimed, "Tianxiang Ruanjin-san?" He has lost all his internal energy. His meridians are in disarray. What? Tianxiang Ruanjin-san? Upon hearing this, the faces of all present in the martial world turned ashen. They instinctively began to circulate their internal energy. PFF, PFF, PFF. In an instant, the square echoed with the sounds of blood spurting. Countless individuals turned pale, on the brink of collapse. Even the top masters, such as the Abbot of Shaolin, He Taichung of Kunlun, and Master Tai of Amei, felt their dantians in turmoil, their internal energy stagnating, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Someone has poisoned us. It's the well water. The town's well water has been poisoned. Who did this? Such a cruel method. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Many perceptive wanderers already sensed something amiss and began to flee towards the outskirts of the town. Just then, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of piercing sounds suddenly erupted. Countless icy arrows shot forth from the surrounding darkness. Their targets were those attempting to escape. Ugh! Cries of anguish resounded. In an instant, over a dozen individuals fell to the ground, struck by arrows. The remaining martial artists, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were forced to retreat, huddling together in terror. Immediately afterward, heavy footsteps echoed like thunder. From all directions, numerous soldiers clad in black armor, wielding powerful bows and crossbows, and carrying long knives at their waists surged forth like a tidal wave. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, their gazes icy, swiftly forming a massive encirclement, trapping all the poisoned martial artists in the square. An atmosphere of lethal intent permeated the air. Then, the soldiers parted like waves, creating a pathway. A splendidly adorned palanquin, carried by 8 strong men, slowly approached. As the curtains were drawn aside, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, pale-faced and beardless, with a sinister glint in his eyes, stepped down from the palanquin, supported by 2 young eunuchs, stepping onto the back of a prostrate man. It was Zhao Gao, the supervisor of the Western Depot. Zhao Gao. How could he be here? What are his intentions? Murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd. Yu Buchuan, with his keen eyes, immediately recognized the figure prostrating on the ground, serving as a human stool, his newly accepted disciple. Yu Huatian, enraged, he trembled and pointed at Yu Huatian, sternly rebuking, Yu Huatian, you traitor, how could you ally with the eunuchs and become their accomplice? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao cast a cold glare at Yu Buchuan, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Traitor? He was merely a pawn I placed within your Huashan sect. How can one speak of betrayal? Hit Doitfeng, the leader of Kunlun, suppressed the turmoil within him and glared at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, what scheme have you concocted today? Do you intend to orchestrate yet another martial arts conference to install a puppet leader to pacify us? Let me tell you, it is a futile dream. Indeed, you shall not succeed. We would rather die than submit. The crowd was aflame with indignation. Zhao Gao's face revealed a trace of amusement as his voice, cold as a serpent's hiss, echoed throughout the gathering. Pacification? Huh. You, mere ruffians of the Jianghu, relying on a modicum of martial skill, defy the law and disrupt the peace, refusing to be governed. I am not here to pacify you. He paused, a murderous glint in his eyes, and stated, I am here to kill, to eradicate you so-called masters of the martial world until none remain but obedient dogs. This realm of the Great Ming requires no Jianghu, nor does it need you self-proclaimed denizens of it. Impossible. With so many esteemed masters of the Jianghu present, do you think you can slay us at will? Are you not afraid of retribution from the martial community? A voice shouted from the crowd. Before Zhao Gao could respond, Yu Huatian rose, a chilling smile adorning his face, and proclaimed, the Jianghu belongs to the Great Ming as well. The supervisor has already positioned 5,000 iron cavalry outside the town. Today, you shall have no means of escape. Not a single one of you will leave Fengmen town alive. At this declaration, despair engulfed the hearts of all martial artists present. A suffocating atmosphere settled over the square. Zhao Gao ceased his idle chatter and abruptly waved his hand. Release the arrows. Kill. The surrounding soldiers obeyed the command. The front row of crossbowmen pulling their triggers, while the rear row of sword and shield bear a subtle furrow creased his brow. He was indifferent to the fates of these wanderers. Yet the massacre and Yi Guqing's prolonged absence instilled a flicker of doubt within him. Was this decisive battle truly as unblemished as he had imagined? Just as his thoughts began to waver, a figure emerged, stepping gracefully into the moonlight, silently appearing on a rooftop not far from him. The moonlight draped over the individual, illuminating a pristine white robe and a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat pallid visage. Yi Guqing had finally arrived. He stood there quietly, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic square, meeting Zhao Gao's eyes amidst the armored guards, causing a barely perceptible tremor to ripple through his body. Subsequently, he turned his attention directly to Shimin Chue Shui. Chapter 41. Flying corpse upon the highest rooftops of Fengmen town, Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing stood facing each other. The moonlight cascaded like water upon them, one clad in snowy white, exuding an aura of unparalleled elegance. The other, pale of visage with deep-set eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. The cacophony of battle and cries of anguish from the square below could not disrupt the focus of the two atop the roof. Your heart is in turmoil. Shimin Shui Shue's voice was as cold as ice. Yi Guqing's expression remained inscrutable, slowly raising his Fei Hong sword. It does not affect my sword. What a performance. Yet, how strikingly handsome. Jiang Lu, watching from a distance, could not help but marvel inwardly. His gaze swept around, spotting Lu Xiaofeng lying nearby, utterly engrossed in the duel. A glance further revealed Chanja Xian seated on another rooftop, his eyes fixed intently on the two combatants. Good heavens! Below, it's a river of blood, a massacre, and yet they are captivated by the duel of masters? The thought processes of these Jianghu individuals are truly peculiar. It was evident that he had included Chunjia Xian in this peculiar circle of Jianghu figures. At that moment, two figures moved. There was no probing, no feigned attacks. The moment they struck, it was the pinnacle of their respective swordsmanship. Shimin Shui Shue's form melded with the moonlight, his sword transforming into a pure, condensed beam of light, moving with unparalleled speed and precision, one sword coming from the west. The sword's brilliance seemed to slice through the very moonlight itself. Yi Guqiang, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, moved with an ethereal grace, his Fei Hong sword radiating a myriad of dazzling lights. Each ray contained a fierce and unmatched sword aura, cascading like the Milky Way spilling from the heavens, an otherworldly fairy. Under the influence of his sword's might, the entire rooftop appeared to belong to him. The two ultimate sword lights collided in an instant. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint chime, almost imperceptible. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next instant, the brilliance dissipated. Yi Guqiang staggered back a step, a crimson spot rapidly blooming on the snow-white fabric at his chest, revealing a small, bloody hole. Shimin Shui Shue stood, sword in hand, his expression still icy. Yet a flicker of indescribable regret flashed in his eyes. He had won, decisively and cleanly, yet he sensed that Yi Guqiang had not exhausted his full potential. Yi Guqiang lowered his gaze to the wound on his chest, a complex expression crossing his face, ultimately transforming into a barely audible sigh. I am sorry. Then his body weakened, akin to a bird with broken wings, plummeting from the lofty rooftop. Main Quest 2. Leave Fengmin Town. As the retinal information flashed before him, Jiang Lu nearly exclaimed in frustration, "What a trap is this?" There is still a second one. No wonder I thought this intensity didn't resemble a sea-level dungeon. It was waiting for me here. Instinctively, he sought to drag Chanja Xian away, only to find him still seated on the rooftop, eyes closed, seemingly in deep contemplation. Jiang Lu hesitated. Should he leave like this? The hidden mission has yet to commence. With a talisman for protection in hand, I should be safe. Perhaps I will observe a little longer. He gritted his teeth and cast his gaze downward. The massacre below was nearing its end. Those martial artists who had lost their internal energy stood before the well-trained soldiers, arranged in formation, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Amidst the glinting blades and flashing swords, renowned heroes of the martial world fell into pools of blood. The square was littered with corpses, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. Zhao Gao, surrounded by a multitude of guards, coldly observed the scene. When a figure of Yi Guqing fell into view, a subtle frown crossed his brow. Shimin Shui Shue moved with the grace of a white crane, attempting to retrieve Yi Guqing's body. He refused to allow his adversary to fall into the hands of the court's hounds. Wait! Zhao Gao approached amidst the throng, his voice chilling. You may leave, but his body must remain. Shimin Shui Shue halted, his icy gaze sweeping over the densely packed soldiers and guards surrounding Zhao Gao, his tone remaining even. At this distance, within 3 breaths, I could take your head. Are you not afraid? Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Afraid? You martial artists are truly amusing. Do you think Yi Guqing chose this place for your duel by mere chance? Shimin Shui Shue's eyes narrowed, falling silent. Zhao Gao's laughter faded, replaced by a cold mockery. He willingly conspired with me to gather these reckless martial ruffians together, baiting me to this sealed town. And he intends to use his own bloodline as a lure, his death as a sacrifice, to awaken the pent-up resentment buried beneath this town's royal mass grave. He will transform himself into a malevolent spirit to seek vengeance upon me. Ha ha ha. He thinks I am unaware of his little schemes. Shimin Shue's countenance changed dramatically. Impossible. His swordsmanship has reached perfection. Why would he need to resort to such means to kill you? Zhao Gao's lips curled into a cruel smile. Because he fears me. This mass grave is solely the result of my actions. He is a prince of the fallen dynasty who narrowly escaped, having witnessed it all. He fears me. He knows that no matter how skilled his swordplay before me, it is nothing but a jest. His tone exuded absolute confidence and control. Shimin Shue's eyes blazed with cold light. He could not believe it. He could not fathom that there existed anyone in this world whom Yi Guqing wished to kill, but could not. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of swordlight, piercing directly toward Zhao Gao's throat. It was the very technique known as one sword from the west. Yet, before this astonishing strike, Zhao Gao did not even raise an eyelid. He merely lifted his right hand casually, the broad sleeves of his robe sweeping lightly. A powerful surge of solid blue energy erupted violently, sweeping toward Shimin Shui. Shimin Shue's lightning-fast sword light collided with this energy. As if crashing against an invisible mountain, he let out a muffled groan, his body hurtling backward at a speed faster than he had come. As if struck by a colossal hammer, in midair, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing heavily onto the ground a great distance away. His face as pale as paper, struggling yet unable to rise. Every spectator on the rooftop gasped in unison, their faces etched with sheer astonishment and horror. What had just transpired? Shimin Shui, sent flying by a single palm strike from Zhao Gao. How was this possible? Jiang Lu felt his head buzzing, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Was this a martial artist encountering an immortal cultivator? Then, what level of cultivation did Zhao Gao possess? Foundation establishment? Golden core? Yet, the turmoil below was far from over. Just as Shimin Shui was struck away, Yi Guqing, who had lain in a pool of blood, seemingly lifeless, twitched his fingers ever so slightly. Then, his body contorted in an eerie, unnatural manner, defying all human physiology. As he slowly rose to his feet, his joints cracked grotesquely, his movements stiff and unnatural, his skin rapidly paling as his eyes hollowed into vacant voids. Zhao Gao observed this with a faint trace of pity, clicking his tongue in disdain. What a waste, he murmured, shaking his head. Even with his own bloodline stirring the resentment of the mass grave, at best, he'll only become a stiff corpse, slow, clumsy, and utterly useless. His tone dripped with the arrogance of one who believed himself in absolute control. But the newly awakened Yi Guqing did not behave as Zhao Gao had anticipated. Instead of lunging mindlessly at the nearest living being, he remained rigidly still, his stiff neck creaking as he slowly turned his head, until his lifeless gaze locked onto Zhao Gao himself. A flicker of unease crossed Zhao Gao's face, an ominous premonition rising within him. What is he planning? The next moment, Yi Guqing abruptly raised his rigid claws and plunged them deep into his own chest, already torn open by Shimin Shue's blade. Squelch, a sickening sound of flesh rending apart. With a brutal wrench, he tore his own chest open like a tattered sack. Splatter, blood, shattered organs, ruptured intestines, and other unnameable viscera spilled forth as he forcibly ripped them from his own body. Then, as if performing some unholy rite, he meticulously arranged the steaming, gore-drenched remains before him on the cold ground. Once done, his body slowly bent, knees crashing heavily onto the earth, his head bowing deeply, as he assumed a horrifying posture of worship before his own disemboweled remains. Sacrifice. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted violently. No awakening. Stop him. Zhao Gao's composure shattered as he shrieked in alarm. At last, he grasped Yi Guqing's true intent. This was no mere transformation into a vengeful corpse. This was an offering of his own flesh to awaken something far more terrifying, buried deep within the mass grave. Yu Huatian reacted the fastest, darting forward like lightning, his foot lashing out to scatter the grotesque arrangement of organs. But the instant before his strike could land, whoosh, a surge of pitch-black energy, thick as tar and saturated with bone-chilling malice, erupted from beneath Yi Guqing's kneeling form. Like a venomous serpent, it coiled around Yu Huatian with ravenous hunger. Yu Weixin let out a piercing, mournful scream. In an instant, he seemed to be drained of all moisture and blood, within the brief span of a breath. A living being transformed into a mere desiccated husk. He was then entirely engulfed and obliterated by the dark mist. Following Yu Weixin's demise, the ominous vapor did not dissipate. It lunged ferociously toward the surrounding soldiers, who were paralyzed with terror. Help! A ghost! The cacophony of wails echoed relentlessly. Wherever the dark mist swept through, the soldiers fell like ripe wheat, reaped mercilessly. Flying corpses. The gravity etched upon Zhao Gao's face morphed into sheer horror. Simultaneously, the very ground of Fengmen Town began to tremble violently. Countless thicker and more potent tendrils of vengeful darkness surged forth from the depths below. They intertwined and spread rapidly, enveloping the entire sky and land of Fengmen Town in a colossal black cage. The moonlight was obstructed, and the illumination swiftly faded. Fengmen Town had been utterly transformed into a realm shrouded in malevolent resentment. Chapter 42. The lone phoenix in the distance, a figure swiftly traversed the roof, bearing another person upon his back amidst the swirling malevolence that enveloped the area. It was none other than Bai Zhantong. He executed his lightness skills to perfection, each landing deftly avoiding the encroaching dark miasma. Hold on tight. Bai Zhantong's voice resonated with an unprecedented urgency and determination. On his back, Tong Xiangyu's complexion was ashen, her arms clutching his neck desperately. Yet, the malevolence surged like a living entity, infiltrating every crevice. Just as he was about to leap off the final rooftop into the open expanse beyond the town, a massive barrier of black energy materialized, akin to a colossal hand that forcefully brought him down. In the sky, two figures plummeted. Jiang Lu, witnessing this scene from another rooftop, felt a jolt of shock course through him. This malevolence was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Mission updated. Escape from Fengmen Town. A retinal notification flashed before him. Damn it! Jiang Lu couldn't help but exclaim. The main quest had morphed into a hidden task. Was it confirmed that the difficulty of escaping had escalated to an insurmountable degree? He abruptly looked up, only to find the sky completely shrouded in ink-like malevolence. The moonlight had been wholly devoured, plunging Fengmen Town into utter darkness. Run? Where could he run to? The malevolence loomed like an inverted giant bowl, sealing off all avenues of escape. The only glimmer of hope seemed to lie in confronting the source. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened, locking onto the ground below. Zhao Gao. At this moment, Zhao Gao, after initially recoiling in horror, regained his cold composure. He formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, as a greenish aura enveloped him, attempting to manifest as a beam of green light ascending toward the heavens. With a whoosh, the green light collided with the miasmic shroud above, akin to hot oil splashing onto snow, instantly corroding and dissolving. Zhao Gao grunted, landing back on the ground in a disheveled state, his expression grim. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, urgently devising a strategy. Boom! Boom! The ground began to quake violently. In the distance, a deep, muffled roar echoed, as if something were breaking through the earth. Following that, a figure slowly ascended from the center of the thickest malevolence. It had no wings, no means of propulsion, defying logic as it hovered in mid-air. Draped in a tattered dragon robe, caked in mud and dark stains, it wore a tilted crown atop its head. The exposed skin appeared a ghastly shade of grayish blue. Its eyes were devoid of pupils, replaced by a stark, dead white. Hovering in the air, it slowly rotated its rigid head as if surveying the living beings below. A dread-inducing pressure emanated from the depths of its very soul, sweeping over all of Fomen Town like a tidal wave. A flying corpse. The true manifestation of a FL. He abruptly lifted his head and shouted at the ceiling, "Ladies and gentlemen, what are you still hiding for? This flying corpse has become a menace. If we do not eliminate it, we shall all meet our doom today." Jiang Lu felt a jolt of fear at his words, realizing there was no escape. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and rose to his feet. As he did, several figures emerged from the shadows atop the surrounding rooftops, their presences varying from robust and fierce to ethereal and elusive. From the Ming sect, Zhang Wuji called out a sturdy young man with a resolute gaze. From Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng intoned an elderly man, his white hair lending him an air of serenity. 4 eyebrows, Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng stroked his beard, though his expression was grave. Little Li Flying Dagger, Li Xuanhuan, announced a frail-looking middle-aged man who coughed gently. As each illustrious name echoed forth, they represented insurmountable peaks within the martial world. Jiang Lu gazed at this illustrious assembly, but could only muster the courage to mimic their demeanor, straightening his back and attempting to imbue his voice with authority. Ahem. Double Agent, Jiang Lu. All eyes instantly turned to him. His casual t-shirt and jeans stood out starkly among the ancient heroes. The atmosphere became rather peculiar. At that moment, a youthful voice, full of vigor, rang out. Frostblade tested for 10 years. Solitary swan treads upon the moon's shadow threefold. Suddenly, the stormy clouds astonished the night rain. A flicker of cold radiance. The sword like a dragon. Chun Jiasin had, unbeknownst to them, taken his stand upon another eve. He cradled a long sword, his posture as upright as a pine tree, truly embodying the essence of a solitary swan traversing the moonlit night, a swordsman in the wind. Solitary swan sword, Chun Jiasin, he proclaimed, his voice remarkably clear. What a splendid flicker of cold radiance. The sword like a dragon, a magnificent solitary swan sword. The youthful chivalry radiates brilliantly. Such a promising talent. Indeed, this lad possesses a pure heart for the sword. The future holds great promise. He carries himself with remarkable grace. A fine prospect indeed. This young friend of the solitary swan sword is truly exceptional. And this young brother, the double agent, well, he appears rather spirited too. Jiang Lu felt his temples throb. Chun Jiasin, your lengthy poetic introduction makes me seem rather dull. Zhao Gao from below spoke with mockery and impatience. Let us save the flattery for after we survive. The flying corpse is here. A chill swept through the hearts of the crowd. They beheld the suspended flying corpse that had landed beside the shattered corpse of Yi Guqing. It stiffly bent down, gently closing Yi Guqing's eyes, which had not been able to shut in death. Then it slowly turned, its hollow gaze sweeping over Zhao Gao and the vigilant figures on the rooftops. A flash of intensity crossed Zhao Gao's eyes. Seizing the moment, the flying corpse's gaze turned towards the roof. He gathered his energy in both hands and struck out fiercely. A tangible azure palm print, accompanied by a sharp whistle through the air, hurtled towards the flying corpse's head. The figures on the rooftop understood in an instant. This was their sole opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. The great shift of heaven and earth. Zhang Wuji thrust his palms outward, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth like a tempest. The Tai Chi cloud hands. Zhang Sanfeng appeared to draw a slow circle, yet a profound energy, embodying the principles of heaven and earth, surged forth with remarkable swiftness. Li Xuanhuan's gaze sharpened, his wrist quivering slightly. A glimmer of cold light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shot directly toward the throat of the flying corpse. Jiang Lu instinctively activated the chicken talisman, his mind locking onto the flying corpse, attempting to impede its movements. Lingxi's finger, Lu Xiaofeng, in a moment of symbolic gesture, jabbed at the air twice, while stealthily retreating a few steps to the side. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of attacks, he leapt from the rooftop to stand beside Shimin Chue Shui, draping him over his own shoulder. He then sought a direction with comparatively sparse, malevolent energy to evade. Boom! Bang! Hiss! A cacophony of colors and diverse forms of energy, palm winds, finger strength, blade light, all bombarded the flying corpse like a torrential storm. The air erupted with deafening roars and blinding brilliance. Yet, as the light dissipated, the flying corpse merely staggered back a couple of steps from the immense impact. Remarkably, it bore not even a single scar. Its head slowly lifted, locking onto its target, Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's complexion turned ashen. A silent cry of alarm echoed within him. This is bad. The flying corpse is moving. Its movements were no longer the previous stiffness and sluggishness, but rather swift as a specter, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Its true form instantly appeared before Zhao Gao. A skeletal hand clawed directly at Zhao Gao's heart. Zhao Gao's spirit fled in terror. He exerted every ounce of strength to evade to the side. Slish! Blood splattered. Zhao Gao emitted a piercing scream of agony. His left arm had been torn off at the shoulder by the flying corpse's claw. The severed limb, gushing with blood, was casually discarded by the flying corpse. The creature extended its crimson, barbed tongue, licking the blood that stained its claw. Then it advanced once more, pressing toward Zhao Gao. The excruciating pain pierced his heart, and fear overwhelmed him. His figure transformed into a dim azure streak, desperately fleeing to the rooftop where Jiang Lu and the others were. Zhao Gao cried out hoarsely, "It has killed me. You shall be next. Do you truly believe you can escape?" The countenances of the formidable figures on the rooftop turned grim. The recent combined strike had already demonstrated the terrifying resilience of the flying corpse. Their attacks had merely tickled it. This was no longer a question of assistance. It was an insurmountable obstacle. Exchanging glances, they all discerned the desire to retreat in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they moved towards the edge of the town, where the malevolent energy was comparatively sparse. Better to seek a glimmer of hope than to perish here. On the rooftop, only the severed Zhao Gao remained, along with Jiang Lu and Chen Jiasen, who had not yet fled. Zhao Gao gazed at the two, particularly at Jiang Lu, as a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. He had witnessed Jiang Lu's astonishing lightness of foot. Jiang Lu, however, did not look at him, his gaze firmly fixed on the flying corpse that had once again leapt onto the rooftop. He understood that mere flight would not resolve the predicament. The ominous prison remains unbroken, rendering the hidden task eternally unattainable. Chen Jiasen, too, did not depart. Clutching his sword, his gaze was as sharp as the blade itself, fixated intently on the terrifying flying corpse. He seemed to comprehend that without confronting this source, no one would be able to escape. The flying corpse landed upon the rooftop, its pallid eyes scanning the severed arm of Zhao Gao, then glancing at the poised Jiang Lu and Chen Jiasen. At that moment, it was not Jiang Lu who made the first move, but rather Chen Jiasen. He softly intoned, "The sword's edge unsheathed rends the heavens. Kunlun's snow shatters the tides of the great river." The long sword, cradled in his arms, was finally drawn. His figure flickered, moving with unparalleled swiftness, leaving a distinct afterimage in its wake. He transformed into a resplendent beam of sword light, tearing through the darkness, charging boldly towards the flying corpse. Within that sword light resided both the velocity and precision of Shimen Chue Shue's legendary strike, and the lofty, unparalleled sword intent of Yi Gucheng's celestial flight. Remarkably, he had truly synthesized the essence of these two extraordinary swordsman's techniques within a mere span of time into his own, the lone swan sword. Jiang Lu stood in awe, transfixed by that breathtaking sword light, as if it could cleave through the very malevolence surrounding them. Good heavens! He truly came to learn the art of the sword, and, astonishingly, he has succeeded. Chapter 43. Withering and flourishing as the sword light made contact with the flying corpse, it vanished in an instant. Chen Jiasen was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the roof tiles. His chest, stained crimson with blood, succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Lu's eyelids twitched with anxiety. The ninefold water bottle? Beside him, Zhao Gao, seated in meditation to recuperate from his injuries, felt a fleeting glimmer of hope extinguished by despair. Jiang Lu's gaze remained fixed on the flying corpse. Wait, it is not entirely ineffective. A deep sore mark, nearly an inch in length, had appeared on the dry neck of the corpse. No blood oozed forth. Instead, wisps of black, malevolent energy slowly seeped from the wound. Chun Jiasin strike, infused with the essence of two great sword deities, had indeed torn a gash in the seemingly impenetrable flying corpse. Just as Jiang Lu contemplated this minor breakthrough, the flying corpse lunged. Its target, the solitary figure on the rooftop, Jiang Lu. The skeletal claw ripped through the air, aiming directly for Jiang Lu's head. Jiang Lu maintained an extraordinary calm. Rabbit talisman, chicken talisman, activate. With a surge of intent, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow. Only the explosive sound of the flying corpse's claw slicing through the air remained in place. The corpse's claw clutched at emptiness, its movements momentarily halted in confusion. Where was the prey? Up above. Zhao Gao, seated nearby, had failed to discern Jiang Lu's actions. He merely witnessed the moment the flying corpse lunged, and to his astonishment, Jiang Lu's figure appeared out of thin air, suspended just behind the corpse. Utilizing the levitation from the chicken talisman, the speed imparted by the rabbit talisman was instantaneously converted into a forceful downward thrust. With a sudden surge of power in his waist, he brought his legs together and launched a fierce kick at the flying corpse's vulnerable back. Thunderous strike of the nine heavens, double foot kick. Jiang Lu exhaled forcefully, letting out a bellow. It was unavoidable. These martial arts masters often called out the names of their techniques before striking, and he found himself influenced by the same impulse. In that fleeting moment, it was the only name he could conjure. The flickering flame of hope in Zhao Gao's eyes reignited with fervor. He comprehended it clearly now. Jiang Lu was not merely relying on lightness of foot. The almost instantaneous evasion and peculiar suspension in midair transcended the realm of traditional martial arts. This young man possessed an unfathomable power. This unadorned kick might very well be an attack method beyond the confines of martial arts. In Zhao Gao's expectant gaze, crack, a chilling sound, akin to brittle branches being crushed, erupted. Jiang Lu felt as if his feet had struck solid steel with tremendous force. The overwhelming impact reverberated through his legs, spreading throughout his body. Ankles, shin bones, knees, shattered and deformed at a visible rate. How fragile! The excruciating pain flooded his consciousness in an instant. He tumbled like a rag doll, plummeting from the sky, his legs twisted and bloodied. The cost, the power of the talismans, demanded a corresponding physical endurance. The supersonic inertia and impact from the rabbit talisman far exceeded the strength of his unaugmented body. Reflecting upon the flying corpse, it merely stumbled forward a couple of steps, propelled by an immense force, yet its body remained unscathed. The flying corpse slowly turned around, and for the first time, a hint of human-like confusion emerged in its pallid eyes. It gazed down at Jiang Lu, who writhed on the ground, howling in agony. His legs utterly shattered. It seemed to ponder, what is this human doing? Zhao Gao, witnessing this scene, stood completely petrified. When one reaches the pinnacle of speechlessness, laughter often ensues, just as it did for Zhao Gao in this moment. His lips twitched, and he unexpectedly chuckled. Ha! I cannot believe I am anticipating these two fools. The attention of the flying corpse swiftly shifted away from the now harmless Jiang Lu. Its hollow gaze pierced through the ceiling, locking onto Zhao Gao, who sat cross-legged, his breath fluctuating violently after witnessing this absurd spectacle. This is bad. Zhao Gao realized that he was the primary target of the flying corpse. The cage of malevolent energy was contracting, with its focal point right here. If it was not dealt with, no one could escape. Having seemingly made a decision, Zhao Gao suddenly let out a hoarse growl, withering and flourishing. He then raised his remaining hand skyward. A breath akin to new buds sprouting from an ancient tree erupted from his body. His grayish-white hair transformed into a pure white, reminiscent of fresh snow. In just a few breaths, the originally delicate features of his face deepened in wrinkles at an observable pace, spreading across his visage. his straight back visibly hunched. The essence of his life force was being consumed by some forbidden secret technique, transforming into a vast surge of azure energy. This energy manifested as a substantial azure shield enveloping his body, the withering and flourishing technique, at the cost of burning his very life force. It exchanged for a momentary burst of terrifying power. The flying corpse sensed the threat. It no longer paid heed to Zhang, who lay beneath it in agony, and swiftly lunged toward Zhao Gao. Its sharp, obsidian claws ferociously clawed at the azure shield. Boom! 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 The terrifying sounds of collision resounded like muffled thunder. Zhao Gao, with hair and beard turned white and a visage as withered as a centenarian, was enveloped in a maelstrom of azure energy. With just one hand, he was able to withstand the terrifying assaults of the flying corpse, which could shatter mountains and split stones. Each eruption of energy forced the flying corpse back several steps. Yet its claws, capable of rending steel, merely stirred ripples upon the azure shield, unable to penetrate even a fraction. For the moment, a stalemate ensued. However, the aftermath of the battle was rapidly spreading. The ceiling was on the verge of collapse. Zhang, in excruciating pain, was nearly rendered unconscious. Yet his fierce will to survive kept him barely conscious. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands, suppressing the agonizing pain, and once more activated the chicken and rabbit talisman. Buzz! His body lifted into the air. Though his legs hung limply, his ability to fly remained intact. He strained to maneuver his body, soaring towards the unconscious Chun Jiasin to embrace him. Then he swiftly ascended, hovering above the battlefield, evading the terrifying residual energy waves. From this aerial perspective, the situation became clearer. Although Zhao Gao was momentarily holding his ground against the flying corpse, the aura of his waning life force grew increasingly palpable. With each clash against the flying corpse's attacks, his body trembled violently. In contrast, the flying corpse seemed to realize that it could not breach the tortoise shell in a short span of time. Suddenly, it abandoned its relentless claw strikes and swiftly distanced itself from Zhao Gao. Then, to the astonishment of Zhang, Zhao Gao, and the still-dazed Chun Jiasin, who had just awakened, the flying corpse's emaciated arms began to form a seal in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Its shriveled fingers twisted rapidly, layering the seals. What on earth? Zhang eyes nearly bulged out. It was one thing for Zhao Gao to possess high blood and speed, but could it also cast spells? What kind of game is this? With the completion of the final seal, the malevolent aura enveloping the town of Fengmen seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. The sinister energy surged from the depths of the earth, transforming into towering black waves that crashed toward Zhao Gao. The malevolent energy surged like a tide. Zhao Gao's expression changed drastically. He let out a frenzied roar, channeling the azure vital energy within him to its utmost, forming a tangible azure cocoon around himself. Boom! The black waves slammed violently against the azure cocoon. The muffled sound reverberated, shaking the very foundations of Fengmen Town. The energies of azure and black annihilated and tore at each other in a chaotic frenzy. The rooftop where Zhao Gao stood collapsed in an instant. He gritted his teeth as the azure light cocoon visibly thinned and dimmed. He could not hold on for long. Let me down. A frail voice emerged from Zhang's embrace. Chun Jiasin, now fully awake, appeared as pale as a sheet, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Fixated on the flying corpse below that was manipulating the malevolent energy, Zhang glanced down at him. Let you down to deliver yourself? You just got a scratch from a single sword strike, and now you want to go again? Ignoring Zhang sarcasm, Chun Jiasin stared at the flying corpse. Murmuring, 3 feet of sharp blade, spine like a bow, 10 zhang of dust and chaos, burned into a rainbow. As swordsmen, we fear no battle. Zhang rolled his eyes. It's already a struggle to breach its defenses. Wait! A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. His gaze focused on the long sword in Chun Jiasin's hand, which had previously pierced through the flying corpse's defenses yet still glimmered with a chilling light. Where did you get that sword? Zhang voice grew urgent. Chapter 44. Mission accomplished? Chun Jiasin. System exchange, feature, lightweight, and eternally unblemished. As pristine as new. He instinctively caressed the cold, smooth blade. Eternally unblemished. Is it stainless steel? Jiang Lu recalled how Chun Jiasin's previous strike pierced through the flying corpse's defenses, leaving a scar. Moreover, despite enduring such immense recoil, the sword obtained through the exchange bore no signs of dulling or chipping. Its luster remained undiminished. A product of the system must be of exquisite quality. It is likely not mere stainless steel. A plan began to take shape in Jiang Lu's mind. Chun Jiasin. Jiang Lu fixed his gaze upon him, his tone resolute. Let us merge as one. Chun Jiasin was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with indignation, a flicker of shame and anger in his eyes. Wretch, how dare you insult me? He believed Jiang Lu spoke blasphemously in a moment of life and death. Jiang Lu's temples throbbed. Insult your grandfather. I meant the unity of man and sword. No, a human missile. I will carry you, and you shall wield the blade. Chun Jiasin was stunned, but he quickly grasped Jiang Lu's intention. With Jiang Lu's unpredictable speed combined with his own sword, perhaps it could truly work? Below, Zhao Gao, struggling to maintain his concentration, sensed the vital energy of his withering technique swiftly depleting. The azure cocoon was riddled with cracks like a fragile eggshell. Just as he was on the verge of exhaustion, his spirit completely shattering, the ferocious, malevolent energy assailing the azure cocoon abruptly dissipated without warning. The pressure instantly lifted and Zhao Gao stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, gazing uncertainly at the flying corpse enveloped in malevolence. Has it exhausted its power, or has it been disrupted? As the malevolent energy dispersed, Zhao Gao finally beheld the scene before him, his pupils constricting in shock. In the distance, the flying corpse was marred by numerous elongated wounds. Each wound mirrored the one left by Chun Jiasin, penetrating deeply. Dark, malevolent energy gushed forth like a myriad of tiny springs from these wounds, and an elusive, indistinct flow of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, danced around the flying corpse, defying the laws of physics with its erratic movements. Each time it approached the flying corpse, a clear ringing of the sword echoed, accompanied by a brief yet powerful verse. Fragments of the blade howl with the wind. Starlight bursts forth. Cracking armor illuminates the azure bones. 3 feet of dragon's blood devours the moon's essence. The inverted Milky Way washes away the frost's edge. Rusty and speckled, the heart remains uncorroded. Suddenly, thunder erupts, unsheathed, weeping. The flow of light reached an unparalleled velocity. With each strike, Chun Jiasin could only recite half a line of poetry. The claws of the flying corpse flailed wildly, yet could only futilely grasp at the remnants of the light's trail. Faster, even faster, so swift that reciting poetry could not keep pace with the sword's speed. Is there hope? A surge of optimism welled up within Zhao Gao. He scrutinized closely. Suddenly, the flow of light halted midair, revealing the figures of Jiang Lu and Chun Jiasin. Jiang Lu carried Chun Jiasin upon his back, while Chun Jiasin tightly wrapped one arm around Jiang Lu's shoulder for support. His complexion was as pale as paper, a result of the severe injuries and the pressure from the high-speed impact. Yet, the hand gripping the long sword remained unwavering. Out of words, Jiang Lu grinned, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his face. How about I shout a slogan while you do the hacking? Chun Jiasin was momentarily taken aback, a rare glimmer of surprise and acknowledgement flashing in his eyes. Oh, you also appreciate poetry and prose? Jiang Lu chuckled. Just a smattering of knowledge. Let us begin, my friend. Good. Chun Jiasin straightened, tightening his grip on the sword. The flow of light surged again. It shot toward the flying corpse, whose movements had begun to lag due to the loss of its sinister energy. This time, Chun Jiasin held his breath, focusing all his spirit and energy into a single strike. As the two were about to make contact with the corpse's skin, Jiang Lu let out a thunderous roar, the sword in a mother-s hand, cleaving the ungrateful child. 18 strikes in a second, each one a critical hit. The sword intent that Chun Jiusin had meticulously cultivated nearly shattered on the spot. A mouthful of reversed blood lodged in his throat. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared into Jiang Lu's ear. "Shut up. It's an affront to culture. An affront to culture. Do not recite again. Stop your incessant prattle." Jiang Lu shouted back, "Move quickly. This zombie is about to be skewered like a lotus seed pod. A few more strikes, and it will be drained of breath." Chun Jiusin was so enraged he nearly lost consciousness, but knowing it was a matter of life and death, he channeled all his pent-up fury into the sword, stabbing fiercely at the most densely marked area on the flying corpse's heart. Puffed! The dark, malevolent energy gushed forth from the corpse's heart like a dam bursting. It emitted a deep roar, its body shaking violently several times before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. It lay motionless. Zhao Gao watched, his heart racing, almost ready to cheer aloud. Jiang Lu held Chun Jiusin aloft, both of them gasping for breath. They were utterly exhausted, their eyes fixed on the kneeling corpse. Is it over? However, the sinister energy shrouding Fengmen Town did not dissipate as anticipated. Instead, it surged more violently, swirling around. It was as if an invisible, colossal funnel was forming at the center. Zhao Gao's expression of ecstasy abruptly froze. He stared in horror at the center of the funnel. There lay the kneeling corpse. Whoosh, rumble, rumble. A tsunami-like force of suction materialized. The swirling, malevolent energy in the sky was madly funneling toward the grounded corpse. The speed was far beyond what had occurred before. "No, this is bad." Zhao Gao's face drained of color, his voice trembling with fear. It's forcibly absorbing all the amassed, sinister energy of this place over the past century. It seeks to evolve into a wandering corpse. Summoning the last remnants of his withered vitality, he struck toward the devouring corpse. Yet, the gathered force of his palm merely created a ripple upon contact with the swirling energy around the corpse before vanishing without a trace. An ant shaking a tree. Jiang Lu watched helplessly as the black, malevolent energy in the sky visibly faded, dissipating. In mere moments, the once dominant shroud of sinister energy evaporated, revealing the moonlit, star-studded night sky beyond. The air in Fengmen Town became instantly refreshing, yet the terrifying pressure emanating from the kneeling corpse tightened the hearts of all present. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened, focusing on the retinal information. Mission update. Escape Fengmen Town. The ominous barrier had been shattered. To flee or to remain? Jiang Lu urgently inquired of Chun Jiusin, his tone grave. The final obstacle had dissipated. If they could burst through the town's boundary, they would accomplish their task and leave this place behind. Chun Jiusin observed the frenzied, flying corpse voraciously devouring the malevolent energy, then glanced down at the sword in his hand. Should he attempt another strike? Resolutely, Jiang Lu did not hesitate. His body transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the soon-to-be-formed corpse with unmatched speed. This time, there were no rallying cries, no poetic recitations. Chun Jiusin, summoning the last remnants of his strength, poured every ounce of lingering sword intent into the blade, transforming it into a piercing beam of icy radiance. Fly! One. Sword! The sword's brilliance streaked across the sky like a meteor, aiming for the heart of the entity that resembled a black hole. Clang! A sound like a resounding bell shattered the air, piercing through eardrums with the clash of metal. Sparks flew. Chun Jiusin felt an overwhelming force of recoil surging through the sword, causing his hands to split open, blood gushing forth. The flesh of his palms tore, and his fingers felt as if they were fracturing with each passing moment. Jiang Lu, serving as his mount, was also tossed and rolled by the backlash. The sword was violently wrenched from his grasp. The indestructible stainless steel long sword spun away, landing with a clatter in the distant shadows. And where the sword had struck, only a minuscule white that remained on the flying corpse's skin, crackling. At that moment, the kneeling flying corpse, no, the ghastly entity, slowly raised its head. Its appearance underwent a startling transformation. The withered, shriveled muscles gradually became plump, as if inflated, while its skin, still a pallid gray, shimmered with a jade-like luster. The lifeless white of its eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of pupils glimmering with a chilling light. Most chilling of all, the rigid corners of its mouth twisted into a smirk, laced with mockery and malice. It had fully evolved. A ghoul. Chun Jiasin gazed at the horrifying figure rising below, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth. Run. That word thundered in Jiang Lu's ears. To elicit such desperation from a sword madman, who had just a moment ago proclaimed his readiness for battle, signified that the enemy before them transcended mere horror. It was the ultimate despair that sent shivers through the soul. Rabbit talisman, super activation. Jiang Lu uttered no further words. He drained the last vestiges of his mental energy, unleashing the potential of the rabbit talisman to unprecedented heights. In an instant, he and Chun Jiasin became a blinding light, tearing through the night. Their destination, the boundary stone of Fengmen Town. The ghoul behind them stirred. It emitted no sound, its form melding seamlessly into the air. In but a fleeting moment, that figure, adorned with a mocking smile, materialized a mere few meters behind in the swiftly fading light. It seemed to revel in this game of pursuit, maintaining a dangerously tenuous distance, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Its speed was astonishingly on par with the utmost limits of the rabbit talisman. Is he toying with us? Jiang Lu felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling with dread. Zhao Gao sat slumped amidst the ruins, gazing at the spectral figure chasing the fading light under the moon's glow, his face ashen, murmuring, "It is over. The specter has emerged. A demonic presence upon this earth. The Ming, no, the entire realm, is doomed. Closer, ever closer." The fractured boundary stone of Fengmen Town stood starkly visible beneath the moonlight. Jiang Lu's eyes were bloodshot, every fiber of his being fixated upon that ethereal line of demarcation. Charge forward. If he could just reach it, he might survive. Whoosh! The fading light finally grazed the boundary stone's edge. Escape from Fengmen Town mission accomplished. Return to the real world in 60 seconds. The information flooding his retina was like celestial music. It had instantaneously plunged the two deeper into an icy abyss. 60 seconds. Both Jiang Lu and Chun Jiasin turned to behold a few meters behind them. The face of the specter, adorned with an infinite sneer. It is over. Chapter 45. The allure of the great one. Jiang Lu bore Chun Jiasin on his back. The rabbit talisman pushed to its utmost limits. The air was torn asunder, resonating with a series of sonic booms. The two transformed into a streak of light, surpassing the speed of sound, racing toward the night sky beyond the town. Yet, behind them, the wandering corpse followed with an unsettling nonchalance, maintaining a leisurely pursuit in the shadow of their lightning-like escape. Its eyes conveyed a mocking and derisive mirth, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Countdown: 55, 52, 50. The countdown on his retina pulsed slowly. Damn it, I can't shake it off. Jiang Lu's heart raced with urgency. Hey, you must have some sort of cheat, right? How else could you learn the ultimate techniques of Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng from just a glance? Stop hiding it. Use it already. He shouted desperately at the barely conscious Chun Jiasin on his back. Chun Jiasin, sprawled across Jiang Lu's back, felt the excruciating agony of his torn wounds, and his mind was clouded. However, upon hearing the mention of a cheat, a flicker of stubborn pride surfaced on his pale face. Cough, it's the innate sword body, a natural talent, not a cheat. He protested, though bitterness welled up within him. Indeed, when he first entered the bizarre game, he awakened this legendary innate sword body, effortlessly perceiving sword intent and mimicking sword techniques as naturally as breathing. Yet, in this eerie game centered around the supernatural, the so-called innate sword body proved to be utterly useless. However, after completing the instance for the first time, he glimpsed hope in the exchange bar. That directional instance style, coupon priced at 300 points. He began accumulating points, sacrificing life-preserving items, and ultimately gathered enough to exchange for that indestructible sword and the precious coupon. Entering this martial arts-themed instance was his all-or-nothing gamble. He merely wished to reclaim the hope and potential belonging to his innate sword body. All right. Talent. Impressive, but useless talent. Jiang Lu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. No matter how remarkable the talent, isn't it just a mere ornament on my back now? Before his words could linger in the air, a sudden turn of events occurred. Perhaps bored of the chase, the wandering corpse's expression shifted from mockery to something more sinister. Whoosh! The terrifying shadow behind them accelerated, perfectly matching Jiang Lu's speed as he soared through the wind. What the hell? Jiang Lu's pupils constricted in alarm. The corpse twisted its eerie face towards him, slowly raising its withered claw. Boom! There was no physical contact, yet an overwhelming, mountain-like force of invisible malevolence surged forth. Jiang Lu felt as though a mountain had crashed down upon him. The immense power shattered his desperate attempts at flight. The levitating force of the chicken talisman collapsed instantaneously. He tasted blood in his throat, and together with Chun Jiasin, they plummeted from the sky like flies swatted down. Bang! Crash! The two landed heavily upon the Earth's surface. Dust clouded the air, and the sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. Jiang Lu felt as though every bone in his body was disintegrating, blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. Chun Jiasin, already wounded, lay on the ground, nearly devoid of strength to even cough up blood. The wandering corpse floated effortlessly before them, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. The countdown continues to tick away. Jiang Lu and Chun Jiasin lie on the ground, their gazes locking in mutual despair. Time is running out. 30 seconds. Insufficient. The undead creature, its eyes gleaming with intelligence, sweeps over the two, ultimately fixating its interest on Jiang Lu. It is intrigued by Jiang Lu's extraordinary speed. Slowly, it descends from the ruins, its withered fingers reaching into the void. A powerful force of attraction materializes out of thin air. Jiang Lu feels as though he is ensnared by an invisible hand, utterly unable to resist, and is abruptly pulled into the air. Cough! Jiang Lu. Chun Jiasin's eyes widen in anguish as he struggles to rise, but the pain from his wounds causes him to spew forth blood once more. The undead seizes Jiang Lu, disregarding his thrashing. Its grotesque, smiling mouth suddenly gapes wide. Two fangs, exuding a chilling miasma, plunge mercilessly toward Jiang Lu's carotid artery. Jiang Lu emits a heart-wrenching scream. Beyond the excruciating pain, a torrent of unbridled fury and resentment surges into his bloodstream, racing toward his brain. Transformation. In an instant, Jiang Lu comprehends the creature's intent. It seeks to convert him, endowed with special abilities, into its loyal servant or kin. His will is being relentlessly eroded, consciousness plummeting into an icy abyss. Vision blurs, and his body grows increasingly numb. Damn it! Watching Jiang Lu being bitten, a surge of hot blood rushes to the top of Chun Jiasin's head. He is unaware from whence his strength comes, but with a hand shaped like a sword, he springs up as if rejuvenated, channeling the last vestiges of his strength. He transforms it into a radiant beam aimed directly at the undead's heart, a firefly's life stolen from decaying grass. To die in flames, fall like a shooting star. The undead hardly bothers to turn. Its other claw swipes back as casually as shooing away a fly. Splat! 3 gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone, appear instantaneously on Chun Jiasin's chest. Ribs fracture, flesh tears open. Blood erupts like a fountain. He is violently flung away by this overwhelming force, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Just as the undead is about to shatter Jiang Lu's last vestige of awareness, in the very moment before Chun Jiasin's will completely dissipates, buzz! A beam of white light envelopes the bodies of Jiang Lu and Chun Jiasin in an instant. In the next moment, their figures vanish as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace. The undead snaps its jaws shut, biting into thin air. Its sharp fangs clash together. It remains in position, rigid and stunned. First, there's a moment of bewilderment. Then the flickering glow in its eyes intensifies. Confusion? Uncertainty? Bewilderment? Soon after, an overwhelming rage at being deceived surges forth. It perceives no fluctuations in the space. Its prey has vanished right beneath its nose. A soul-rending roar of fury erupts from the undead. It then shifts its gaze back to Fengmen Town. There is still someone worthy of becoming a zombie. Dungeon Settlement. C rank, basic reward, 70 points. Hidden task completion reward, 150 points. Remaining points, 670 points. Task evaluation. Oh, you completed a hidden task again? It seems your assistance is rather extraordinary. Very well, for the next dungeon, let us change the venue and continue to test the limits of your assistance. 150 points? Indeed, the reward for this hidden task matches its intensity. Yet, the task evaluation leaves him somewhat perplexed. Testing the limits of assistance? This system appears to acknowledge its own cheat, yet not only refrains from intervention, but seems to anticipate it eagerly. Could it be that I am not alone? He instantly recalled Yang Jian, the formidable individual capable of utilizing ghostly tricks, and Chun Jiasin, the innate sword body. What seemed like a useless talent in the bizarre dungeon could unleash significant potential in specific circumstances. Even Lung Ningbing herself, consistently matched with powerful teammates. Was it truly mere luck? This strange game seemingly condones or even encourages players to cheat. Its attitude towards exceptional players is not one of exclusion, but rather keen observation, testing. What is its ultimate objective? Data collection? Survival of the fittest? Or something else entirely? Adhering to the principle of dismissing what he could not comprehend, Jiang Lu quickly cast these questions aside. He promptly opened the exchange list. The Lucky 7 necklace lay quietly there, one step closer to the required 1,700 points. Almost there. Jiang Lu's gaze burned with intensity. Once he secured the Lucky 7, every game would grant him a fortuitous random selection of powerful charms like dragon, pig, and horse. In the previous 2 games, he was left with nothing but a head transformed into a humanoid laser cannon, or his legs rendered useless, becoming a flying vehicle. He could no longer afford to be so pitiful. In Huagua, Yuzhou province, in an old district of a certain city, Chun Jiasin emerged from the antiquated elevator, his complexion pale, his steps unsteady. Although the game had fully healed his wounds, the exhaustion of spirit remained indelible. Upon pushing open the door to his home, he found a middle-aged man, resembling him to a degree, sprawled across the sofa in a disheveled manner, idly watching television. "Oh, you're back late again? With that look of yours, did a ghost chase you?" The man glanced at him with a sardonic twang of the local dialect. Chun Jiasin could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids, dragging his weary body further inside. "Just a bit. Chased by a ghost until my shoes flew off. I'm saying, I'm dazed. I need to rest and recuperate," he muttered dismissively, yearning to retreat to his room. The man observed his swaying silhouette, clicked his tongue, and refrained from further inquiries. Once Chun Jiasin closed the door, he immediately retrieved his phone and accessed the player panel of that strange game. He located the last game teammate displayed on the social interface. Remembering their cooperation and desperate survival, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. After much deliberation in the input box, he ultimately sent a friend request, accompanied by a message. "You are like a rusted scabbard, deep with scars. Even stubborn stones can guard the mountain gate." In the realm of martial arts, if one seeks a trustworthy ally amidst the storms of life, one must look to the foremost figure of courage and resilience. On a Monday, just before noon, Jiang Lu stirred from his slumber, his neck sore from sleep. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating his surroundings. His gaze immediately fell upon a friend request from Chun Jiasin, which he accepted, prompting a poetic message to appear. The blade's rusted sheath bears deep scars. The foremost figure of courage amidst storms? He mused. Ah, this must be a compliment. A grin broke across his face as he casually replied, "Impressive." Next, he clicked on the avatar of Lung Ningbing and sent a message. "How did the dungeon run go last night?" The response was nearly instantaneous. Lung Ningbing replied, "Last night's dungeon was extraordinary. It was over in less than half an hour, but you would never guess how it ended." Jiang Lu inquired, "Do elaborate." Lung Ningbing continued, "We were in a 4-person dungeon, tasked with investigating the truth behind a ghost marriage at the Qi family mansion. And you won't believe what happened. One of our party members, a young player who looked barely in his teens, didn't he consult us and just charged straight into the mansion. Jiang Lu pressed. And then? Lung Ningbing replied. Then, when we followed him in, we found the entire Qi family, men, women, and children, all 13 of them, have been slaughtered. Blue Chapter 46. Wang Na upon concluding the conversation with Lung Ningbing. Jiang Lu rubbed his temples, which still throbbed slightly. After returning from Fengmen Town yesterday, he had collapsed in his sleep without taking the time to thoroughly appreciate the residual power of the talisman from the dungeon. He focused his mind and silently intoned, "Chicken talisman," his gaze fixed on the cup of water on his desk. The cup quivered slightly, wobbling as it began to levitate, rising about 10 centimeters above the surface, only to plummet back with a soft thud. Was it truly this feeble? Jiang Lu frowned, noting the stark contrast to his experiences in the dungeon. Undeterred, he directed the chicken talisman's energy towards himself. A faint buoyancy enveloped him. He sensed his body becoming lighter, his heels gradually lifting from the ground. Yet that was the extent of it. No matter how hard he concentrated, he could only manage to suspend his heels a mere 2 or 3 centimeters off the ground. Attempting to ascend further or move proved utterly impossible. Jiang Lu gazed in disbelief at his heels hovering a few centimeters above the ground. What purpose did this serve? To haunt a haunted house. He couldn't even float gracefully. He recalled the formidable activation of the rat talisman that summoned the giant frog, and the disparity with his current feeble levitation was disheartening. Perhaps he should try the rabbit talisman. Shifting his focus, he summoned the residual power of the rabbit talisman within him. Whoosh! In an instant, his body darted from one end of the room to the other. He moved at an astonishing speed, stirring a gust of wind. Not too shabby. Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled, though it was nowhere near the supersonic terror of the dungeon. He felt he was traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour. More importantly, combined with the restorative power of the horse talisman, as long as his spirit held, he felt capable of running indefinitely. He could easily transform into a perpetual motion machine with a fuel efficiency of 2 buns per 100 kilometers. Next, he attempted to accelerate while in a state of levitation, and indeed, his speed was slightly quicker than mere running. A small improvement, perhaps. Jiang Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly, unlocking the achievement, 3-centimeter flight technique. Exiting the room, he found the giant frog still lazily occupying the sofa, engrossed in the gaming world, not even bothering to lift its head. Jiang Lu looked at it, shaking his head in exasperation. Frog brother, have you forgotten why you came to find me? Even the little frog is neglected, just stuck there playing Honor of Kings. Activate. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Lu was bewildered by the scene before him. The once spacious office lobby had transformed into a senior activity center. A few spirited aunties were gathered around a table, energetically playing mahjong. An elderly gentleman donned reading glasses, leisurely knitting a sweater, and several others huddled together, utilizing the office's free Wi-Fi to scroll through short videos, occasionally bursting into raucous laughter. Meanwhile, Wang Lin had assumed the role of a diligent server, navigating through the crowd with a teapot, attentively refilling cups, and occasionally leaning in to critique the mahjong strategies of the aunties or discuss the attractiveness of streamers with the gentlemen watching videos. Thoroughly engrossed in the bustling atmosphere, Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he cleared his throat loudly twice. Hearing the sound, Wang Lin looked up, and upon spotting Jiang Lu, he scampered over with a beaming smile. "Master, you're awake. Look, our office is bustling with activity." Jiang Lu pointed at the room filled with elderly men and women, his tone laced with displeasure. "Wang Lin, we operate a paranormal agency, not a senior activity center. Even if our mother were to come here personally, this is unacceptable." Wang Lin rubbed his hands together, wearing a sheepish smile as he attempted to explain. "Master, please don't be angry. I merely thought our office was too quiet. So I wanted to bring in more clientele and, by the way, generate some revenue." "Generate revenue?" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. "How much revenue can a group of elderly folks possibly bring in? Hurry and politely ask them to return home." An awkward expression crossed Wang Lin's face. "A master, I've already collected the fees. These local retirees from Danghai City have generous pensions and multiple properties. They didn't bat an eye at the 5,000 yuan monthly membership fee. We already have over 10 people signed up. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. How many? 5,000 a month? Over 10 people? He quickly calculated in his mind. That meant they had raked in 70 to 80,000. Wang Lin chuckled and nodded. Jiang Lu fell silent, surveying the lively scene before him. He discreetly took out his phone and dialed Lung Ningbing. Hello, Master Lung? Jiang Lu cleared his throat. I have a bold business proposal. What if we expanded the scope of our agency and transformed it into a high-end senior activity center? The venue is already established, and we have a solid client base. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Bureau 749 in Dying City, a tense atmosphere enveloped a circular conference room where over a dozen individuals with varied temperaments sat in a circle. Among them was Zhong Yikuan, his expression impassive. A robust man with a resolute face slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming with anger. How many brothers did we lose during the blood and flesh factory operation? After painstakingly forming this team, now we must disband and scatter across the country like scattered beans to become dog basket leaders? I refuse to accept this. Opposite him, a slender woman in a sharp uniform spoke coldly. Wan Zai, your dissent is futile. This is a decision made by the highest authorities, not up for discussion. Our duty is to execute orders, not to question them. Beside her, a refined middle-aged man adjusted his frameless glasses and attempted to mediate. Li Jing is correct. We must prioritize the greater good. This is a pilot initiative, establishing special task forces in key first- and second-tier cities. Please choose your respective areas swiftly. His tone was calm, yet carried the weight of authority. Low murmurs of discussion filled the room. At that moment, a boy who appeared to be only in his teens, sitting next to Zhong Yikuan, turned his head and, in a voice only they could hear, asked, Brother Kuan, where do you intend to go? Zhong Yikuan gazed straight ahead, his resolve unwavering as he replied, Danghai City. The boy's lips curled into a knowing smile. What a coincidence, so do I. Zhong Yikuan slowly turned his head, his penetrating gaze locking onto the boy's face. The boy met his gaze unflinchingly, his eyes seemingly concealing a whirlpool of secrets. Between them, there seemed to be an unspoken story. In the evening, on the second floor of the office, Jiang Lu gazed at the exquisite gold bar that Lung Ningjing had placed upon the table, his expression one of astonishment. Is this truly my 5 million? He picked up the gold bar, weighing it in his hand. It certainly had substance, yet why did it appear so delicate? Lung Ningjing nodded, elucidating. The price of gold has skyrocketed recently, reaching 720 per gram, a historical high. After deducting the handling fees from your 5 million, you have purchased just over 3,486 grams. Behold, this is what physical gold looks like, small yet rather charming. She seemed quite pleased with herself. Jiang Lu scratched his head, feeling a pang of regret. Purchasing at the historical peak? What if the price of gold plummets in the future? Wu Ti, I suffer a considerable loss. He turned to Lung Ningjing and inquired, how much did you buy? Lung Ningjing counted on her fingers. I sold a few seldom-used bags to gather some pocket money. I acquired approximately 5,600 grams. After all, it's better to hold on to something tangible, and I believe that stocking up on gold is never a misstep. Jiang Lu silently tucked the gold bar into his pocket. This was his life at stake. Such a vital possession could not be left unsecure at home, necessitating it be carried close. Afterward, he escorted Lung Ningjing out of the office, watching her sports car vanish around the corner before preparing to return inside. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the office, wearing an expression of urgency. Jiang Lu looked on in confusion, recognizing her as Wang Na, the woman who had previously visited the office, claiming her vegetarian husband had recently begun consuming meat. Jiang Lu sighed, entering the office and addressing Wang Na. Beautiful lady, back again? What troubles you this time? Has your husband taken to gnawing on ribs? Wang Lin quickly approached as well. Ms. Wang, didn't Tiwi Su Chapter 47, the basement Madam Wang? This jest is no laughing matter. It constitutes a crime and carries legal repercussions, Wang Lin stated with grave seriousness. Yet, Jiang Lu, observing closely, noticed that Wang Na's expression bore no trace of deceit. In a state of agitation, Wang Na promptly interjected, No, My husband has not yet returned home. You may accompany me to see for yourselves." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lu replied to Wang Lin, "I shall accompany her. You remain here." Wang Lin was convinced that the woman had misinterpreted something as sinister. Nonetheless, since his master intended to go, it would serve to disillusion her. "Then, master, the sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return." Jiang Lu nodded and turned. "Very well, lead me to your home." Upon receiving a response, Wang Na immediately grasped Jiang Lu's hand, eager to leave. The instant their skin made contact, Jiang Lu felt a chilling sensation, as if he were touching the hand of a being not entirely alive. He remained cautious. Upon exiting the alley, to his surprise, the woman was not on foot. She drove a Porsche Cayenne, parked at the mouth of the lane. How could she be in such a mental state and still operate a vehicle? Jiang Lu silently lamented the potential costs the insurance company would incur. Soon, Wang Na's car departed the city, heading toward the outskirts as twilight descended. An air of silence enveloped the vehicle. Wang Na, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, spoke with a quaver in her voice, "Master, if my husband truly becomes that sort of creature, will he go to prison? Will he face execution?" Jiang Lu leaned against the passenger seat, his tone devoid of emotion. "Should the evidence be irrefutable, and he is indeed guilty of such acts, the law shall enact its punishment. Death or life imprisonment are both possibilities." Wang Na's body visibly shuddered. After a brief silence, her voice took on a tone of desperation. I can offer you money, a great deal of money. Could you possibly help him? Restore him to his former self? We could leave this place, vanish far away. I implore you, do not alert the authorities." Jiang Lu did not respond immediately. He had a fondness for wealth. After all, a brick of 5 million was still tucked away in his pocket. However, there were certain boundaries he would not cross. The misfortunes of his upbringing had not molded him into the same depraved creature as his father. Rather, he had consistently reminded himself to avoid such a fate, thus forming his own moral compass. It was premature to discuss these matters now. His voice remained emotionless. "Perhaps you may simply be mistaken." He offered her an escape, while also allowing himself room for observation. Upon hearing this, Wang Na's lips moved, yet she ultimately refrained from further speech, pressing the accelerator deeper. The car once again lapsed into silence. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded villa community. The standalone house, enclosed by a garden of considerable size, indicated a prosperous background. Surrounding the garden were patches of cultivated land, clearly intended for growing vegetables and fruits, aligning with her earlier claim that they had previously been vegetarians. Yet, the land appeared neglected, with produce rotting upon the ground. After Wang Na alighted from the vehicle, she anxiously scanned her surroundings for a considerable time before signaling Jiang Lu to follow her. She led him through the courtyard and into the house. The interior was exquisitely decorated, and Wang Na guided Jiang Lu directly to a storage room at the far end of the first floor. The room was cluttered with old furniture and cardboard boxes, and in the corner stood an antiquated double-door refrigerator. Wang Na stood at the entrance, her complexion ashen and her body trembling slightly, pointing towards the refrigerator. It's inside, at the very back of the freezer. I cannot bear to look any longer." Her eyes were filled with genuine terror, unmistakably authentic. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and approached the refrigerator. Just as he was about to pull open the door, Wang Na suddenly looked up at the window, letting out a short, sharp scream. He asked back. She then whirled around and stumbled out of the storage room, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Jiang Lu glanced at the vacant doorway, yet his actions did not cease. He abruptly yanked open the refrigerator door to find it utterly empty. Nothing inside. He rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath, "What was I thinking? How could I trust a woman clearly unhinged?" With a sense of resignation, he exited the storage room, intending to leave this perplexing place. As he reached the living room, the front door creaked open with a click. A middle-aged man, elegantly dressed and exuding an air of refined sophistication, entered, carrying a briefcase as though he had just returned from work. Could it be that her husband truly has returned? Jiang Lu was about to clarify that he was neither a plumber nor an air conditioning technician, nor did he live next door or share the surname Wang. However, the man spoke first, his tone gentle and laced with a hint of apology. "Hello, you must be a friend of Nana's. I apologize, she has not been quite well lately, and I appreciate your understanding." As he spoke, he placed his briefcase on the console table with natural fluidity. Jiang Lu paused, slightly taken aback. "You do not seem surprised by my presence?" The man smiled and gestured invitingly. "Would you care for a cup of tea before you leave? Let's converse." Jiang Lu was beset with questions. Yet the man's demeanor was so composed that he nodded in agreement and followed him to the sofa in the living room. "What would you like to drink? Longjing? Tiguanyin? Pua? Or perhaps Malfong?" The man inquired as he walked towards the water dispenser. Jiang Lu casually replied, "I'll have iced black tea, please." Huang Ping hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. We might not have black tea at home. Nana does not particularly enjoy it." "Then just plain water will suffice," Jiang Lu responded indifferently. Huang Ping promptly poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the coffee table before taking a seat across from Jiang Lu. His voice carried a sense of nostalgia and resignation. "My name is Huang Ping. My wife, Nana, and I met at a vegetarian exchange conference. United by our shared beliefs and aspirations in life, we have been married for 6 years. I truly love her." Jiang Lu lifted the cup, taking a symbolic sip, remaining silent as he awaited the man's next words. Huang Ping sighed and continued, "However, it seems that about 3 months ago she developed severe schizophrenia and neurosis. She began to experience terrifying hallucinations, constantly claiming to see strange things and hear peculiar sounds, and even doubted me." Jiang Lu set down his cup of water. "Did you take her to see a doctor?" "We consulted numerous doctors," Huang Ping replied with a tone laden with fatigue and agitation. They had visited renowned mental health departments in top-tier hospitals and prestigious psychological clinics. The diagnoses were largely uniform, attributing her condition to severe malnutrition caused by a prolonged vegetarian diet, exacerbated by significant stress, which triggered psychological disorders. Numerous medications were prescribed, yet the results were less than satisfactory. Jiang Lu pressed further. "From your demeanor, it seems this isn't the first time she has sought help from someone like me?" Huang Ping managed a bitter smile and nodded. "Indeed, it is not the first time. Over the course of time, she has sought the aid of several self-proclaimed masters and Taoist priests. Thus, when I saw you earlier, I was not particularly surprised." His tone carried an air of apology. Just as Jiang Lu was about to continue the conversation, an overwhelming wave of dizziness suddenly engulfed him. The world around him blurred and spun. Alarm bells rang in his mind. There is something in the water. Yet, almost instantaneously as the dizziness struck, the residual power of the magical talisman within him began to circulate autonomously. The disorientation dissipated completely in an instant. Jiang Lu quickly regained his composure, allowing his body to go limp as he collapsed onto the sofa, feigning unconsciousness. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and concentrated on sensing his surroundings. He felt Huang Ping approach, leaning over to assess his condition, even gently nudging him a couple of times. After confirming his unconscious state, Huang Ping let out a barely audible sigh. Subsequently, Jiang Lu sensed a force dragging his body. Huang Ping's movements were not rough. He seemed to pull Jiang Lu's form, perhaps lifting a corner of the living room carpet. Then, Jiang Lu was drawn into a cold, downward passage. The basement. Jiang Lu understood instantly. As they descended, a pungent mixture of blood and disinfectant assaulted his nostrils. The frigid air enveloped him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Was the basement air-conditioned? Soon, the dragging stopped. Jiang Lu felt himself placed onto a hard surface. Next, he realized Huang Ping was binding him. The ropes were tightly secured, utilizing professional climbing knots. Jiang Lu discreetly assessed the strength of the bindings, estimating. With a full-force burst to the magical talisman, Huang Ping was startled by the sudden sound, taking a step back, his face displaying a mix of astonishment and panic. Clearly, he had not anticipated Jiang Lu's swift awakening. However, upon seeing Jiang Lu tightly bound, he quickly regained his composure. He approached the wall and pressed a switch with a resounding click. The blinding incandescent light illuminated the basement, dispelling the darkness. As Jiang Lu's eyes adjusted to the brightness, and he beheld the scene before him, he felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, despite having encountered many bizarre scenarios before. The entire basement resembled a miniature slaughterhouse. From the ceiling hung several human thighs, stripped of skin and only displaying muscle fibers, still dripping dark red blood. Nearby, neatly cut pieces of flesh were suspended, their shapes and textures unmistakably not that of porcine or bovine meat. The walls were splattered with large patches of blood, long dried and darkened. Scattered across the floor were tufts of hair, fragments of bone, and pools of congealed blood that had yet to be cleared away. In a corner lay several large black garbage bags, swollen and bulging. Beside them were tools such as saws, cleavers, and bone knives. Jiang Lu's face turned ashen as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Huang Ping, who stood in the shadow of the light. His voice was laced with anger and a hint of dread. "Are you truly consuming human flesh?" Huang Ping appeared oblivious to the fury in Jiang Lu's eyes as he slowly replied, "It is not I who consumes humans." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the deeper shadows of the basement. "It is my wife, Wang Na, who partakes in such deeds." Chapter 48. Loyalty and Valor. Jiang Lu suppressed his astonishment, fixating on Huang Ping, eagerly anticipating his continuation. He too yearned to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. Huang Ping began to narrate in a somber tone. 3 months ago, Nana's mental state began to deteriorate. She frequently sleepwalked at night, wandering aimlessly through the house while incessantly lamenting her hunger. "So hungry. I prepared the food we typically consumed, yet she paid it no heed, merely repeating her refrain mechanically. Each time I forcibly awakened her, she appeared utterly bewildered, devoid of any recollection of her nocturnal escapades." He paused momentarily, then continued. "Eventually, there was a night when I had fallen into a deep slumber, failing to notice that Nana had wandered away from her designated room. It was not until the peculiar sounds from the courtyard roused me in the middle of the night. I ventured outside." He inhaled deeply, as if recalling the horrifying scene from that night. She was crouched in the courtyard, cradling our beloved ragdoll cat, Snowball, whom we had nurtured for 7 years. I saw her. She was tearing, gnawing, she was consuming. Snowball. Huang Ping's voice faltered, his facial muscles twitching slightly. I was petrified. I wanted to rush over and awaken her, but I was afraid. I feared that she would awaken to find her mouth smeared with blood, clutching a mutilated Snowball. She would shatter. She adored that cat so much. I suppressed my terror and revulsion, waiting for her to finish, then stealthily cleaned the scene, wiping her down. The following day, I deceived her into believing that Snowball had simply run away. She wept for several days over it. Jiang Lu listened intently. This was no mere psychological issue. Huang Ping continued his account, his tone growing heavier. Subsequently, her sleepwalking episodes became increasingly frequent and difficult to rouse her from. Her cries of hunger grew more agonizing. I could not bear to witness her suffering, so I purchased pork and beef. Yet she refused to touch them. I thought of Snowball. Would she desire to consume something living? I felt compelled. I bought her a live chicken. Only then did she finally consent to eat. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Lu interjected. When did she begin consuming humans? Huang Ping abruptly lifted his head, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. 2 months ago, a thief broke into our home in the dead of night. The intruder climbed through the window and happened upon Nana in her sleepwalking state. Seeing her as a woman, the thief did not flee. Instead, he brandished a knife to threaten her. I heard the commotion and rushed out. But it was too late. His voice escalated, tinged with excitement. Nana lunged at him like a wild animal. The thief's knife clattered to the ground in fear, and then she sank her teeth into his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. I stood there, helplessly watching, as Nana tore into him like a beast. While she chewed, she lifted her head to smile at me. A nostalgic expression crossed Huang Ping's face. Do you know? That was the first time in all our years of marriage that I saw her smile so joyfully, so purely, like a child. In that moment, I felt everything was worth it. You are utterly deranged. Jiang Lu could no longer contain himself, muttering under his breath. Huang Ping seemed oblivious to Jiang Lu's curses, lost in his memories. Later, I dragged that thief's corpse into the basement, cleaned it up. Every night when Nana grew hungry, I would slice off a piece, watching her devour it with such satisfaction, such joy. I felt that all I did was worthwhile. A madman and a lunatic, truly a family of unwavering loyalty. Jiang Lu frowned and murmured. Observing the hanging pieces of meat and the bloodstains on the ground, his disdain for Huang Ping surpassed even that for the flesh-eating Wang Nana. Yet, Huang Ping remained oblivious. Continuing, when she was lucid, perhaps she sensed the scent, or perhaps she discovered something, and began to suspect that I was the one consuming the flesh. Questioning me, I dared not reveal the truth. I feared that if she realized what she was doing, she would completely lose her mind. I could only deflect. She thought I was possessed and started seeking various masters, sometimes even bringing them home. Jiang Lu's expression darkened, his voice icy. So, aside from that thief, the rest are my fellow practitioners then? He did not respond, instead gazing at Jiang Lu, a peculiar apology in his eyes, telling you all this. I merely hope that you won't despise me too much after your death. I truly love Nana too much. I cannot live without her. She needs me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu suddenly recalled the icy touch he felt when he grasped Wang Nana's wrist at the office. He spoke in a low voice. Have you never considered that your wife may no longer be your wife? She could have transformed into a ghost? Impossible, Huang Ping exclaimed, his voice sharp with agitation. She is my wife. She loves me. She eats cats. She eats people, but she has never thought of consuming me. Not once. She loves me. Even if she truly is a ghost, she's still a ghost that loves me, he shouted, his eyes filled with an eerie obsession and fervor. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes. Even if your wife is not a ghost, she is perilously close to becoming one. Yet you, not a ghost, have strayed far from being human. And enough with your incessant declarations of love. It is utterly nauseating. As Jiang Lu berated him, he discreetly summoned his strength. The muscles in his bound arms bulged instantly. The residual power of the bull talisman erupted violently. Bang, bang, bang. The resilient climbing rope snapped with each strain. You. How? Huang Ping's fervor instantly froze, replaced by sheer horror. He stared in disbelief as Jiang Lu stood up, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Lu had no time for his nonsense. The rabbit talisman activated in an instant. Whoosh. Only an afterimage remained. Jiang Lu appeared behind Huang Ping like a specter. With a hand transformed into a blade, he struck accurately at Huang Ping's nape. Thud! Huang Ping collapsed without a sound, his eyes rolling back, completely unconscious. Jiang Lu shook his hand, gazing at the fainted Huang Ping and the bloody basement. A wave of nausea washed over him once more. He took out his phone, preparing to call the police. But his finger hovered over the dial button, hesitating. Call the police? How to explain? There is a woman here who may have transformed into a ghost, consuming others. It is said that her husband is an accomplice, setting aside the risk of being embroiled in various investigations and interrogations, even if the police arrive. Their actions may be limited to cordoning off the scene and apprehending Huang Ping. As for Wang Na, who has likely transcended humanity, they might find themselves utterly helpless, potentially leading to even greater casualties. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and ultimately found the number labeled as Zhong Yikuan in his contacts. This was the number Zhong had insisted he take before leaving the mine. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lu dialed the number. The call connected almost instantly. Jiang Lu. The calm and steady voice of Zhong Yikuan reached him. Have you made up your mind? Do you wish to join the 749 Bureau? The matter of joining could be discussed later. Jiang Lu, lacking the patience for pleasantries, spoke rapidly. I have discovered a suspected man-eating ghost. Or perhaps a person possessed and transformed by some entity. The location is 377 Jianxi Road in the outskirts of Dashi City. Does your Dashi City have a branch? Can you send someone to handle this? Zhong Yikuan's tone immediately shifted to seriousness. Has the target been neutralized? Or have you merely traced their presence? I have incapacitated the male, who lies here in the slaughterhouse. The female has fled. However, she will undoubtedly return. You may send someone to lie in wait. Jiang Lu quickly responded, casting a glance at the entrance of the basement. Although the Dashi City branch had recently been established, the selection of a team leader was still pending. It would take several days for them to arrive. Zhong Yikuan pondered briefly before declaring, I will immediately notify the nearest containment team. They are equipped with specialized gear and should be capable of managing the situation. Zhong Yikuan continued to relay instructions before ending the call, presumably to contact the so-called containment team. Jiang Lu glanced at the unconscious Huang Ping on the floor, then surveyed the gruesome scene around him, eager to escape this cursed place. Just as he stepped toward the staircase leading to the first floor, thud, thud, thud. A slow, heavy footfall echoed ominously from above the stairs. The sound drew closer. Jiang Lu abruptly halted, his pupils constricting in alarm. Wang Na has returned? Chapter 49. The containment team. The footsteps drew ever closer. Jiang Lu held his breath, pressing his body against the shadow of the stairwell. Merging into the darkness, Wang Na's figure emerged at the top of the stairs. At that moment, she appeared to be an entirely different woman from the frantic, terrified individual she had been earlier. Her steps were steady, her expression cold and vacant, devoid of any signs of madness. Jiang Lu remained motionless, eager to discern the creature's intentions. Wang Na's gaze swept across the basement, landing on the unconscious Huang Ping. There was no hint of surprise or concern on her face as she slowly approached, kneeling beside him, her hand gently caressing his cheek. In an instant, her head twisted a full 180 degrees without warning, her eyes glowing blood red, locking onto Jiang Lu, who was concealed in the shadows. Startled to the brink of cardiac arrest by this sudden turn of events, Jiang Lu reacted instinctively. Rabbit talisman, activate, he thought. In a flash, his body transformed into a blurred afterimage. Seizing the initiative, he darted to Wang Na's side, channeling the power of the ox talisman into his right leg, delivering a fierce kick to her oddly angled head. A dull thud echoed as Wang Na was sent sprawling, crashing violently against the cold concrete wall. Jiang Lu shook his ankle, glancing at Wang Na, now crumpled in the corner, and smirked. I expected more. Is that all you've got? A crumpled water bottle? However, Wang Na struggled to rise, seemingly unscathed, her head appearing slightly deflated. Her gaze bore into Jiang Lu, the malice in her eyes intensifying. Instead of lunging at him immediately, she abruptly lifted her head, fixating on a bloodied thigh dangling from the ceiling. With a sudden, monstrous opening of her mouth, her jaws stretched into an unimaginable arc. She leaped, tearing off a substantial chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. As the blood and meat filled her stomach, her deflated head gradually began to swell once more. Wait, is she using health potions in a PK arena? That's against the rules. Jiang Lu exclaimed, wide-eyed. He activated the rabbit talisman again, and with a swift, powerful kick, struck Wang Na once more. She stumbled back, colliding with another wall. Unlike the first blow, this time her head did not deflate, nor did she exhibit the same clumsiness as before. Jiang Lu maintained his stance beneath the suspended flesh, determined to prevent her from advancing. He twisted his neck and grinned. No cheating. Using potions in an octagonal cage is utterly unsportsmanlike. Wang Na's face contorted with rage. A low growl emanated from her throat, her crimson eyes spinning wildly, as if she were struggling with a decision. Suddenly, she pivoted sharply, her target no longer the suspended meat above Jiang Lu, but the unconscious Huang Ping on the ground. She lunged forward like a leopard. Oh no! Jiang Lu's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately activated the rabbit talisman and rushed forward, but it was too late. Thud! A chilling, heart-stopping sound of tearing echoed through the air. Wang Na had lunged on a Huang Ping, her terrifying maw wide open, sinking her teeth viciously into his neck. Her sharp fangs pierced through flesh and blood vessels in an instant. The excruciating pain jolted Huang Ping awake. He pressed his hands tightly against his neck, from which blood gushed forth, his eyes filled with terror, agony, and disbelief. He stared at his wife, now frantically gnawing and chewing on his flesh, gasping for breath as blood poured from his fingers and mouth, the light in his eyes fading rapidly into a vacant stare. As Jiang Lu approached, he delivered a powerful kick to Wang Na's head, sending her sprawling backward. But it was too late. She had already ripped away a substantial piece of flesh and was chewing it down. Wang Na lifted her head, blood smeared across her lips. Her gaze locking onto Jiang Lu once more. "Damn it," Jiang Lu muttered, witnessing the life swiftly draining from Huang Ping's eyes. "To be alive and cause such harm, and even in death, to drag me down with you. What a stroke of bad luck." Jiang Lu steeled himself, adopting a defensive posture. He didn't need to fight fiercely. He merely had to hold her off until the professionals from Bureau 749 arrived to contain her. But Wang Na clearly had other intentions. After devouring Huang Ping's flesh, her aura seemed to grow more savage. Her speed surged suddenly. She charged at Jiang Lu like a bolt of lightning. So swift was her advance that even with all his might channeled into the rabbit talisman, he could barely keep pace. Bang! 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 The two collided violently within the confines of the basement, dodging and weaving. Jiang Lu's punches, empowered by the bull talisman, struck Wang Na like blows against a resilient rubber tire, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, each of Wang Na's clawing strikes came with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Jiang Lu's vital points. If even one connected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Lu found himself increasingly on the defensive. He sensed his movements beginning to lag behind Wang Na's ferocity. The horse talisman could restore his stamina, but the immense concentration required for evasion was taking its toll. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he exposed a vulnerability. He needed to change his strategy. In a moment of perilous evasion, the corner of Jiang Lu's eye caught a glimmer from the gold brick in his pocket. Gold! Zhong Yikuan had mentioned that gold could counteract ghostly entities. He swiftly stepped back, creating distance, and his right hand plunged into his pocket, grasping the weighty gold brick. An opportunity had arisen. Wang Na lunged once more. Jiang Lu did not retreat. He advanced instead. The rabbit talisman unleashed its full power. His body instantaneously shifted to Wang Na's side. Heavenly Seal, Jiang Lu roared, channeling the bull talisman's energy into his arm, bringing the heavy gold brick crashing down upon Wang Na's back. Thud! The sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking iron. Ayo! Wang Na emitted a wail, so haunting it hardly resembled a human cry. Her body arched violently, as if seared by a branding iron. The bloodthirsty expression on her face swiftly replaced by sheer agony. It worked. Jiang Lu's heart soared with elation. He gazed at the gleaming gold brick in his hand, illuminated by the dim light, as if it were a legendary weapon of unparalleled might. "I knew at a glance that you were no human, bold demon. I shall force you to reveal your true form." With his spirit invigorated, Jiang Lu hoisted the golden brick and bellowed, great power, golden brick." He strode purposefully toward the crumpled figure of Wang Na, who was writhing in anguish. What followed was an extraordinarily bizarre scene in the basement. A blood-soaked female specter, her visage grotesque and exuding an aura of terror, fled frantically like a stray dog. Behind her, a man, his countenance animated with excitement, brandished a resplendent golden brick, relentlessly pursuing her. Wang Na, beset by fear, desperately evaded each strike of the brick as it whistled through the air, her eyes filled with dread. Several times she attempted to dash toward the staircase to escape this nightmarish basement, yet each time, Jiang Lu anticipated her move, blocking her with either the brick or his body. At last, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Wang Na surged towards the stairs, her speed reaching its zenith. As she thrust aside the basement cover, her head and torso barely emerging above ground, a powerful hand, akin to an iron claw, seized her hair with ferocity. Thinking of fleeing? Jiang Lu sneered, his arm straining. "Come back." With a thud, despair etched across Wang Na's face as she was forcibly yanked back into the basement. The cover clanged shut once more. In that moment, who could distinguish between Jiang Lu and Wang Na as to who was truly the specter? The villa's front door creaked open gently. 5 men, clad in impeccably tailored black suits and donning sunglasses, entered in single file, each carrying a standardized black briefcase. Their movements were efficient, their steps synchronized as they swiftly scanned the interior. The leader, with piercing eyes, quickly pinpointed an inconspicuous gap at the edge of the living room carpet. He bent down, pressing his ear to the ground, listening intently. From the direction of the basement, muffled thuds resonated, accompanied by a certain inhuman, oppressive wail. His expression shifted slightly as he straightened and proclaimed, "Level 1 alert. The target is still active. Captain Jones' colleague is engaged with the target below. Prepare for containment." The command was given. The 4 team members instantly opened their briefcases, their movements as swift as lightning. One withdrew a uniquely designed handgun, its barrel shimmering with a golden hue. Another unfurled a roll of rope woven from golden threads, faintly glowing. A third produced a binding device resembling a trap, entirely forged from gold. The last brandished a rugged-looking nail gun, its muzzle glinting coldly. The 5 men, their expressions grave, quickly surrounded the entrance to the basement. The leader inhaled deeply, nodded to his companions, and then abruptly lifted the basement cover. They descended swiftly, arriving at the stairwell of the basement. A pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Yet what shocked them even more was the sight before them. Under the dim light, a young man sat assertively atop a curled, weakened humanoid creature, which was contorted and radiating an intense, ghostly aura. In his hand, the man held aloft a golden brick. He cursed vehemently as he brought the brick crashing down. Bang! A howl erupted. The creature beneath let out a mournful wail of agony. "Does it feel good? Huh. Bang. Why such a loud scream? Bang. Little fire spirit, do you have an appetite for flesh? Bang. Speak. Do you like your father's golden bricks?" With every descent of the golden bricks, the malevolent energy enveloping the creature diminished, and its cries weakened incrementally. The 5 containment team members from Bureau 749 stood frozen at the stairway, resembling 5 petrified statues. Upon witnessing the emergence of the containment team in the basement, an unexpected glimmer of relief flickered in Wang Na's eyes. Chapter 50. The unexpected visitor observing the splendid and undoubtedly expensive professional gear of the 749 Bureau's containment team, Jiang Lu could not help but exclaim internally, "Truly professional. This equipment surpasses my gold bricks in sophistication." Wang Na was bound tightly with golden ropes, resembling a zongzi, and her head was thoroughly enveloped in gold paper, rendering her completely silent. Huang Ping's body was also respectfully handled. The suited man leading the team approached Jiang Lu, standing upright and saluting with a standard military gesture, his tone tinged with reverence. "Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am Lu Renjia, the captain of the 3rd Emergency Containment Team of the 749 Bureau. You may call me Xiao Lu. We will take full responsibility for the subsequent site cleanup and reporting. Captain Zhong has specifically instructed us to ensure that your normal life remains unaffected and that we will not bring you any trouble." Jiang Lu brushed off the dust from his attire and cast a sidelong glance at him. "This involves several lives. Does the 749 Bureau wield such power? Can you bury this case without notifying Uncle Hat?" Lu Renjia maintained a professional seriousness on his face, yet his tone was resolute. The Containment Emergency Department is a newly established special institution with authority comparable to that of the National Security Department. We possess the capability to manage the aftermath of such special incidents, ensuring that information does not leak and cause panic. Please rest assured. Quite a significant amount of power indeed. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, gaining a preliminary understanding of the authority held by the 749 Bureau. He then inquired, "Just how many personnel does the 749 Bureau have? Who calls the shots? What standing does Zhong Yiquan hold in your organization?" A hint of discomfort appeared on Lu Renjia's face. "I apologize, Mr. Jiang. The organizational structure and personnel allocation are classified information, and I am not authorized to disclose such details to non-internal personnel. However, I can inform you that Captain Zhong is a senior commissioner directly under headquarters, but he will soon be dispatched to oversee local branches. According to internal news, he is very likely to come to Dahuai City." Jiang Lu's eyes brightened. "Oh, he is to become the head in Dahuai City?" He then shifted his tone, rubbing his fingers together. "So this operation, can I consider it a significant favor on my part? Is there any remuneration?" Lu Renjia's lips twitched imperceptibly, awkwardly responding, "Well, Mr. Jiang, to be frank, such matters have never occurred before. Regarding compensation and rewards, We will need to wait until the Dahuai City branch is officially established and the new director decides. Only then can I provide you with an answer. Zhang Liu pouted, visibly displeased. Fine. When Zhong Yikuan takes office, let him come find me. He knows where to locate me. He lost interest in further discussion and turned to leave. Mr. Jiang, allow me to escort you back. Lu Renjia hurriedly followed. Jiang Lu, not one to be courteous, nodded. All right, it saves me the trouble of calling a cab. He was keen to extract more information. A vehicle transported Wang Na and Huang Ping's remains towards the 749 Bureau's temporary base in Dahuai City, while Lu Renjia drove another vehicle, heading in the direction of Jiang Lu's office. The night was deep, and the neon lights flickered outside the car window. As Lu Renjia drove, he glanced through the rearview mirror at Jiang Lu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Tentatively, he spoke, Mr. Jiang, with your remarkable skills and unique abilities, have you ever considered joining the 749 Bureau? It seems Captain Zhong holds you in high regard. Jiang Lu opened his eyes and gazed at the swiftly retreating streets outside. His tone languid, I have no interest. I lack a sense of responsibility and am accustomed to a carefree life. I cannot bear such a heavy burden. Moreover, I dislike complications. Lu Renjia chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by the response, and shifted the conversation. Mr. Jiang, you must also be a player, correct? Jiang Lu's interest was piqued, and he turned to look at him. Oh, you are as well? Lu Renjia nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. Most of the field personnel in the operations department of the 749 Bureau are selected and trained players. As for those in leadership positions at headquarters, especially players like you with exceptional abilities or unique traits, they constitute our core strength. Exceptional abilities? Unique traits? Jiang Lu understood immediately. It essentially referred to players with advantages. Only those with such advantages could become captains. His curiosity regarding Zhong Yikuan intensified. What about Zhong Yikuan? What unique trait does he possess? Apart from being clever, he doesn't seem to have any other distinctive characteristics. Lu Renjia shook his head. Captain Zhong's abilities are quite enigmatic. He was directly promoted by the upper echelons of headquarters, and we are unaware of his background. All we know is that he has never failed in handling any supernatural incidents, regardless of how challenging they may be. Jiang Lu nodded thoughtfully, falling silent. Never failed? It appears this fellow possesses quite significant advantages as well. The vehicle soon came to a halt outside the office. Mr. Jiang, we have arrived. Lu Renjia said respectfully as he parked the car. Once captain of the Dahuai City branch officially assumes office, I will promptly report your situation and convey your desire to meet with him. Very well. Jiang Lu opened the door and stepped out, not looking back as he entered the office. Upon returning to the second floor of the office, De Qinghua and Wang Lin were nestled on the sofa, engrossed in their phones. Hearing the commotion, Wang Lin looked up and immediately set his phone aside, rushing over. Master, you're back. So, that crazy woman hasn't caused any more trouble, has she? Is she truly toying with us? Jiang Lu observed Wang Lin's curious expression and didn't conceal the truth from him. She wasn't toying with us. There is indeed a ghost, but at ISN, her husband. It's her own doing. Wang Lin's face turned pale. She, herself? Then, is it resolved? Indeed, it is resolved. Jiang Lu nodded, squeezing onto the sofa beside De Qinghua. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's anxious expression faded, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of unmistakable disappointment and frustration. He muttered under his breath, as long as it's resolved. As long as it's resolved. He quietly returned to the sofa, picked up his phone, but lost the desire to continue playing, staring blankly at the screen. Seeing Wang Lin in such a state, Jiang Lu felt a twinge of sympathy in his heart. Though this fellow may possess a somewhat mercantile demeanor and exhibit a hint of timidity, ever since he began following me, he has diligently attended to the menial tasks of the office, laboring tirelessly and without complaint, often yearning to accompany me on my ghost-hunting escapades. During this recent incident, he was kept entirely in the dark, likely feeling quite out of sorts. Enough of that long face, Jiang Lu sighed, patting Wang Lin on the shoulder. Next time, I promise to bring you along. Wang Lin suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide with excitement. Really? Of course, Jiang Lu replied, casting him an exasperated glance. But with your slight build, You'd be merely a target. I'll get you some gear tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Lu stepped out with a hefty gold ingot in hand. Following the address provided by Lung Ningbing, he discovered a modest yet renowned goldsmith hidden deep within an old street, reputed for its exquisite craftsmanship. Pushing open the heavy glass door, he found an elderly master, hair grizzled and spectacles perched on his nose, meticulously polishing his tools behind the counter. Approaching the counter, Jiang Lu revealed the ingot wrapped in cloth. "Boss, I was sent by Lung Ningbing. Could you assist me with some preparations?" The master lifted his gaze, observing the ingot without overt astonishment. He weighed it in his hands, scrutinizing its quality before nodding. "It's of good quality. What would you like crafted?" "A long knife, something akin to the embroidered spring knife, but sturdier. Additionally, I'd like 2 sets of full-body soft armor, close-fitting, lightweight, and highly protective. Oh, and if there are any scraps left, please make me a helmet as well." Jiang Lu gestured animatedly. The master paused, momentarily taken aback. Then his face flushed with indignation. He set down the ingot, glaring at Jiang Lu. "Young man, are you jesting? A spring knife? 2 sets of armor? And a helmet? With just this ingot?" He wrapped the gold ingot with his rough finger. "After crafting, would you like me to pay you 200 more?" Jiang Lu's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "Is that true?" The master, exasperated, his beard bristling, pointed toward the door and bellowed, "Get out." Jiang Lu chuckled awkwardly. Gust ayist. "Please don't be angry, boss. Let's proceed as you see fit. What do you suggest?" The master still huffed. 1 military knife, 1 set of armor. 5 days. The processing fee will be deducted from the wear on your ingot. Jiang Lu quickly interjected, "Boss, this ingot was earned at the cost of my life. It weighs over 3,000 grams. You must reweigh it for me later. Don't shortchange me." The master waved him off impatiently. "Rest assured, as a friend of Miss Lung, I, old Jean, never shortchange acquaintances." He took the ingot and retreated into the workshop at the back. Jiang Lu then departed, feeling relieved. The ensuing days passed with tranquility. Lung Ningbing seemed preoccupied with personal matters and did not return to the office. Meanwhile, Wang Lin continued to diligently manage the senior activity center, ensuring the elderly patrons were comfortably attended to. 5 days later, Jiang Lu returned to the goldsmith as promised. The master craftsman presented his meticulously crafted items, a hefty golden gherkin knife from Nepal, and a vest, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient, woven from countless fine strands of gold. Without a word, Jiang Lu produced an electronic scale from his belongings and placed both the dagger and the vest upon it. Exactly 3 kilograms, neither more nor less. Jiang Lu gazed at the digits displayed on the scale, his lips twitching in irritation. That old goldsmith. His craftsmanship is indeed exceptional, but his methods are rather unscrupulous. The slight discrepancy had undoubtedly been swallowed as a reasonable loss. Yet, as he beheld the exquisitely crafted vest, shimmering with golden light, he could only begrudgingly accept it, considering it a fee for artistry. Before long, Sunday arrived once more. The office remained lively, with elderly gentlemen and ladies engrossed in card games, conversations, and videos, reveling in their merriment. Wang Lin busily navigated through the crowd, serving tea and water, hardly pausing for breath. Jiang Lu sat on the second floor, pondering what bizarre game awaited them that evening. Suddenly, the previously boisterous sounds from below fell silent for a brief moment. Almost immediately, Wang Lin's voice echoed from the staircase. "Master, there's a child down here looking for you. He says his name is Li Mao." Chapter 51. Li Mao. A shiver coursed through Jiang Lu's heart. The malevolent spirit who had ruthlessly annihilated the 13 members of the Qi family in the previous dungeon seemed to also bear the name. "Li Mao." Jiang Lu replied, "Understood, I will come down." Just as he stood up, he heard Wang Lin's voice suddenly rise at the staircase, laced with a tone of obstruction. "Hey, sir, the second floor is a private area. You cannot—" The voice abruptly cut off. Following that was the sound of heavy footsteps. A figure emerged at the stairway, standing over 1.70 meters, with an exceptionally youthful face that appeared to belong to a mere 17 or 18-year-old. He donned an ill-fitting, somewhat draping black long coat, With his left hand, he effortlessly gripped Wang Lin's neck, lifting his entire body off the ground as if he were a mere chick. Wang Lin flailed helplessly, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The youth's head slowly turned, his gaze traversing past the struggling Wang Lin to rest upon Jiang Lu. His voice dripped with condescension. "You're the dog left by Zhong Yikuan in Dahu City? I have a message for you. From now on, Dahu City is under my control. Release him." Jiang Lu's expression shifted drastically as he bellowed. Yet before he could act, the large frog, nestled on a couch while engrossed in a game on his tablet, erupted into action. With a powerful leap, the large frog, a colossal figure, soared into the air. Its massive webbed hand descended with tremendous force, like Mount Tai crashing down. The target was the youth, named Li Mao. Instead of fear, a spark of interest ignited on Li Mao's face, his expression betraying a hint of excitement akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. He casually tossed the nearly asphyxiated Wang Lin aside, as if discarding refuse. Wang Lin crumpled against the wall like a broken sack. Jiang Lu, quick on his feet, rushed to catch Wang Lin before he crashed into the wall. Li Mao nonchalantly raised his right hand and gently waved it towards the descending large frog. Bang! It was as if he swatted away a fly. The large frog's massive body was sent hurtling back at a speed surpassing its initial charge, crashing violently into the glass coffee table in the living room. Shattering glass scattered everywhere. The table was instantly reduced to shards. The large frog landed amidst the debris, its plastic shell cracking open in several places, with its filling oozing out slightly. Witnessing the large frog being effortlessly dispatched sent shockwaves through Jiang Lu's heart. How could this be possible? He had witnessed the frog's explosive power firsthand. It was nothing short of monstrous. Even combining all his talismanic strength, he could not confidently claim victory against it. This individual, named Li Mao, merely waved his hand as the large frog, despite its injuries, stubbornly attempted to rise for another assault. Jiang Lu quickly set Wang Lin down and admonished the recovering creature. "Do not act rashly. Let me speak with him." Struggling to regain its composure, the large frog trembled violently, radiating extreme anger and frustration. It fixated its gaze on Li Mao, but ultimately refrained from lunging once more. It understood the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. They were not on the same level at all. Li Mao, feeling satisfied, nodded and once again donned a carefree grin, as if nothing had transpired moments before. He nonchalantly approached the sofa, seated himself, and crossed his legs. "That's more like it," Li Mao chuckled. "We are not mortal enemies. So why must we resort to violence upon our first encounter?" Jiang Lu, suppressing a tumult of rage and astonishment, gazed intently at Li Mao. "Are you the captain dispatched from the 749 Bureau? What business do you have with me?" Li Mao leaned slightly forward. "Did you not send that lackey from the containment team to convey a message for me to discuss remuneration with you?" A wave of despair washed over Jiang Lu. "I no longer desire the money. Consider it voluntary labor. Do not trouble me with matters concerning the 749 Bureau again. I am not well acquainted with Zhong Yikuan and wish to steer clear of your affairs. Let us part amicably." "Not well acquainted?" Li Mao's smile vanished in an instant. "Who the hell do you think you are to speak of parting amicably? Zhong Yikuan's dog. If Zhong Yikuan finds you useful, why shouldn't Ti?" He abruptly rose, towering over Jiang Lu, his tone dripping with menace. "Utter such nonsense again, and I will tear your mouth apart and demolish your pathetic office. Go ahead and test me." A chilling aura of violence enveloped the entire second floor. Wang Lin trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. The great frog glared intently at Li Mao, ready to fight with all its might. Jiang Lu clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. He regarded Li Mao's youthful yet contorted visage. He could not win this fight, at least not now. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax his fists and managed a stiff smile. "All right, fine. Whatever you say, I shall comply. You are the master." Li Mao paused, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Lu's unexpected acquiescence. He scrutinized Jiang Lu with suspicion. "Oh, agreeing so readily? You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Jiang Lu inwardly cursed, while maintaining his facade of a smile. "If I cannot defeat you, should I really wait until you've beaten me to a pulp before capitulating?" I'm not that foolish. Ha ha ha. Li Mao erupted into a boisterous laugh. How amusing. Truly entertaining. No wonder Zhong Yikuan, that old schemer, buried your file so deep. Just wait until I enhance my abilities in the next few instances. I'll beat you into submission. Jiang Lu roared internally, yet his smile remained intact. So, leader, do you have any further instructions? Li Mao stood, flicking the hem of his trench coat. Leave me your number. I shall contact you if there's work to be done. The two exchanged phone numbers. As Li Mao turned to descend the stairs, both Jiang Lu and Wang Lin silently exhaled in relief. Just then, having descended a couple of steps, Li Mao halted abruptly, his head peering over the banister. Oh, I almost forgot. His small eyes darted around before settling on the glaring great frog. That large frog of yours was quite amusing with its earlier antics. May I borrow it for a couple of days? In an instant, the great frog was incensed. Its plastic body tensed violently, ready to charge forward. Jiang Lu and Wang Lin's expressions changed dramatically as they clung tightly to the body of the enormous frog. Jiang Lu's face grew increasingly grim as he fixed his gaze on Li Mao at the stairway, saying, Captain Li, since I have agreed to assist you, we are in this together. To covet what others hold dear seems rather inappropriate, does it not? He positioned himself protectively in front of the frog, his intentions unmistakable. Li Mao's eyes darted about, as if weighing the pros and cons, before he shrugged and replied, Tisich, you make a valid point. Let us discuss this another time. Just as he was about to take a step away, he turned back, seemingly recalling something. By the way, you are forbidden from contacting Zhong Yikuan. If I catch wind of it, you will come to regret it. With that, he vanished completely from the stairway. It was only upon hearing the sound of the front door opening and closing below that Jiang Lu's tense nerves finally relaxed. He released his grip on the frog and sank onto a nearby, splintered piece of wood. Wang Lin, still shaken, leaned closer and said, Master, that Li Mao is unpredictable and ruthless. Do you truly intend to work for him? Jiang Lu waved his hand irritably, interrupting him. It's a temporary measure. I'll deal with him later. Don't fret unnecessarily. He rubbed his temples in exasperation. Though concerned, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu retrieved his phone and dialed Zhong Yikuan's number. The call connected almost instantly. Li Mao has visited you? Zhong Yikuan's calm voice came through, devoid of any surprise. Yes, Jiang Lu replied, suppressing his fury. He has made his move, and I want to know everything about him. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhong Yikuan spoke slowly. His ability is called insect mimicry. The principle is unknown, but it allows him to instantaneously alter his genetic structure to replicate the physiological traits of any known insect, unleashing their extreme capabilities. For instance, Jiang Lu pressed. For example, he can emulate an ant's musculature in just 0.1 seconds, enabling him to lift objects over 400 times his own weight. By mimicking the neural response speed of a rhinoceros beetle, he can enhance his reaction speed by over 100-fold. By adopting the leg structure of a flea, he can leap several dozen meters in an instant. Zhong Yikuan paused, seemingly choosing his words with care. If he were to mimic a predatory insect adept at combat and hunting, particularly a top-tier predator like the Chinese mantis, he left his statement hanging. Jiang Lu's heart sank completely. He grasped Zhong Yikuan's implication. This meant that Li Mao's hand-to-hand combat prowess would surge to superhuman levels. Just think of those fierce mantises that can effortlessly capture birds and even venomous snakes. Strength, speed, reaction, precision. It was akin to a humanoid, supersonic weapon. With maximum offense and defense, he had no weaknesses. It was no wonder he could defeat the giant frog in a single blow. Is there no weakness? Jiang Lu asked with difficulty. A longer silence followed on the other end this time. After what felt like an eternity, Zhong Yikuan finally responded in an exceedingly complicated tone. He is not particularly intelligent. On the other end of the line, Zhong Yikuan's voice carried a tone of almost pitying affirmation. His logic and judgment often resembled that of a petulant child, endowed with the power of a nuclear button, extremely volatile and spoiled. If one sought to contend with him, perhaps this trait could be exploited. However, Zhong Yikuan's voice suddenly turned grave and frigid. As a core member of Bureau 749, I cannot and will not assist you in dealing with him. That is my bottom line. Understood. I do not require your assistance. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, determined to find a solution on his own. He abruptly terminated the call, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not particularly clever? He chuckled ruefully. After all, isn't this also one of my flaws? Chapter 52, Class A Instance. Jiang Lu suppressed the anger and humiliation swelling within him, forcing himself to remain calm. One thought consumed his mind. Endure. Engaging in a head-on confrontation with Li Mao now would be tantamount to seeking death. The only glimmer of hope lay in the enigmatic game. If he could randomly draw a duplicate talisman once more, even if it were merely a chicken or rabbit talisman, the residual power would double, potentially granting him the means to contend with Li Mao. Prior to that, he must feign compliance. Brother Frog, are you all right? Jiang Lu approached the large frog, inspecting the cracks in its plastic shell. The frog, appearing somewhat dazed, shook its head. If memory served him correctly, this was the first time he had faced defeat due to insufficient strength. Wang Lin, go downstairs and check on the old treasures. Make sure they are not frightened, Jiang Lu instructed, turning to Wang Lin, whose face was ashen. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Lu with concern. Master, what about Li Mao? What is there to fear? I have promised to assist him. Even if we clash later, does he truly dare to overturn our agency? Jiang Lu's tone brooked no argument. Wang Lin nodded and hurried downstairs. Alone amidst the chaos of the second floor, Jiang Lu waited silently for nightfall to descend. In a newly constructed building on the outskirts of Dahuai City, lights blazed brightly. This was the temporary base for the 749 Bureau's branch. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Staff members moved hurriedly, instinctively lowering their footsteps, even their conversations hushed. Their glances often darted toward the corner where a young man in a black trench coat lounged, nonchalantly watching short videos. Li Mao. He stared at his phone screen, occasionally erupting into a bizarre cackle that echoed harshly in the silent hall. No one dared approach him within several meters. As team members passed by, their faces betrayed an unmistakable fear, steering clear of him. Throughout the day, the newly appointed captain Li had injured at least 3 team members for reasons that defied belief. These justifications were trivial, merely speaking too quickly while reading reports, failing to greet him while passing by, or displaying an impolite expression when calling his name. He was like a bomb poised to explode, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire branch. At that moment, a staff member from the technical department took a deep breath, summoning courage to approach Li Mao, his voice trembling. Li. Captain Li, the phone number you instructed us to monitor has shown activity. Without lifting his head, Li Mao continued scrolling on his screen, his tone languid. Oh, what activity? Do you require me to ask you each detail? The staff member shivered but dared not speak too quickly. The target number, shortly after you left the agency, made a call to Captain Zhong Ikuan's encrypted line. The call lasted approximately 3 minutes. However, due to Captain Zhong's line being under the highest level of confidentiality, we are unable to listen in on the specific content. With a resounding clap, Li Mao slammed his phone onto the nearby table. The screen shattered instantly. He slowly raised his head, his face contorted with a fury that spoke of being deceived. Damn it! He muttered curses under his breath, his gaze sinister as it fixated on the staff member before him. You cur, do you dare toy with me? The staff member's face drained of color, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed onto the floor. Li Mao glared at him, demanding, why are you only telling me now? The staff member's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Captain Li, that was Captain Zhong's secure line. The encryption level is too high. Our tech team, spent nearly 2 hours confirming the call was from him. 2 hours? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Mao's lips. Then you should have informed me immediately that he called from an unknown number, not wait until it was confirmed to speak nonsense. He slowly rose, flexing his wrist with a faint crackle. The staff member recoiled in terror. Captain Li, I. Before he could finish, Li Mao's right forearm shot up, rigid and straight. A metallic glimmer flashed at the edge of his arm. Whoosh! A faint sound of slicing air. The terror on the staff member's face froze instantly. A line of blood traced vertically down from his forehead. In the next moment, his body split silently in two, blood and entrails splattering onto the ground. A collective scream erupted in the hall, a chorus of horror, as everyone stood aghast at the gruesome scene. Lu Rinjia rushed over upon hearing the commotion, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of the carnage. He struggled to suppress his fury and fear, addressing Li Mao sternly. Li Mao, you've gone too far. Injuring a teammate is one thing, but now you're slaughtering your own? Aren't you afraid of the consequences from headquarters? Li Mao shook his hand, a smile returning to his face. Consequences? Go ahead and report me. Better yet, paint me as even more ruthless. Let them send that old schemer Zhong Yikuan along with a few captains to hunt me down. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Lu Rinjia trembled with rage. Pointing at Li Mao, you madman. Li Mao's smile vanished, his gaze turning frigid. The game is about to begin. Just get lost if you have nothing to do. Don't linger here as an eyesore. With that, he sat back down, picking up the shattered phone, oblivious to the world as he resumed scrolling. The division hall fell into a suffocating silence, the only sound being the background music from Li Mao's phone video. Fear wrapped around each member of the 749 Bureau like a chilling vine. As midnight approached, Jiang Lu donned the golden lining and secured the golden Nepalese knife within the panel's compartment before exiting the office. He strolled alone through the chilly streets of Haishur. The biting wind did little to alleviate the turmoil and oppression weighing on his heart. Aimlessly wandering, he found himself at the entrance of the third hospital. Gazing at the outline of the hospital building, he recalled the somewhat eccentric yet clever player he had encountered in the last mission, Xianyuan Zhangwo. I wonder if his mental condition has improved? After finishing the game, perhaps he could drop by to see him and inquire with the nurse about which ward he was in. He took a deep breath of the frigid air, momentarily casting aside the gloom brought by Li Mao as he stepped into the hospital. The late-night lobby was desolate and tranquil, with only the on-duty nurse dozing behind the counter. The security guard at the entrance, wrapped in a coat, leaned back in his chair, fighting off slumber. Jiang Lu passed through the security gate and made his way directly to the elevator area of the inpatient department. Time, 11:57 p.m. There were several elevators in the vicinity. Jiang Lu casually selected one, entered, and pressed the close button. Leaning against the cold wall of the elevator, he watched the second hand dance across his phone screen, eagerly anticipating the arrival of midnight. Just then, the elevator jolted into motion. The display began to flicker. 13th floor. Jiang Lu was taken aback. Were their patients still descending at such a late hour? He paid little mind to it, as ordinary individuals entering would, at midnight, be enveloped by the peculiar game's force. The elevator halted at the 13th floor. The doors slowly parted, revealing a familiar figure clad in a hospital gown. Peering curiously inside, their gazes locked. Both were momentarily stunned. Big boss, Xianyuan Zhangwo exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence. You're here at the hospital. Taking the elevator? Jiang Lu watched as Xianyuan Zhangwo clumsily squeezed in and instinctively pressed the close button. A sudden thought flashing through his mind. Would two players in the same elevator find themselves together? Or would they each enter their respective instances at midnight? The last time, riding the same elevator with Xianyuan Zhangwo led them into the same game. Was it mere happenstance or destiny? Xianyuan Zhangwo gazed at Jiang Lu with curiosity. Boss, what are you thinking? Your expression is so serious. Just as Jiang Lu was about to respond, buzz! A powerful sensation of weightlessness hit them once more. The lights flickered erratically. Xianyuan Zhangwo grasped the nearby handrail tightly. Jiang Lu quickly secured himself as well, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating floor numbers. -1, -2, -3. Finally, it settled at 18. The elevator jolted violently and came to a halt. Blinding red light replaced the normal illumination. Jiang Lu immediately turned to Xianyuan Zhangwo. He was indeed still there. It was not mere coincidence. Jiang Lu's heart raced with certainty. Players sharing the same elevator would be transported to the same instance. At that moment, information about the current instance appeared simultaneously in their retinas. Instance, Tower of Sealing Magic. Instance level, main quest. Enter the Tower of Sealing Magic and complete an unknown trial. Note, all damage sustained in the instance will be fully restored upon returning to reality. Level A. Jiang Lu's pupils constricted. The previous instance, the ceiling town, was merely level C, and now they had jumped straight to level A. Shortly thereafter, the information about the talismans emerged. Random talismans: tiger talisman, monkey talisman, tiger talisman. Harmonizes yin and yang, capable of separating or merging personalities, good-evil main sub, and balancing internal conflicting energies. Monkey talisman transforms a designated target into any animal form. Tiger talisman, monkey talisman. Jiang Lu gazed at the two seemingly auxiliary charms, their combat efficacy appearing questionable, and furrowed his brow in concern. In an A-level dungeon, could reliance on these two truly suffice? Chapter 53. The Demon Lock Tower. Wow. This is fantastic, my friend. An A-level dungeon. We are doomed. Xianyuan Zhangwo exclaimed, his excitement tinged with despair. Hearing Xuanyuan's carefree words, Jiang Lu shot him a disapproving glance before stepping out of the elevator. The scene outside the elevator was breathtaking. The blood-red sky stretched endlessly above, while the ground beneath them was cracked and charred, barren and lifeless. The only landmark in sight was a towering dark edifice, emanating an ominous aura. "Hello, Jiang Shaoge." A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Jiang Lu turned his head to see Yin Song waving at him, standing alongside the composed Zhong Yikuan. "Yin Song? Zhong Yikuan? I'm surprised to see you both here. Did you also get matched into this dungeon?" Jiang Lu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Zhong Yikuan nodded slightly. When two players share the same elevator, there is a certain probability they will enter the same dungeon instance. It appears we are quite fated this time. Jiang Lu fell silent, realizing why he and Xianyuan Zhangwo had entered the same dungeon twice. However, he refrained from probing further and instead brought up Li Mao. "What is the deal with Li Mao?" Yin Song sighed, shrugging his shoulders. "That guy is a lunatic. He and Brother Cohen have never seen eye to eye, but he relies on his extraordinary abilities. The headquarters has grown accustomed to cleaning up his messes. Nevertheless, his skills are indeed invaluable when it comes to handling sudden supernatural incidents." Zhong Yikuan did not pursue this topic further and steered the conversation back on track. "We can discuss Li Mao later. Our immediate concern is this A-level dungeon." Just as Jiang Lu was about to respond, Xianyuan Zhangwo emerged from the elevator, tousled hair, giving him the appearance of an eager child. "Wow, are we in the demon realm? Is the boss Hades, Lucifer, or perhaps Satan?" Jiang Lu replied exasperatedly. "Why is it always Western figures? Can't we have local contenders like Rahu or Chiyu?" Xianyuan Zhangwo pondered seriously for a moment, then replied gravely, "If it were those, we might need to stock up on revival opportunities beforehand." "Who is this friend of yours?" Yin Song inquired, observing the chubby Xianyuan Zhangwo. Xianyuan Zhangwo immediately straightened up. "I am Hu Tutoa, residing in room 101, building 2, Fondo Garden. My father is Hu Ingjun, and my mother is Zhang Xiaoli." He rambled on, oblivious to the confusion he was causing. Jiang Lu quickly signaled to Yin Song, tapping his temple with his finger and gesturing towards Xianyuan Zhangwo. Yin Song understood instantly, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes, and promptly fell silent. Zhong Yikuan, undistracted by their exchange, gazed up at the blood tower. The objective is to complete the tower's trials. The identity of the boss is of little consequence. Let us proceed and take a look. He was about to stride towards the tower when a commanding voice suddenly resonated through the air. "Challengers, you know my name? Indeed, I am the sovereign of this realm, Hades. Each of you may pose one question to me, and I shall answer truthfully." The last few words were delivered slowly and eerily. Everyone was taken aback. It truly was Hades. Yin Song reacted swiftly, immediately inquiring, "What exactly is the trial of the locking demon tower?" In a voice imbued with authority, he continued, "You four shall be divided into pairs, each transported to opposite ends of the tower, one group at the summit and the other at the base. Each pair must collaborate to overcome the challenges presented on every level. Ultimately, you must reach the central, 4th level." Jiang Lu furrowed his brow and pressed further. "What if one of our groups fails on a certain level and cannot proceed?" Hades replied with a hint of indifference. "In that case, the other group shall continue their trials until they conquer this tower or..." all shall descend into oblivion. Xian Yuan Zhangwo suddenly expressed an inexplicable excitement. What are the challenges? Is there a competitive eating contest? David Daiguazi, volunteer to participate. Yin Song couldn't help but cast another glance at Jiang Lu, pointing at his own head. His meaning was unmistakable. This child is indeed quite unwell. Hades remained silent for a brief moment before continuing. Each level varies. Some shall rely on strength, others on cunning, each governed by its own rules. The sole objective remains: survive to set foot on the 4th level. He then emphasized, "You have one more question. I hope it is a worthwhile one." Everyone fell silent, turning their gazes toward Zhong Yikuan, the one permitted to pose the final inquiry. Zhong Yikuan appeared somewhat perplexed, stroking his chin in contemplation without speaking. Time trickled by. Xian Yuan Zhangwo glanced from one person to another, wearing an expression that questioned why no one had yet asked. Just as the group received a negative game prompt, Zhong Yikuan slowly raised his head. When everyone anticipated a critical question, he unexpectedly posed an absurd inquiry. Do you love dad or mom? The air seemed to freeze. Yin Song turned to stone in an instant. Jiang Lu's forehead twitched in irritation. Xian Yuan Zhangwo gaped, then couldn't help but murmur to Jiang Lu, "Dude, is this friend of yours?" He tapped his temple, his eyes filled with sympathetic understanding. Even the imposing voice of Hades seemed to falter for a moment. Then came a low growl, suppressed with boundless fury. "Dad, Dad!" The voice was rife with a sense of desecration and rage. Zhong Yikuan's lips curled slightly as he replied, "Ah, Dad is here." The voice in the void roared, "Wretched mortal! Do you comprehend whom you have offended today? I shall watch you eternally." With the utterance of this venomous curse, the authoritative voice abruptly vanished. Jiang Lu turned to Zhong Yikuan. "Did you deliberately provoke it?" "Why?" Zhong Yikuan's expression remained unperturbed. "Just testing." The system task prompt did not mention Hades at all. Our dialogue triggered the system's negative game warning. This indicates that he is not a guide set by the game. He scanned the others before continuing. As for what he truly is, perhaps we shall discern that when he cannot resist reappearing. The negative game prompt has surfaced. We should depart post-haste. Having spoken, he strode purposefully towards the towering edifice, accompanied by the still processing Yin Song. The Riddler ought to vacate Gotham. Jiang Lu couldn't help but mutter under his breath at Zhong Yikuan's retreating figure. Xian Yuan Zhangwo approached, nodding in agreement. Indeed, and that pretentious Two-Face, perpetually tossing a coin, should leave Gotham as well. Jiang Lu, uninterested in the overweight man's ramblings, quickened his pace towards the colossal tower. Under the blood-red moonlight, as they neared the Sorcerer's Tower, the overwhelming sense of oppression intensified. The tower appeared as a singular entity, devoid of any doors or windows. Only at its base stood a solitary, rectangular black stone tablet, its surface smooth as a mirror, bearing 2 sunken imprints of right hands at its center, an unmistakable indication that 2 individuals must place their hands upon it simultaneously. At that moment, Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song had already positioned themselves before the stone tablet. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed their right hands into the indented palm prints. The tablet erupted with a dark crimson glow. A powerful suction force enveloped them, their figures twisting and blurring, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. The radiance from the tablet dimmed, returning to its original state. "Wow! Instant transportation!" Xian Yuan Zhangwo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He immediately turned to Jiang Lu. "Boss, it is time for us brothers to unite once more. Let us prepare for another evolutionary transformation." Jiang Lu, observing Xian Yuan Zhangwo's fervent expression, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wait a moment. A sudden epiphany struck Jiang Lu. He recalled the random talisman from earlier, the tiger talisman, harmonizing yin and yang, separating good and evil personas. Was this not the means to create an independent avatar? Since it required 2 individuals to activate the tablet, would not one original body and one avatar suffice as 2 individuals? Could he not operate the tower alone? A spark of hope ignited in Jiang Lu's heart. Given the current circumstances, it was preferable to rely on himself rather than be burdened by a potentially unreliable companion. He turned sharply, Facing Xian Yuan Zhangwo with a serious demeanor, Private Gua. Yes. Xian Yuan Zhangwo immediately stood at attention, saluting respectfully. Right now, stand firm. Close your eyes. I am about to perform a magic trick, Jiang Lu declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. And magic? Xian Yuan Zhangwo's eyes lit up. Understood, Commander. I vow to accomplish the task. With that, he closed his eyes, standing upright, unable to suppress his curiosity. Boss, what sort of magic is it? Can you conjure Gundam? Will I be able to see it when I open my eyes? 1 minute passed. 2 minutes went by. Though Xian Yuan Zhangwo kept his eyes shut, his ears perked up, but the surrounding silence was unnervingly profound. Unable to contain himself, he tentatively inquired, "B-boss, is the magic ready? Can I open my eyes now?" There was no response. Suddenly, Xian Yuan Zhangwo opened his eyes, filled with anticipation as he surveyed his surroundings. Yet, before him stood the black stone tablet, and behind him lay a blood-red wasteland. Where had Jiang Lu gone? Huh? Xian Yuan gazed around in bewilderment. Scratching his head, where on earth is the master? He spun in place several times. With a sigh, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. People are gone. In a mere moment I closed my eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he slapped his thigh. Ah? Could this be the legendary phenomenon of a living person vanishing? And the one who disappeared is the magician himself. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Once the excitement subsided, he surveyed the desolate stone tablet and his solitary figure. However, the master has vanished. What should I do alone? Where should I place my hand? There is no one to press the other handprint. What now? He crouched down, staring at the 2 vacant right-hand imprints on the stone tablet, enveloped in profound confusion. Chapter 54. Good and Evil. Upon entering the locking Devil Tower, Zhong Yiquan and Yin Song discovered that the interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The dim light cast shadows, and the air was thick with a musty aroma of aged wood and dust. In the center of the hall, a woman draped in an oversized, archaic robe lay quietly across a massive guzheng, which dwarfed her petite figure. Strangely, her ears, mouth, and eyes were tightly stitched shut with delicate strings from the instrument, rendering her motionless as if she were a lifeless object. Was this the trial of the first level? Yin Song whispered, his voice laced with caution as he scrutinized the stitched woman. Brother Kuan, shall I scout ahead? Zhong Yiquan offered no verbal response, but nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as it traversed the entirety of the space. Taking a deep breath, Yin Song held the air in his chest, then exhaled slowly, cautiously advancing towards the woman. Zhong Yiquan made no attempt to halt him, aware of Yin Song's capabilities and curious to witness the nature of this so-called challenge. As Yin Song drew nearer to the guzheng and the woman, he was still several paces away when, suddenly, the woman's fingers twitched. Her stiff fingers plucked at the enormous strings of the guzheng, producing a resonant note that was both clear and laden with an aura of lethality. A visible crescent-shaped sound wave surged through the air, slicing towards Yin Song with alarming speed. Prepare for the onslaught. Yin Song expelled the breath he had been holding. Simultaneously, a searing flame erupted from his mouth, meeting the sound wave head-on. The impact was explosive. The flames clashed violently against the sound wave, splitting it momentarily. Yet the force of the sound wave remained unabated. Yin Song's pupils dilated as he instinctively rolled to the side. The sound wave grazed his left arm, tearing through his sleeve and leaving a deep gash that exposed bone, blood immediately gushing forth. Yin Song inhaled sharply in pain, swiftly retreating. Stop! Zhong Yiquan's voice rang out, authoritative and unyielding. Yin Song halted, clutching his bleeding arm, and looked at Zhong Yiquan. Brother Kuan? Zhong Yiquan's gaze remained fixed on the now motionless stitched woman. From the point where you triggered the attack, every step closer will incite another assault from her. He gestured towards Yin Song's previous position and continued. Take out your 1,000 mechanisms umbrella and approach her slowly. I still need to ascertain a few details. Yin Song promptly retrieved a uniquely designed metallic umbrella from the retinal panel of his spatial storage, swiftly unfurling it. The surface shimmered with a metallic sheen. Clearly not an ordinary item. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward once more. The guzheng resonated again. A sound wave, even more condensed and swift than before, hurtled towards him. The impact was deafening as the sound wave struck the thousand mechanisms umbrella with a resounding clang. Yin Song felt an overwhelming force, his arm vibrating violently, and he stumbled back, regaining his balance only after 3 unsteady steps. As I gazed at the umbrella's surface, I was taken aback to discover a profound dent marred its exterior, with even delicate cracks beginning to form along its edges. "Brother Kuan," Yin Song exclaimed gravely, "this umbrella can withstand at most one more strike." Zhong Yikuan's brow furrowed deeply, as if he were racing through thoughts at lightning speed. "Momins latte," he spoke in a low, steady voice. "Next, when the sound blade approaches whatever I shout, you must echo it precisely. The tone, pitch, and breath must align perfectly." Yin Song's eyes brightened. "Sound wave interference? Resonance cancellation? I understand." He stepped forward once more. Clang! The third sound blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek that threatened to tear through everything, was even more ferocious than its predecessors. Just as the sound blade was about to strike, Zhong Yikuan suddenly called out, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. "Ah." Yin Song immediately imitated him, elongating his own sound. "Ah." A miraculous scene unfolded. Upon encountering the synchronized "ah," the ferocious sound blade seemed to collide with an invisible wall, its speed abruptly faltering. Though it ultimately struck the Qianji umbrella, its force had noticeably diminished, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. "Effective, Brother Kuan. The attack has weakened," Yin Song exclaimed, filled with delight. Yet, Zhong Yikuan's expression remained grave, devoid of any joy. "It's not merely sound resonance. There seems to be a deeper connection at play. Continue. Put away the umbrella. Rely on your agility to evade. And keep echoing my words." Yin Song, fully trusting Zhong Yikuan's judgment, promptly stowed away the Qianji umbrella, focusing intently. He advanced once more. Clang! The fourth sound blade. Zhong Yikuan's gaze sharpened as he emitted a brief, high-pitched sound. "Me." Yin Song instantly mirrored. "Me." This time, as the incoming sound blade met the synchronized wave of sound, it burst apart like a popped bubble, vanishing silently into the air. "We did it. The attack has dissipated," Yin Song exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Zhong Yikuan joined him, standing shoulder to shoulder. "It's not just about pitch. There's also tone, rhythm, and even the resonance point of the voice. It must perfectly align with the rhythm embodied in her music. Let us go. Follow her melody." Without hesitation, they focused intently on every note plucked by the woman at the ancient guzheng, mirroring the corresponding syllables emitted by Zhong Yikuan, advancing step by step. With each note played, and each synchronized shout, they deftly neutralized the incoming sound waves. Soon, they found themselves merely a step away from the woman, who lay upon the massive guzheng. Yin Song took a deep breath, preparing to take that final step. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The woman's fingers no longer played single notes. Instead, they began to sweep wildly across the strings. Clang, 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 clang. No longer were there sharp, solitary notes, but a tumultuous wave of sound akin to a tsunami, chaotic and brimming with a sense of destruction. In an instant, it engulfed the entire space. "Ah!" Yin Song felt as though his eardrums were pierced by steel needles. Agonizing pain surged alongside a fierce wave of dizziness, crashing into his mind. Darkness enveloped him as blood gushed forth from his ears. He painfully covered his ears, his body swaying as he collapsed to the ground, his mouth futilely opening and closing. Yet no sound emerged. He was temporarily deafened. Zhong Yikuan let out a muffled groan, equally afflicted by excruciating pain in his ears and dizziness. But he relied on his formidable willpower to remain upright. He fixed his gaze on the woman who was playing frantically, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. It was not a single note, it was the melody played in reverse. In an instant, Zhong Yikuan comprehended. The woman was not producing a cacophony of disordered notes, but rather a complete ancient piece. She merely played it entirely in reverse. No wonder it sounded utterly chaotic, braving the searing headache and the agony in his eardrums. Zhang Yikuan dashed toward the Guzheng. He stood unsteadily beside the woman, his hands resolutely pressing down on the massive strings. He closed his eyes, disregarding the tumultuous noise surrounding him, and focused all his concentration into his fingertips. Drawing upon his exceptional memory, he searched through all the Guzheng pieces he had ever heard. Remembering the woman's performance, for characters automatically surfaced in his mind: high mountains and flowing water. Then, his fingers began to move, plucking, rubbing, strumming. The motions were awkward yet swift. He played the original melody of high mountains and flowing water, in direct opposition to the woman's frantic reverse rendition. The sound began weakly, like a lone boat amidst a tempest. Yet as he grew increasingly adept, the music became clearer, smoother, and more melodious. It flowed like a crystal-clear spring, with majestic mountains towering above. The two contrasting melodies clashed fiercely in the air, intertwining. Zhang Yikuan's harmonious notes began to gradually suppress and counteract the tumultuous waves of the reverse melody. Yin Song felt the excruciating pain and dizziness in his ears start to alleviate. With great difficulty, he lifted his head and beheld Zhang Yikuan, eyes closed as he played, filled with awe and admiration. Gradually, Zhang Yikuan's music grew grander and clearer, completely overshadowing the woman's chaotic reverse sounds. With a final resounding note, the woman's fingers abruptly froze. Her entire body trembled violently. Following this, her form, along with the massive Guzheng beneath her, shattered like weathered sand sculptures, disintegrating into countless dark gray particles. Drifting in Zhang Yikuan, in a moment of resignation, shook his head and gestured towards his ears, then pointed at Yin Song's ears, mimicking a sign of temporary deafness. It appeared that both had paid a price for their earlier confrontation. He chose not to elaborate further and indicated the newly appeared staircase, suggesting they ascend. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, having invoked the tiger talisman outside the tower, indeed split into two entities representing both virtue and vice. Although each Jiang Lu harbored distinct thoughts, they swiftly reached a consensus. They would first enter the tower and rid themselves of Xian Yuan Zhangwo. Consequently, both identical Jiang Lius simultaneously pressed their right hands against the stone slab before the tower. A flash of white light engulfed them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves inside the tower. The interior of the tower was vast, yet shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few dim blue wall sconces casting a feeble glow. The three Jiang Lius surveyed the enchanting yet perplexing surroundings of the demon-locking tower. Wait, three Jiang Lius? Within the dimly lit layers of the tower, three identical Jiang Lius exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. The atmosphere felt as though it had frozen in time. Chapter 55. The Mimic Ghost in the 7th level of the demon-locked tower. The atmosphere was shrouded in dim light. Three identical figures, each resembling Jiang Lu, stood in a triangular formation, eyeing one another warily. The ambience was eerily tense. The Jiang Lu on the left frowned deeply, his sharp gaze scanning the other two. What is my name? The other two Jiang Lius responded in unison, Jiang Lu. After this exchange, a glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the Jiang Lu in the center as he posed a sudden question. What does the big frog love to play the most? The other two Jiang Lius, without a moment's hesitation, replied in unison, honor of kings. The final Jiang Lu then inquired, what is the 745, 656 digit of pi? An immediate silence enveloped the scene, for this question transcended the knowledge of all present. Perhaps only Zhang Yikuan could provide a correct answer. The silence lingered for several seconds until a spark of inspiration ignited in the center Jiang Lu's eyes. He focused intently, summoning the residual power of the tiger talisman within him. A hum resonated as an invisible wave of energy surged forth. The figures of the center, Jiang Lu, and the one on the left began to intertwine, merging together as seamlessly as water and milk. Before long, only two Jiang Lius remained, rendering the distinction between real and mimic irrelevant. The Jiang Lu on the right gaped in astonishment. He stared dumbfounded at the surreal spectacle before him, as if his mind had momentarily frozen. Then, pointing at Jiang Lu, his voice twisted into a sharp, furious pitch. You outsiders. Too babyish. He was a mimic ghost, a challenge of the 7th level. He possessed the ability to randomly transform into one of the 2 players who entered the 7th level of the Demon Lock Tower, acquiring all their powers and even related memories. However, this could only be triggered when the original player utilized their abilities or posed a question. Little did he expect that the intruders could actually duplicate themselves, leading to the absurdity of the current situation. Jiang Lu flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. You may be quite handsome, but if a beating is due, then a beating you shall receive. Before his words faded, he propelled himself forward with powerful legs. The residual energy of the rabbit talisman erupted instantaneously, turning his body into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a piercing shriek as he lunged at the mimic ghost. Simultaneously, the force of the ox talisman surged into his right fist, delivering a punch of immense weight. Though the mimic ghost was taken aback, he reacted with equal swiftness. As Jiang Lu struck, a similar glint flickered in his eyes, and he activated his mimicry. His speed surged as he retaliated with an equally forceful punch. The 2 fists collided with a thunderous impact, echoing through the air. Both combatants were propelled backward several steps by the immense recoil. Jiang Lu regained his footing, his expression grave. Identical speed, identical strength. He swiftly altered his approach, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at the mimic ghost's waist. The mimic ghost mirrored his actions, executing a kick with the exact same angle and force. The clash resonated once more with a dull thud as their shins collided fiercely. A sharp pain surged through him, forcing the 2 to part ways once more. Jiang Lu shook his numbing legs, unable to suppress a curse. Damn it! A frog's trick! I can't break through. It felt as though he were battling his own shadow. The opponent always anticipating his moves and countering with identical strikes. The mimic demon rubbed his similarly numb calf, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Surrender. I have fully mastered your abilities. It's merely a matter of speed and strength. I can outlast you without food or water until you are utterly exhausted. He lunged forward again, his fists raining down upon Jiang Lu like a tempest. Jiang Lu was compelled to engage once more. The 2 moved at high speed in the dimly lit tower, colliding like mirrors reflecting one another. The thuds of fists and feet echoed relentlessly. Each attack was met with an identical counter. Every defense felt like striking cotton. The battle had descended into a disheartening stalemate. It was imperative to break this deadlock. As Jiang Lu parried the mimic demon-s strikes, his mind raced. From the demon-s words, it seemed he was unaware of his canine and equine talismans. He only imitated the abilities Jiang Lu had employed. But what about those he had never used? Could it be? An audacious and perilous plan swiftly took shape in Jiang Lu's mind. He suddenly stepped back, creating distance, his right hand darting towards his waist, retrieving his intent from the confines of his retina. A golden flash. The heavy, menacing golden Nepali curved blade was now firmly in his grasp. The blade pointed directly at the mimic demon. I can wield gold. Can you? Jiang Lu exclaimed fiercely. The grin on the mimic demon's face widened, his eyes glinting with derision. Fool, do you think such trifles can confound me? He too reached behind him, producing an identical golden Nepali curved blade, mirroring Jiang Lu's weapon in form, size, and luster. Behold my blade, he bellowed, striking first with his weapon. To mimic even golden weapons, was he truly unafraid of being suppressed? This mimic demon's abilities were somewhat flawed. Had he genuinely transformed into a perfect replica of Jiang Lu? With no time for contemplation, Jiang Lu could only raise his blade to parry. Clang, 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 clang. The jarring sound of metal on metal reverberated wildly within the tower. Sparks flew. The 2 golden blades clashed like serpents entwined in a deadly dance, each combatant pouring every ounce of skill into their strikes, their blades flashing with lethal intent. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Neither could gain the upper hand. Identical techniques, equal strength, matching speed. The struggle continued to intensify. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes. Now was the moment. He deliberately feigned a weakness. As the mimic demon aimed a vicious blow at his left shoulder, Jiang Lu not only refrained from dodging or blocking, but instead lunged forward. His body collided with the sharp edge of the blade. Swoosh! The cold steel pierced through Jiang Lu's left shoulder without resistance. Blood gushed forth instantly. Agonizing pain surged through him like electricity. Yet Jiang Lu's movements did not falter in the slightest. In the fleeting moment of shock experienced by the mimic ghost upon striking its target, it tightly gripped the golden scimitar with its right hand, summoning all its strength to thrust the blade at a similarly treacherous angle deep into the mimic ghost's chest. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by a surge of crimson blood. The wicked grin on the mimic ghost's face froze instantaneously as disbelief washed over it. It gazed down to see the golden scimitar embedded deeply within its own torso. Raising its gaze, it beheld Jiang Lu, who had also been pierced through the shoulder, yet bore a frenzied look in his eyes and an eerie smile upon his lips. "You, have you lost your mind?" The mimic ghost's voice twisted in agony and shock. "Mutuelle destruction. What do you gain from this?" Jiang Lu forced a grim smile, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. "Even in death, I will drag you down with me." With that, he yanked the blade from the mimic ghost's chest, unleashing a torrent of warm blood. His body then fell limply to the ground, appearing lifeless. The mimic ghost swayed violently, blood gushing forth like a fountain from its chest. Staggering back, it looked down at the fatal wound, then glanced at Jiang Lu, who was similarly bleeding profusely yet retained a fierce demeanor. Confusion and absurdity marred its features. "Damn, you." The mimic ghost struggled to utter, its eyes dimming like a candle flickering in the wind, losing their luster. In the next instant, its body ignited like paper, rapidly disintegrating into ash from the gaping wound in its chest. Within mere seconds, both its form and the golden scimitar vanished into the air, leaving only a small pile of ashes on the ground. Clatter! The golden dagger, crafted by the mimic ghost, lost its support and fell beside the ashes with a sharp sound. The 7th level returned to an eerie silence, a minute after the mimic ghost's complete disappearance. A staircase leading to the 6th level opened in the corner. Suddenly, Jiang Lu, lying on the ground, sprang up as if resurrected. He grimaced, inhaling sharply. "Ouch. That hurts like hell." Though the remnants of the dog talisman clung to his life, and the horse talisman slowly mended his wounds, the excruciating pain of the penetrating injury was undeniably real. Upon realizing that the mimic ghost could only replicate abilities it had witnessed, he pondered. If he concealed his own ability to survive and heal, would the mimic ghost remain oblivious? Thus, he feigned death after their exchange. Indeed, as long as the mimic ghost was unaware of Jiang Lu's capabilities, it could not utilize them. Believing that Jiang Lu would perish from a stab, it assumed it would meet the same fate. And so, it truly perished while Jiang Lu's bloodlock remained active. Jiang Lu rose and bent down to retrieve the golden Nepalese scimitar from the ground, spitting disdainfully at the place where the mimic ghost had vanished. "To be this handsome, you deserve to die." He then made his way toward the staircase leading to the 6th level. Chapter 56. The Luban locked Jiang Lu sat for quite a while at the corner of the staircase leading from the 7th to the 6th floor. He tore a strip from his garment and wrapped it around the bloodied wound on his left shoulder, inflicted by a golden Nepalese knife. Although the power of the talisman was gradually healing the injury and staunching the flow of blood, he still felt an overwhelming weakness. He closed his eyes to meditate, waiting until the sensation of frailty diminished to a tolerable level before he leaned against the cold stone wall and cautiously descended the spiral staircase. Upon entering the 6th floor, Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback by the vastness of the space, which was several times larger than the 7th floor. The lighting remained dim, with only a few pieces of luminescent fluorite embedded high in the walls casting a faint greenish glow. A heavy, musty odor pervaded the air, mingled with the scent of decaying wood. Most unsettling was the sight that greeted him. The entire floor was densely lined with over 100 pitch-black coffins, arranged in meticulous order, stretching into the darkness at the far end of the room. The silence was oppressive, imbued with a suffocating sense of dread. A coffin shop? Jiang Lu murmured softly, his brow furrowed. This situation seemed far more daunting than the imitation ghost on the 7th floor. He scanned the area vigilantly, detecting no immediate threats, and cautiously approached the nearest coffin to the staircase. He paused before the coffin, took a deep breath, gripped the golden Nepalese knife at his waist with his right hand, while his left hand focused, ready to unleash the monkey talisman. He resolved firmly, whatever demon or creature emerged from within, he would first transform it into a harmless little animal. With a creak, the heavy coffin lid was slowly pushed open, revealing an even more potent stench of decay. Jiang Lu held his breath and swiftly flung the coffin lid wide open. Suddenly, a pair of withered claw-like hands with sharp, blackened nails shot out from the coffin. Following that, a zombie clad in tattered Qing dynasty official robes, with skin gray and shriveled, and a grotesque visage, sat upright, its hollow eye sockets fixated on Jiang Lu. As it opened its foul mouth, poised to pounce, transform into a piglet, Jiang Lu silently chanted, and the power of the monkey talisman surged into action. With lightning speed, he struck out with his left hand, delivering a resounding slap to the zombie-esque face. Poof! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the air. The fearsome zombie vanished in an instant, replaced by a plump, squealing piglet, frantically scrambling in the coffin. Oink! Oink! The little piglet squealed in terror, attempting to leap out of the coffin. Jiang Lu observed this utterly non-threatening creature, then glanced at the hundreds of coffins surrounding him, his frown deepening. Over 100 blind boxes? How long will this take to open? And there's only one clue? He felt that this was more absurd than the card-drawing probabilities of some frustrating mobile games. He circled around several coffins, attempting to discern a pattern in their arrangement. Was it a bagua, a nine palace, or some form of Chimanduanjia? Yet, he was utterly clueless about formations, and after a prolonged examination, he found himself bewildered. With no clear direction, Jiang Lu clenched his teeth, resolved to employ the most rudimentary yet direct approach, brutally opening the coffins. However, the efficiency of a solitary individual prying open over 100 coffins was far from satisfactory. Tiger talisman, open. With a mere thought, Jiang Lu's body instantaneously divided into two. The virtuous Jiang Lu and the malevolent Jiang Lu stood side by side once more. The virtuous Jiang Lu surveyed the surroundings. A hint of concern etched on his face. With so many coffins, there must be zombies within. We need to proceed with caution. The malevolent Jiang Lu, however, scoffed, casting a sinister glance at his virtuous counterpart. Humph. Kindness is indeed a burden. The virtuous Jiang Lu frowned, retorting, "You and I are one. How can you speak of burdens?" The malevolent Jiang Lu pointed accusingly at the virtuous Jiang Lu. "Look at the foolish deeds you've committed. That large frog, a mere puppet you conjured, dare to ride on your head? Had it been me, I would have devised a way to eliminate it long ago. And that ice-cold girl, playing the innocent? She clearly harbors secrets yet refuses to divulge them. And with her family's wealth, why haven't you considered abducting her for ransom? And your gambling father, he's a disaster waiting to happen. With your newfound abilities, why do you still allow him to linger? Just chop him up and feed him to the fish. And that little Bradley Mao, how dare he threaten you? You should seize the opportunity to get close to him and inflict some real harm. Break his limbs and torment him slowly. And that old schemer, Zhong Yikuan. Enough. The virtuous Jiang Lu interrupted sharply, anger blazing in his eyes. I am not you. I refuse to become you, even if good and evil are separated. I have my own principles. The malevolent Jiang Lu sneered coldly. Principles? Huh. To deal with villains, one must be even more ruthless. Your maternal compassion will ultimately lead to your demise. However, he shifted his tone, laced with a subtle, eerie temptation. When you find yourself cornered, you will inevitably think of me and seek my aid. At that moment, you will beg me to assist you with these sordid tasks. The virtuous Jiang Lu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. It's futile to discuss this now. Let's open the coffins. We must uncover clues and escape this place. The malevolent Jiang Lu snorted disdainfully, falling silent as he turned toward the nearest coffin. The two began to act independently. The virtuous Jiang Lu opened a coffin, revealing yet another zombie within. Without hesitation, he clapped his left hand, transformed into a guinea pig. After a puff of white smoke, a fuzzy little guinea pig scurried about in the coffin in a panic. He opened another coffin, transformed into a rabbit. A snow-white rabbit leaped out. Yet another, transformed into a teacup dog. A tiny dog, no larger than a palm, yapped adorably. His pace in opening the coffins was steady, albeit slow, as he transformed each zombie into harmless, docile little creatures. In stark contrast, the malevolent Zhang Lu displayed far greater efficiency. With brute force, he nearly kicked the coffin lid open. As the zombie sat up, he struck with a surge of malice, transformed into a piranha. With a splash, a ferocious piranha, teeth bared, thrashed wildly within the coffin, transformed into a pufferfish, transformed into a sunfish. He specifically targeted creatures that would struggle to survive outside their aquatic environment. The entire 6th level was suddenly filled with an uproar. On one side, there were the sounds of various furry creatures, while on the other, the splashes of numerous fish created a cacophony reminiscent of a chaotic zoo intertwined with an aquarium. After half an hour, both individuals halted their movements almost simultaneously. They found themselves standing before the final sarcophagus, tucked away in the far corner. All the surrounding coffins had been opened, revealing either docile little animals or struggling aquatic beings. Yet nothing resembling a clue could be found. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. Shan Jianglu took a deep breath and placed his hand upon the cold lid of the coffin. At that moment, Yi Jianglu also reached out, pressing his hand on the opposite side of the sarcophagus. Shan Jianglu was taken aback and turned to Yi Jianglu, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, you're still here?" He instinctively inquired. Yi Jianglu regarded him as if he were a fool, his tone laced with irritation. "Have you lost your mind? Am I not you? What are you rambling about with these fredgelord ghost tales?" Shan Jianglu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, withdrew his hand. "Oh, I forgot." He steadied his mind, focusing intently on the last coffin before them. "Open," he commanded in a low voice, as both Shan and Yi Jianglu exerted their strength with both hands. Creaking, the heavy lid was slowly pushed aside. To their astonishment, the interior was completely empty. No zombies, no monsters. Only a letter lying quietly at the bottom of the coffin alongside a complex Luban lock constructed from 15 tightly interlocked slender strips of wood. A surge of joy filled Shan Jiangliu's heart as he eagerly bent down to retrieve the letter and the Luban lock. He could hardly contain his excitement as he tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter within. Yi Jianglu leaned in closer. The handwriting was ancient and somewhat hasty. "Well done. To have reached this place, it appears you have unraveled the constrained dragon dilemma I have set, discerning the subtle mysteries of the Yaochen reversal array through the arrangement of the coffins. However, do you know? To open this coffin is to trigger the array's focal point. Within 60 breaths, all the 100 coffins here will open. A horde of hare zombies will swarm forth. You must solve this 1,000-mechanism lock and obtain its key within, lest you fall prey to the ravenous horde before you can escape. Otherwise, not even the deities can save you. Ha 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 ha. The constrained dragon dilemma? The Yaochen reversal array? A siege by hare zombies?" Shan Jianglu held the letter, glanced down at the intricately crafted Luban lock, then surveyed the surrounding zombies he had transformed into small creatures. He scratched his head in confusion and exchanged a glance with Yi Jianglu before speaking. "Why do I feel that the situation isn't as dire as it seems? Divide our line, brothers. I've seen the many negative reviews and have made a special effort to update a chapter overnight. I want to address the protagonist's performance and the pressure of battle. In the early stages, the protagonist does seem somewhat lacking, but this serves to highlight the emergence of a malevolent persona created by the tiger talisman in reality. So, anticipate that. This work is neither a tale of tormenting the protagonist nor purely a gratifying narrative. If you have some spare time, please lend a hand to boost my ratings. Thank you all." Chapter 57. The deaf and the blind Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song ascended the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a heavy scent of powder mingled with a musty aroma of aged wood. The 2nd floor was modest in size, arranged akin to an ancient lady's boudoir. An exquisitely carved wooden bed stood in the center, while a dressing table adorned with a brass mirror and boxes of rouge lay nearby, accompanied by a quaint candlestick quietly flickering with flame. The walls were embellished with a collection of over a dozen portraits of elegant women. In these paintings, the ladies either gazed longingly from a balcony, shielded their faces with fans, or gently plucked the strings of a zither, each displaying a distinct posture. Under the wavering candlelight, the eyes and brows of the painted figures seemed to possess a hint of an elusive smile. "Brother Kuan, something feels amiss. Are there no spirits on the second floor?" Yin Song queried, rubbing his still buzzing ears and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Zhong Ikuan's gaze swiftly swept across the room. "Let us split up and investigate. I will examine the dressing table and the candlestick. You keep an eye on those paintings." "Understood," Yin Song replied, cautiously approaching the nearest portrait of a lady. The woman in the painting donned a pale green dress and held a round fan, her expression gentle and serene. Yin Song leaned closer, scrutinizing the paper and pigments for any abnormalities. Just as he focused intently, an unexpected transformation occurred. The lady's warm smile contorted into a grotesque grimace. Her once delicate features twisted into a terrifying visage. Her hollow eyes abruptly opened wide, locking onto Yin Song with an unyielding gaze. Holy! Yin Song was seized by terror, and instinctively, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. Whoosh! The painting ignited instantly. Yet, the flames did not consume the canvas. Rather, they appeared to enrage the entity within. A cacophony akin to tearing fabric erupted as all the portraits simultaneously emitted a piercing sound. The paper quivered violently. Ethereal figures of women, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, burst forth from the frames like vengeful spirits breaking free from their shackles, wailing as they flew toward Yin Song and Zhong Ikuan. "Be cautious," Zhong Ikuan shouted, retreating swiftly, narrowly evading a ghostly claw aimed at his face. However, Yin Song was less fortunate, as he stood closest to the painting and was immediately surrounded by 3 or 4 spectral figures. The icy claws shrieked toward him. He desperately dodged, yet soon found himself marked with several deep wounds, exuding dark mist. The agonizing pain forced a muffled groan from him. "The painting is the essence. Destroy the painting. Ordinary fire is ineffective," Zhong Ikuan exclaimed. He glanced around, his gaze locking onto the burning candlestick atop the dressing table. The dim, yellow flame now radiated a peculiar energy, capable of searing malevolent spirits. Like lightning, he lunged toward the candlestick. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, the swiftest of the spectral figures appeared above the candlestick, as if teleporting. She opened her ethereal mouth and blew fiercely at the flame. Puff! The candlelight extinguished in an instant. The entire boudoir was plunged into darkness. Curse it! Zhong Ikuan's heart sank. He immediately attempted to reignite the flame. But whether using a lighter or a fire stick, the wick remained inert, refusing to reignite even a flicker. A deadlock. The ghostly figures were fully awakened. The candlelight was extinguished. The only weapon capable of restraining them has been lost. Ah, the anguished cries of Yin Song resound. He is besieged by several painting ghosts, sustaining new injuries, his movements growing increasingly sluggish, on the brink of collapse. Zhong Ikuan's gaze sharpens, a fleeting look of determination crossing his face. He hesitates no longer and swiftly retrieves an item from his wrapped panel. It is the ghostly talisman he extracted from the depths of the mine in Dajin City. At this moment, the talisman has been reduced to the size of a palm, held tightly in his hand. Kung Ge. No! Yin Song, upon seeing the talisman, feels his pupils constrict, and despite his injuries, he hoarsely shouts, "That thing has already captured 5 malevolent spirits. The dream space within it could collapse at any moment. If we capture another, and the dream collapses." Zhong Ikuan appears to disregard Yin Song's warning. His expression remains cold as he raises the shrunken talisman before him, murmuring incantations in a low, obscure tone. There are no earth-shattering lights, nor deafening sounds. Only a visible vortex, resembling a gray mist, begins to swirl and expand from the center of the talisman. An uncanny phenomenon occurs. The once frenzied, painting ghosts, shrieking incessantly, suddenly come to a halt, as if ensnared by invisible threads. Their ethereal forms tremble violently, contorting in agony and fear. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions reverberate. One by one, the bodies of the painting ghosts erupt into nothingness, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. As they vanish, the lady portraits hanging on the walls ignite, swiftly turning to ash. In the blink of an eye, the entire boudoir is left with only the painting that Yin Song had scorched with flames still hanging on the wall. In the air, only one elusive painting ghost remains. The center of the gray vortex targets her. The ghost emits a piercing, desperate wail, then transforms into a twisted shadow, forcefully drawn in and devoured by the gray vortex. The shadow struggles frantically, yet to no avail. Ultimately, it vanishes entirely within the talisman. Once the devouring is complete, the gray vortex retracts into the talisman. A faint, dim glow flits across the surface of the talisman before it resumes its tranquility. Zhong Yikuan's body jolts violently. His complexion turns as pale as parchment. He tightly shuts his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily retracts the talisman into his space, then sits cross-legged on the ground, his breath becoming rapid and disordered, his entire being seemingly entranced in stillness. Kun Ge. Yin Song struggles to crawl beside Zhong Yikuan. Witnessing his ashen face and tightly closed eyes, his own eyes instantly welling with tears. His voice quivers with sorrow and self-reproach. Kun Ge, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so reckless. I brought this upon you. He understands that Zhong Yikuan, by forcefully activating this perilous talisman, has already plunged his consciousness into the dream space within. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable doom. On the 6th level, Shan Jianglu squats on the ground, drenched in sweat, his fingers incessantly manipulating the intricate Luban lock made of 15 slender wooden strips. He furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "This piece, no, this one should go this way." Fool! Standing beside him, the disdainful Yi Jianglu crossed his arms, watching him with contempt. "You've been fumbling for ages. Can't even open a simple lock. What use are you?" Without lifting his head, Shan Jianglu retorted, "If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Aren't our intellects shared equally? If I can't open it, can you?" With a swift motion, Yi Jianglu snatched the Luban lock from Shan Jianglu's hands, declaring, "The only thing shared is our baseline intelligence, but wisdom lies in its application." Ignoring Shan Jianglu, he bent down to examine the Luban lock in his grasp. His gaze was intense, his fingers deftly manipulating the wooden pieces. It was evident that his movements were far more proficient than those of Shan Jianglu. Shan Jianglu pouted, feeling disgruntled but resigned to merely observe. Time ticked by, and the promised 1-minute deadline mentioned in the letter had long since elapsed by over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a crisp click resonated. A triumphant smile spread across Yi Jianglu's face as the intricately designed Luban lock disassembled before him. 15 wooden strips sprang apart like obedient soldiers, scattering across the ground. "It's open. Wow. Impressive, brother," Shan Jianglu exclaimed, leaping with joy and slapping Yi Jianglu on the shoulder. "You're nothing short of a genius." Yi Jianglu stumbled slightly from the impact, retaliating with a hearty slap on Shan Jianglu's back, laughing heartily, "Ha! You are me, and I am you. We are both geniuses." The two embraced each other, exchanging praises, lost in the euphoria of overcoming the challenge, entirely oblivious to the time limit stipulated in the letter. Indeed, while good and evil can be distinguished, the essence of narcissism is etched deep within one's bones. As the Luban lock was finally undone, a staircase leading downward to the 5th floor revealed itself along the edges of the 6-layered wall. The two, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, cheerfully descended the steps towards the 5th floor. As they traversed the spiraling stone staircase, the light grew increasingly dim. Upon entering the 5th level, Shan Jianglu was suddenly engulfed in darkness. All light vanished in an instant. "What is happening?" Startled, he turned to Yi Jianglu and exclaimed, "Hey, Jianglu, I can't see. It feels like this level has robbed me of my sight. Can you see anything?" To his dismay, Yi Jianglu shouted irritably, Stop flapping your lips without making a sound. Are you pretending to be mute? I can't hear you. Shan Jianglu was taken aback, then quickly realized that while he had lost his sight, Yi Jianglu had lost his hearing. The trial of the 5th level was to strip them of their senses. He immediately focused his mind and summoned the power of the Tiger Talisman. With a hum, the duality of good and evil merged instantaneously. Sight and sound returned. Jianglu shook his head to readjust to his restored senses, becoming instantly vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him took his breath away. No longer a stone chamber or a boudoir. He found himself in a twisted and terrifying infernal landscape. Beneath my feet lies not a stone slab, but rather a writhing expanse reminiscent of decaying entrails, slick with viscous substances and veined with crimson. Raising my gaze, I beheld a colossal depiction of the human gastrointestinal system, undulating ominously as the ceiling above. A fetid stench assailed my senses. Even more horrifying, the walls and ground around me were fracturing incessantly. Countless withered, putrid arms, stained with foul blood, emerged from the crevices, frantically clawing at the air. At the very heart of this infernal tableau, a figure stood silently, a mere 20 meters from Jianglu. This being could scarcely be deemed human. Its skin had been entirely stripped away, revealing beneath a vibrant, writhing mass of muscle, interlaced with nerves and blood vessels. It bore no eyelids. 2 murky eyeballs were laid bare to the atmosphere. Gradually, it raised its head, and a voice, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, infiltrated Jianglu's mind. The blind perceive the truth, the deaf witness reality. Outside the demon-locked tower, Xin Yuan Zhangwo circled a stone tablet inscribed with 2 right handprints, having traversed its perimeter numerous times. He intermittently crouched to scrutinize the patterns of the prints, then stood to gesture animatedly. Raking his disheveled hair, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Approaching the stone tablet, his expression turned gravely serious. He extended his right hand, cautiously pressing it into the recessed left handprint. Then, he flipped his left hand over, palm facing outward, firmly placing it onto the similarly indented right handprint. The moment his left hand made contact, the tablet quaked violently. The ancient patterns etched upon its surface suddenly blazed to life. Chapter 58. Conquering the 5th level. In the 5th level of the demon-locked tower, the putrid, writhing ground was a grotesque sight. From the fissures in the walls and floor, grotesque creatures known as summoning ghosts emerged, their exposed flesh emanating a foul stench, multiplying like zombies bursting forth from the earth, swiftly saturating the entire 5th level. Strangely, these newly emerged summoning ghosts did not immediately lunge at Jianglu. Instead, they moved slowly, encircling the initially speaking skinless ghost, as if to protect it. Only the 2 summoning ghosts closest to Jianglu remained fixated on him, their limbs poised and ready. Jianglu's expression grew grave, cautioning him against any form of negligence. With a concentrated thought, he retrieved the golden Nepali curved blade from his retinal sheath, the cold touch providing him a semblance of reassurance. Simultaneously, he quietly summoned the residual power of the rabbit talisman within him, preparing for the imminent assault he sensed approaching. Roar! The 2 summoning ghosts sprang into action. Like 2 bolts of crimson lightning, they shrieked towards Jianglu from either side. His pupils constricted as he activated the rabbit talisman in an instant. His body transformed into a blurred afterimage, narrowly evading the left ghost's claw. In that same moment, he wielded the golden Nepali blade, striking fiercely toward the neck of the ghost on his right. Swish! The blade passed effortlessly through the ghost's ethereal form, as though cleaving through air. What? Jianglu's heart sank in shock. Physical attacks proved ineffective. Just as he regained his footing, the left ghost attacked again. Its sharp claws lunged for his heart. Jianglu's gaze sharpened. No longer willing to engage head-on, he swiftly lowered his body, executing a powerful sweeping kick aimed at the ghost's lower region. He recalled how effective the big frog's downward kick was against humanoid targets. Thud! His leg passed through the ghost's form without resistance. Immediately, a more intense burning sensation surged through his leg. Ugh! Jianglu gasped in pain, staggering backward. Looking down, he found his pant leg scorched, his skin red and blistered, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Damn! Jiang Lu could not suppress an expletive, his face paling in distress. How could they ignore physical attacks and even reflect damage? How was he meant to contend with this? Relying solely on the speed granted by the rabbit talisman, he evaded and danced around the two summoning ghosts, his mind racing to devise a solution. Just then, from the stairway leading to the 6th level, the sound of hurried footsteps pierced the atmosphere. Damn it! Here comes Xian Yuan Jiangwo. His boisterous voice echoed throughout the 5th level, a stark contrast to the chaos. Breathless, he appeared at the stairway, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the skinless summoning ghosts. What the hell? Boss, you're hosting a full frontal silver party here without inviting me. Instantly, the two summoning ghosts that had been relentlessly pursuing Jiang Lu seemed drawn to the loud newcomer, abandoning Jiang Lu without hesitation as their crimson eyes shifted towards Xian Yuan Jiangwo, growling as they charged at him. Damn! Jiang Lu cursed under his breath. This guy couldn't have arrived at a worse time. But his reactions were swifter. The rabbit talisman erupted, and in an instant, Jiang Lu dashed to the side of Xian Yuan Jiangwo. With a swift motion, he placed his left hand on Xian Yuan Jiangwo's shoulder. Poof! A flash of white smoke enveloped them. Xian Yuan Jiangwo vanished in an instant, replaced by a flapping black bat that screeched in excitement, circling above Jiang Lu's head. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Lu evaded the grasp of the summoned spirits once more. He focused intently on the skinless ghost, heavily protected by numerous summoned spirits at its center. The game would not create an unwinnable scenario. The core must lie within it. Jiang Lu quickly analyzed in his mind. These summoned spirits boasted high attack power with reflective damage, but their physical defenses were undoubtedly weak. If he could break through the encirclement and eliminate the skinless ghost, victory would be his. He raised his gaze and commanded the circling bat, "Come down." The bat obediently landed on Jiang Lu's outstretched palm. With a mere thought, he summoned forth again. Poof! Another burst of white smoke, and the bat was replaced by a muscular spotted cheetah. Growl? The cheetah lowly growled, gazing at Jiang Lu with curiosity. Listen, Jiang Lu spoke rapidly. These summoned spirits were swift, but not swifter than the cheetah. Divert those surrounding guards for me. I will find a way to breach and eliminate the skinless one at the center. Without waiting for the cheetah's response, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes as he unleashed the full power of the rabbit talisman. His body transformed into a streak of light, charging fiercely towards the encircled skinless ghost. He moved with astonishing speed, swiftly bypassing the sluggish attempts of several summoned spirits, and reached the edge of the flesh wall. He was merely a few steps away from the central skinless ghost. Yet, the skinless ghost appeared oblivious, seemingly unable to perceive Jiang Lu's proximity. A sense of unease washed over Jiang Lu, but with the arrow knocked, it must be released. He disregarded his reservations and forcefully twisted his body, channeling the terrifying power of the bull talisman into his right leg, striking fiercely at the skinless ghost's head. At that critical moment, roar! A deafening roar of the cheetah. The cheetah surged like a bolt of black lightning from the side, not to divert the guards, but instead, it collided with all its might against Jiang Lu's side. Bang! Caught off guard, Jiang Lu was sent staggering by the powerful impact, his deadly kick grazing the skinless ghost's scalp and missing entirely. What are you doing? Jiang Lu tumbled to the ground to dissipate the force, both startled and enraged as he glared at the cheetah. The skinless ghost abruptly lifted its head, its eyelids trembling violently. Its lipless mouth curled into a malicious arc filled with resentment. It glared at the cheetah that had thwarted its plans, hissing in furious indignation. The surrounding summoned spirits seemed to receive a command, their movements becoming instantaneous and agile. Like sharks detecting blood, they lunged madly towards the cheetah. Observing the skinless ghost's vengeful glare and the abnormal response of the guardian spirits, Jiang Lu's mind erupted with realization. A trap. This was a ruse. The skinless ghost was not the true entity. It was merely bait. Tempting oneself to attack inevitably triggers a counterattack that limits one's actions, allowing the surrounding guardian spirits to swarm. Jiang Lu swiftly evaded the nearby guardian spirits and approached the transformed cheetah, Xinyuan Zhangwo, placing his hand upon its sleek form, while simultaneously activating the monkey talisman once more. In a poof of white smoke, the cheetah vanished, replaced by a vibrant parrot that flapped its wings, emerging from the gaps between the ghostly claws and landing upon Jiang Lu's shoulder. The parrot squawked in a panic, flapping its wings. As Jiang Lu maneuvered rapidly to avoid the two pursuing summoned spirits, he yelled at the parrot perched on his shoulder. "You are a parrot. You can speak. Quickly tell me. What have you discovered?" The parrot tilted its head, its pea-sized eyes blinking. "Big boss, I never expected you to be an animagus. Also, I wanted to mention when you turned me into a bat. As a bat, I can hear various frequencies of vibrations." It flapped its wings again, its tone urgent. "I heard that among the two ghosts that attacked you at the beginning, one of them, it has a thump-thump-thump sound inside, like a heartbeat. It's faint, but it's there. The other spirits, including the one in the middle that lacks skin, have no sound at all. That seems suspicious to me. The one in the middle is likely a decoy. The blind hear the heartbeat. The deaf find the target." The parrot's words were like a sudden enlightenment. In an instant, Jiang Lu was awakened. So that was it. He finally comprehended the true meaning of this challenge. He understood the hint from the skinless ghost as well. To let the blind hear the heartbeat, to let the deaf find the target. Such an obvious clue that he had failed to grasp. It had utilized the first summoned spirit that attacked him, creating a profound impression of ineffective attacks and counterattacks. Then, it feigned a vulnerable body that needed protection, luring him to strike at the false target. Once he attacked the decoy, not only would it trigger a counterattack, but it would also instantly activate the frenzy of all guardian spirits. Meanwhile, the true body lay concealed among the two summoned spirits that had initially attacked him. Only one of them had a heartbeat. It was a living being. What a cunning scheme. A chill ran down Jiang Lu's spine as he gained a new understanding of the difficulty of the A-rank dungeon. No longer hesitating, his gaze abruptly locked onto the two relentless pursuing summoned spirits. As he clumsily dodged their attacks, he subtly drew the battlefield towards the direction of those two spirits. The distance grew shorter. The two summoned spirits seemed oblivious to Jiang Lu's intent, continuing their fierce assault. Jiang Lu exchanged a glance with the parrot on his shoulder, their eyes meeting in a moment of tacit understanding. The parrot grasped the situation, suddenly soaring high into the air, precisely flying above one of the summoned spirits, circling and emitting a sharp cry. "That is it!" Jiang Lu roared inwardly. The power of the rabbit talisman erupted without reservation. His body left a lingering afterimage in place. Whoosh! He instantly appeared before the summoned spirit, marked by the parrot. The summoned specter seemed to become aware of something. A flicker of human-like horror flashing in its crimson eyes. It attempted to retreat to block, but it was already too late. Jiang Lu's right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, wielded no weapon. The terrifying power of the ox talisman coalesced entirely at his fingertips, aimed directly at the heart nestled within the specter's chest. A soft sound echoed. Jiang Lu's palm effortlessly pierced through its body, precisely seizing the feebly pulsating heart. With such low defenses, as expected, a glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Lu's eyes. He exerted immense force with his fingers. With a squelch, that fragile heart was crushed in an instant within his grasp. A piercing scream erupted from the specter's mouth. Its entire form seemed to be drained of all strength, convulsing violently. Following that, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the entire fifth layer of hell, the writhing viscera of the ground, the repulsive gastrointestinal ceiling, the countless ghostly hands protruding from the walls and floor, instantly began to twist, collapse, and dissipate as if the delete key had been pressed. In mere moments, all the horrific illusions vanished without a trace. The fifth layer restored its original appearance. In the corner of the stone chamber, a dimly lit staircase leading down to the fourth layer was revealed. Chapter 59. Gambling in the second level of the Demon Lock Tower, Yen Song anxiously paced beside Zhong Yikuan, awaiting his awakening. When Zhong finally opened his eyes, Yin let out a sigh of relief and inquired, Brother Cohen, how do you feel? Zhong Yikuan shook his head, responding, I am fine. That ghost is quite peculiar. It is a part of the ghost painting. I forcibly dragged it into the dream realm, which proved to be rather troublesome. It took considerable effort to alter its perception. Yin Song continued, my injuries have mostly healed. Can you still move? Shall I carry you? Zhong Yikuan shook his head and rose, no need. Let us proceed to the next level. He gazed at the staircase leading to the third level, then glanced at the desolate ghost painting. It remained uncertain whether the painting itself or the lady within it was the true entity. After severing the connection between the lady and the ghost painting, the staircase to the third level had automatically opened. The two ascended toward the staircase leading to the third level. Upon entering, they found the space comparable in size to the second level, approximately several dozen square meters. The lighting remained dim, and the entire area was barren, save for a solitary wooden table covered in dust at its center. Beside the table stood a figure. The moment Yin Song discerned the figure, he instinctively stepped back, his stomach churning. This could hardly be described as a human. It hunched over, resembling a grotesque shrimp. Its left arm was severed at the shoulder. The wound a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Where eyes should have been were merely two dark, oozing cavities, leaking pus and blood. Its mouth was filled with teeth that resembled rotten corn kernels, a ghastly mix of yellow and black. Most repulsive were the patches of skin exposed beneath its tattered clothing, riddled with sores of various sizes, oozing yellow-green pus. The entire being emanated a suffocating and rancid stench. A raspy laugh escaped the creature's lips, as it seemed to sense their presence. Its hideous head turned toward them. Ah, you've arrived? No need to rush into action, even if you kill me. You cannot ascend to the fourth floor. Can it communicate? Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song exchanged a glance. Having endured the perils of the second level, Yin Song had learned from experience and, suppressing his nausea, stood half a step behind Zhong Yikuan, awaiting instructions. A faint smile appeared on Zhong Yikuan's face. What a coincidence. I too am not fond of violence. So, how would you like to proceed? Gamble. The hunchbacked ghost's voice was tinged with excitement. Whether you can ascend depends entirely on luck. Do you dare? Gamble? Zhong Yikuan raised an intrigued eyebrow. Cards? Dice? Or perhaps boring. I am weary of those games. The hunchbacked ghost interrupted impatiently. Let's engage in something truly thrilling. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? Purilak. Yin Song furrowed his brows, instinctively sensing something amiss. Zhong Yikuan maintained his smile. All right, what are the rules? Best of 5 rounds. The hunchbacked ghost extended its remaining hand, covered in sores, gesturing, if you win. I will open the staircase for you to ascend to the 4th floor. If you lose, its decayed hand slowly pointed at Yin Song. I want his hair. Such beautiful hair. Yin Song was taken aback, instinctively running his fingers through his meticulously groomed, still fairly thick hair. Is it hair? The cost seems rather trivial. The voice of the hunchbacked figure dripped with greed. Yes, indeed, it is hair. Win, and you ascend. Lose, and you forfeit your hair. Fair enough. Zhong Yikuan pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. Yin Song, indulge him. Although Yin Song harbored numerous doubts, his trust in Zhong Yikuan was unwavering. He approached the wooden table, standing face to face with the foul-smelling hunchback. Rock, paper, scissors, Yin Song declared, simultaneously making his move. Scissors. The hunchback chose rock. Yin Song lost. Rock, paper, scissors. In the second round, Yin Song played paper. The hunchback countered with scissors. Yin Song lost again. Rock, paper, scissors. In the third round, gritting his teeth, Yin Song opted for paper once more. The hunchback still played scissors. A threefold defeat. He. I have won, haven't I? The hunchback cackled harshly, his decayed hand reaching out towards Yin Song. Yin Song felt a chill run through his scalp. Instinctively, he touched the top of his head, bald as a cue ball. His once lush hair had vanished without a trace in an instant. Simultaneously, the hunchback's festering head sprouted a luxurious mane. The hunchback triumphantly tossed his new hair. Shall we continue, young man? Yin Song stared at his own smooth, bare head. He turned to Zhong Yikuan, who remained expressionless, seemingly deep in thought. Yin Song, feeling a surge of defiance, spoke up. A wager. What shall we bet this time? The hunchback stroked his new locks. This time, I desire a set of good teeth. He opened his decayed mouth to continue. You may choose to win back your hair, or simply allow me to unlock the staircase. Yin Song touched his mouth, gritting his teeth. Unlock the door. If I win, open the door for me. Splendid. A bold choice. The hunchback cackled. Let us begin. The second round of the game commenced. Rock, paper, scissors. Yin Song chose rock. The hunchback selected paper. Loss. Rock, paper, scissors. Yin Song played scissors. The hunchback chose rock. Loss. Rock, paper, scissors. Yin Song opted for paper. The hunchback played scissors. Another clean and decisive threefold defeat. Young man, you have lost once more. The hunchback's tone dripped with mockery. He raised his hand again, reaching towards Yin Song. Yin Song felt a void in his mouth. His tongue glided over his gums. Smooth as silk, his once healthy teeth had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the hunchback's rotten mouth now gleamed with a set of pristine, white teeth. Hee, splendid teeth. Truly splendid. The hunchback clacked his new teeth together, producing a crisp sound. Shall we continue? At this moment, Yin Song fully grasped the situation. This was not mere luck. The hunchback was undoubtedly cheating. Yet, he could not discern how the trickery was accomplished. He turned to Zhong Yikuan. Zhong Yikuan's gaze had also grown cold. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yin Song. In this round, I shall take the lead. What do you desire next? The hunchbacked ghost eagerly interjected. You? Very well. I demand a flawless human skin. Upon hearing this, Yin Song's expression shifted dramatically. This time, Brother Kuan, please, let me handle this. I'm already in this state. If I lack skin, then so be it. Zhong Yikuan did not turn around, but merely raised his hand to silence Yin Song. He fixed his gaze upon the hunchbacked ghost's vacant eye sockets and slowly stated, the stakes are uneven. My entire skin in exchange for his arm, plus the key to the door. The hunchbacked ghost appeared momentarily stunned, then erupted into a more piercing laughter. Ha ha, how intriguing. Very well. I accept your terms. Your entire skin for one arm and the door key. Fair enough. Let's proceed. The two took their positions. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhong Yikuan chose paper. The hunchbacked ghost chose scissors. The hunchbacked ghost prevailed. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhong Yikuan again chose paper. The hunchbacked ghost once more chose scissors. The hunchbacked ghost triumphed again. Yin Song watched with bated breath, his heart lodged in his throat. He fixated on Zhong Yikuan's hand, then glanced at the hunchbacked ghost's gnarled hand that seemed to foresee the outcome, his feelings of despair intensifying. Rock, paper, scissors. The third round. Zhong Yikuan's gesture was still paper, yet the hunchbacked ghost's hand, as in the previous rounds, remained scissors. A three-time defeat. You have lost. The hunchbacked ghost's voice held little joy, as if aware that the outcome had long been sealed. Chapter 60. The Monkey Curse. It is finished. Brother Kuan has also lost. Yin Song's heart plummeted to the abyss. He had never witnessed Zhong Yikuan outmaneuvered in wit. This was a first. The hunchback specter, with its festering hand, triumphantly raised it, clawing at the air in Zhong Yikuan's direction. However, the horrifying scene of Zhong Yikuan's skin being stripped did not materialize. Yin Song beside him suddenly gasped in shock. He felt an indescribable, eerie sensation of peeling wash over him like a wave. Looking down, he saw the once healthy skin on his arms and chest vanish, as if an invisible scalpel had sliced through, revealing the vibrant, vascular, and muscular flesh beneath. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked specter's oozing sores shriveled visibly, disappearing entirely. In their place, a smooth, healthy sheen of skin emerged. Though it appeared grotesque alongside its ugly head and body, it reveled in the newfound skin. Why him? Zhong Yikuan's voice lost its customary calm, tinged with anger. The hunchbacked specter ceased its caress, wheezing. I never specified whose skin I wanted. This young lad's skin is so tender. It is precisely what I desire. Is there a problem? Yin Song, Suppressing the chill of his exposed body, spoke Brother Kuan. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit cool." Zhong Yikuan took a deep breath. He turned away from Yin Song, refocusing on the hunchback specter. "Continue." The specter seemed to relish Zhong Yikuan's fury, leisurely replying, "All right, however, what I desire next will be quite costly." Zhong Yikuan's voice turned icy. "Your eyes?" "Eyes?" The hunchback specter scoffed, shaking its head. "I have no use for such things. I want your brain." "Brother Kuan." "No!" Yin Song exclaimed in horror. Zhong Yikuan raised a hand to silence him. Fixing his gaze on the hunchback specter, "What is your wager?" "Open the door." The hunchback specter pointed toward the stairs to the 4th floor. "Plus, I will return all the trophies I previously won. Hair, teeth, arms, and this fine skin. How does that sound? Quite sincere, wouldn't you agree?" Zhong Yikuan's voice remained frigid. "Not enough. I want your life." The hunchback specter appeared momentarily taken aback by the sudden demand. "The stakes are not equal." "Not equal?" Zhong Yikuan stepped forward, pressing the issue. "You have meticulously schemed, using Yin Song as bait, to provoke me step by step. Your ultimate goal is this brain of mine, is it not? I refuse to believe you would decline such an opportunity to acquire it. Bet your life for what you desire most is fair." The hunchback specter fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, it let out a raspy laugh. "Ha! I am increasingly fond of your brain. I accept your wager. My life against your brain." "Brother Kuan." Yin Song's voice carried a note of despair. He wished to say more, but Zhong Yikuan silenced him with a glance. "Let's begin." Zhong Yikuan's voice regained its tranquility, as if the earlier fury had never existed. He clasped his hands behind his back. "Stone, scissors, cloth." The hunchback ghost was the first to call out the command, simultaneously revealing its choice. "Stone." "Zong Yikuan shoes siso." A loss. "Stone, scissors, cloth." In the second round, the hunchbacked ghost selected scissors. "Zong Yikuan shoes krut." Another defeat. The score instantly soared to 2 o'clock. The hunchbacked ghost needed merely one more victory to claim Zhong Yikuan's brain. Yin Song's heart raced, his nails digging deep into his palm. The third round. "Stone, scissors, cloth." The command rang out. The hunchbacked ghost revealed stone. Zhong Yikuan revealed cloth. Cloth covers stone. Zhong Yikuan wins. He won. Yin Song could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. A look of astonishment and incredulity finally graced the hunchbacked ghost's grotesque face. It gazed at its own stone and then at Zhong Yikuan's cloth, as if struggling to comprehend. Without a moment's pause, Zhong Yikuan placed his hand behind his back once more. "Stone, scissors, cloth." The hunchbacked ghost hesitated noticeably before revealing. Once again, stone. Zhong Yikuan revealed, still cloth. Another victory. The score was now even. 2-2. The hunchbacked ghost was in utter disarray. It seemed that cold sweat seeped from beneath its newly acquired skin. It realized it could no longer fathom Zhong Yikuan. "Are you frightened?" Zhong Yikuan's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Did you think that by reading minds, you could remain invincible forever? How could you know?" The hunchback ghost's voice trembled with terror. Zhong Yikuan calmly explained. "When Yin Song played with you, I truly could not discern your moves. Your strikes were flawless, even faster than his reactions, as if you could always anticipate. This transcended mere skill and psychological warfare. Then how did you discover it?" The hunchbacked ghost pressed. Zhong Yikuan adjusted his glasses, stating, "Did you not notice the lengthening thinking time before my strikes during our matches? Furthermore, whenever I deliberately slowed my thought process, your response time correspondingly lagged. This sufficiently proves that your anticipation relies on reading my thoughts prior to my strikes." The hunchbacked ghost fell silent for a moment, its voice tinged with reluctance. "Humph. Even if you know, what does it matter? Even if you can completely empty your mind, we are still 50-50. 50-50? A cold smile crept onto Zhong Yikuan's lips. "What if I could think of an incorrect answer before striking?" The hunchbacked ghost vehemently denied. "Impossible. Human thought and action are unified. How could you think of stone yet strike cloth?" Zhong Yikuan, with a hint of mockery, replied, "Isn't that precisely the reason you desire my brain? Now, it is your turn to guess. He placed his hand behind his back once again. Stone. Scissors. Cloth. The hunchback ghost was utterly flustered. Its mind-reading ability seemed to have failed in that moment. It could only rely on instinct and panic to strike again. Stone. Zhong Yiquan chose still cloth. Cloth covers stone. Victory. 3 consecutive wins. No. The hunchback's specter emitted a piercing scream. In its terrified gaze, the smooth skin it had recently acquired began to recede like a receding tide. Yin Song's lost hair, teeth, and arms returned to him as if time had reversed. Yin Song looked at his restored body in astonishment, rendered speechless by his excitement. Meanwhile, the hunchback's specter's body began to crack and crumble, as if all support had been withdrawn. Pustules resurfaced, and its skin rapidly rotted and peeled away. It writhed in agony, ultimately transforming into ash amidst a mournful wail of despair. At that moment, a staircase leading to the 4th level silently revealed itself in the corner. Yin Song, touching the body parts he thought he had lost forever, exclaimed in a flurry of excitement. Brother Kuan, we have won. The A-level dungeon is about to be cleared. Zhong Yiquan adjusted his glasses, his expression remaining stoic. Do not rejoice too soon. The situation with Jiang Lu is unclear, and that little chubby fellow by his side. The variables he brings are far more significant than yours. Yin Song's excitement faltered, and he sighed in resignation. Indeed. That teammate of his is truly a major headache. Zhong Yiquan cast him a sidelong glance, as if to say, do you think you're any different? Let us proceed. Without further ado, Zhong Yiquan led the way towards the staircase to the 4th level, waiting for them on the upper floor. Time shifted back half an hour. On the 4th level of the Demon Lock Tower, the space was more expansive than the lower levels, with relatively brighter lighting. In the central area stood a black stone tablet, nearly identical to the one outside the tower, clearly engraved with 2 sunken right handprints. Upon entering the 4th level, Jiang Lu and Xinyuan Zhangwo immediately noticed the tablet. Big boss, look, it's the same as the one outside. Xinyuan Zhangwo excitedly pointed at the stone tablet. If we press it, will it teleport us out to clear the level? Jiang Lu quickly approached the tablet, scrutinizing it carefully. Both he and Xinyuan Zhangwo pressed their palms against the stone, but nothing happened. It won't work. Jiang Lu retracted his hand, frowning slightly. It seemed this was not the exit. Xinyuan Zhangwo, feeling a bit deflated, asked, What now? We wait. Jiang Lu stated succinctly, sitting down against the wall beside the tablet, closing his eyes to rest. He believed that Zhong Yiquan would certainly be able to clear the level and reach the 4th floor. However, Xinyuan Zhangwo could not remain idle. He circled the tablet several times before leaning closer to Jiang Lu, whispering mysteriously, Big boss, can I ask you something? Jiang Lu did not even lift his eyelids. Speak. Are you the Holy Lord? Xinyuan Zhangwo's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Look, your abilities perfectly align with the 12 talismans. Jiang Lu finally opened his eyes, casting a glance at him. Oh? You observe quite closely. What do you intend to convey? Xinyuan Zhangwo immediately patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, big boss. My lips are sealed. I will absolutely not divulge anything. He leaned in even closer, lowering his voice further. Actually, I have a secret too. I have a cheat. Oh, Jiang Lu's interest was piqued, sitting up straight. Do tell. Xinyuan Zhangwo's face revealed a sense of nostalgia as he recalled. I remember when I was 10 years old, I stumbled upon a black notebook. The cover inscribed, with Death Note. Being so young, my first instinct was to write my name in it. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, encouraging him to continue. Xinyuan Zhangwo scratched his head. After writing my name, I turned to the second page, which stated that this was a death note, and anyone whose name was inscribed would meet their demise. Jiang Lu, somewhat exasperated, inquired, and then? Xinyuan Zhangwo chuckled. How clever I was. I immediately dragged my father to the police station to change my name. I altered it to the present name, Xinyuan Zhangwo. Huh, that wretched notebook became ineffective. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. So what was your name before? Xinyuan Zhangwo replied, Xinyuan Luo Chuan, but then. All right, enough. Stop right there. Jiang Lu quickly interrupted, wishing to avoid any further absurd tales. Noticing Jiang Lu's skepticism, Xian Yuan Jiangwo grew anxious. Big shot. Please let me finish. Later Jiang Lu, uninterested in his ramblings, suddenly conceived an idea, since you were so intrigued by talismans. How about we test the limits of the monkey talisman? Xian Yuan Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with excitement. What do you have in mind, big shot? What will you transform me into? Jiang Lu stood up, opting for a conventional approach. He concentrated, placing his hand on Xian Yuan Jiangwo. Monkey talisman. Transform. Poof! A billowing cloud of white smoke enveloped them, revealing a majestic tiger with striking features. It let out a thunderous roar. Observing this, Jiang Lu continued to apply the monkey talisman to Xian Yuan Jiangwo, endlessly shifting forms. Lion, polar bear, panda, elephant, rhinoceros. A parade of formidable beasts, all extant in reality, graced the four-dimensional space. Xian Yuan Jiangwo reveled in the experience, adapting to the powers and sensations of each transformation. Big shot! Big shot! Change me back to my original form! Xian Yuan Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly. Let us try something extinct. Transform me into a saber-toothed tiger. Jiang Lu, intrigued, focused his intent. Monkey talisman, saber-toothed tiger. Poof! A creature larger than modern tigers, its muscles rippling, with two enormous fangs protruding, materialized before them. The long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. It released a primal roar, enthusiastically swishing its robust tail. Soon after, reverting to his human form, Xian Yuan Jiangwo, still exhilarated, urged, big shot. Dinosaurs, transform me into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as Jiang Lu contemplated the feasibility of transforming him into a dinosaur, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed. It was Zhong Yikuan and the others arriving. Chapter 61. Hidden mission. Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song ascended to the fourth floor, where they immediately spotted Jiang Lu and Xian Yuan Jiangwo, who had been waiting. A glimmer of surprise flickered in both their eyes. Without pausing, Zhong Yikuan strode towards the central hall, where a stone tablet, nearly identical to its external counterpart, stood. His gaze was sharp as his fingers gently traced the surface of the stone, particularly the two indented handprints, as if he were meticulously measuring something. Meanwhile, Yin Song approached Jiang Lu, admiration evident on his face. Brother Jiang, impressive. You managed to get here before us. How about those challenges on levels 7, 6, and 5? Were they difficult? He recalled his own struggles on the second and third floors, still haunted by the memories. Xian Yuan Jiangwo interjected before Jiang Lu could respond, his voice brimming with self-satisfaction, as easy as flipping a hand. Yin Song's lips twitched in embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile. You really don't need to read that part out loud. Ignoring both of them, Jiang Lu moved closer to Zhong Yikuan, observing his focused examination of the stone tablet. I've tried pressing it, but there is no response. We can't get out. Zhong Yikuan nodded, his fingers still lingering on the edge of the handprints, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, the fourth floor must still hold a genuine challenge yet to be triggered. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly echoed throughout the fourth floor, resonating with the same authority they had heard upon entering the dungeon. Welcome to the final challenge of the Demon Lock Tower. Ants, are you ready to face your ultimate test? An immediate tension enveloped the room as everyone became alert, scanning their surroundings. Another challenge? Jiang Lu furrowed his brow and called out, what kind of test? Clarify. Zhong Yikuan remained fixated on the stone tablet, seemingly unfazed by the voice, as if it were mere background noise. The voice took on a solemn, judgmental tone. The rules are simple. Among the four of you, only two shall survive. Only the victors can activate this tablet and leave the Demon Lock Tower. This fourth floor shall be your battleground. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to a boulder crashing into still waters. Yin Song's expression changed drastically. His body tensed instinctively as he took a half-step back, warily glancing at Jiang Lu and Xian Yuan Jiangwo. Xian Yuan Jiangwo let out a startled cry, darting behind Jiang Lu, peeking out nervously at Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song. Jiang Lu's furrowed brow deepened as he cursed inwardly, realizing the malicious intent behind the A-grade dungeon. Forcing players to turn against each other? He shifted his gaze towards Zhong Yikuan, curious to see how he would respond. Finally, Zhong Yikuan withdrew his gaze from the stone tablet and slowly raised his head, addressing the void from which the voice emanated. This is too obvious. Huh? The other three were taken aback, looking at Zhong Yikuan in confusion. Is there a hidden agenda? Jiang Lu immediately pieced it together. The voice in the air seemed to hesitate momentarily. This is the iron law within the tower. The stone tablet on the 4th floor can only be activated once. The victor must step over the fallen to activate the tablet and escape the tower. Zhong Yikuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. That is not correct. You merely state that the victor may exit the tower, yet you refrain from mentioning that the victor has completed the trial. Do you dare to assert otherwise? Upon the victor's activation of the stone tablet, does it not signify the completion of this so-called ultimate challenge? The voice in the air fell into silence, offering no immediate response. Xinyuan Zhangwo's eyes brightened at these words, and he abruptly interjected, "Why are you silent? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me why." Zhong Yikuan cast a glance at Xinyuan Zhangwo and continued, "Furthermore, at the outset outside the tower, you were provoked by me, betraying your emotions. How could a genuine dungeon guiding system, or the ruler of the demon realm, be so easily incited? And if provoked, why do you not descend punishment? Thus, you are neither a system nor Hades. Your identity in the outside world is self-assigned. You merely followed this little fat boy's words, donning a facade. You." The voice in the air was laced with palpable anger. Zhong Yikuan pressed on without pause, his tone steady. "Moreover, this stone tablet is a counterfeit." He wrapped his fingers against the surface of the tablet, although it was a remarkably precise imitation. The depth of the handprint carved on the stone tablet outside the tower, and its size differed somewhat from this one. One could only say you have been exceedingly careless. Silence. The voice in the air erupted with fury, resonating throughout the entire 4th level. The others clutched their ears tightly. Yet, Zhong Yikuan appeared unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. He continued amidst the deafening roar, "Allow me to guess what exactly you are." He deliberately paused, as if awaiting a reaction. Seeing that the voice did not interrupt again, he slowly resumed, "I surmise that you are the true challenge of this 4th level. Your voice can penetrate the tower layers, yet you cannot directly launch an attack against us. Furthermore, you have been perpetually dishonest. Your power is deception. As long as we believe your lies, they will gain strength and manifest into reality. Am I correct? Silence. You wretched insect. I command you to be silent." The voice in the air was consumed by rage, its roar becoming even more frenzied. Zhong Yikuan's voice, however, pierced through the cacophony like a bullet. Initially, the little fat boy casually mentioned that this was the demon realm, and you immediately climbed aboard, proclaiming yourself Hades. Should we believe you? You might indeed temporarily acquire a fraction of Hades' power. Unfortunately, I am inclined to skepticism regarding all matters, and your deceptions have failed. You claim that each person may pose a single question, intending to gradually foster our belief through truthful answers, laying the groundwork for this ultimate self-destructive lie. In the end, I cautiously posed an offensive question, and though you were clearly enraged, you had no choice but to respond, indicating that you too must adhere to certain rules and cannot disregard inquiries. Now, you declare this to be the ultimate challenge, asserting that we must engage in mutual slaughter until only 2 remain to activate the stone tablet and depart. Should we accept this, mutual slaughter will indeed become our reality. Yet you neglect to mention the completion of the challenge. You merely speak of leaving the locked demon tower. I suspect that once the victor activates the stone tablet, you will weave another lie, ensuring that those 2 remain forever. This series of reasoning unfolds like the layers of an onion, starkly revealing the concealed truth. The entire 4th floor descended into silence, save for the enraged voice echoing through the air, resembling the heavy, guttural panting of a beast. "Stop talking. Just stop." The voice in the air finally erupted in a shrill scream. "I let you go. Leave now. Do not utter another word." A victorious smile spread across Zhong Yikuan's face. "Look, until now, you have not dared to utter a word about completing the challenge. Thus, from beginning to end, you have merely been a wretched creature surviving on lies. You cannot interrupt me, for that is one of the rules you must abide by. As for how to end your existence, it is simply to expose all your lies. With a decisive flourish, as Zhong Ikuan's words faded, a gaping chasm suddenly tore open in the void of the fourth floor. An enormous, terrifying maw materialized out of thin air. Immediately, the surrounding space seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, twisting and compressing wildly, collapsing towards that monstrous mouth. Boom! A deep, resounding crash. The space, compressed to its limits, alongside that gigantic mouth, erupted violently. As the dust settled, both the mouth and the bizarre spatial phenomenon vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, every individual's retina was forcibly bombarded with a scarlet message. Main quest. Complete the Demon Lock Tower trial. Completed. Before anyone could exhale in relief, another, even more glaring message promptly followed. Hidden quest triggered. The core suppression of the Demon Lock Tower is loosening due to the dissipating specter. The demon imprisoned at the tower's base is about to break free. Survive for 30 minutes under the demon's pursuit. Please choose to accept. Yes, no. Jiang Lu immediately turned to Zhong Ikuan, his gaze questioning. An A-level hidden quest. Should we accept it? Zhong Ikuan adjusted his slightly askew glasses. I recommend you decline. A-level main quests are already so arduous. The hidden quest carries too great a risk. Jiang Lu stared at him. You advise me? What about you? Zhong Ikuan remained silent for a few seconds. His voice laced with complexity. I do not have much time left. There are certain matters I must attend to. He did not directly answer the question of acceptance, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, a trace of doubt stirring within him. Not much time left? However, he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. He turned to Xianyuan Jiangwo, who was still in a state of shock, and patted his shoulder. Jiangwo, you should refuse the quest and return first. Xianyuan Jiangwo snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. I won't leave. Big guy, I have things I need to do too. Jiang Lu frowned. What things? Xianyuan Jiangwo glanced around, then leaned closer to Jiang Lu's ear with an air of mystery. Big guy, I'm laying my cards on the table. I am an imperial teacher. I have seen the dragon. Jiang Lu. Xianyuan Jiangwo hastily elaborated. Antlers, serpent body, eagle claws, fish scales, lioness mane, completely covered in scales, with long whiskers and sharp teeth. 100 feet long, treading upon clouds of 7 colors, breathing out true fire. At that moment, boom! A terrifying roar, reminiscent of hell itself, suddenly erupted from the depths of the tower's base. Subsequently, the entire Demon Lock Tower began to tremble violently. Chapter 62, Transformation. A thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the tower, striking directly at the core of the soul. An irresistible sense of fear, rooted in the instinct of life, instantaneously seized the hearts of all present. Yen Song's teeth chattered, his face drained of color. Brother Kuan, was that a demon's cry? I can't control myself. This feeling is overwhelming. Xianyuan Jiangwo trembled like a shaken sieve, his voice trembling. There's something terrifying. Had you not been quaking like a leaf, perhaps I would have believed your words. Yen Song retorted with exasperation. Zhong Ikuan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his body's tremors, his gaze fixed upon the staircase leading to the first floor. The mission is accepted. Let us go. The stone tablet is a fade. The main door on the first floor should be open. His tone was resolute. Without another moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the staircase. Yen Song gritted his teeth and staggered after him. Jiang Lu's mind raced, quickly opting to accept the hidden task. He grasped the trembling Xianyuan Jiangwo, urging, "Follow me." Instantly harnessing the residual power of the rabbit talisman, he propelled himself and Xianyuan Jiangwo forward like a gust of wind, hastening to catch up with Zhong Ikuan. As the group burst forth from the heavy doors of the magic lock tower, they found themselves back in the blood-red wasteland. Suddenly, a cataclysmic sound reverberated behind them. The towering magic lock tower quaked violently, as though a colossal beast was struggling in its death throes, bricks splintering. Amidst the thunderous noise, the tower fractured and collapsed with a resounding crash. The four were momentarily paralyzed by the immense tremors and sounds, instinctively turning to look back. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to freeze. A massive, gaunt, humanoid entity, towering over 30 meters, slowly rose from the swirling dust and rubble. It was a grotesque assembly of withered grass ropes, tattered cloth, and shadows, its hollow head enveloped in ominous darkness. It merely existed in that moment, an indescribable, primal fear, 100 times more potent than before, pierced the hearts of the four like a needle. Their bodies turned rigid in an instant. Even their fingers could not move. Their thoughts nearly froze. New mission prompts flickered in their retinas. The fear demon Fetidic has escaped. Survive for 30 minutes. The shadow-cloaked head of Fetidic slowly turned toward Jiang Lu and the others. It began to stride forward, its colossal feet, formed from gnarled roots, emitted a dull thud reminiscent of a funeral bell tolling. Step by step, it approached the four, who were paralyzed by terror, moving with an unsettling calmness, as if relishing in this festivity of despair. With each advance, the icy grip of fear that froze their souls intensified. In the suffocating atmosphere of dread, Zhong Yiquan abruptly shut his eyes. When he opened them again, they were bloodshot. Then he moved, though his movements were painfully sluggish. Each joint groaned under the strain, yet he indeed began to act. As hope ignited within Yin Song's heart, he turned to Kuan Ge. Without indulging in unnecessary words, Zhong Yiquan immediately began to impart his wisdom. The most effective method to conquer fear is to Xian Yuan Zhangwo interjected suddenly. To confront fear directly? Let us go. Jiang Lu could hardly restrain himself from giving the chubby boy a swift reprimand. Overusing old puns can lead to mental fatigue. Does he not see the current situation? Ignoring the interruption, Zhong Yiquan continued. Deceive yourself. Envision it as something harmless. Misdirect your instincts. The deeper you delve, the weaker the bindings become. Rely on yourselves. With that, he seized the rigid Yin Song and, pulling him along, sprinted away from the towering structure. Jiang Lu, emulating him, tightly shut his eyes, striving to envision the source of his profound terror as a harmless doll. Yet it proved futile. The dread emanating from the abyss remained unyielding. Fear still coiled around him like iron chains. Just then, Jiang Lu felt an unexpected lightness envelop his body. He instantly opened his eyes to find himself being carried on Xian Yuan Zhangwo's back, who was staggering away from the locking magic tower. How did he escape? How did you break free from its control? Jiang Lu could scarcely believe it. Xian Yuan Zhangwo, panting, replied, Huh? The jungler came to gank. If we don't flee. Isn't that just surrendering? Jiang Lu was left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhong Yiquan, dragging Yin Song, had already covered several dozen meters. Xian Yuan Zhangwo, carrying Jiang Lu, strained to catch up. Suddenly, ahead, the barren ground erupted with massive shadows. The terrifying figure of the fear demon, Feed Tyke, appeared out of thin air directly in Zhong Yiquan's path. It blocked their only escape route. It seemed to have teleported. The shadowy head turned slightly, as if mocking them silently. Zhong Yiquan's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he abruptly yanked Yin Song and veered right towards Xian Yuan Zhangwo and Jiang Lu. Seeing Zhong Yiquan's change of direction, Xian Yuan Zhangwo glanced back at the demon's sudden manifestation in the distance. Has a scarecrow grown in mere minutes? He mumbled, exerting all his strength to make a sharp turn. However, after merely running a few dozen meters, boom! Feed Tyke's colossal, withered form reappeared instantaneously. This time, it landed directly in the path of their escape, less than 50 meters away from Xian Yuan Zhangwo. The immense, desiccated foot crashed down heavily. The ground trembled. Its body exuded a despair-inducing stench of decay. The shadowed head dipped slightly, as if inspecting its prey beneath its claws. It was toying with them. Time had elapsed for barely 10 minutes. The despair of fear engulfed them all in an instant. Zhong Yiquan ceased his flight, placing Yin Song on the ground. He reached into his spatial pocket and retrieved a plaque. Upon seeing Zhong Yikuan produce the plaque, Yin Song cried out in terror. Kuan Ge, no, you must not use that again. Zhong Yikuan remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed resolutely on the feared demon blocking their path. As Jiang Lu glimpsed the tablet, his body trembled. Have you completely mastered this object? Zhong Yikuan turned to Jiang Lu, quickly interjecting. No, the power of the tablet resides partly within you. If we activate it together, we may attempt to draw him into the dream realm. Just then, Xianyuan Jiangwo, who had been carrying Jiang Lu, suddenly gasped. Boss, do you still remember the image of the dragon I described to you while we were in the tower? Jiang Lu paused, recalling distinctly. The monkey talisman was said to transform into animals. And could it be that such legendary creatures as dragons also qualify? Xianyuan Jiangwo, brimming with eagerness, urged. Let us try. Boss. Zhong Yikuan beside them pressed on. There is no time to waste. Let us activate it together. Jiang Lu's gaze flitted swiftly between Xianyuan Jiangwo and Zhong Yikuan. Then, he quickly addressed Zhong Yikuan. This little chubby fellow is on to something. Let us trust him this once. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yikuan furrowed his brow, but nonetheless retrieved the tablet into the panel space. Seeing this, Xianyuan Jiangwo immediately grasped Jiang Lu's hand. I am ready, boss. Let us proceed. Jiang Lu activated the monkey talisman, his mind racing back to Xianyuan Jiangwo's description from the 4th level. Antlers, serpent body, eagle talons, fish scales, lion's mane, covered entirely in scales, with long whiskers and sharp teeth. A length of 100 zhang, treading upon clouds of many colors, breathing the true fire of samadhi. A surge of power coursed into Xianyuan Jiangwo's body. He swiftly rose, straightening his spine, his expression solemn and dignified. O primordial soul, slumbering deep within the bloodline. The shackles binding the mortal coil shall now shatter. The reverse scale, manifest. Divine fire, summon forth. Dragon bones forge my spine. Dragon blood ignite my veins. Dragon soul awaken. Behold, this is the ultimate form that transcends the mundane, soaring through the heavens, commanding all spirits. At this moment, I am the calamity of heaven. Transform into. Chapter 63. Companions in sickness under the somewhat dazed gazes of Zhong Yikuan and Yin Song. A blinding white light suddenly erupted from Xianyuan Jiangwo. An indescribable, overwhelming aura instantaneously spread forth. With a resonant roar akin to that of a dragon, Xianyuan Jiangwo's form was seemingly lifted by an invisible force, soaring into the crimson sky. As the white light dissipated, a colossal creature loomed beneath the heavens. Measuring 100 feet in length, it coiled like a mountain range. Its entire body was adorned with dark jade scales that shimmered ominously. The fearsome dragon's head was crowned with majestic antlers, its lion-like mane billowing. Eagle-like talons tore through the clouds, while its serpentine body cast a vast shadow beneath the blood-red moon. It stood upon surging clouds of iridescent hues, exhaling a searing breath that distorted the very air. This creature matched precisely with the dragon Xianyuan Jiangwo had previously described. Jiang Lu suppressed the shock within him and turned to Zhong Yikuan. For the first time, he discerned a flicker of confusion and bewilderment in the usually composed captain's eyes. How to articulate this sensation? It was rather exhilarating. Jiang Lu mused internally. Not far away, the fearsome demon Fetatyke momentarily stiffened, its massive form seemingly frozen in place. It raised its head slightly, as if scrutinizing the gigantic being that had suddenly materialized in the air. An overwhelming dread, stemming from a being of superior status, caused its body, composed of countless negative emotions, to momentarily hesitate. Gah! Fetatyke seemed incensed by this unexpected provocation. It abruptly spread its arms wide. Countless black crows, formed from concentrated fear energy, surged forth from its withered body, darkening the sky as they charged toward the airborne dragon. Yet, these harbingers of terror, capable of shattering an ordinary person's psyche, collided with the dragon's form as if raindrops were striking a steel wall. Not a ripple was stirred. They vanished into silence. The colossal dragon head slowly turned, locking onto the fearsome demon below. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted. Fedotike sensed the imminent threat. The shadowed head appeared to twist momentarily as it abruptly raised its withered right arm. A gigantic, pitch-black scythe materialized in its grasp. With a swift motion, it unleashed a dark, rending energy aimed straight at the dragon's neck. In the face of this terrifying onslaught, the dragon merely lifted its head slightly, exhaling a stream of flickering golden flames from its massive jaws. Boom! The golden-red flames collided violently with the dark strike. The black energy, akin to melting ice and snow, was instantly devoured by the surging golden torrent. The golden-red flames continued unabated, rushing toward Fedotike. Fedotike trembled violently. It felt the terrifying power contained within those flames. Without hesitation, its massive form vanished in an instant. Whoosh! The golden-red flames grazed the spot it had occupied, melting the ground into searing magma. Yet, before Fedotike's disappearance, it could not escape the taint of the golden-red flames. A mere wisp, that golden-red flame akin to the blazing sun, could not be extinguished by any means of the elusive Fedotike. Rather, it only intensified. A roar erupted from the mighty dragon. Infused with fury, its colossal head turned, locking onto Fedotike, who appeared in the distance. The dragon's maw opened once more, unleashing a torrent of golden-red fire, inundating vast expanses where Fedotike might have sought refuge. Fedotike found itself utterly ensnared in a position of disadvantage. Its immense form flickered and teleported frantically. With each teleportation, the golden-red flames clung to its body more fervently. The searing agony that tormented its very soul elicited a silent shriek of despair. The once proud domain of fear it commanded now seemed but a jest in the face of the overwhelming, annihilating flames of the sun. Jianglu, Yinsong, and even Zhong Ikuan sensed a release within their bodies. The paralyzing dread that had gripped their souls dissipated sharply as Fedotike was subdued by the dragon. They finally regained their faculties. Zhong Ikuan approached Jianglu, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dragon that pursued the fearsome demon with relentless flames. Is this its unique ability? Thoughts raced through Jianglu's mind as he casually fabricated. Of course, I never harbor useless beings in my company. Why else do you think I brought him into the game? He had to maintain this fade, at least for now. Yin Song, observing the dragon relentlessly attacking the A-level dungeon boss, swallowed hard and murmured, "What a Dragon King's consort. This is the true Dragon King." The outcome of the battle was beyond doubt. The massive, withered form of the fear demon, Fedotike, had been char-black. The golden-red flames devouring it were like maggots, incessantly eroding its essence forged from fear. It could no longer maintain its playful cat-and-mouse antics. After a desperate teleport to evade the dragon's breath, it abruptly altered its course. No longer attempting to attack or flee, but instead it surged towards the ruins of the collapsed locking tower. Its gigantic skeletal claws frantically clawed through the mountainous debris. Just before the dragon unleashed its fiery breath once more, its charred, broken body plunged into a crevice amidst the wreckage. Instantly, the stones around the entrance seemed drawn by an invisible force, swiftly closing in, entombing it once again. In the air, the dragon appeared somewhat unsatisfied, its immense head tilting in confusion as it circled the ruins twice, its golden-red flames flickering uncertainly, contemplating whether to incinerate the ruins once more. At that moment, an announcement forcibly popped up in everyone's vision. Hidden task completed. Force teleportation back to the real world in 60 seconds. The task was accomplished. Jianglu withdrew his gaze from the interface and turned to Zhong Ikuan. "Is your card position about to reach its limit?" He recalled Yin Song's earlier words. Yin Song immediately chimed in. "Brother Kuan only possesses half the power of the card position. He has already captured 6 vengeful spirits with it. He has reached his limit." Jianglu furrowed his brow. "What about the other half of the power? Is there still use in reclaiming it now?" Zhong Ikuan slowly shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "It is too late. In the realm of dreams, 6 vengeful spirits are already ensnared, entangled with one another, forming a fragile balance. Should we dare to enter this dream and transfer our powers, they would awaken immediately and tear us apart. Jiang Lu fell silent, comprehending the peril that lay within those words. Zhong Yikuan lifted his gaze, redirecting it towards the colossal dragon that continued to soar excitedly in the sky, occasionally exhaling bursts of fire for amusement. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk graced his lips. It seems your friend seldom employs this form. Jiang Lu managed an awkward smile. Perhaps he prefers to remain low-key. Even he found this reasoning rather flimsy. The countdown concluded, and a gentle white light enveloped the three of them along with the dragon above. Upon reopening his eyes, they were met with the familiar and eerie game settlement screen. Dungeon settlement, basic reward, a grade 300 points, hidden task reward, 450 points, remaining points, 1420, task evaluation, 6. Jiang Lu was taken aback. What on earth was this evaluation? Nonetheless, the point rewards for an A-grade dungeon were indeed astonishingly generous. 1,420. He was just one more dungeon away from redeeming the Lucky 7 necklace. He closed the panel and turned his attention to Xianyuan Jiangwo, who still wore a dazed expression in the elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, a slight sensation of weightlessness washing over them. Xianyuan Jiangwo's eyes gradually regained clarity, his excitement unabated. Master, we did it. This is incredible. He fervently grasped Jiang Lu's arm, shaking it in exhilaration. Jiang Lu rubbed his throbbing temples. As per our usual agreement, refrain from discussing my abilities once we exit. Rest assured, boss, I am the most discreet. Xianyuan Jiangwo patted his chest in assurance, then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Boss, I wish to introduce you to someone. Who? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. A fellow patient of yours? Forget it. Xianyuan Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. No, this person is quite special. He can tell fortunes and predict certain aspects of your future. The last time I successfully cleared that dungeon, it was due to a hint I received from him beforehand. I want to help you secure an opportunity to ask him a question. Consider it my way of repaying you. Fortune-telling? A chance to win? Was he also a player? Jiang Lu felt his curiosity piqued. Xianyuan Jiangwo scratched his head. I don't know. He is rather peculiar. To ask him a question, you must defeat him first. His chess skills are extraordinary. I can barely manage a 50-50 chance against him. Just then, the elevator chimed, arriving at the designated floor. Xianyuan Jiangwo eagerly pressed the button for his hospital room. The elevator resumed its journey and soon came to a halt. The doors opened to reveal the sterile scent of disinfectant and the quiet corridor typical of a hospital. The two made their way down the tranquil hallway. Arriving at the door of a double-occupancy room, Xianyuan Jiangwo pushed the door open. The room was immaculate. A young man, clad in a hospital gown, his frame exceedingly emaciated and his complexion pale to the point of translucence, stood with his back to the entrance, gazing silently out the window at the overcast sky. He resembled a lifeless statue devoid of vitality. Xianyuan Jiangwo, brimming with fervor, shouted, Fang Yuzong, let us engage in a battle to the death. The young man named Fang Yuzong trembled slightly and slowly turned around. His visage was striking, yet possessed a sickly pallor, and his gaze was hollow, as if devoid of focus. However, upon seeing Xianyuan Jiangwo, a flicker of faint light seemed to glimmer in his vacant eyes. He remained silent, swiftly approaching the cabinet in the corner of the room, carefully retrieving a set of Go. The board was foldable, and the pieces were housed in two antique wrought-tan containers. He made his way to the solitary small table in the center of the room, meticulously unfolding the board. Then he lifted his gaze towards Xianyuan Jiangwo, raising his hand in an inviting gesture. A solemn expression appeared on Xianyuan Jiangwo's face, akin to a warrior poised to step into a life-and-death arena. He took a deep breath, approached the table, and sat down with gravity. The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly nuanced. Was it a sense of solemnity? Concentration? Perhaps even professionalism? Jiang Lu, too, was affected by this ambience, instinctively holding his breath. Was this the aura of masters engaged in a game? Fang Yuzong, playing with the white pieces, displayed no hesitation, placing the first stone firmly in the star position. Xian Yuan Jiangua, wielding the black stones, pondered for a moment before responding with his move. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Jiang Lu stood by, utterly bewildered. Though he was not well-versed in the game of Go, the stark contrast of black and white pieces on the board seemed utterly amiss. Suddenly, Xian Yuan Jiangua sprang to his feet with fervent energy, brandishing a piece and slamming it onto the board with a resounding clap, shouting, "Harmony of heaven and earth!" Fang Yuzong, his expression unchanging, placed a piece atop Xian Yuan Jiangua's, simultaneously uttering the words, "I capture." Xian Yuan Jiangua, undeterred, raised his voice even higher. "Heavenly demon transformation." Fang Yuzong did not even lift his eyelids, declaring, "I check." Xian Yuan Jiangua retorted, "I engineer, capturing your king." Fang Yuzong countered, "I have a high nut, blocking your engineer." Xian Yuan Jiangua exclaimed, "Three with one aircraft, skipping over your high nut." Fang Yuzong replied, "Impeccable." Jiang Lu stood agape, watching the two engage in a conversation that seemed to exist on an entirely different wavelength, involuntarily chuckling. It is said that in moments of extreme bewilderment, laughter often ensues. Chapter 64. The turn of events on the chessboard. The black and white pieces lay scattered in a manner that defied all known rules of the game. "You have lost, Fang Zhongyu," proclaimed Xianyuan Jiangwo, standing tall and proud, his face radiating the triumph of a victor. Fang Zhongyu, his expression marked by frustration, retorted with a hint of resentment. "How can this be? Is it truly impossible for me? I apologize for not allowing you to enjoy it fully. One day, I shall defeat you again." He clenched his fist, as if making a solemn vow. Hearing this, Xianyuan Jiangwo placed his hands on his hips and let out an exaggerated laugh. Oh. Not only have I not crushed your spirit, but you seem even more fired up. You're quite passionate, young one." Standing nearby, Jiang Lu listened to their melodramatic exchange, his toes in his shoes scratching furiously, wishing he could dig a hole large enough to escape. He found himself unable to discern whether Xianyuan Jiangwo was intentionally playing a joke or if he genuinely believed his own words. Just as Jiang Lu contemplated whether to make his exit, the conversation finally shifted to a slightly more normal tone. Fang Zhongyu slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Xianyuan Jiangwo. "What is it that you wish to know this time?" Xianyuan Jiangwo's expression turned serious as he pointed to Jiang Lu. "Help my friend with a reading, will you? He has aided me several times." At last, Fang Zhongyu turned his attention to Jiang Lu. He scrutinized him for a few moments before, like an NPC triggered by a quest, began to recite, "You are destined to attract many women. You are a person of deep emotions. You do not place great value on wealth. You are generous to your friends. Your current endeavors seem a waste of your talents. Though you appear mature and composed, there exists a small boy within the corners of your heart. You yearn for." Jiang Lu's face darkened, abruptly interrupting, "Stop. That nonsensical formula scores 0 points. And not a single one of your statements is accurate." Fang Zhongyu paused, seemingly taken aback. After a few moments of silence, he quietly turned away, approached the bedside cabinet, opened a drawer, and began rummaging through it until he pulled out a book. Jiang Lu squinted to see the cover, which boldly proclaimed, "The weaknesses of men. Come see how many apply to you." With the book in hand, Fang Zhongyu earnestly began to peruse its contents, murmuring, "Is that not correct? Let me look again." He. Jiang Lu observed this scene, finally unable to suppress a chuckle of exasperation. When one is rendered speechless, they truly do laugh. He turned to Xianyuan Jiangwo. "I must be losing my mind to have believed your nonsense and come here." Xianyuan Jiangwo blinked innocently. Was he incorrect? "I find it rather accurate. You, my friend, are obviously a person of deep feelings." Jiang Lu weakly waved his hand. "Enough. You two can entertain yourselves. I shall take my leave. Farewell." He could no longer bear to stay. Turning to exit the hospital room, Xianyuan Jiangwo immediately straightened. "Very well, my lord. Wulong shall prepare for the northern expedition to restore the Han dynasty." With that, he eagerly leaned towards Fang Zhongyu, animatedly resuming their discussion. "I believe we must first establish a strategy. Should we seize Jingzhou first, or—" Fong Zhongyu closed the book and nodded with earnestness. What Brother Wulong said is indeed correct. However, regarding Jingzhou, Jiang Lu tapped his forehead, hastening towards the hospital door. He yanked the door open, just as he was about to step outside. At that moment, Fong Zhongyu's voice suddenly echoed behind him. The tiger talisman must be used cautiously in reality. Once unleashed, that pure malice may insidiously influence your true nature. Jiang Lu's body froze abruptly. He turned around sharply, directing a piercing gaze at Fong Zhongyu. Yet, Fong Zhongyu continued to huddle with Xianyuan Zhangwo, both engrossed in fervent discussion. Gesturing animatedly at the air, Fong Zhongyu remarked, I believe that to guard against external threats, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. We must first, chop that incapable Lu Shan into minced meat. Then, Brother Wulong, you shall ascend to the throne. I, Feng Shui, shall wholeheartedly support you. Xianyuan Jian responded. That makes sense. However, speaking of support, I find it most annoying when the opposing team selects Lu Shan as a support during my jungle runs. He's both tanky and possesses numerous crowd control abilities. Utterly vexing, Fong Zhongyu replied, Fair enough. But, is chopping him into minced meat a bit excessive? Should we not cut him into smaller pieces? Jiang Lu's lips twitched, yet he still inquired solemnly. Fong Zhongyu, what did you just say? Xianyuan Zhangwo looked up, a bewildered expression on his face. Huh? What did I say? I didn't say anything. We were discussing the grand endeavor of the three kingdoms. Lord, would you care to join us? Fong Zhongyu turned his head. Brother Wulong, do not mind him. Let us continue our discussion on the plan to vanquish Chao thieves. Xianyuan Zhangwo immediately chimed in. Certainly, Brother Feng Shui. I believe we should. Jiang Lu fixed his gaze on Fong Zhongyu's pallid face, attempting to discern any semblance of deceit. Yet he found none. Those eyes remained hollow, as if that earlier warning had merely been a figment of Jiang Lu's imagination. He stood rooted to the spot, his heart beset by doubt, yet utterly helpless. Ultimately, he cast a deep glance at Fong Zhongyu, laden with uncertainty and that lingering warning, before turning to leave the hospital. Exiting the medical facility, night